Quinn peered down into the abyss known as Hadal Encumbrance, a trial that fascinated him deeply. Only through rigorous research had he come to understand why it bore such a name. Hadal, derived from Hades, the Greek god of the underworld. Just as Hades ruled the depths of the earth, this trial mirrored the crushing pressures of the ocean's deepest trenches, where the sun's warmth and light could not reach. A domain where only the most resilient, the evolved, could survive. The creator of this trial did an exceptional job emulating deep-sea pressure, Quinn murmured, watching the still, eerie water below. He recalled the force that would soon bear down upon him. Pressure at its core was a force exerted upon a body. Atmospheric pressure surrounded everyone, an invisible weight pressing from all directions. But in the ocean, the deeper one went, the heavier the burden. Water, being vastly denser than air, exerted an exponentially greater force. If the world's continents were shaved down and redistributed into the trenches, the planet would be submerged under 2 miles of water, he mused, staring into the depths. Here, the pressure did not rise naturally, it accelerated, compounding at a rate that far surpassed Earth's oceans. This trial doesn't demand finesse or ingenuity, Quinn continued, resting his chin on his palm. It only requires raw magical power. Unlike Poseidon's wrath, which had tested his control, or Tiham's delight, which had required both luck and clever application of sonar magic, Hadal Encumbrance was a contest of endurance and force. Quinn, however, had an advantage. His vast magical reserves, cultivated through years of daily exhaustion and replenishment. With a smirk, he stretched his arms. Let's see if I can beat my own record. Taking a deep breath, Quinn dove into the well. The moment he submerged, his body aligned horizontally to minimize vertical pressure differentials. A shimmering cylinder of water magic manifested around him, normalizing internal pressure to surface-level conditions. He plummeted effortlessly, reaching 50% depth without resistance. At 60%, he felt the first twinges of struggle. Is this gravity manipulation or pure water magic, he wondered. The entire aquatic vault revolved around water-based trials, but Quinn suspected additional forces were at play. Poseidon's wrath had neutralized conjuration and charms, while Tiham's delight had utilized advanced sensory deprivation. This, too, might have layers beyond water magic. Regardless, he had chosen the path of least resistance, mastering water magic to overcome the trials, rather than inventing workarounds. That philosophy was paying off now. At 90% depth, his containment spell rippled violently as he counteracted the immense force bearing down on him. His bones ached from the pressure leaking through. Almost there. But at 92%, the force suddenly doubled, squeezing his very marrow. This is my limit for now, he acknowledged. Carefully, he retreated to 91%, stabilizing the containment spell while analyzing ways to push further. For now, he remained alone in the abyss, testing the limits of his endurance. It doesn't work like that, sighed Marcus, seated at a chessboard in the Ravenclaw common room. The knight only moves in an L shape, 2 squares in one direction, then one to the side. But why? Luna tilted her head at the piece. Horses should be able to charge straight ahead. They're fast, you know. The animated knight chess piece turned its tiny head toward its commander, as if seeking guidance. The other white pieces were equally puzzled. Meanwhile, the black pieces chuckled among themselves. Marcus turned to Quinn, who sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed in meditation. Quinn, can you explain why knights move the way they do? Quinn opened one eye. Luna, the horse could charge straight ahead, but the knight riding it prefers a strategic approach. The horse listens to the knight, and the knight insists on moving in an L shape. Nothing we can do about it. Luna blinked at the chessboard before nodding. I see. If that's how it is, then that's fine. As she left to get some water, Marcus sighed. What are you going to do when she finds a chess set without a knight, just a horse? Quinn smirked, closing his eyes again. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. On the fateful night of October 31, 1981, Lord Voldemort arrived at Godric's Hollow, led by Peter Pettigrew's betrayal. Breaking through the protective wards, he stormed into the Potter cottage. Fleamont Potter, wand out of reach, was the first to fall. Euphemia Potter, cornered upstairs with her grandchildren, was next. Then, the Dark Lord turned his wand upon the infant boy prophesied to be his downfall. And his curse rebounded. A devastating explosion tore through the upper floor of the cottage, shattering Voldemort's corporeal form. Outside, Peter Pettigrew watched in horror as the house collapsed. The man who had forsaken his friends for power now found himself trembling at the sight of his fallen master. He rushed inside, stepping over Fleamont's body, and ascended the stairs. There, amid the ruins, he found the twins, Harry, scarred but alive, and Ivy miraculously unharmed. His eyes darted to the wand lying amidst the wreckage. The Dark Lord is gone, realization struck. And Lily and James aren't here. A chill ran down his spine. He had wagered everything on the winning side, only to find that side obliterated. Then, the sound of Sirius Black's enchanted motorcycle roared outside. More pops of apparition followed. They're here. In blind panic, Peter grabbed Voldemort's wand and vanished into the night. 12 years later, that same wand resurfaced in a grimy bathroom, clutched in Peter's skeletal fingers. The Dark Lord's wand, he whispered, reverence mingling with fear. He pulled a stunned rat from his pocket, staring at the unconscious form. It's time. With renewed purpose, Peter left the house, disappearing into the darkness, his mind set on one singular goal, the return of his master. Marcus Belby was a wizard and a Ravenclaw student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a year above the famous Harry Potter. Hailing from the magical Belby family, Marcus's lineage wasn't known for political power or business influence. Instead, the Belby name was recognized in academic circles, thanks to the contributions of two of its most distinguished members. Flavius Belby was the first recorded wizard to survive an encounter with a Lethifold, a carnivorous and highly dangerous magical beast. A master of charms and well-versed in defense against the dark arts, Flavius discovered that a Patronus charm was the key to repelling Lethifolds. His groundbreaking research and accounts of survival secured his place in magizoology books and even earned him a chocolate frog card. But even Flavius's legacy paled in comparison to that of Damocles Belby, a potioneer whose impact stretched far beyond the wizarding world. Credited with the invention of the Wolfsbane potion, Damocles provided hope to those afflicted with lycanthropy. While the potion wasn't a cure, it was a step forward, proving that magic could offer solutions to even the darkest of curses. Marcus came from this legacy of brilliance, though he wasn't the most naturally gifted student. However, his love of learning earned him a place in Ravenclaw. Those who met Marcus saw a polite, soft-spoken, and shy young man. But to those he trusted, he was a dependable friend, a great listener, and someone who found joy in life's little details. At Hogwarts, Marcus had two close friends, Eddie Carmichael and Quinn West. Both were extroverted, outgoing, and confident. Despite their differing personalities, Marcus never felt out of place with them. In fact, he often felt relieved that Eddie and Quinn took the lead in social situations, allowing him to participate without needing to initiate conversations himself. But things had changed. Lately, Marcus found himself alone more often. His friends had their own commitments. Quinn, always the busiest among them, was constantly buried in research, running the AID office, or disappearing for long stretches. The only way to reliably catch him was during meals in the Great Hall. Quinn never skipped meals, and he ate an astonishing amount for his size. Eddie, once free like Marcus, had taken up Quidditch training. He spent his mornings working out with Quinn and his afternoons practicing flying drills and quaffle control. While Marcus still spent more time with Eddie than Quinn, it wasn't like before. Sitting in the Ravenclaw common room, Marcus glanced around. Most of his housemates were deep in their studies, working on assignments, reading advanced materials, or engaging in discussions. He sighed, sinking into his chair. At least they all know what they're doing. Meanwhile, another sigh escaped him. A hand landed on his shoulder. Now, don't sigh like that, a familiar voice teased. Marcus looked up to see Quinn standing there, smiling. The dark-haired boy pulled up a barstool and sat down beside him. Marcus watched as Quinn adjusted his posture, sitting with a straight back. Proper as always, Marcus thought. Quinn never slouches. You know what they say, Quinn mused. A sigh is just an amplifier for those suffering in silence. Marcus raised a brow. So you don't sigh? Quinn laughed. Oh no, I sigh a lot. Every day. He then let out a dramatic sigh before pointing at himself. See? Just did it. Let's not talk about me. Tell me what's on your mind. Quinn nudged Marcus's leg. You had that deep-thinking, overanalyzing look on your face again. Marcus hesitated. How does he always do that? He turns conversations in his favor so effortlessly. But he knew Quinn wasn't doing it to manipulate. This wasn't one of his calculated expressions. It was a genuine smile, warm and sincere. Marcus exhaled. You and Eddie always have something you're working toward. You're always immersed in magic, and Eddie's focused on Quidditch. Meanwhile, I just don't have anything. I feel like I'm being left behind. Quinn's smile faltered slightly, but his gaze remained steady. Marcus, do you remember my sister, Leah? You met her in Hogsmeade. Marcus nodded. She travels constantly, Quinn explained. My grandfather sends her all over the world, not because he needs her to, but because he knows she thrives on new experiences. He pushes her to explore, to learn, to find what excites her. Marcus listened intently.
Eddie's the same.
He throws himself into things, searching for something that clicks. That's why he never backs down from challenges, even when he loses. Quinn tapped Marcus's chest. You and Eddie aren't that different. The only difference is that he keeps trying new things. If you want to find something that excites you, you need to do the same. Marcus stared at Quinn, taking in his words.
Quinn sighed. Honestly?
I envy you guys. I've spent so much time wrapped up in magic that I've lost touch with other things I enjoy. I haven't played my violin in months. I don't spend enough time with you guys. Sometimes I miss out on inside jokes, and it sucks. Marcus blinked, surprised by Quinn's honesty. He had always thought Quinn was perfectly composed, always in control. But hearing this, it made Quinn feel more real, more relatable.
Quinn stood abruptly. So, let's make a deal.
You start trying new things, and I'll do the same. I'll stop isolating myself, and you'll step out of your comfort zone. Something inside Marcus stirred.
He felt excitement, determination.
He stood and clasped Quinn's outstretched hand in a firm handshake. Deal, Marcus agreed with a grin.
Oh, make 2 weirdos.
Eddie Carmichael entered the Ravenclaw common room after an exhausting Quidditch training session. Rubbing his sore shoulders, he stepped inside, only to freeze at the sight before him. In the middle of the room, Marcus and Quinn stood, locked in an intense handshake, smiling at each other with what could only be described as passionate determination. Eddie stared at them for a long moment. What the hell are these 2 weirdos doing? He considered asking, but decided against it. Instead, he walked right past them, pretending he didn't know them. He was too tired for this nonsense.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
A very calm Quinn horizontally floated at the near bottom of Hadal Encumbrance and gazed at the triangular entrance in front of him. Leviathan's Underpass. This time it's a monster, noticed Quinn as he stared at the words written above the dark entrance. He had read that after keeping his eyes open at 70% and had, consequently, done some research on the Leviathan. The Leviathan, a mythical creature with the form of a sea serpent. Known originally as a great sea monster in the first chapter of Genesis, the Leviathan has become synonymous with any enormous monster or creature. It was occasionally invoked to accept blame for tsunamis. According to legends, the Leviathan was a fire-breathing creature with such immense size that the sea boiled when it swam on the surface. It ruthlessly and fearlessly rules over all the creatures of the sea. The Leviathan's skin is like a double coat of mail with overlapping scales as large as shields on its back and as sharp and tough as broken pottery on its underparts. Swords and harpoons would simply bounce off such protection. It breathed smoke from its nostrils and expelled flames from its mouth, which was rimmed with teeth. Its fins radiated a brilliant light, and its eyes were like the glimmerings of dawn. In the magical world, the Leviathan was a type of dragon that lived in the deep oceans. The non-magical legends had gotten the description right. It was an enormous, long, thick serpent-type dragon and, according to the records, it weighed 5 tons, 5,000 kilograms, clocking at just 1 ton less than the largest dragon species in the world, the Ukrainian iron belly. Even though the Leviathan was an aquatic species, they were just like any other dragon species. It was magic-resistant, had resilient scales and had fire breath. On a side note, every part of its body had magical properties. Quinn had thought about the upcoming trial, and one of his worries was to come across an actual Leviathan. If a basilisk could be kept alive for 1,000 years through deep hibernation, then there was no reason a Leviathan couldn't be kept alive the same way. After thinking it thoroughly, Quinn was 90% sure that a Leviathan wouldn't be in there because of the trials he had been through. It didn't make sense to put a Leviathan inside because of the prevailing water concept themes. Well, the Leviathan is a predator species in the ocean. It might be a guardian-type trial, thought Quinn, followed by another curious line of thought. Who would win between a Kraken and Leviathan, I wonder? Quinn flexed his muscles, and immediately Arctic blue magic flashed. The magic originated from his body and went towards the triangular entrance, which created a glowing Arctic blue tunnel of water. Let's go in there with the hope that there's no Leviathan, wished Quinn, but there was a sharp glint in his eyes. He was prepared to do what must be done, even if it meant killing a dragon. He floated down. His hands touched the edges of the entrance, and though he was at 100% depth, Quinn wasn't feeling an iota of it. The 100% of the pressure intensity was being thwarted by Quinn's magic, where he was applying an equal and opposite force to cancel the weight bearing down on him. Pulling his feet to his front, Quinn went in the entrance to Leviathan's Underpass. Scene break. Quinn found himself teleported to the trial, and like in most T-Hum's Delight, he was directly transported underwater. However, unlike T-Hum's Delight, this room was lit brightly. Quinn looked down and saw that his feet were touching a white marble floor. When he advanced, the white floor extended ahead for around 50 meters. The entire passage was covered with a circular wall of water. It was a tunnel with a white marble straight path as the floor. The space outside the water tunnel was an expanse of blue, and Quinn couldn't see an end to the expanse. Ah, so this is the underpass, huh? A tunnel through the water. Though I am still underwater, noted Quinn as he took in the surrounding scene. He looked straight ahead to the other end of the tunnel and saw another triangular entrance, but this one without a title above it. This entrance was like the one in T-Hum's Delight. Although it had another patch of water with a different flow than the surrounding water, there was nothing solid at the end of the tunnel and a wall of water sealed off the end. Noticing that, Quinn looked back and saw the same wall of water. He raised his hand to touch the water wall. He found that the water wall was solid, and his hand didn't cross through the water wall. Now, what is the deal here? I can see that I have to walk to the other end of the tunnel and enter that entrance, observed Quinn and thought about what this trial was composed of, but nothing popped out to him from the get-go. No way, this is a simple path. What is the catch here? Quinn raised his hand, and some of the surrounding water to form a long ice sphere in front of him. Let's see how this does. Saying that, Quinn shot the ice lance straight ahead towards the other end. The ice lance raced through the water, and contrary to Quinn's expectation, the ice lance didn't face any obstructions, didn't trigger anything before it entered the triangular entrance, and disappeared. Unexpected, really unexpected, thought Quinn before turning his eyes to the floor. Another 7 ice lances manifested from the water and shot towards 7 different parts of the path, but every one of them bounced off without scratching the marble. Nothing at that, too? I need to go in myself. Don't want to do that, really don't. Quinn sighed and took a step forward on the wider marble, one more, and then another. As he moved forward, a very faint blue line shone on the marble floor. That delicate line on the floor went unnoticed by the boy as he walked ahead. Whip. 10 strides in the walk towards the other end of the white floor, Quinn felt something on his body. The feeling was confusing and sudden, and it was only after 2 additional steps that he abruptly stopped and looked down on his shoulder. There he saw red coming out of his shoulder. He couldn't see his shoulder because of the red staining the water, but Quinn could feel a deep gash above his collarbone. As the realization hit and the pain set in, Quinn felt 2 more parts of his body rip, more blood spurted out from his calf and waist as deep gashes marred his body. One of Quinn's transfigured gills also got cut, creating further complications. What the hell? Alarms blared inside Quinn's head as his eyes showed panic and alertness muddled with pain and onsetting heaviness because of the continuous blood loss. His mind was slowing down because of his condition. It took Quinn a few moments to focus through the pain and channel his magic into the safety insignia. And as he did that, Quinn's darkening vision saw a swirl of water fissure come into existence 10 meters in front of him, and from the center of that swirl a pressurized jet of water appeared, ripping through the water towards Quinn. In defense, Quinn was only able to raise his hand. It didn't help much because the jet of water had cut through the muscles of his arm and pierced his body below his chest, just out of the heart's vicinity. He activated the teleportation, and before disappearing from the Leviathan's underpass, Quinn saw 4 more swirls forming in the water, ready to shoot lethal, cutting jets of water. Scene break. The water from the triangular entrance set Quinn down on the floor of the stone cave. For a moment, Quinn's eyes remained closed as he leaked red blood on the floor. Then his eyes snapped open, and no emotion could be seen in his eyes or on his face. Pain. Pain was something Quinn was familiar with. It was something that he had constantly felt during the time he was trying to get his magic back. Every time he loosened the hold on magic, his magic would rush out, and that would cause pain. With the volume of magic inside Quinn's magical core, the rampant magic had enough juice to cause pain for hours before it drained the core of magic. When Quinn finally decided to confront his magic, that pain followed him for hours every day, and Quinn had to bear with it for a good chunk of the day, every day, till he was able to get his magic back under his control. But in those unpleasant days, the pain was Quinn's primary motivator. It was something that Quinn didn't want to feel. As such, Quinn focused on his emotions to ignore the pain. And now, the pain had returned because of injuries. And with those injuries came back panic, a rush of urgency, and fear among multitudes of emotions. Negative emotions were absent from Quinn's regular, peaceful life, but under the current circumstances, they surfaced and came back to his life. A clemency detached Quinn's emotions to the 2nd level so that they were all but a buzz at the back of his head, but his magic remained firmly connected to his emotions. 5 points of injury: shoulder, flank, calf, upper abdomen, and forearm. Quinn's mind sunk into an analytical mode as he analyzed his body. Quinn slightly moved his shoulder and felt the first point of injury. Shoulder, deep cut in the trapezius muscle. Left shoulder disabled. The clavicle bone is safe and unharmed. His attention moved down his body to his waist, and Quinn slightly flexed his abdominal muscles. Flank muscles, external oblique, internal oblique, transversus abdominis, 3-layer of muscle penetration. Quinn groaned in pain because of the injury. Internal injury, large intestine injury possible, degree of injury unknown. Then came Quinn's analysis of his mobility, and that was dependent on his legs. Severe calf tear, diagonal tear. Conclusion: right leg mobility severely restricted. Another critical injury had sharply reduced Quinn's ability to move. He had practically lost his right leg. After that was the turn of the injury Quinn was most worried about. Upper abdomen wound, no exit wound confirmed with severe blood loss. Punctured lung hindering breathing. Quinn was relieved that his heart wasn't injured. The closeness of the injury had been very stressful to him. The last injury was to his forearm and had slightly fractured his bone and had a flexor tendon, which had rendered his left hand's finger useless. Finally, Quinn closed his eyes, and his study and practice of healing magic came to use. A mix of blue and green light flashed inside and across his wounds and slowed down his blood loss. But the blood work wasn't over as Quinn's skill with blood magic came into play, and he mitigated the blood flow to the uninjured veins and arteries. The injuries are too serious for me to heal right now. I need to get out of here, decided Quinn, thinking about his physical situation. His injuries were severe, and Quinn wasn't sure if he would be able to heal them on his own. He wanted to get out of the aquatic vault because apparition was disabled in here, meaning that if he failed to stabilize himself in here, Quinn wouldn't be able to call Polly to pop him to the hospital wing where Poppy could take him. While inside Hogwarts grounds, house elves could elf-apparate inside or outside on their own, but if they had another being with them, they couldn't bring them out or in with them. Meaning that if Polly came to Hogwarts, she wouldn't be able to bring Quinn out of the castle grounds, but she was allowed to apparate him to any part of the castle that wasn't warded off to the house elves. Quinn wanted to get out of there before his condition degraded so that if he did fail to heal himself, he would have Polly pop him to the hospital wing. With grunts and groans of pain, Quinn conjured a stretcher to his side. After rolling onto the stretcher, Quinn stuck his body to the stretcher with magic. The stretcher was levitated and brought Quinn to the tunnel, and after raising itself vertically, the stretcher with Quinn attached to it entered the tunnel. The bubblehead charm covered Quinn's face to provide him oxygen inside water. Scene break. The stretcher with Quinn came out of the tunnel into the Great Lake. Water magic took over and raised Quinn above as he controlled the direction he wanted to go. Quinn strenuously looked to the side, hoping that the Kraken would notice him and carry him to the lakeshore so that he wouldn't have to use water magic to get out, but it seemed that the fates weren't with him today because the Kraken's eyes were closed and it seemed to be sleeping. Need to hurry, thought Quinn. He didn't stop to lament his bad luck. He immediately ramped up the water magic, which would have been difficult because of his current condition. But the negative emotions were very potent when it came to magic, and Quinn was solely channeling them to provide that extra juice. The water around him pushed him up, and Quinn zoomed to the lakeshore while a calm bubble of water protected him from any disturbance. Working through the pain, which Quinn hadn't numbed because it was helping him with a stronger connection to magic and kept him awake, Quinn came out to a portion of the shore with trees. He didn't want to be disturbed and wanted to work in peace. The stretcher laid itself on the ground, and immediately, Quinn started to heal himself. Very slowly, healing magic began to work on Quinn's body and started to knit the very inner portion of his injuries. Quinn knew that he wouldn't be able to completely heal himself and completely recover at the moment. He would need potions and multiple healing sessions for that. So, currently, Quinn's focus was to stabilize himself so that his wounds weren't life-threatening and he could move without degrading his injuries. With his eyes closed, Quinn worked healing charms and spells to slowly and carefully heal his injuries. But it seemed that fate and Lady Luck definitely weren't at his side because Quinn felt a chill descend on him. Something that sucked seemed to want all the joy out of everything. Quinn opened his eyes, and through his tired eyes, saw half a dozen Dementors descend upon him, with more Dementors circling above in the distance. And from the looks of it, they too were coming down towards him. Ah, this is great. Just f-king great. Spat out a tired and busy Quinn and stared at the 6 Dementors. A patroness was out of the question because Quinn was working with negative emotions, and right now, he was amid fixing his body. If he tried to use a patroness, the healing magic would be interrupted and further complicate his injuries. Panic increased, and even though he couldn't feel it, the annoying buzz in the back of his head got stronger. Quinn heavily sighed and murmured to himself, I didn't want to do this. I really don't want to do this. I don't want to dip into that. His eyes got a little sharper as he decided. But it is the best of all the choices I have. He didn't want Polly to come here and see him all injured with a horde of Dementors coming down to get him. If she saw this, Quinn was sure that his grandfather would pull him out of Hogwarts, and he wasn't ready for that. Not to mention there would be further consequences to his lifestyle. Quinn closed his eyes and firmly declared to himself, do it, ask for it, and, hurry. We don't have much time. Then Quinn waited for the thing he wanted to happen as he continued to heal himself. The chilling presence from the Dementors became colder, but just before the happiness-sucking demons sucked the joy out of him, warm and positive energy enveloped him, bringing a smile to Quinn's face. Excellent, smiled Quinn and opened his eyes to see a bright silver, translucent raven flying between him and the Dementors. The Raven patroness turned towards Quinn and stared at him for a second before turning back towards the Dementors. Then Raven flapped its wings fiercely, and as it did, the Raven increased in size from a normal-sized small raven to an eagle-sized bird, but the size increase didn't end, and the Raven continued to grow. Within a span of seconds, the small raven had grown to an elephant-sized behemoth of a bird. The silver light from the Raven patroness was so bright that Quinn had to close his eyes to protect his eyes, but a small smile graced his face. Feeling relieved, Quinn went back to concentrating on healing. The elephant-sized raven flew up and towards the horde of more than 100 Dementors. The wraith-like dark creatures ran away fastly in all directions, doing their best to avoid the Raven patroness and even the slightest silver light coming from it. The creatures that made beings cower were now fleeing in fear because of the Silver Guardian. After chasing away the Dementors, the Raven patroness returned. It shrunk down to the size of a regular raven and flew circles around Quinn. Quinn opened his eyes as the healing magic stopped working. He was stabilized, no longer in life-threatening danger, and was healed enough to move around slowly without moving. Off you go, said Quinn and dispelled the Raven patroness but not before saying, thank you for protecting me. The patroness flapped its wing rapidly before it was dispelled by Quinn. Ugh, now I need to work this out, sighed Quinn as he got up from the ground with a grunt. This sucks. Quinn conjured a robe over his body and walked towards the castle as the sky dark, onsetting the nighttime. Quinn entered the AID office limping. He had conjured a shirt and pants over his body and under his robes in the time he had traveled from the Great Lakes shore to the AID office. Other than his punctured lung, which he mostly had patched at the lakeshore, most of Quinn's injuries were still raw. All the muscle wounds were being protected and being medically stabilized by magic. The fractured bone didn't lose any bone fragments, so Quinn was able to completely fix it. But the muscles were torn and ripped apart by the pressure jet. To fix them, Quinn needed to drink a muscle protein nutrient potion that would provide the body with the material to restore the muscles. Quinn slumped down in one of the client chairs and leaned into it before diving into his mind and recalled the information about his potion inventory. I don't have enough doses. 2 standard dose vials won't work. He looked at the red workshop door and sighed, I will have to make it work for now. Quinn raised a single finger, and a painting on the wall levitated and from behind a rose gold key flew out. The rose gold key flew towards the red workshop door and entered the key slot before turning to open the door. This rose gold key was a spare as Quinn's clothes were still hidden near the lakeshore. Quinn had built detachable pockets that he attached to his clean robes every morning. The primary key was in one of those pockets, so Quinn had to use this spare key. The door lock unlocked with a click, and with an act of magic, Quinn manually opened the cylinder bar's lock system that kept the door extra secured in case someone found a key. After the door opened, 2 vials of dull, dark red potion flew out towards Quinn. Quinn grabbed one vial while the other one entered the conjured pants pocket. Uncorking the vial, Quinn drank the potion in one gulp and set down the empty vial on the table. He closed his eyes and felt the muscle protein nutrient potion immediately took effect. The potion provided the muscle protein nutrient to the body, and Quinn cast healing magic to utilize that concentrated intake of the nutrients. With the healing magic doing its work, Quinn got up from the client chair and moved to his bar stool behind the table. Opening the stationery drawer of his table, Quinn took out a sheet of black paper and a fountain pen with golden ink inside it. It was the same color scheme as the AID cards, gold on black. But before he used the pen and paper, Quinn opened another drawer and took out a fake silver sickle. He pumped magic into it. Previously, he hadn't wanted to risk diverting focus and magic because the injuries were severe, but now he was comfortable diverting magic and focus as his wounds were stabilized. The fake silver sickle transformed to say office on both sides. Quinn put the coin back into the drawer and turned his attention back to the black paper. Let's keep it simple and authoritative, said Quinn as he uncapped the pen and thought about what to write on the black paper. After forming the words and sentences in his mind, Quinn began writing. To Ms. Hermione Granger. Date, May 16, 1994. Subjects, summons for repayment. Ms. Granger, you are duly summoned and required to report at the AID office on the main corridor, West Sections, 5th floor, for repaying the debt owed to me for helping you in your time of need. You are required to appear within 30 minutes of receiving this letter. The moment you open the envelope this letter came in, I would be informed, and the clock would start. For your sake, please comply with the instructions to the point and without any delay. Regards, Q West, Proprietor, AID Consultations. This will do, nodded Quinn, folded the black paper into thirds and put it into a white envelope, and addressed it to Hermione. As he sealed the envelope, Quinn charmed the lip of the envelope in such a way that when it was opened, Quinn would know. As he completed the letter, the office door opened, and his assistant, Luna Lovegood, entered the room. You called? Asked Luna as she skipped into the room. She raised her arm to show a leather and sterling silver bracelet on her wrist. The silver piece on the bracelet showed the words office on it. The sterling silver piece was charmed with the protean charm connecting the bracelet with the fake silver sickle. It was a way for Quinn to summon. Quinn raised the letter in his hand and asked, Yes, can you go to the library and hand this to Hermione Granger? She will most probably be there, but if she isn't, go to the Gryffindor common room and ask a Gryffindor to call Hermione Granger out. Unfortunately, Quinn didn't have recon on his person, or else he would have told Luna Hermione's precise location. But fortunately, Quinn had a lot of key people's regular routines memorized. Luna took out the envelope from Quinn and looked at the Hermione Granger written on it. Okay, shrugged Luna and put the envelope inside her robes. Luna, please make sure that she gets the envelope immediately and tell her that she is to open it immediately. You have to give it to her as soon as possible, insisted Quinn, as he only had a little over 4 hours before the window closed, and he wanted this to end within an hour or two. Also, after you give it to her, don't return to the office for today. When you go to dinner, tell Eddie and Marcus that I am busy and won't be attending the meal today. Tell them it isn't something to worry about and to not look for me. Luna tilted her head and seemed confused about why Quinn was asking these things. But the serious tone in his voice told her that she should just comply. She did stare at him observantly, but nothing seemed out of order. Now, go on and hurry, instructed Quinn. Luna nodded and exited the office to find Hermione Granger to hand over Quinn's letter to her. Quinn sighed in relief and dropped the glamour spell, revealing a slightly pale Quinn. Good thing I thought of disguising myself. He closed his eyes to concentrate on the healing magic to direct the healing process, waiting for Hermione to arrive. Scene break. As Quinn had predicted, Luna found Hermione in the library, reading away from a thick tome with brows furrowed in concentration. And even though she looked severe, Hermione was having a good time as she read the book. Hermione Granger. The mention of her name made Hermione look up from her book and notice a girl with blonde hair and silvery eyes looking at her, standing really close to the table, which surprised Hermione. Yes, asked Hermione tentatively. She recognized the girl in front of her and knew who Luna was. She had noticed the younger girl because she usually hung out with Quinn West's group of friends. Luna frowned at the tone and asked, "You are Hermione Granger, right?" Hermione blinked and nodded in response. "Oh, good. I thought I found the wrong person." Luna took out the envelope that Quinn gave to her from Robes and presented it to Hermione. "This is for you." Hermione confusedly received the white letter envelope from Luna and read her name written in beautiful cursive calligraphy with gold ink. "Who is this from?" asked Hermione. Something told her that the letter envelope wasn't from Luna. "The letter is from Quinn," answered Luna. Quinn, the person who was sitting at the table with Hermione, reading her own books, spoke up. She had been listening to the conversation, but when Quinn came up, she joined the conversation. "Quinn West." Luna looked at the person and saw a girl with red hair and green eyes, a sharp look in the girl's eyes as she stared at her. "You are Ivy Potter. You are pretty," commented Luna, complimenting the girl. "From what I know, there isn't another Quinn in Hogwarts." "But yes, Quinn West." "What does he want?" asked Ivy, briefly glancing at the letter in Hermione's hand. Luna shrugged her shoulders as she replied, "I don't know. He just said to deliver the letter." She turned to Hermione and instructed, "He said to open the letter immediately. And now I am done, so bye." After saying that, Luna turned and left without giving the two girls a chance. She would have stayed and talked to the two, but she had an article to write for Quibbler, and Quinn wanted Hermione to read the letter immediately, so she didn't want to delay that. Luna's abrupt exit surprised Ivy and Hermione, and they just stared at her back as she walked away. Only after Luna had disappeared from their sight did Ivy and Hermione look at each other with surprise. "At novel bin at. That was. I don't know what that was," commented Hermione, still taking in the meeting with eccentric Ravenclaw. "Yes, it was rushed," added Ivy and then pointed at the envelope in Hermione's hand. "Open it. Let's see what he wants." Hermione opened the envelope and took out a thicker than usual black paper. "This is definitely from him," said Hermione, immediately connecting the black sheet with the black AID cards. Her guess was strengthened when she saw the gold words upon unfolding the letter. Ivy watched as Hermione read the letter and noticed that her eyes widened almost immediately. "What is it? What does it say?" "It is a summons for repayment. He is going to ask me to do something for him, just as he said he would," said Hermione, passing the black letter to Ivy for reading. "I need to be there within 30 minutes, and he knows that I opened it. Read it." Hermione had always told Ivy not to worry about the incident as they couldn't change what had happened, and they would worry about it when Quinn asked them for repayment. But now that time had come, Hermione started to worry about what Quinn would ask from her. Ivy read the letter twice and then looked at Hermione. "Let's go. I will come with you." She held the worried Hermione's hand and assured, "I will be there for you, don't worry." Hermione breathed and nodded, thankful for her best friend's support. Scene break. Quinn opened his eyes when he heard the door chime ring. He immediately put on a glamour so that everything seemed normal. It masked the pale skin with some exhaustion with magic, and Quinn looked no different from the norm. Hermione Granger and Ivy Potter entered the office with different expressions. Hermione had nervousness on her face which she was trying to hide, whereas Ivy Potter had caution and vigilance flashing in her eyes. The two girls looked around the office, and the two couldn't get used to the fact that the AID office was lit up with white light coming from an unknown source instead of candle chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. "Welcome, Ms. Granger. Please come in, and I would be lying if I said I didn't expect you to tag along with her, Ms. Potter," sighed Quinn when he saw two people enter his office instead of one. "Now that you two are here, please take seats so that we can start. We have much work to do." Ivy didn't reply and followed Quinn's instructions and sat down in the client chair, with Hermione sitting in the other chair. Quinn raised his hand towards Hermione with palm up. Hermione looked at the hand with confusion, but a split second later, she understood the meaning, retrieved the letter Luna had given her and placed it on Quinn's hand. Quinn gripped the letter and threw it above his head behind him. The letter was incinerated into nothingness and smoke immediately after. He ignored the astonished expression from the Gryffindor girls and started. "So we all know why I have called you here. To repay the debt," answered Hermione shortly. She glanced at Ivy, who was staring at Quinn, who wasn't paying any attention to Ivy. "You are correct. And before we start, I can see that you are nervous. So I would like to reassure you that what I am about to ask will affect nobody other than myself. What I am trying to convey is that your lives won't be any different from before you received the letter today. You can pretend that nothing happened, and it won't make any difference." Ivy narrowed her eyes. Quinn's words didn't reassure her one bit. "What's the task?" She would decide if the task would affect people after listening to what Quinn had to say. Quinn locked eyes with Hermione and opened his mouth to say a phrase that revealed a lot. "I need the time turner." Hermione and Ivy's eyes widened to the size of saucers when the words came out of Quinn's mouth. "Tea time turner? What do you mean?" "I don't understand," stuttered Hermione, trying very hard to pretend to be clueless. Ivy, on her side, closed her eyes when she heard the shakiness in Hermione's voice. The obvious yet poor attempt to hide didn't help one bit. That stutter reveals everything, Ms. Granger. You need to practice lying if you want to fool anyone. A ghost of a smile graced Quinn's lips. Ms. Granger, you have been attending classes for 12 subjects. Without special circumstances, there is no way you would have been able to attend all those classes. You have to understand that 12O.W.Ls are rare but not unprecedented. A lot of to-be head boys and head girls have attempted and succeeded in accomplishing this feat, but the difference between them and you is that those people didn't sign up for all the subjects. Whereas you signed up for every subject class, and from what I have gathered, you attend every single subject. It wasn't compulsory to sign up for all classes to take O.W.L exams. In theory, a student could give all 12 O.W.L exams without attending a single session of all subjects. Most of the students who got 12 O.W.Ls did exactly that. Hermione rubbed her temple as she asked with a sigh, "But how did you know that I was using a time turner?" Time turners weren't mainstream knowledge. It weren't the first thing that popped into one's mind when thinking about Hermione's situation. Even when Ivy Potter noticed something weird about Hermione and noticed that her timetable didn't make sense. It took Ivy to pry the answer off of Hermione to know how she managed to attend classes from 12 subjects. Ivy wouldn't have figured it out on her own. Most people, when hearing about your situation, wouldn't think about it if they aren't close to you. Most people would just sigh thinking about the load that you were taking and then move on with their life. Quinn pointed at himself and continued. Unfortunately or fortunately, I am not like most people. When I heard what you were doing, because I am a busy person and have a strict time management schedule, I immediately thought about how you were doing this. And one day, I decided to investigate, and after some days of eliminating multitudes of viable and non-viable scenarios, I was able to figure out how you were doing this. The last remaining theory was a time turner. Then Quinn decided to plug an event that would strengthen his made-up argument. Do you remember the first day of school when you and Harry Potter were called out to Professor McGonagall's office by her? Hermione nodded, as that was the day she got the information about the time turner. I understood why Harry Potter and I were there, but you didn't have to be there, so while investigating, that thought popped into my mind. It made me assume that Professor McGonagall assisted you in some way, that you didn't find a way on your own, and that made the search radius a lot shorter. Professor McGonagall is a busy person and wouldn't be able to help you out every hour, so I was able to deduce that you were using a magical item from that. Hermione and Ivy sat in their seats and watched as Quinn went on to state surprising insights about how he was able to narrow his final guess to a time turner, all while keeping an expression that seemed to appear that what he did wasn't anything special. And that is how you got the time turner. But enough about this, let's come to why I have called you here, explained Quinn before putting on his business face and stating his demands. I want to go back in time. You have the means to accomplish that and will provide me with the time turner. No, came Hermione's immediate answer. Lending out her time turner wasn't an option in Hermione's mind. Once Ivy had asked to take the tag along because she wanted to see how it felt, but Hermione had put that idea down before Ivy could finish a single sentence. I understand your apprehension. The Ministry has tight control over time tuners. I assume that Professor McGonagall got your time turner from the Ministry. You are only allowed to use it only for your studies and nothing else, stated Quinn, knowing that he would face some resistance. But as I told you, what I will do while back in time wouldn't affect anyone but me. My actions are extremely isolated and won't affect anyone. The only people who even know that something happened are already in this room. Quinn could still see the resistance and unwillingness on Hermione's face, so he decided to give her another piece of reassurance that could possibly convince her to allow him to time travel. Ms. Granger, how about this? You and Ms. Potter here can come with me. I won't go alone, and you can see firsthand what I do while in the past. If you think I am doing something that you aren't comfortable with, you can ask me to stop, and I will give you my word that I will stop. He gauged Hermione's expression and thought as he waited for her response. Don't make me stun you and steal the time turner. I don't want to erase your memories. I would have to erase Luna's memories, Eddie's, and Marcus's to tie loose ends, and I don't want that. Luna had delivered the letter to Hermione, and Quinn had instructed her to inform Eddie and Marcus that he would miss the meal. So to effectively tie all loose ends, he would have to erase that Luna was ever called into the office and asked to deliver the letter. And by now, she would have met Eddie and Marcus, relaying the information, so he would also have to erase their memories to complete the erasure of the entire incident. Hermione took a while to make her decision. Ivy Potter sat by her side, silent. This was Hermione's decision, and if Hermione wanted some advice, Ivy would offer it, but not before asking. Ivy had listened to the entire conversation, and if she was in Hermione's place, she too wouldn't have been comfortable allowing Quinn to go back in the past. But the conditions that Quinn was putting forward were favorable to them. If she didn't have a choice to refuse, then Ivy would agree to Quinn's demand, given that he followed through with his promises. I agree with your demands. All three of us will go jump back to the past, declared Hermione with a half-resigned and half-determined expression. Quinn smiled and responded. Excellent. Excellent, smiled Quinn. The tough and first part of the problem was done. Now he only needed to get the straightforward part over with. I have done some research with the time turner, but you are the authority here. Tell me, how should we do this? Hermione Granger was anything but uncertain. When she decided to do something, she went forward with composure, focus, and without second-guessing her decisions. Now that she had agreed to Quinn's demands, her previous hesitations were put aside. She put her hand inside her shirt and pulled out a sparkling necklace that had an hourglass with blue sand. "Oh, that is shiny," commented Quinn. Now that the difficult part was over, he was much relaxed, so carefree comments flowed out. Ivy and Hermione looked up from the time turner and saw that Quinn was closely observing the time turner with a smile on his face. Time turners that are issued by the Ministry of Magic have an hour reversal charm placed onto them. They had a limit of traveling back a maximum of 5 hours, which is the determined safety limit to the person and the fabrics of time itself, explained Hermione before asking Quinn a question. "So, how long do you need to go in time? Because if it is more than 5 hours, then we are already over before we start." Quinn knew that because of his knowledge, and that was why he had hurried to call Hermione. If there wasn't a time limit, Quinn would have waited till he was fully recovered. "I want to go a little under 3 hours back in time." "I see, then it's fine. This time turner turns back time in hours, meaning that we will go back 3 hours in time," nodded Hermione. "Next, we need a place where we can't be seen. Somewhere we won't be disturbed. We need to find a place that has been empty for the last 5 hours, conveyed Hermione, another rule about time turners. "Professor McGonagall has given me a key to one of the deserted and unused classrooms that I use when jumping back in time." Quinn pointed his hand towards the office as he said, "I knew that, so I have taken measures to ensure that we won't be disturbed in here. No one will be coming here today. I will lock the door, and just to be extra careful, we will start here." Quinn pointed at the workshop as he finished. Ivy and Hermione looked at the workshop door and noticed that the door was different. Especially Ivy, who noticed that the new door looked much sturdier than before. "Yes, the door is new. I had to make another one after our previous altercation. You won't be able to break it as easily as you did before," chuckled Quinn as he read their thoughts from their expressions. The two girls twitched after hearing Quinn's remark. Hermione retrieved her eyes from the red door and nodded. "This will do. Now, before we go back, where are we going?" "We will be going to the woods near the Hogsmeade station, near the lakeside. As I told you, my actions are going to be extremely isolated, and the location is the reason for that isolation." "What are you going to do?" Quinn shook his head and spoke. "I will tell you after we make the jump and reach the woods." Ivy narrowed her eyes at Quinn's refusal to tell the details, but because Hermione didn't say anything, she kept quiet. "Well, let's get this over with," sighed Hermione, while guessing that asking Quinn again would be a waste of time and effort. The boy in front of her always had a shroud of mystery around him, and she didn't think that the shroud would come off today. "Good, follow me so we can get started," said Quinn as he stood up from his barstool. He took out his fake wand and pointed it at the office door, melding the door and frame together. The two Gryffindor girls stood up and followed after Quinn as he pushed open the red workshop door. Quinn closed the door after everyone was inside. Last time, when Ivy was in the workshop, it was dark because she didn't know how to turn on the lights, but this time with Quinn with them, the workshop was brightly lit, and everything was clearly visible for them to see. Hermione and Ivy watched with wide eyes, taking in the things that they could see. There was so much stuff in the room that the variety stunned Ivy and Hermione. "Ms. Granger, let's get going. I would like to get started quickly, so we can get this over with quickly," spoke Quinn to the girls, who were occupied looking around. "Yes. Come closer to me," said Hermione as she pulled on the chain of the necklace with the time turner. Then, the chain expanded. It actually kept on expanding until its length satisfied Hermione. "Get under the chain such that it is surrounding all three of us." Ivy and Quinn walked closer and lifted the chains over their heads to walk inside the circle. The red-haired girl and black-haired boy looked at each other with their vivid green and stone-gray eyes as they stood in close proximity. Quinn slightly smiled as he looked down towards the shorter girl while Ivy stared up with a stern, non-nonsense face. "You look like Daphne, right now," commented Quinn suddenly and smiled when Ivy's face twitched. His objective had been fulfilled. Hermione looked at the two and cleared her throat, and asked, "Are you sure? 3 hours?" "Yes, 3 hours will do. We'll be back here by the end of these 3 hours." He looked at Hermione and added, "We should hurry because 3 people just entered the office." Quinn pointed at the glass wall. Hermione's eyes widened as she immediately understood what Quinn meant by his word. The 3 people that entered the office were the ones from the future. She immediately turned the hourglass timepiece thrice, triggering the time turner and slipping through the sands of times. The bright workshop dissolved. Quinn had the sensation that he was flying very fast, backward. A blur of colors and shapes rushed past him, his ears were pounding, he kept calm and observed the phenomenon through all his senses. And then he felt solid ground beneath his feet, and everything came into focus again. Quinn stood next to Hermione and Ivy inside the dark workshop. There was no light because there weren't any windows, and the rune lights were not turned on. Quinn turned his neck slightly to adjust the chain of the hourglass timepiece cutting into his neck. "We've gone back in time," Hermione whispered, lifting the chain off and looking at Ivy, and Quinn's figures appeared in the darkness. "We went 3 hours back." "Excellent. Let's get going. It will take longer than usual for us to get to the woods," said Quinn as he walked towards the workshop door. "Huh, what do you dash?" Ivy asked what Quinn was talking about when she noticed a clearly visible limp in Quinn's stride that was previously missing. "Why are you limping?" Quinn opened the workshop door and turned his face back to look at Ivy to state in a voice that made it seem that he was saying something obvious, "I am injured." The limp wasn't there before we jumped back in time, chimed Hermione as she looked at Quinn's feet. I was being careful, but now that we are here, I can tell you, said Quinn as he entered the office. The girls followed as his voice became faint. I got injured, and we are going to make it so that I don't get injured further. Ivy and Hermione looked at each other and followed, who kept walking with the limp in his step. You got injured in the woods? Questioned Ivy, trying to get information from Quinn. Kind of. Yeah, I got injured near the woods, said Quinn as the three exited the office and the door locked itself. Ivy watched as Quinn looked around the corridor with an uncomfortable expression. What happened? Quinn briefly glanced at Ivy before going back to look at the corridor. We have to make sure that we aren't seen. We aren't part of this time till the 3 hours pass, we don't belong to this time just yet. So, I would like to not be seen until the time after we return to the office after 3 hours. To make sure that this entire operation remained isolated and contained as much as possible, Quinn wanted that 3 of them to not be seen. Ivy and Hermione understood Quinn's point of view. Hermione looked at Ivy, who looked at her, and the two best friends talked with their eyes behind Quinn's back. After a few seconds, Ivy sighed and nodded. I have the Marauder's map on me. We can use that, said Ivy looking at Quinn's back, who turned to face Ivy and locked eyes with her. Really? Finally, some luck. Then let's use the map. It will make our job much easier. I guess your tagging along is paying off. The map alternated between the Potter siblings every day, and it turned out that today was Ivy's turn. She took out the map from her robes and activated the original inspiration for recon with the secret phrase. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The ink appeared on the old parchment as Ivy unfolded the map and manually looked for their position. My recon has a voice-activated auto-locator, thought Quinn proudly. Ivy found their position, and as she did, Quinn noticed that the map only showed Hermione and Ivy. Quinn was missing from the map. It seems I'm still not traceable with the map, smiled Quinn as he looked at the map. That makes me happy. We tried to fix it, but it didn't work, spat Ivy as he lightly glared at Quinn. That makes me happier, laughed Quinn at her tone. Let's talk about this later, reminded Hermione, who was the only one experienced with time travel. She had gotten used to managing time, and her two companions were wasting precious time. Ah, yes, we should hurry. With my limp, it will take us longer to get there, nodded Quinn before motioning Ivy to step forward. If you would be so kind as to lead the way, Pathfinder. Ivy ignored Quinn and stepped forward to lead the way, while keeping an eye on the map to see the people in their surroundings. Quinn, who was following Ivy, sneakily and silently cast a group disillusionment charm that worked on Quinn's understanding of physical illusions and light manipulation to turn the trio invisible. It was high-quality magic, and it was much better than his previous work this year as an invisible vigilante. The fact that he had been noticed prompted Quinn to figure out a better spell that wouldn't become vulnerable while moving. The general disillusionment charms worked on light manipulation, so Quinn upped the quality of light manipulation and beyond by adding aspects of physical illusions to provide another layer of depth to the stealth. The three eventually made their way towards the woods, taking the party around 3/4 of an hour to get to the point that Quinn wanted. All right, we are here. We are going to make camp here and wait till the event starts, informed Quinn. He took out his fake wand for show and transmuted the ground to rise up to form 3 plateaus before transforming them into stone. Quinn plopped himself down on one of the flat stones and gestured to the girls to take their seats as well. Ivy and Hermione looked to their surroundings and saw that they were barely inside the woods, which had the Great Lake on one side and the Hogsmeade Station on the other. From the way Quinn was sitting, they could deduce that whatever was about to happen was going to happen at the Great Lake's side. After the two finally sat down on the transfigured stones, Quinn spoke up, "We have time before I have to start working, so to pass the time, I would like to make some things clear." Ivy and Hermione glanced at each other while thinking that Quinn was about to tell them what was about to happen, but what followed differed completely from what happened. First, Ms. Potter addressed Quinn. He took a short pause before continuing. "You were at the wrong place at the wrong time. I was going through a bad time when you came across me. And well, you know what followed." Ivy silently stared at Quinn with a totally expressionless face. It was clear she was using a clemency. She knew that Quinn was talking about the polyjuice incident. "If times had been better, even though I wouldn't have condoned your actions, I would have simply ignored you and moved along minding my own business. But the circumstances lead to what happened. And I truly and from the bottom of my heart am sorry that I threatened you and your family." It was true, Quinn would have ignored Ivy in Daphne's form and would have walked away because of his then reluctance to get involved with the events. The sin curse had decreased those inhibitions, and he vaulted into the incident with a particular savageness. Emotions could be peeked from behind Ivy's acclimacy barrier as surprise appeared on her face. She wasn't expecting this from Quinn when he said that he wanted to pass the time. "Next, I don't really mind you breaking into Professor Snape's ingredient inventory to get the potion ingredients. To me, it just showed that you guys were resourceful. I probably would have just mail-ordered the ingredients, but I'm sure you didn't have that option." Quinn knew he was saying that he didn't mind identity theft and breaking and entry. But the truth was that he truly didn't mind it. Quinn was what you called a serial legilimens, which meant that he regularly used legilimency. Every mealtime while he was in the Great Hall, Quinn would use legilimency to peek into the unsuspecting mind of numerous students. Tens of students had no idea that their minds were being read while they chatted and ate their meals. In his second year, Quinn had drugged Ron Weasley to get information out of him, which was again a tremendous violation of privacy. His first meeting with Ginny Weasley had turned into a walk where he tried to go through the girl's recent life. He had practically hacked into a computer system to get the private passwords of numerous accounts. Recon was just that, as he even had the passwords to the professor's private quarters that were practically like their apartments. So when Quinn said that he didn't mind the stuff that he had held against them, he was speaking the truth. Nonetheless, I vehemently oppose you breaking into my office. That wasn't cool at all. The reasoning that you girls based your opinion were, pardon my language, idiotic. Hermione was about to speak, but Quinn stopped her and continued. I know what I am saying is highly hypocritical, but the truth of the matter is that I am somewhat of a hypocrite. Another example of Quinn's hypocrisy was his thoughts about the Lockhart incident. He felt that Lockhart got his punishment but didn't like the fact that it had come from himself. Quinn would have been fine if it came from anyone else than him. And that was classic hypocritical behavior. When Quinn stopped and Hermione said what she was planning to say, you know that what you said makes things worse. I know, but the thing is, what I said is the honest truth. The only reason I am telling you guys this is because, at that time, I was going through a tough time, and telling you guys just lets me get a load off my chest. Hermione Granger and Ivy Potter stared at Quinn, who had an honest smile on his face. Both of them knew what Quinn said was in some ways a lot worse, but the tone and delivery of his words made them confused if they should take it positively or negatively. If you are sorry, then why did you call us to repay? Asked Ivy. She had dropped her acclumency. I said that I didn't appreciate you breaking into my office. That thing is still pretty much entirely on the table. And while I never wanted to ask you guys to repay the debt, Ms. Granger's debt was my best option. If I had something that would help me resolve this on my own, then I wouldn't have given her a single second of thought. Quinn shrugged and referenced. I praised you guys for being resourceful because I like to think I am resourceful as well. This was just me being resourceful. So no hard feelings, alright. Quinn was now done with what he wanted to tell them. He had said everything he wanted to say. He had apologized for threatening the Potter family, about staining James Potter's reputation, getting them expelled, among other things. He didn't mean any of those things, and those kinds of threats would only be true if they had done something that Quinn couldn't reverse or get out of easily. Because even though his grandfather and Leo would support him and he would inadvertently gain the support of the Dark faction, the whole spiel would be a tremendous pain in the ass for Quinn. The party of three sat in silence, with Quinn monitoring the lakeshore while Ivy and Hermione contemplated the words that Quinn had spoken to them. After half an hour, Quinn suddenly stood up from his stone and garnered the attention of his companions. It is time, said Quinn as he stared at the lakeshore. Quinn's abrupt stand surprised Ivy and Hermione, who were sitting silently for the past half hour. They followed his eyesight, and their eyes widened in shock when they saw a heavily injured Quinn West come out of the lake. They were sitting at a distance, but even from there, both could clearly see the wounds on Quinn's body. The gashes on his body were deep and broad, and only their distance from the past Quinn dissociated them from the gory scene. What happened to you? Exclaimed Ivy as she removed her eyes from the past Quinn to their companion. Quinn. I got injured and am currently in the process of healing myself, replied Quinn, who had his eyes fixed on his past self. Should we help you out? What should we do? You should have told us about this earlier, rapid-fired Hermione as she frantically looked back and forth from both Quinns. Quinn raised his arm to motion them to calm down. You two don't have to do anything. Please remember that you are only here to keep an eye on me. You two simply need to stay put. I will take care of everything. Hermione and Ivy had stood up from their seats and were now looking at the past Quinn. Both waited for Quinn to do something, but he just stood still and kept on staring at his past self. Why aren't you doing something? You are going to die, exclaimed Ivy, anxiously looking at the injured past Quinn. With every second that Quinn didn't respond, she grew more uneasy, and after some time, she couldn't hold it back anymore. You are mad? I'm going to help him. He is going to die. And stepped forward, fully intending to help the past Quinn. Quinn glanced at Ivy and sighed. With a slight twitch of his finger, a white dome force field appeared around Ivy, causing her to halt within the confines of the magic. There was a sudden and sharp jump in tension between the group. Ivy threw a wary look at the dome around as she took out her wand. Hermione, who was still standing near her stone, also took out her wand in apprehension. At novel bin at. Ms. Potter, nothing will happen to him. He will not die from his wounds. The fact that I am standing here is proof that he will come out of this alive, spoke Quinn, attempting to pacify Ivy as he threw a glance towards Hermione. He is currently healing his wounds. I'm proficient in healing wounds. I'd like you to calm down. I assure you that he won't die. Neither Ivy nor Hermione at this point knew how time worked, so it wasn't unusual that they would be stimulated by the sight of a badly cut up person. People with lawful good alignments can be a hassle sometimes, thought Quinn. But he was a little surprised. Even after what had happened between them, Ivy would readily try to save him. The force field around Ivy disappeared, freeing her from the confines. And please try to remain quiet. I had to cast a silencing ward around us to stop the voice from reaching him. We need to complete this stealthily, instructed Quinn before going back to observing his past self. Hermione gingerly walked to Ivy and stood by her friend. Did you notice him casting a ward? Because I didn't. Ivy shook her head in response, her eyes locked on Quinn, who didn't look worried at all. Do you have any idea what is happening? Why isn't he doing anything? Didn't he say that he wanted to reduce his injuries? Why isn't he helping his past self? I don't know started Hermione, but her voice came to an abrupt stop. Ivy watched as Hermione's face took an expression of horrified shock. What? Spoke Ivy and turned towards where Hermione was looking and saw the thing that had Hermione stuck in frightening shock. A flying tornado of dark cloaks descended from the dark evening sky. Hundreds of gliding wraiths gathered above the past Quinn, circling in the sky as some of them silently flew down towards the injured boy. The hundreds of creatures had a grim effect on the surroundings as Ivy and Hermione felt the temperature drop around them. It's time. They heard Quinn speak as he calmly looked at the hundreds of hooded cloaks nearing his past self. The Dementors are here. The Dementors are here. Quinn, Ivy, and Hermione watched a horde of more than 100 Dementors descend upon the injured past Quinn. Ivy's eyes went back and forth between Quinn and the scene near the lakeside. She stood frozen, troubled by the scene. Every second, her nervousness and impatience grew stronger. She turned to Quinn and outright screamed. What in the world are you waiting for? Do something? You are going to die. She knew that Quinn could cast a Patronus, as Hermione had told her about Quinn's Patronus demonstration in McGonagall's office. It isn't time yet. He has to say it for me to move. I need his permission to act. Without it, I'm not going to act, declared Quinn, still staring at his past self with unblinking eyes. What? What? Thundered Ivy as she incredulously gawked at Quinn. She couldn't understand what was going on in Quinn's mind. It was then that the past Quinn spoke some words that were audible to the group. Do it? Ask for it. And hurry? We don't have much time. Ivy, who was thundering at Quinn, went silent. What did he say? She asked. He said, do it. Ask for it. And hurry. We don't much time. Hermione repeated the words said by past Quinn and glanced at Quinn, who had finally raised his fake wand. Not the most accurate wording. I already asked and am already here. But I will let it slide since you're injured, chuckled Quinn, and immediately after, a silver glow of light burst out his fake wand. Ivy and Hermione had seen Quinn's Patronus during the train ride to Hogwarts, and at that time, they were only able to identify it as a bird, but this time, they clearly saw the form of Quinn's Patronus. A raven, muttered Hermione, watching the silver bird fly towards the past Quinn. Previously, they were stunned because of Quinn's lack of action, but now they were astonished as they gawked at the small-sized bird growing into an elephant-sized raptor, who chased away the horde of Dementors that numbered greater than 100. I'm still injured, sighed Quinn internally as he looked at the elephant-sized raven Patronus. If I wasn't injured, I could have ramped it up to the size of a giant. After the raven Patronus chased away the Dementors, Quinn made it fly around his past self for protection. It's done. Now, we have to wait for him to get up and go to the office, sighed Quinn as he plopped back down on his stone. The two girls turned their heads from the guardian Patronus to Quinn. Their eyes widened another fraction after they saw a paler than before Quinn. Quinn took out the dull, dark red, muscle protein nutrient potion vial from his pocket and gulped it down to replenish his body with another dose. Sit down, he will take some time to heal himself and go back to the castle, called out Quinn to the stunned girls. What did you just drink? Questioned Ivy, eyeing Quinn's hand, which pocketed the empty vial. Quinn briefly pulled up his left sleeve in response to show the girls a laceration, and inside the wound, they saw the muscle fibers constantly twitching. The wound was covered quickly, after which Quinn explained. I'm still not healed. What is happening to him happened to me a few hours ago. I couldn't heal the wounds of this level in the time I had. On that note, I need to prepare some Ditani to make sure that these don't scar, thought Quinn. Quinn was still relatively new to healing magic, and even though he was miles better than the people who had studied with the time he had, Quinn still couldn't heal the wounds of this level without leaving scars. Hermione walked back to her stone, and after sitting down, asked, Can you please tell me what is going on? I need to understand what is happening. Ivy had also sat down and was looking at Quinn with a look that asked the same question. Alright, let's start with a question from my side, and this is open to both of you. What is the greatest magic of all? Asked Quinn with a smile on his face. Friendship. Love. Quinn put on an off-put face as if repelled by their answer. After seeing that expression, the two girls felt embarrassed. What the hell is wrong with you two? He looked at Hermione and spoke. Friendship. Friendships break all the damn time. You won't even talk to most of the people you know from Hogwarts after you graduate. At novel bin at. Then turning to Ivy, Quinn spoke in the same incredulous tone. If a mother and son are iced in an alleyway by a psychotic murderer, it isn't because they didn't love each other enough. That is ridiculous. Love is love. Magic is magic. Even if you are talking about the strongest emotion that can stimulate magic, Ms. Potter, all emotions are the same. Love is just easier to access because of how we humans perceive emotions. Then what is the answer? Asked Ivy, feeling embarrassed of Quinn's expression and tone. Chronomancy, exclaimed Quinn. The greatest magic of all is chronomancy, the magic of time itself. If a person can manipulate time, then they are invincible beyond anything. Every change in the world is in reference to time. Life and death are just states that come with time. One moment, you are alive, but the next, you can be dead. But if you control the time, you can control life and death. Everything can be at your fingertips with time. If you look into the future, you'll know what is to come. Nothing would ever be able to phase you because you can already see it coming. Even if you can't solve something, you have the ability to rewind time until you are successful. If you can slow, reverse, Fast forward time, then there is nothing you can't accomplish. Quinn raised his right hand wide while keeping his left hand down to reduce movement. And right now, we are manipulating time to our advantage. He looked at Hermione and continued, something Ms. Granger has been doing for the entire year. But with such great power comes danger equal to the advantages. Time is dangerous, complex, chaotic, and not something to be messed with without proper understanding and knowledge. You must know what you are trying to accomplish and how you want to accomplish that, said Quinn with an earnest tone, enunciating his every word so that they would be clear and intelligible. So you understand time? You know what you are doing? Questioned Ivy. Quinn slightly chuckled at the questions. Oh, no, not at all. I don't understand time. It's too complex for me to even get into the basics. But I know what I'm doing. I know enough to pull off what I'm trying to do, or maybe not. Yeah, I'm sure I don't know enough. Hermione and Ivy looked at each other with skepticism. Quinn's words didn't actually inspire confidence in him. Quinn continued to explain, ignoring their expression. I can't manipulate time with magic, the time turner takes care of that. I just needed to make sure that I keep my presence as little as possible to reduce my influence on the timeline. This is why I insisted we must be hidden to the limit. No interaction with anyone after making the jump back in time makes sure that we have a minimum effect. Now, do any of you know of the closed loop theory or causal loop theory of time? Asked Quinn. The two girls shook their heads. They didn't know the answer. A causal loop is a temporal proposition in which, by means of time travel, a sequence of events is among the causes of another event, which is, in turn, among the causes of the first mentioned event. In simpler, no, just in other words, when a future event is the cause of a past event, which in turn is the cause of the future event. Seeing that the girls were still confused, Quinn rolled out the current situation as an example. Let's take this current situation as a reference and an example. I got injured, and while I healed myself, a horde of Dementors swarmed around me to prey upon my soul. In that moment of desperation, I called upon a future version of myself to help me out from this situation by protecting me with a patroness, explained Quinn and then pointed to Hermione. All of this was only possible because I had the knowledge and means to procure a time tuner from Ms. Granger. Without her time turner, it wouldn't have been possible. Moving on, a future version of mine came back in time and helped me out, allowing me to live past this unfortunate situation. Quinn was cut off, and Hermione raised a doubt. So you are saying that time works in this closed loop theory? It made sense because what she had been doing was like this, but from what Quinn said, time was supposed to be complex and not something as simple as this. Oh, no, of course not. I wish it was something so simple. Professor McGonagall must have told you about the catastrophic events that unleash with time turners, said Quinn and then gave some examples. Killing their past or future selves by mistake or altering one's life path in such a drastic fashion that it can result in temporal anomalies such as unbirths. And these scenarios are anything but closed loops. Did you know? Once, the unspeakables down in the ministry sent back one of their people 500 years into the past. She stayed there for 5 days, and when the unspeakables finally pulled her back, she died because it turned out that if you sent some back and forth in time, they aged the time they travel back. The unspeakable aged rapidly and died because of old age. And a lot more consequences that really caused more problems. Quinn scoffed before he pointed out the restrictions placed upon the time turners. The 5-hour restrictions might be due to safety reasons, but believe me when I say this, we can do substantial damage to the timeline in mere 5 hours. Ivy and Hermione didn't know Quinn well enough, but after what they had seen today, both were sure that he wasn't jesting. Coming back to the point, what I did was create an artificial closed loop. I created circumstances that would keep the series of events as close to the actual events. By doing this, I would reach the same place where my future self did when saving me. This time Ivy had a question, and from the tone, the subject irked her. Doesn't this mean that there is no free will? Once the cycle starts, you will have to follow the course that was set for you. Quinn ever so faintly smiled and turned his gaze towards his past self. You may be correct, Ms. Potter. This type of time travel doesn't allow free will. Once started, every Quinn West will have to follow the path of events that was set for them. He turned back to Ivy and asked, but I did have free will in this case. The events that you saw are exactly the same as I encountered. Look back to the events and think about when my free will came into play. Both the girls went into retrospection about the recent events. It took a couple of minutes before Ivy came up with an answer. When you refused to move until you heard the words from your past self. Is that the free will you are talking about? Opined Ivy, though not sure if her answer was correct or not. Ding dong ding, nodded Quinn and sang as the answer was correct. I know myself better than anyone else. So I know that in this situation, every Quinn West would use this method because all of them would think this is the best choice. But even though they know that, it is their choice, their free will to start the loop despite knowing that they would have to continue onto a path that won't give them any more free will. But what if your past didn't make the same choice? What would happen then? Asked Hermione. Quinn shook his head as he answered. I don't know. Maybe we would have disappeared, our existence erased forever. Maybe we would have stayed here and we would have 2 sets of Quinn West, Hermione Granger, and Ivy Potter. Most probably, the unspeakables in the ministry would detect the disturbance in time and then hunt us down to somehow fix things up. Quinn was sure that if the past himself that was healing himself right now didn't go back in time, around the same time he traveled here, then the unspeakables would notice some form of agitation in time. And you still did this? Asked Ivy in disbelief at Quinn's decision to go through this. Yes, I did. I told you, didn't I, Ms. Potter? You need to know what and how you are doing things, and if you know those things, the results will turn out how you want them to be. Every step I took was to ensure that things went smoothly, declared Quinn with confidence and certainty about his preparation. And the fact that it worked for my future self, who helped me out, shows that it is possible for me. But your past self still hasn't gone back to the past? What if he decides not to go back? What if Ivy and I refuse to go back with you? Questioned Hermione, as from what Quinn said, all three of them need to go back in time. Oh, he will go back, Ms. Granger. He knows the fact that I am here and that the time turner only allows one-way travel. My past self owes me for saving him, he will repay me by exiting this time, so I can take his place, laughed Quinn merrily and looked the two girls straight in the eye. You thought that I only placed others in my debt? Oh, no, even me, Quinn West, owes myself a debt. He will now go to another time and get another Quinn West under his debt, who will pay the debt, and the cycle will continue. Quinn straightened up and softly smiled with superiority flashing in his eyes. This might sound corny but, one mountain cannot contain two tigers. There can't exist two Quinn West at the same time. There can only be one and, in this timeline, it will be me. As much as Quinn loved himself, he wasn't on board with another one of him existing alongside him. Ms. Granger, tell me, why do you think I brought you both here? Quizzed Quinn. I know you are expecting to give you a different answer than us trying to stop you from doing things we are uncomfortable with, presumed Hermione. Smart girl. Yes, I brought you two here for a reason beneficial to me. Give it a thought, smiled Quinn, curious if they would be able to figure it out. While Hermione and Ivy thought of the answer, Quinn thought something inside his mind. Why am I giving them all these questions? I should just tell them the answers. Whatever, this is going well. Quinn knew he let people ask questions to control the flow of information. But today, he was asking them questions and guiding them to the answers. I knew that there was a personal angle, commented Ivy, as her eyes narrowed a fraction. But I can't figure it out. What is it? Quinn smiled before looking at Hermione to see if she had an answer, but the holder of Time Turner 2 didn't have an answer. Quinn thought back to the time he was thinking about stealing the Time Turner. Even though he thought of doing that, Quinn knew that Hermione would be coming with him. Ivy coming with them was decided the moment she decided to step into the office. He wasn't going to let them stay with the knowledge of what he was doing. All right then, I will tell you. The reason I proposed the idea of you two coming along with me was that I wanted to turn you two into accomplices, revealed Quinn. He wanted them to know what position they were currently in. I was determined to get the Time Turner from you, Ms. Granger. And when you decided to allow the use of a ministry-restricted artifact, given to you for education purposes, for something not even closely related to education made you an accessory to a crime. But when you made the decision to accompany me, your status jumped to an accomplice. Hermione's eyes widened because she knew that allowing Quinn to use the Time Turner could get in her trouble. Hearing that her original reasoning of making sure Quinn didn't do damage had turned against her. Quinn turned to Ivy and told the redhead about her contribution. Ms. Potter, if you, on a side note, didn't accompany me, you would be, at first, what we can call an abettor, someone who allowed the crime to happen, although didn't help in the crime. Now though, you turned into an accomplice by accompanying me back in time. While Hermione's jump was from an accessory to an accomplice, Ivy's jump was wider, as she turned from an abettor to an accomplice. The reason Quinn allowed them to come with him so readily was that he wanted to implicate them with him. So, if a time came where the two girls were feeling loose-lipped, they would remember that the secret they were about to slip could get them in trouble. I'm sorry if this hurts, but I had to do it. I can't allow this to get out. This is something very private to me, apologized Quinn. Hermione's Time Turner was the resource that had allowed him to maintain anonymity. If it wasn't an option, Quinn could potentially have to reveal the existence of the third vault. You were a great help, so I do feel sorry for chaining you down like this. But just as I promised at the office, this doesn't affect anyone other than me. Ms. Potter made sure that no one saw us inside the castle, and our location made sure that no one saw this event. We can forget about this, and it won't matter, muttered Ivy, staring at Quinn, who nodded. Yes, I'm not planning to tell this to anyone, and if you don't, it will remain a secret between us three. The three fell into silence, with none of them wanting to speak. The two girls contemplated the events that had transpired while Quinn observed them. After some time, Quinn noticed that his past self got up. He silently cast a minor mental illusion on the two girls, so they wouldn't see him getting up from the ground and clothe himself with conjured clothes without a wand. When his past self was done, Quinn lifted the mental illusion and alerted the girls. He's done. Ivy and Hermione turned their heads to see the clothed past Quinn limping towards the castle. What's next? Asked Hermione. We wait for Luna to enter the office. When she leaves the office, we go to the office, responded Quinn, looking at Ivy as she possessed the Marauder's map. I want to be in the castle the less the better before our past selves leave. Minimum footprint, minimal interference. Scene break. Quinn, Ivy, and Hermione reached the AID office while making sure they weren't seen. Are they gone? Asked Hermione to Ivy, who had the Marauder's map open in front of her. Ivy nodded to affirm that their past selves were no longer in the workshop, which prompted Quinn to limp towards the red workshop and open it to check inside, to confirm that the workshop was empty. They are gone, smiled Quinn, turning to the girls. Congratulations? The mission is complete and successful. He limped to the barstool behind his table. Quinn looked towards the girls and spoke. If you hurry, you can still get to the feast with enough time to get a quick bite. Hermione nodded with a sigh. She was definitely feeling both tired and hungry. Thank you once again. Both of you helped me out a lot, and I'm grateful for that, smiled Quinn. Hermione looked at Ivy and was about to gesture to her best friend that they should leave, but then saw that expression on her face, and for some reason, it reminded her of the time when she asked Quinn about the information on the basilisk after they had been blackmailed by Quinn. Oh, no, what is she about to do? Thought Hermione with worry, and then Ivy spoke. Were you the one who saved us inside the Chamber of Secrets? Were you the one who saved us in the Chamber of Secrets? Quinn, who was planning to brew a batch of muscle protein nutrient potion and prepare an essence of Didani for his wounds, stilled for a split second. He wasn't expecting this question. The thought that Ivy Potter would ask him this hadn't entered his mind. There were still some times where Quinn didn't associate the decision and actions he had made last year with himself. So when Ivy threw this sudden bomb at him, he genuinely stopped for a moment. But his acting skills came in clutch as there were no sudden actions from Quinn's side as he gained composure almost instantaneously and glanced up at Ivy, following the eye contact with a confused tilt of his head. Pardon me? Ms. Potter, I might have told you about the chamber's location, but I haven't been to the actual Chamber of Secrets. I only know that its entrance is somewhere inside Myrtle's lavatory, so believe me when I say that I didn't save you, said Quinn before putting on an expression of curiosity. I actually don't know what happened down in the mysterious Chamber of Secrets. Can you tell me what happened? He had no intention of ever telling anyone that he had been down in the Chamber of Secrets. It would raise many questions that Quinn currently didn't want to answer. Even now, there were glass vessels full of basilisk venom and multiple basilisk fangs, locked away in his suitcase, secured for the day when Quinn needed them. Ivy didn't respond and continued to stare at Quinn for a solid few seconds before turning her back to Quinn and walking towards the office door. We're leaving, said Ivy to Hermione. Quinn turned towards Hermione and nodded to her as a goodbye, who returned it before following Ivy to leave. After they left, Quinn groaned as he got up from his barstool. That was sudden. At least I handled it smoothly, sighed Quinn. He limped to the workshop and spoke as the door opened. Now, let's get my body fixed. Scene break. Hermione and Ivy walked away from the AID office. As Quinn had said, there was still some time left in the dinner feast, and both were walking to the Great Hall. Ivy probed Hermione, glancing at her silent and contemplative best friend. Hermione could guess it was about her question to Quinn but still asked, "What are you thinking?" The question had been sudden as most of Ivy's abrupt actions when dealing with Quinn, but Hermione had to give it to Ivy because she asked questions that she was curious about or found useful. Ivy didn't look at Hermione as she replied. He was the one who saved us. It was Quinn West who destroyed Riddle's diary. But West said he didn't. He did, and he was lying, spoke Ivy, still not looking at Hermione as she continued. He mentioned something that only someone who has seen the chamber's entrance would know. He did, furrowed Hermione, trying to recall what Quinn said, but nothing popped out to her. Yes, West said that the chamber's entrance was somewhere in Myrtle's lavatory, and that implies that he had never seen the entrance, but then he slipped up. He asked me what happened to us in the chamber. Yes, but how is this him slipping? Asked Hermione, confused. It's the words he used. He didn't use something like inside the chamber but used down in the chamber, said Ivy, finally turning to Hermione. West claims that he had never seen the entrance, so how does he know that the entrance is a tube that goes down to the chamber? Last year's event had led Ivy Potter to think a lot about her interactions with Quinn West. And one thing that she had perceived about Quinn West was his carefulness with words. He chose what to reveal carefully. Usually, he wouldn't make such a slip, but West was clearly hurt and uncomfortable. With those injuries, he unknowingly let that slip. From that, we not only know that he has seen the entrance but also has been inside there. Ivy was convinced that her reason was correct. He was the one who saved us. I am sure of it. And just as she thought last year, this made things complicated. To Ivy Potter, Quinn West was a person who never did anything without a reason or some kind of self-interest. So why would he come down to Chamber of Secrets when he knew that there was a deadly monster like the basilisk present there? After thinking a lot about it, Ivy couldn't think of a reason Quinn would come down to a dangerous place. There was nothing inside there that would be worth it for Quinn to risk his life. She didn't want to think that Quinn did it selflessly, without any profit, and that made things complicated. Ivy Potter was conflicted. Scene break. Come on, run faster, this pace isn't good enough. Show me some spirit. You want to play as soon as possible, right? Said Quinn as he moved behind a slightly panting and sweating Eddie. What are you doing? Why are you pushing me today? Asked Eddie as he huffed and puffed. Eddie had attended the Ravenclaw Quidditch team tryouts for the chaser position. With his daily workouts with Quinn, mixed with his own flying sessions, Eddie passed the tryouts with flying colors and was by far the best chaser applicant from the lot that tried out. It turned out that Eddie was like a game character who completed all the side quests before attempting the main boss because the result from 3 months of persistent workouts, broom training, and the daily grind had allowed Eddie to breeze through anything that was put in front of him. Eddie was innately tough and didn't seem to scare away from incoming bludgers and didn't dodge too early, which could lead to missing opportunities and was the biggest problem with new chasers. During the tryouts, Eddie's bludger dodges were so close yet so smooth that the people watching were in awe while sweating at the sheer fearlessness that he displayed. It had prompted Quinn to yell out, "Mad lad," a ton of times from the stands. But that wasn't even the crazy part about Eddie's tryouts. It was his quaffle throwing skills that had everybody in shock. It turned out that Eddie had a way with the quaffle. He was able to swing the quaffle in every possible direction. Eddie was so damn good that none of the Ravenclaw Keeper applicants couldn't block a single throw from Eddie. And it didn't get any better when the official Ravenclaw Keeper switched in to test him. Eddie, the quaffle bender, successfully scored every single time he threw the ball. In fact, Eddie's performance was so good that he was already better than the 3 starting chasers. And the only reason he wasn't on the team was that the chaser position required teamwork. Unlike Seeker and Keeper, chasers and beaters had to work together to keep the quaffle and bludgers moving. Eddie needed to be inducted into the chaser system to function on the team. The team was already planning to make Eddie the primary scorer because of his quaffle throwing skills. Eddie thought that now that he had joined the team, he could relax a little, but it seemed Quinn had different plans. You passed the tryouts, but if you want to be the best chaser, you need to be able to handle the beating from other chasers, who will try to fly into you to knock the quaffle out of your grasp. You need stamina and strength to withstand those blows, so we are upping your training, replied Quinn while still following behind Eddie. Don't think now that you have made the team, you can relax. Nope, to attract the ladies, you need to shine, and I am going to make you shine on that field. Edo turned his head back towards Quinn and looked down at Quinn's feet. And what the hell is that? Quinn was following behind Eddie, but he wasn't running like Eddie was. Beneath Quinn's feet was a dark blue skateboard deck-shaped structure with bronze streaks, but without the other components like the truck and the wheels. And Quinn was standing on a wheelless skateboard that hovered off the ground and gilded behind Eddie as he ran. Oh, this is a hoverboard, smiled Quinn, leaning forward. That made his speed increase and overtook Eddie. He rotated after he got past Eddie and faced him while moving and was now moving along the board's breadth instead of the length. It uses similar charms employed to make brooms, though I have made changes to them. This baby isn't as fast as a broom and can only hover a few feet above the ground, but it has much better control with a silky smooth ride. And if you can hold onto it, you can scale any surface as it can grip onto surfaces while hovering over them. It is pretty easy to control it by shifting your weight to change speeds and brake. Eddie looked at the hoverboard painted in Ravenclaw colors with fascination and wonder. Holy shit, this is amazing. Are you planning to sell these? I want to buy one, asked Eddie as he continued to run. You can have one, smiled Quinn before saying. But, I am not going to sell these. Eddie looked up at Quinn's face and spoke in surprise. But why? This will probably sell more than brooms. I think parents would buy these instead of toy brooms. You have to sell these. Don't you think I thought of that? I already know if I sell these, they will fly off the shelves. But I can't sell them, sighed Quinn before revealing his reasoning. If they go out, people will stop walking. And that is how people get fat. He looked at his feet and declared, "This invention of mine is too dangerous for the magical kind. I'm doing this for the sake of the world." Brooms were big and long, so people didn't use them in their daily lives. But Quinn's hoverboards were small and compact. If he sold them, Quinn was sure that obesity would increase among the magical kind. People would stop walking and literally stand on his invention to get places. Also, this looks almost exactly the same as the non-magical skateboard. I'm sure that most of the governments would ban it because if people bought these, one of them could easily get into the hands of a non-magical person. Then change the shape into something else. Problem solved, shrugged Eddie, without realizing that Quinn was very slowly increasing his speed, and he was subconsciously trying to keep up with it. I know that, but as I'm not going to sell these, I don't need to. I will change the shape of the one I'll give you, so it won't cause you trouble. The only reason Quinn had brought the hoverboard out was that he was injured and needed to act like nothing was out of place. The first thing he did in the morning was the workout with Eddie. And Quinn never skipped a workout, so to make sure that Eddie didn't notice anything was wrong with him, Quinn decided to sacrifice Eddie's comfort by pushing his workout intensity up a notch while pretending to be a trainer monitoring him. Now, come on. Move those legs. I want to see enough sweat to fill a glass, but remember to stay hydrated. Eddie groaned as he picked up the pace. This sucks. Yeah, show me that spirit. Whine more if it helps, I don't care. You suck. Ah, thank you for the compliment. Scene break. Rivers Locke returned from his low-level clerk job at the ministry to his humble home. He opened his letterbox to check to see if he had some mail waiting for him. Taking out the contents, Rivers shuffled through the various pamphlets, advertisements, subscriptions, and some personal letters. Rivers looked at a cheap envelope with nothing written on it, not even the sender's name or who it was addressed to. He opened the envelope and retrieved a folded parchment with words written in untidy scribbles. As Rivers read the parchment and his eyes widened in shock. He immediately folded the parchment, looked around the street, and hurriedly entered his home. Inside his home, Rivers sat down on his dining table. And once again read the letter that was left in his letterbox. This is fascinating. I didn't know this existed, muttered Rivers to himself as he reread the contents. The Shrieking Shack has a secret passageway that opens up beneath the Whomping Willow. Rivers Locke, pureblood, was a man in his mid-20s who worked at the ministry as a low-level clerk. His daily job was collecting the memos from his office area and charm them into airplanes, so they would reach their destination across different parts of the office. A job that caused him to face a lot of abuse when someone didn't get the memo or pretended to not get the charmed memos. It was a menial and repetitive job that had no scope of future progress, and Rivers only did it because he needed to pay the bills. On the personal side of his life, Rivers lived a lonely life, alone without a significant other or even a pet. He didn't have much contact with his family because they liked his older brother better because of his more noteworthy ministry job, while he was stuck as a lowly clerk. That was the Rivers lock, which was presented to the public for everyone to see. A person with low self-esteem, who didn't stand up for himself, let others walk all over him, let others take advantage of him, didn't know how to socially navigate a work environment, someone others wouldn't give a single look of significance. He was just another face in the crowd, forgotten after a single glance. In actuality, Rivers' Locke was anything but how he showed himself to the world. A person with low self-esteem? No, Rivers' Locke was a person with overflowing confidence in himself and pride that he was better than others. He wasn't a person who didn't stand up for himself. If you crossed Rivers' Locke, he would make sure that things would come around to bite them back. He didn't forget easily and held grudges. It would seem that others were taking advantage of Rivers, but it only was because Rivers did nothing about it. If he wanted, they would end up losing instead of taking advantage. He wasn't a socially inept person. Rivers knew exactly what he was doing. He made sure that people wouldn't give him another glance, that they wouldn't think of him as competent. It was all just for show. All of it was a facade so that people wouldn't find the real him. The real him that the world wouldn't accept because they couldn't understand him. At novel bin at. So Rivers' Locke hid away and put on a mask, something that wouldn't gain him much attention, so that he wouldn't have to pretend much. He didn't make friends because that would be more pretending. He didn't get into relations because he wasn't interested. His family didn't seem to take an interest in him, and that was fine with Rivers. But, unfortunately or fortunately, Rivers found that he couldn't hide his authentic self. He needed an outlet that would let him vent the things that were locked away. To achieve that, he created Novellus Actionites. Somewhere he could be himself but at the same time remain in the shadows. Rivers knew what he was doing, and because of that, some Aurors or even some members of Novellus Actionites knew who he was. He was able to control an entire terrorist group without ever revealing his identity, not a single aspect that would point out that Rivers' Locke was the one who started Novellus Actionites. And right now, the anonymous leader of Novellus Actionites was sitting on a vital piece of information that allowed him to get inside the castle, which was said to be the most secure place in the country. Rivers rubbed his finger over the bottom of the parchment, and while he considered the information in the letter extremely useful, he didn't like the fact that this letter was delivered to his home. The sender had somehow figured out his identity that he had been able to hide from hundreds of people and the authorities that were out to get him. Peter Pettigrew, muttered Rivers with a flat voice as he stared at the sender's name at the end of the letter, with not a single emotion on his face. Quinn stood in front of the full-size mirror in his, Eddie's, and Marcus's dorm room while twisting and turning his body. He was looking to the mirror to see the state of his body. All right, no pain, no scarring, the coloration is consistent, everything seems to be back to normal, noted Quinn as he jumped, flexed, and moved his body to check if his body was functioning normally. The Leviathan's Underpass incident had been 3 days ago, and it had taken Quinn this time to heal himself while pretending that nothing was wrong with him. With copious use of glamours and illusions, Quinn was able to hide the fact that he was walking around with a punctured lung and a ripped intestine amid healing. After the time-turner events, Quinn had pulled an all-nighter to fix enough stuff that would allow him to function without arousing suspicion. For 3 days, Quinn had spent almost all his time in the room of requirements, fully concentrating on healing. Quinn didn't have experience with healing humans. Sure, he could heal minor wounds, but this level of injuries wasn't something he had tackled. So every step he took was planned with caution and executed with excess care, even if it meant that Quinn spent almost every waking second of his day casting healing magic. But that hard work and persistence were rewarded with a complete recovery. If someone were to look at Quinn, they wouldn't realize that he was stabbed, cut, and fractured just 3 days ago. Damn, I look good, smirked Quinn narcissistically, flexing poses in front of the mirror. At that moment, Marcus walked out of the attached bathroom after having taken a bath to see Quinn making poses in front of the mirror while dressed only in his underwear. Don't be creepy, and drop that smirk, it's weird, said Marcus as he passed by Quinn towards his wardrobe. Dress up quickly. I'm hungry, we need to go to breakfast. Yeah, said Quinn, clearing his throat as he stopped posing and walked towards his bed where he had laid down his clothes. Then Marcus saw Eddie, lying face side down on his bed, not really moving. What happened to him? Oh, it's nothing. I just put him through an anaerobic course. He is gassed out, replied Quinn, as he buttoned up his shirt. Marcus lifted his leg and gently kicked Eddie on his bum. Eddie groaned. Come on, get in the shower. We need to get going, spoke Marcus as he too started to get ready for the day. Eddie groaned for a solid 10 seconds before pushing himself off the bed. He walked towards the bathroom. As he passed by Quinn, Eddie tried to kick him, but Quinn arched his back forward, making him miss. Quinn chuckled as Eddie clicked his tongue and walked into the bathroom. After getting dressed, Quinn and Marcus went down to the common room to wait for Eddie as he got ready. Good morning, Luna, greeted Quinn and sat beside his favorite Ravenclaw, excluding himself, of course. Luna lifted her head from this week's copy of Quibbler to face Quinn. Good morning. She then stared at Quinn for a good few seconds before asking, it seems you are feeling all right. Quinn sat down beside Luna and raised a brow in inquiry. What do you mean? I was always all right, Luna. Inside he was feeling a little worried. You weren't feeling well for the past 3 days, but today you seem fine, answered Luna. Why do you say that? Luna took out a package from her book bag and turned to Quinn. When talking to the clients in the office, you were less. Quinn-like, it wasn't that different, but I noticed it. Second, you were smiling and speaking less than usual, so I assumed you weren't feeling well. She placed the package onto Quinn's lap and said, this is your copy of the special issue of the Quibbler. It goes out next week, but Daddy sent 2 in advance, one for me and this one for you. Quinn stared at Luna in amazement as the blonde went back to reading the special issue of Quibbler while holding it sideways because of the sideways layout of one of the articles inside. He had thought that he had successfully pulled acting normal, but it seemed like someone observant like Luna, who spent a lot of time with him, noticed that something was wrong. I still have a long way to go, it seems, smiled Quinn, but then another thought entered his mind, and it made him think, maybe it's a good thing. Quinn took out a chocolate from his pocket and held his hand in front of Luna. This is for you, Luna. But don't eat it now, okay? Luna glanced at the chocolate, picked it up from Quinn's hand, pocketed the small chocolate before going back to reading. Marcus came back from checking the in-house library to see if it was updated. There are 2 new books, one on arithmancy and the second on astronomy. Why are you smiling? Asked Marcus when he noticed a broad smile on Quinn's face. It's nothing, replied Quinn as he put the special issue of the Quibbler into his book bag. Scene break. Quinn stretched inside the Aquatic Vault's stone cave with a severe expression on his face. He raised his eyes towards the triangular entrance and walked towards it to start the trials. As Quinn walked towards the entrance, he smoothly raised his hand to touch the orb of water, which provided him with the safety teleportation insignia. The water orb was absorbed into his body, and the blue insignia appeared on his body. Let's do a speed run. As Quinn stepped into the triangular entrance, he began transfiguring himself. The insides and outside of his body wriggled, and the underwater respiratory system began to form. By the time he was teleported, Quinn had already taken the first gulp of water, which activated the system. Quinn opened his eyes. He felt the water around him disappear and saw the raging vortex beneath him. Without using any magic to slow himself down, Quinn assumed a diving posture and plunged into Poseidon's wrath with zero hesitation. Inside the violent water, Quinn raised his hands wide and exerted water magic. Immediately the rampaging water started to curve around him, leaving behind a much gentler flow for him to stand in. His eyes sharpened as he looked towards the center of the vortex, and even though he couldn't see the center because of the moving water, Quinn knew it was there, and he had to get there. Out was the gradual path switch approach which Quinn had used when he had been helpless against the roaring currents. But now, Quinn looked at the gentle stream of water surrounding him. Now, the angry maelstrom bent under his will, under his magic, under the control he was able to exert on anything water. Quinn contorted his body slightly, and with that movement, the magic started to build inside him. It rushed, ready to perform supernatural feats, and with a command from Quinn, it released into the world. He shot forward, and the Arctic blue magic rushed ahead and around him, forcing the water to come down for Quinn to cruise through the path as if he owned it. Poseidon's wrath, which required Quinn to go in circles around the vortex as he got close to the center, was conquered as Quinn paved a straight route directly to the center. When he came out to the center with speed, Quinn dropped straight down, without bothering to slow himself down, and entered Tohem's delight without an intermission. Quinn enjoyed the calm embrace of the chasm of darkness, but he instantly broke the calm by creating spherical waves of water to launch a search operation to the next trial. Tohem's delight shook as wave after wave of deep water vibrations were sent out from Quinn, who stood straight in the water, already used to the unusual calmness of Tohem's delight. He could shake the effects if he concentrated. Within a few seconds, Quinn got back the vibrations, and using haptics and magical senses, he interpreted them to find the location of the next triangular entrance. Up, thought Quinn as the entrance was above him. A burst of Arctic blue magic pushed Quinn up at a jet speed. He left behind shock waves of water in trail. Quinn didn't slow down and directly entered the entrance, which teleported him out of Tohem's delight. The light from the crystal lattice assaulted Quinn's eyes, causing him to squint a little, but the moment his eyes adjusted, Quinn focused on his next target. The well of hatal encumbrance that aimed to crush anyone who dared to venture inside, and it waited for Quinn to get inside and face the challenge. Quinn stepped into the well, and despite it being a deep hole, Quinn walked to the center as if he was walking from the shallow end of the pool to the deeper side. Ripples shook the water inside hatal encumbrance as Quinn sank down into the well. Instead of just creating a small area of normalized pressure, Quinn normalized the entire well and all the water inside. The entirety of the pressure that threatened to crush Quinn disappeared as his magic applied dynamic water force to push up against the downward pressure. His magic overrode the oppressive nature of the trial and forced it to convert into something that Quinn desired. Quinn stared down towards the entrance at the bottom of the well. The words etched above the entrance stared back at him, which made him recall the jets of razor-sharp water that pierced holes in his body. His eyes closed them as he slipped into the entrance and was taken away to the place that was named the Leviathan's Underpass. The same tunnel greeted Quinn with its white marbled floor and the circular wall of water that encased Quinn inside in a tubular form. His feet touched the white marble, which had a grainy surface, probably designed to prevent slippage since there was water there. I'm back again, thought Quinn, as he stared straight ahead at the entrance that was 50 meters ahead of him. Quinn closed his eyes, and water started to ripple around him. He felt some rage bubble inside of him. Quinn had been channeling anger the entire way. His usual methods of passing the trials were injected with the emotion of anger, and that added an aspect of brute forcing through his actions today. Quinn wanted to get here as quickly as possible without wasting time in the trials he had already passed. You have caused me a lot of trouble in the last few days, thought Quinn, staring at the Leviathan's underpass. It was as if he was talking to the trial. I had to mess with time without knowing how it actually works. It could have gone wrong, and I could have lost my life. Just remembering the thought of asking someone else, even if that someone else was himself, made his blood boil. That, in consequence, made the rippling more and more pronounced. You made me use a debt that I wasn't planning to cash in. I had to reveal a part of my life that I didn't want to share. Ivy Potter and Hermione Granger's debt had been gained while under the influence of the sin curse, and it had been obtained through blackmail, which wasn't Quinn's preferred means of gaining favors. He liked people to think that they were simply helping Quinn back when he helped them out. Quinn preferred when the other party thought they were doing things with their own free will and not because he held something to their heads. Calling that debt not only meant that he had been backed into a corner, but it also revealed something that he had been keeping under the wraps. Last year, he had to reveal the second vault to his family, and while he didn't regret it, Quinn didn't want more people to know about the cursed vaults. But then, this happened. Ivy and Hermione ended up seeing him in his most prone state, and even though they never found about the vaults, it was too close for comfort. It pissed him off. Let's get this started. Quinn stepped forward, and the spherical waves rippled out from him, initiating his sonar vision. The waves went out, bounced off the water walls, and came back to him to whisper about the things around him. 10 steps in, Quinn felt 4 chaotic swirls twisted into existence in the surrounding water, 2 behind him, 1 above him, and the last right in front of him. Quinn did a lazy wave, and the water swirls flashed in Arctic blue before fizzling into oblivion. More. From then on out, with each step Quinn took, more and more swirls started to appear at an increasingly fast rate. You get a boop, you get a boop, you get a boop, everyone gets a boop, thought Quinn. He had his hands behind his back as he walked forward. Quinn destroyed the water swirls that were supposed to shoot pressurized jets of water before they could get them out. From outside of the water tunnel it looked like Quinn was walking on the white marble while several Arctic blue lights flashed all around him. After passing the quarter mark, Quinn cancelled out 30 water swirls every few seconds. His occlumency was working overtime to decipher the information from the sonar, and his magic casting skill was being pushed to the limit by targeting 30 randomly emerging targets. Halfway through the second quarter, Quinn had to handle 40 targets every couple of seconds. It was getting difficult to consistently destroy all targets. Need to change tactics, decided Quinn. He was getting into the territory in which one miss would hit Quinn with a pressurized jet of water that would rip any part of his body. So right after he stopped a wave of swirls to annihilate him, Quinn raised his arm up, and a dome of transparent Arctic blue briefly flashed around him. Let's see how the defense works. Quinn stopped walking, and just when the Arctic blue light disappeared, another 40 swirls appeared, and for the first time today, 40 spears of pressurized jets of water shot out. All 40 water spears collided against Quinn's dome, and every contact point glowed in Arctic blue while ripples went out on impact. All right, pretty stable integrity. Nothing seems to be getting past, noted Quinn, and once again started walking. What started at 4 swirls had now become 50 swirls and thus 50 simultaneous hits against his dome of protection. 50 hits every couple of seconds were so abundant that Quinn's dome of protection was fully glowing in Arctic blue. At novel bin at. The color wouldn't even get to fade before another volley would light up the dome. Quinn finally crossed 25 meters, which marked the halfway point of the 50-meter path. Then, the barrage of pressured water stopped. What? He immediately became cautious and pushed magic into the dome of protection, making it glow a fluorescent Arctic blue all around. The sudden stop of attacks didn't fit well, and Quinn's hunch proved to be correct when 10 bigger, more contorted swirls of magic appeared around him. These new swirls looked more menacing, and looking at them closely, Quinn could see that water was being funneled and sucked into the swirls, making them wider and more contorted. Then the attack came. 10 beams of pressurized water came out of 10 swirls. Oh, voiced Quinn as he felt the push of the beams against his protection. Unlike the previous swirl attacks, which shot spears of water before disappearing for new ones to appear, these were continuous sharp emissions of water endlessly assaulting Quinn's dome of protections. The power of impact was much higher than the previous type. But, it's not enough. Quinn stood up straight and once again began confidently walking ahead. For each step he took, 5 more water beams would be added to the tally, and within 8 steps, Quinn was again back to 50 attacks, but this time, he was facing a continuous assault. This is still not enough, thought Quinn. Just as Quinn had predicted, with every passing trial, things got easier for him. Not because of the trials getting easier. No, the trials were getting tough in their own way. It was because of Quinn's decision to apply water magic to solve the trials. The second he entered, Quinn employed the sonar vision he developed for T-Hum's delight. He was able to tell when and where the attacks were coming and thus had an easier time defending against them. Before deploying the shield to defend, Quinn had been on the offense, fizzling out the swirls before they could shoot out their attacks. He had learned to manipulate water from Poseidon's wrath. As he had to learn the art of controlling turbulent water, the spears of pressurized water became simply another form of that. If Poseidon's wrath was an application where moving water was used to sweep everything in its path, then the swirls in Leviathan's underpass were applications where moving water was being used to cut through anything placed in front of them. The dome of protection which Quinn used was also water magic. The swirls were a physical offense where water was being shot at high pressure to form concentrated beams of destruction. Unlike ice, where the molecules were densely packed, water had an element of flexibility. Quinn's water magic dome, when assaulted, transferred the energy from the incoming water beam. It employed the flexibility of water to carry that incoming energy, divert it away across the dome's surface, and finally released it into the surroundings. With every trial, Quinn had gotten better at using water magic. This year he had studied a lot of water magic, and because he had to go through different water terrains every time he entered the aquatic vault, Quinn had been able to gain tons of experience with water magic. And all that experience was coming into play right now, which allowed him to stroll through Leviathan's underpass. Quinn couldn't see anything because the 50 water beams obstructed his view, but under his dome, Quinn felt safe, so he continued to walk. Quinn noticed when he walked into the fourth quarter as the 50 water beams suddenly gained a ton of strength. Oh, my, if these hit me, my body won't be solid anymore, thought Quinn, but continued to walk. What would it be? Instant gory mush. The first few shots at the start of the path, which were much weaker than the current attacks, had disabled Quinn. If he had stayed there for a few seconds more, he would have been dead. It made Quinn think about how much magic could achieve. Then suddenly, all attacks stopped, and Quinn found himself in front of the entrance at the end of the tunnel. So, it's done, huh, thought Quinn. He looked back to see the white marbled floor and the opposite end he had started at. If Quinn was honest, he expected more out of the trial that had almost killed him. I guess the element of surprise was the thing that doomed me. After thinking that, Quinn turned back to the triangular unnamed entrance. He took a big gulp of water and went through it. He disappeared from Leviathan's underpass. Quinn opened his eyes and, once again, he was in the water. That didn't surprise him. It was the last thing that would surprise him. He looked to his side and saw that he was lying on a white marbled floor. What's the deal here? Asked Quinn to himself and tried to get up, but then things changed. The second Quinn tried to get up, the entirety of water around him glowed Arctic blue, and Quinn's eyes widened because of an emotion he couldn't describe. All thoughts of getting up from the floor disappeared, and Quinn laid back, not moving a single muscle in his body. What is this? A warm and comfortable feeling enveloped Quinn, and it was like nothing he had ever experienced. Quinn felt like he had been living in unrelenting conditions, struggling with the harsh realities of the world, and now he was at the end of the road, finally able to rest in peace. His taut muscles all over his body relaxed as the magic in the water made him relax. Without Quinn knowing, the injuries he had healed to completion somehow healed some more and then went even further. Quinn didn't realize it, but his body was going through a process of healing so thorough and miraculous that it wasn't something he had ever experienced. Things that Quinn's own body didn't realize needed healing were healing. Every single part of the body was going through healing. Every system in the 11 organ systems, including the integumentary, skeletal, muscular, lymphatic, respiratory, digestive, nervous, endocrine, cardiovascular, urinary, and reproductive systems was covered. Not a single cell in Quinn's body was left behind. Every cell in his body was being filled with a never-seen-before vitality. While all this happened, Quinn was busy feeling his magic. For someone like him, who used all his magic every day, it was needed to know how much magic he had to plan for consumption. Quinn had an excellent awareness of how much magic was there in his body. Right now, Quinn was feeling something mysterious and enchanting. My magic is being regenerated, but at this speed. Every magical human had a magical core that held all their magic, and one could increase the capacity of said cores by using more magic. Quinn did that every day by using all his magic and was absolutely confident in declaring that he had the best magic growth in the entire world. When someone used magic, they also regenerated it back, and everybody had their own magic regeneration speed. It depended on a few factors. The size of the magical core, as the capacity increased, so did the recovery speed. A person's health, if a person was facing injury, was sick because an injury, or facing some kind of affliction, their rate of recovery would be on a down low. A person's lifestyle, if one lived a healthy lifestyle, the recovery speed would be higher than a person with an unhealthy lifestyle. Rest, the recovery speed increased when a person was resting. Activities like relaxing or sleeping would exponentially increase the rate of recovery. And currently, Quinn was feeling his magic recover at a rate that he hadn't ever experienced before. It was even faster than when Quinn was asleep at his best health. At this rate, I could recover from 0 to 100 within 3 hours, no, maybe even faster. Quinn closed his eyes and immersed in the fabulous feeling. Quinn felt that he could stay in here for his entire life and wouldn't regret a single second of it. He was feeling so absolutely fantastic that it was borderline euphoric. Then Quinn felt a very gentle nudge of mental magic against his occlumency shields. It wasn't trying to break into his mind, its intention was different. The mental magic was asking for permission to enter. Quinn thought for a moment before deciding to send a legilimency probe towards mental magic poking against his shields. He wanted to see if he could find something out before allowing it entry, and the response Quinn got was that it was some kind of memory. A memory, how surprising, thought Quinn, feeling very intrigued. He had no idea who had constructed the Ivy Vault or the Sin Vault because of the lack of any kind of trace indicating their creator's identity, so to see a memory made Quinn think he would be able to find who created this vault. Quinn rescinded the Legilimency probe and opened his Occlumency shield to let the mental magic carrying a memory come in. Inside Quinn's mindscape, a mental representation of him looked up to see a glowing water orb followed by various shades of blue manifest, from the lightest of baby blues to the darkest of the midnight blues. And with that, the memory was revealed with a bright flash of blue. Outside, Quinn's eyes snapped wide open, and his eyes, both his irises and the sclera, turned a solid glowing Arctic blue. His chest raised up as the water surrounding him lifted Quinn up from the white floor, and as he lifted up, his body glowed in different shades of blue. The incoming memory engulfed his entire being. The memory started with a vision of extremely hot bubbling water. To match that, the water surrounding Quinn heated up, not to the point in the vision, but enough for Quinn to feel the heat. There was nothing at first, but slowly things started to change as microscopically small organisms emerged and developed in the extremely scorching water. Then the vision seemed to fast forward at an incredible speed as the water started to cool down, and with time, which seemed to be eons, different mysterious creatures roamed those waters. The vision switched, and now Quinn saw a gigantic huge tsunami wave coming right towards him, and within seconds, it crashed against him. The water outside turned turbulent to match the memory and rode all over him. Rain and storm accompanied the tsunami waves, creating a tandem whose sole aim was to cause destruction. The enormity of the tsunami waves was more terrifying than whatever Quinn had ever seen, and it caused his heart to race in fear. Against the titanic waves, Quinn felt they could erase him like an insignificant bug. The vision shifted, and Quinn found himself among a myriad of fishes swimming underwater. There were all kinds of aquatic creatures that swarmed around and past him. He saw both magical and non-magical creatures gliding around. He looked down to see beautiful coral reefs below him. He felt a shadow cast upon him and the reefs, and when he looked over, he saw a large blue whale swimming over him. But then what Quinn recognized as a Leviathan appeared above the whale, and the gigantic serpentine dragon dwarfed the whale and cast an even deeper shadow over both him and the blue whale. The image dissolved, and Quinn was suddenly in the air overseeing a forest full of lush and vibrant trees. Then, Quinn heard a rush of water. He turned and saw a horrifying flood trampling towards the woods. Within seconds, the angry flood crashed against the lush tree forest, and he could hear the shaking crunch of trees breaking through the roaring waves of water. Suddenly, the vision made Quinn descend into the forest, and there he saw the sickening sight of animals that lived within the forest struggling against the flood. Quinn heard the screams and witnessed the death of a beautiful ecosphere rich with flora and fauna, something that would take the area years to recover from. The scene once again disappeared like sand in the air to show a drastic change in the scenery. Quinn stood at the bank of a river stream, and on the opposite side of the stream was a herd of deer drinking water, and it was not just the deers but all kinds of animals near it that relied on the river. He looked into the clear water and watched fishes swimming by. Quinn followed a fish with his eyes, and suddenly a heron bird, who was standing by the bank, swooped in with its beak, picked a fish out of the river, and flew away. The vision again went through a change, and now he stood near a pond of steaming water. Quinn stood still for 10 seconds staring at the steaming water before, without warning, the water started to bubble, followed by an eruption as a water geyser emerged from the pond. The water from the geyser came down, steamy mist filled with the area, obstructing Quinn's vision. In the foggy mist, the atmosphere changed from humid wetness to a chilly cold. And when it cleared, Quinn stood on an ice cap over the vast, cold, unforgiving ocean. He was facing a spanning glacier that stretched across the horizon. Unlike the violent and noisy geyser, the glacier and ice caps were silent, reserved, and deadly. The ice cap beneath Quinn's feet abruptly cracked and, just as abruptly he had appeared, he sank down into the bone-chilling water. Quinn splashed around in the water. He tried to move and was unexpectedly successful. He raised his body and Quinn found himself coming up a stream of running water. At the end of the stream, Quinn heard a roaring noise, and when he reached the end of the stream, his eyes popped out because he was flung down from an edge of what seemed to be a gigantic waterfall. Quinn fell into the blasting water at the base of the waterfall, and suddenly there was no wild water. It became calm, and the model of serenity surrounded him. He felt his back touch and settle against a surface, and when Quinn opened his eyes, he was back in the aquatic vault, his back against the water marble, while staring at the light streaming through the water. Quinn didn't say anything and silently lay against the white marble floor. His mind was going through the scenes he had seen in the memory and contemplated what he had seen. His initial hope of seeing the creator of the aquatic vault had been dashed, and what he was shown had left a deep impression on his life. Quinn closed his eyes and let the feelings he was experiencing sink in. It was an indefinite time after which Quinn opened up his eyes, and they showed tranquility, unagitation, and peace. The teleportation insignia on Quinn's arm flashed with a blue light and whisked him away from the place, leaving behind a ripple. Scene break. The Kraken watched one of its tentacles as it swished back and forth and was about to add another tentacle to create a double swish when its yellow eye caught the special human coming out of the dangerous place. Kraken's eyes sparkled when it saw the special human, because it had decided today that it was going to push the tiny human a whole 7 times before letting him go. But then the Kraken noticed something odd with the special human. Through its mighty eyes, the Kraken could see a noble blue aura around the special human, something that hadn't been around the tiny human before. It had seen the same aura once before. It was a time before the Kraken had come to rest in this place and lived in the oceans. During those times, no creature of water dared to go against its mighty self. All of them bowed their heads to it and feared him. But one day, a traveler came to its territory, simply passing by, as if he was looking for a place to rest. The traveler had the same appearance as the fish people, merpeople, that lived along with him now. But unlike the weak fish people, the traveler was strong. The traveler had the same blue aura around him, and the water seemed to talk to him. The water seemed to enjoy moving along the traveler's will, enjoyed his touch, and seemed more lively when the traveler was around. The Kraken didn't know what the blue aura meant, but it knew that the blue aura was special. And now it was seeing it for the second time on the special human. In Kraken's mind, the special human just became more special than almost any human it had ever seen. Scene break. Quinn stood on the lakebed in the center of the lake with his eyes closed. Water was one of the mysterious gifts of nature that supported and held life on Earth. Many indigenous communities had known the value of water for a long time. On the surface, water could be seen as food, a means of transport, an element for cleansing, purification, and initiation in cultural ceremonies. But deep down, water was something much more important, and while everybody knew it, Quinn became aware of it on a deeper level. Yet, it's the source, thought Quinn back to the sentence in the riddle. Friar was right, it was the source. Water is the cradle of life. If the sacred gift of the earth was life, water was the custodian of life. Water was sacred because it held life on earth. A seed in the soil does not germinate until it receives water. No life on earth could live without water. But at the same time, there was a duality to water. It can give life, but it can also destroy it at the same time. While rain brought life to the earth, storms uprooted the same life that it nurtured. If water was life, then the absence of it was death. Without water, drought and famine would overrun the earth. Tornadoes, hurricanes, tsunamis, tidal waves could wipe out all life in its path with no regard. They were the destructive phenomenon of nature that harnessed the power of the thing that covered 71% of all Earth. No matter how much any species on Earth tried to avoid it, they wouldn't be able to come out of it unscathed. Even humans, who built structures that tried to stand up to these agents of destruction, couldn't come out of it without suffering massive losses. In many mythologies across the world, floods were seen as divine retribution from higher powers sent to destroy the corrupt civilizations so that rebirth could start from those waters. Water was the driving force of all nature, good or bad. Quinn had been looking at water from the perspective of magic. He thought about how it could be manipulated, how he could use it for his advantage. To Quinn, it was just something he could use magic on. The visions he had seen inside the vault made Quinn realize how small his view of water was. The visions had caused him to gain enlightenment of sorts. And from the bottom of his heart, Quinn wanted to showcase that enlightenment. Quinn deeply desired to show what he had experienced. For him, magic was the best way in which he could display his understanding, and the Great Lake was the best canvas, on which the brush of magic would showcase its charm. He knew that what he was about to do would garner a lot of attention, and if he was found out, it would be a giant pain in the future. But Quinn couldn't hold it back. Quinn could feel his magic demanded that he do it now. His ego desired it more than anything in the world. Every cell inside Quinn's body urged him to do it. His mind, body, and soul wished for it. So Quinn let his restraints go. For this one time, Quinn let desire trump logic and let his ego overtake his identity. Quinn's eyes opened, and instead of the stone gray, two orbs of glowing purple greeted the world. Scene break. Ivy, Harry, and Lily Potter walked together through a corridor to Lily's private quarter in Hogwarts. "How are your studies going?" asked Lily as they walked. Harry, looking at the chocolate card of Flavius Belby and trying to remember why it seemed familiar, shrugged in response. "Except potions with Snape, everything is fine." Lily furrowed her brows before sighing. "I have tried to talk to him, but he doesn't seem to want to listen. And Harry, it's Professor Snape." Harry rolled his eyes in response and shook the card in his hand, hoping that would jog his memory, but he drew a blank. "What about you, Ivy, dear?" smiled Lily, looking at her daughter. While her son took after his father, her daughter took after her. Ivy had better grades than Harry, and Lily liked to think it was because of her. "Everything is fine. Hermione and I are already on revision," answered Ivy smoothly. The redhead Potter twin took her studies seriously. Unlike Hermione, who seemed to have made books of her daily sustenance, she liked to learn by doing. She enjoyed the practical experience rather than the extensive reading that her best friend enjoyed. That didn't mean that she didn't read. Ivy still read much more than the average person. She just enjoyed casting magic more. "Bookworms," muttered Harry at the mention of revision. "Whatever, Four Eyes," retorted Ivy at the quip. Lily smiled at her two children's antics before asking, on the subject of revision, "Did any of you two buy Quinn West's notes this year? If you haven't, I'll give you the money to buy them. They are quite a good buy." The Potter twins stilled for a second and didn't reply. Both thought about their interaction with Quinn. Harry still hadn't talked about Peter Pettigrew with anyone other than Ivy. The twins had decided to research Peter on their own and to simply wait for the day their parents would talk to them about Peter on their own. Ivy, on the other hand, thought about the time travel events. It didn't help when the events had taken place just a few days ago. She still couldn't wrap her head around what happened that day. Not to mention when she found that Quinn was the one to save her and Harry from the Chamber of Secrets. As Lily didn't hear a response from her twins, she assumed that the two hadn't bought the guides. If you two want to buy it, I highly recommend them. Come to me for the money if you decide to buy them. Yes, replied the Potter twins at the same time. Ivy sighed and decided to look out at the scenery to distract her from her thoughts, but lo and behold, she saw the Great Lake in full view. Lovely, sighed Ivy, but then she stopped in her tracks when she saw ripples on the surface of the lake. Lily and Harry also slowed when they saw Ivy suddenly stop. What is it, Ivy? Asked Lily and walked towards her daughter. There are ripples in the lake, replied Ivy and pointed at the Great Lake in the distance. The mother and son followed Ivy's directions and saw rapid ripples on the surface of the lake. But the situation changed very quickly when they saw some very drastic changes in the lake. Their eyes widened to the limit when they saw a drain right in the middle of the lake. It started with a narrow point, but then, the water sank down in a line, and in a few seconds, the water started to split in the middle. The lake is splitting, spoke Harry, trying to put the scene in front of him in words. The girls didn't say anything and just stared at the bizarre scene in front of them, and within a minute, the entire lake was split into two parts, and they could see the lakebed path in the middle of the lake. Lily finally snapped out of it and realized that she had to do something. I have to alert the other professors. She turned to her children and ordered, you two go to your common room. Immediately after saying that, she ran off to alert the other faculty. Ivy and Harry, of course, didn't listen to their mother. They stepped closer to the edge of the corridor and stared at the lake. Ivy thought about who was causing this, and only one person came to her mind. The person who had come out of the Great Lake, heavily injured. But just like her previous many suspicions and conjectures about the person, she had no proof that he was the one causing this. Scene break. Friar, the Hufflepuff ghost, was gliding his merry way through the walls of Hogwarts. It was just another day of his ghostly life, but that changed when he got out a wall, and right in front of him was the view of the Great Lake. In the name of Helga herself? What? Exclaimed Friar as his belly jiggled in shock. He stared at the spit that was right in the middle of the Great Lake. The single body of water was turned into two with a clear and visible divide in the middle as the water tried to come back together but couldn't because something was stopping it. And just when he thought that his ghostly self couldn't be more shocked today, another change happened in the Great Lake, and two whirlpools appeared in the lake, one on each side. Anyone who could see this would assume that it was because of magic, and Friar was no different. So his next thought was that whose work was this? Then the answer struck, and he uttered the name. Quinn. Is this because of the cursed vault down below? At first, he thought it couldn't be Quinn. This feat of magic was too much for a child of Quinn's age, but when he thought about it more, the more the possibility of it being Quinn got stronger. If it's indeed Quinn, then how is that child capable of splitting the lake? How strong is that child? Such thoughts revolved in the mind of the ghostly being. Scene break. Albus Dumbledore stared out of his window in his office, which was located on the headmaster's tower, and at a height only second to the astronomy tower. The headmaster with a long beard, who was over 100 years old, stared at the Great Lake with his aged eyes full of wisdom. He had just returned from the ministry after handling some business, and when he was passing by his window with a bowl full of sour candy in his hand, he saw the Great Lake divided into two with a whirlpool on each side. And now, as Dumbledore continued to stare at the strange and out-of-the-place phenomenon, he saw two massive masses of water come out of the center of whirlpools, floating up into the air. Oh my, that's some impressive magic, chuckled Dumbledore in an impressed tone, but his eyes weren't portraying the same emotions. The blue eyes shined in a calculative and analytical light as Dumbledore stared at the Great Lake. The holder of the Elder Wand thought about who was doing this and where did they come from. Dumbledore first eliminated the possibility of the person being a student because the reserves and knowledge of water magic required was something he believed a student couldn't achieve. He knew of a few smart students in the castle, but even the smartest of them couldn't possibly achieve this. Dumbledore was so sure of it because the brightest student he had seen Hogwarts produce was the one named Tom Riddle, and even he couldn't do this while he was in his school years. So the remaining options were a professor, a resident of the Great Lake, or an unknown outsider. He eliminated the Great Lake resident because only merpeople in there could manipulate water, and he was sure that none of them was this capable. The remaining options were professors or an outsider, and he was leaning towards intruders because none of his professors were this powerful. It's an outsider, then. I have to make sure the students are safe, said Dumbledore, and the bowl in his hand levitated to the nearby table as he walked out of the office with the death stick in his hand. But it turned out that by the time he got to the Great Lake, the waters had gone back to normal. Even after investigating, he didn't find anything but rich and heavy traces of advanced water magic. He talked to the merpeople inside, and the only unusual thing they told him was that the recent upheavals in the lake had been caused by the giant squid. It was a time of the year that Quinn really enjoyed. Just as his second year when he completed the icy vault, this year, he had completed the aquatic vault, and now he was feeling as cool as a cucumber. There was spring in his steps and dance in his moves. At random times, he would break into a dance and enjoy the vibe he was feeling. The same thing happened when he finished the icy vault. While he very much enjoyed going through the vaults, there was always a sense of urgency in the back of Quinn's head in which he needed to complete one vault a year. So when he wrapped up the aquatic vault, Quinn felt he was done for the year. If he had to draw a very loose parallel, then the cursed vaults to him were what examinations were to students. When they ended, students rejoiced like they were part of a nation that just got independence from an oppressive power. The only difference was that Quinn enjoyed the time he spent down in the vaults, unlike many students who didn't enjoy exams. And for the first time in months, Quinn was free, so he took out his violin, and with it, decided to cast some magic to lighten up that extra high-tension exam mood that plagued the Ravenclaw house every year. He rested the violin on his shoulder and his fingers on the strings, the other hand grasped the bow. He then gently descended on the strings to play a vibrant tune with sweet calm tones. At first, the sound was only audible inside Quinn's dorm room and partially audible to the nearby rooms, but as the minutes progressed, the fiddle of the violin traveled all across the boys' dorm. Some of the boys didn't appreciate the sudden disturbance when they studied for the exams, which were close, but no one got up from their seats and asked the player to stop. Something in the sound made them keep still and listen. In his room, Quinn smiled with his eyes closed. Seeing that no one was here to stop him from playing meant that the magic was working and, thus, he could increase the radius. Streams of magic traveled down from Quinn's arms to the violin and bow, and the sound started to flow with an extra something behind it. The slow tempo mixed with magic carried all the way to the common room and the girls' dormitory on the other side, and filled the entire Ravenclaw dorms with Quinn's music. Anyone who heard the music felt the tension drain from their bones, and calm seep into their minds and bodies. The slow sound made them forget about the stress of the incoming exams. That moment made them stop running, stop, and kick back to get a relaxing pit stop. Quinn, who had his eyes closed while playing the violin, mixed two types of magic together to create his desired effect. He blended mind magic together with the enchanting sorcery of sound and music to create magical melodies. Using the wings provided by the harmonies, Quinn spread the influence of the mind arts to sway the mood of those who listened. This idea came from two sources. The first was, of course, the dreaded Sin Vault, which had messed with his mind and emotion on a deep level. The second inspiration was from his mind magic teacher, Alan D. Baddeley, who had once used mind magic to forcefully calm him down. Like Alan, Quinn subtly altered the listener's present mood. It wasn't as intrusive as the Sin Vault, but did reside on the same mental magic line. The use of sound magic was to increase the range and effectiveness of magic. Quinn, who had studied illusion magic, knew how to influence the human senses and recognized its efficacy while manipulating a target. People would subconsciously concentrate on sounds, and this was especially true for magic. So when Quinn laced the music with mental magic, the listeners got quickly influenced because their minds were concentrating on the music. Of course, there were downsides to this usage. It wasn't particularly effective when people were at guard against it, or if they had earplugs on and couldn't listen to the music, or were outright deaf. Alright, let's hype up this performance, thought Quinn, and the tune went through a drastic change. The rhythm started to build up, and the sound turned from gentle and calming to upbeat and exciting. Everyone in Ravenclaw started to tap their feet and bob their head to the rhythm of the cheerful tune. Slowly they were being guided from the calmness of the earlier piece to the bop of the current one. The person who felt the most was Quinn himself, who channeled his current spirit into the animated funk. His moves while he played the violin were wild and crazy. Oh, yeah, let's blow the roof off this place. Come on, move it, thought Quinn as he continued to play. The more he got into playing, the more freely his magic flowed, making everyone who was listening to the melody felt their hearts beat faster with excitement and exhilaration. Rum, pum, tum, and we are done, thought Quinn as he finished his piece and bowed to no one. Woohoo, I'm going to ace these exams. Bring it on. I'm going to smash the O.W.L.S. I'm going to get a girlfriend. Exams are nothing. I'm the smartest girl alive. Rackspurts. I will recreate Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Where is Professor Flitwick? I challenge him to a duel. Quinn's piece had left the people in a hyped-up state and filled with confidence and enthusiasm. It caused them to feel exhilarated and happy. Quinn smiled at the shouts coming from the common room and the dorms around him and knew that his showcase of mental and sound magic was a huge success. Looking at the violin and bow in his hands, Quinn nodded with a grin. Yeah, I still got it. Scene break. A shady figure stood under the shade of a tree looking at the abandoned house with the windows and doors boarded up. The shrieking shack, muttered the figure looking at the building, which was supposed to be the most haunted in Britain. To think this shack would be hiding something of such importance. Rivers Locke smirked at the thought. It seems this building is just like me, and that's why it's going to get me what I want. The smirk from his face dropped like it was never there, and he thought about the circumstances that brought him here. A bunch of cowards, they are. How can they be scared when I'm planning their moves? Rivers Locke was the one who created and managed the group known as Novellus Oxyonites. Just within a couple years, he had been able to gather people together into his banner, and he did it without ever showing his face. But the series of raids from the Auror office had instilled fear in the members of Novellus Oxyonites, and when he tried to bring down the order, he didn't get much of a favorable response. I didn't ask them to go to those gatherings. Rivers clicked his tongue in distaste. If they wanted to mingle together like fools, they could have at least made sure they weren't tracked. The disadvantage of being a hidden leader was that he couldn't be involved too deeply without being in danger of revealing his identity. As such, he couldn't control what his followers did outside of the plans he drafted for them. He wanted people to be good with the disillusionment charm. People who would be able to get around without others noticing. But all he got was some dumb bozos who were absolutely shit at magic, who were complete rock brains and didn't have an ounce of cunning in them. But this opportunity was too critical for him to miss. The school was about to end soon, and if he didn't act, he would have to wait for the next few months to get the next chance. Rivers didn't have those months. The Aurors were striking hard on his minions, and he couldn't be sure what would be the situation down the line. And this opportunity was what he needed to gain the momentum back. If he could pull this off, then the world would know about Novellus Actionites, and all the members who refused his calls like cowards would come scurrying back. I guess I will have to do this on my own. This is too important for me to leave it to the idiots, muttered Rivers. He decided that he would be going inside on his own with a couple more members that were at his disposal. The gears in his mind turned as he continued to stare at the abandoned and decrepit shack. Scene break. Quinn shimmied his way to the hospital wing with a rabbit in a cage. The rabbit had been very sick, infected with rabbit calicivirus, which was an illness that had an incubation period of 48 to 72 hours. Poppy had given him the brown rabbit and told him that he had a day and a half to return with a perfectly healthy rabbit. He knew nothing about calicivirus, it was a type of hemorrhagic disease virus. So he had only 48 to 72 hours to learn everyone about the disease and then heal the rabbit before it died. The research had been easy but lengthy, so by the time Quinn was done learning about the rabbit calicivirus, the rabbit was suffering from lethargy and fever. Quinn eradicated the disease from the brown rabbit and then healed the fluffy bunny. He did it within the confines of the time Poppy had given him. The rabbit was back to new in 24 hours. Poppy is slowly getting used to my learning speed. If I was still spending time at the vault, it probably would have taken me a day and a half. Quinn walked across the tiled floor of the hospital wing towards Poppy's office as he looked to the sides at the beds to see if she was tending to some students. And at the end of the wing hallway, Quinn stopped because he came across two people who he wasn't expecting to see in the hospital wing. Daphne. Astoria, said Quinn, finding the Greengrass sisters with Astoria sitting on the bed while Daphne sat on a stool by her side. Multiple thoughts ran through his mind within the second he first laid eyes on the sister. What came out of his mouth was, "Have you seen Madame Pomfrey? I have something to talk with her. She is out for the moment. Went down to the dungeon to meet Professor Snape to get some potion ingredients," replied Daphne, and while Quinn couldn't get a read from her expression, her body language told him that she was feeling uncomfortable. "You just missed her. She went out a minute ago," chimed in Astoria with a smile on her face. Quinn turned his eyes to the younger sister, and his stone-grey orbs noticed a pale pallor on her skin, a thin sheen of sweat on her face, her whites of eyes were muddled, and many other signs that Quinn had learned to pick up from his time with Poppy learning healing magic. She is obviously sick. The fact Poppy had to go out to obtain potion ingredients means this isn't a common ailment. I wonder what plagues her, thought Quinn before smiling and asking, "May I join you too, ladies?" Daphne opened her mouth to speak something, but Astoria beat it to her. "Yes, please. You're free to join us," spoke Astoria with a smile on her face. Daphne glanced at her sister with an inscrutable expression that Astoria ignored, as she continued to smile towards Quinn. Quinn nodded and pulled a stool from beneath the bed. He took a seat and set the rabbit cage down on the floor. Astoria was sick, and Quinn didn't want to make it worse by introducing a rabbit to the girl. She does look the type who loves fluffy and cute things. "How have you two been?" asked Quinn, opening up the conversation. "I hope you two are feeling fine, nothing serious, I hope." Quinn knew the topic would come with their location, so he decided to use it as an opener. "Thank you for asking, we are doing fine, just a small dip in health," replied Daphne, matching eyes with Quinn. "Ah, it is serious, then," thought Quinn, and then he heard Daphne speak up. She must be worried. Even though she had used "we" in his answer, all three knew who she was talking to. "You don't have to lie. We can't change anything about it, so why hide it?" sighed Astoria and softly glanced at her older sister. She turned to Quinn and spoke without hesitation. "I have dash." Astoria. "No, I'm telling him. There is nothing to hide, and I don't get why you get to decide. I'm the one who has it. I should be able to decide who to tell and who not to," answered Astoria in a firm tone, which was less weaker than her usual voice. Daphne softly sighed and closed her eyes in acceptance. She knew her little sister better than anyone and knew that when Astoria decided to do something, then even their parents wouldn't be able to change her mind. "I have a condition known as blood malediction. A blood malediction is a curse of the darkest type, passed down to the descendants for generations. Even the most common type of blood malediction is known to stay in the family for half a century," said Astoria with a smile on her face as she was retelling a fascinating story. "One of our ancestors was cursed with the curse, and from then on, the curse resurfaces even though it skips some generations. Our great-grandfather had it, and for 2 generations, our family was free of it, but it turned out that our generation wasn't so lucky because I got it." Quinn held his expression in place as he continued to listen to Astoria, and while the younger Greengrass spoke, Quinn felt the older sister glance at him from time to time. "There are many types of blood malediction. The one I have causes debilitation, leaving me frail and sickly. From time to time, I suffer from these lapses in health that will leave me in a very fragile state." The usually young and bubbly of the Greengrass sisters smiled helplessly and sighed. "Unfortunately, the curse also reduces my lifespan. None of my ancestors who suffered from the curse ever lived past 50. Quinn silently listened to Astoria tell her story without uttering a word, and while he heard all of it, 2 things stood out to him: the blood malediction and the resignation in her voice hidden behind her smile. "I see. So you have a blood malediction. Now, that is rare, isn't it?" started Quinn, and as he spoke, Quinn removed his Hogwarts robe from his shoulder. A curse that carries down to the descendants. Descendants that suffer from their ancestors' mistakes or misfortune. I guess if you can get your ancestors' fortunes, then getting their misfortune is a fair part of the deal. And while getting the curse is unfortunate, and I might seem presumptuous for saying it, I don't think I like the fact that you have accepted you'll never get rid of the curse. Quinn folded up the sleeves on both of his hands and secured them in place so they wouldn't slip. At novel bin at. Astoria, don't get me wrong, I like the fact that you don't live your life in despair about your unfortunate circumstances, but your reason is wrong. You should happily live because you know that one day your curse will be erased and you will get to live just as everyone else does, not because you are trying to live the most of your limited life. He smiled a wide grin as he spoke. Where is the fun in that? If you accept that, then there is no hope. That's no fun at all. Quinn put out both of his hands towards Astoria and gestured with his finger as he asked, "Give me your hands." Astoria and Daphne looked at Quinn with bewilderment. The light-hearted tone that Quinn spoke with made it seem that he was not taking this clearly heavy condition seriously. But the words did make some sense to them, and that left both the girls confused. "Come on, now, don't be scared. I won't eat you. Give me your hands," asked Quinn once more. Astoria looked at Daphne for guidance, but the look in Daphne's eyes reflected the same confusion as her. So she hesitantly placed both her hands in Quinn's. "Excellent, thank you for trusting me," smiled Quinn and gently grasped Astoria's petite hands. "Now, let me show you some nifty magic. I think you two will like this." He pointed at his and Astoria's joined hands. The two green grass sisters looked down and witnessed the glowing red veins on Quinn's visible arms and hands. "Astoria, I don't think you realize that we, who possess magic, are in the presence of something truly grand and extraordinary." The two girls watched with wide eyes as the glowing red veins seemed to creep from Quinn's hands to Astoria's hands through the connections of their hands. Magic has infinite potential. Infinite? There is nothing that magic can't accomplish. Those who possess magic can be saints, gods, devils, or anything they want if they understand and know how to use what was so graciously given to them. The glowing red veins traveled up Astoria's arm, and as Quinn spoke, her entire body was covered in fiery red glowing veins. Astoria could feel a comfortable heat all around her body. "I know this curse has been in your family for generations. And in all that time, there hasn't been a cure to this ailment that you don't deserve. But losing hope is losing the battle before even starting the fight." The glowing red veins on Quinn's forearms and Astoria's entire body turned into a sparkling blue color, showing a beautiful charm to the world. Astoria, who had been feeling a comfortable heat, now with the color change, felt a refreshing cool feeling envelope her body. She closed her eyes because it was the most pleasant she had ever felt. It felt like she was swimming in cool water, and she let go of everything and simply enjoying the bliss as she listlessly floated in the coolness. But then her eyes snapped open as she felt the frailness and sickness lessen and slowly disappear from her body. It wasn't just that, but the true shock was that her own delicate constitution felt strength and vitality that she had never felt before. She had never felt so lively. Astoria felt like she could do anything right now. Astoria looked up from her hands and looked at Quinn, who was smiling with confidence. "Astoria Greengrass, I, Quinn West, here and now, declares this to you. From this moment onwards, I assure you that as long as I am alive, you will never ever again feel the presence of the blood curse." Quinn's smile widened, and as did the eyes of Astoria. "I will ensure that you will never suffer and feel weak because of the blood malediction. You will live a long life, and it will be a healthy life just like anyone else's." Astoria felt Quinn's grip slightly tighten as he announced, "It's my promise to you, and I will never forget it." Astoria watched as Quinn's hand left her, the glowing veins disappear and the glow recede. She lifted her hands and clenched her fists, and surprisingly, she was able to clamp them hard instead of the weak fist that she usually made while suffering from the blood curse. Her body also no longer felt weak and fatigued, like she was feeling a few minutes ago. "I feel strong, but how?" she thought and looked up at the reason this was happening, who was pulling down his sleeves and buttoning them back into place. "Astoria." She turned her face to her sister Daphne, still spinning from the shock and surprise. Are you all right? You're crying. Is something wrong? Do you feel well?" asked Daphne in surprise and worry. Astoria touched her face, and indeed she felt her fingers stained wet with tears. "And no, I am fine. Everything is fine," said Astoria, with her voice cracking with emotion. And with that, the dam broke, and Astoria started to cry, startling both Quinn and Daphne. Quinn, who was putting back his outer robe, became startled when he heard Astoria break down and looked at Daphne for assistance. Daphne leaped into action to her sister's side on the bed and hugged her close to provide comfort. Astoria grabbed onto her sister and hugged her tight. Quinn felt like he was intruding on a family moment, just as he did at the start of the year, so he once again stood very still to become invisible while his magic silently fixed his clothes. Astoria calmed down and gently pulled herself out of Daphne's embrace. She turned to face Quinn and swiftly got off the bed to trap Quinn in a very tight hug, surprising the boy with the strength coming from the small figure. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you," repeated Astoria while trying to meld herself into Quinn. Quinn gently hugged the girl, who he felt was trying to perform a fusion with him, and patted her on the back. "Don't mention it. Also, don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened." Astoria nodded into his shirt and gradually stopped crying before separating from Quinn. She looked up towards Quinn and smiled as he had told her to. "See, that looks much better," smiled Quinn and booped Astoria on her nose. Also, we need to talk, so get back on the bed. Astoria nodded before climbing back onto the bed, and from the way she was sitting, anyone could tell that she was feeling much better. Quinn sat back down on his stool and spoke. Now, I fulfilled what I promised, but he stared at both the Greengrass sisters and continued after a pause. You can't tell anyone outside your family about what I did. Daphne and Astoria immediately had confused expressions on their faces. They couldn't understand why Quinn would want to hide the fact that he could erase the blood curse. I'm not supposed to know what I did. What I used to repress the curse isn't looked positively at by the world, spoke Quinn and rolled his eyes at the end of the sentence. What do you mean? Quinn knew that if he wanted to continue to treat Astoria, he would need to tell them what he was doing. She needed to know what he was using to help her. The curse is called blood malediction, so I used the same branch of magic to repress the effects of the curse. I used blood magic. Daphne and Astoria's eyes widened because they knew what Quinn was implying. Blood magic was considered dark magic and something not to dwell in. That branch of magic was associated with evil sacrifices, to defiance nature in twisted ways, cruelty, and was seen as forbidden theurgy. The blood malediction, as the name suggested, was a type of blood magic. It was the classic type of magic which was seen as dark magic. You might not know this, but I have been studying healing magic with Madame Pomfrey, so she especially can't know that I used blood magic to help you. If she knew what I did, she would definitely stop teaching me, and I don't want that, stated Quinn, and he was serious about the relationship that he had with Poppy and didn't want this to jeopardize what he had built over the years. Of course, we all know that blood magic is considered dark magic, but I couldn't give two hoots about that. Magic isn't dark or light, the labels are our creation. Your ancestor was cursed with blood magic, and now I used the same magic to cure you. This just shows you that magic can transform into whatever the user desires. Unfortunately, others and even you too might not see things as I do, and that is fine because I don't care. But I don't want others to know that I can use it because it will bring me a lot of trouble, which I would like to avoid, sighed Quinn when he thought about society's views. So if you don't want to continue with this, I completely understand, but then I'd have to pretend that this never happened. When Madame Pomfrey returns, you can simply tell her that you are feeling better. She won't know why you suddenly feel better if she doesn't know what to look for, so if you don't tell her, this entire treatment will go unnoticed. She will scratch her head for a while but, after a while, she'll attribute this to the curse's unpredictability, and you will be free. Quinn folded his hands over his lap and asked, so what is your decision? Any side effects and or backlashes that may come up because of this treatment? Daphne inquired because of the nature of the magic. As long as I'm not kicked in the face while I treating Astoria, she will not suffer from complications of any kind. The magic that Quinn had used on Astoria was a combination of his knowledge on 3 separate sources. He knew about blood magic from having studied for 2 years and he had never stopped learning it since then. Healing magic was in his current active rotation, and the last was the most recent enlightenment in water magic. One of the components that made up blood was plasma and constituted more than 50% of blood, and 90% of plasma was water. Having mastery over water magic didn't allow blood manipulation because it was closely tied to magic and a being's life force. But because Quinn knew both blood and water magic, he could apply the knowledge about water's connection to life and transfer it to blood, which was also connected to the life force. Quinn had a firm grasp on what he had done to Astoria. As long as he wasn't uprooted during the treatment, there were 0% chances that he would fail. Astoria, who was a first year and didn't consider herself knowledgeable about magic, left the decision to Daphne. Daphne thought for a while before answering, we will have to ask our parents before we make any decision. Of course, I have no complaints if you consult your parents. Talk it out, and if you feel comfortable, I will continue to help Astoria out, nodded Quinn. From my estimates, Astoria will be fine for another month and a week before the curse surfaces again. So get in contact with me before that? The Greengrass sisters nodded in response. Quinn got up from his stool, picked up the rabbit cage from the floor, and placed it on the bed. Good, I think it's time for me to leave. When Madame Pomfrey returns, please pass her this cage and tell her that I dropped by. At Novel bin at. But then he suddenly turned his head back and whispered, forget it, she is here. He turned back to the sisters and reminded, hush on what happened. A mischievous glint sparkled Quinn's eyes as a grin made its way to Quinn's face. He picked up the rabbit cage in his hands and jumped out from behind the curtains that covered the view of the bed. Madame Pomfrey, I'm here. Poppy, who had just entered the hospital wing after a trip to the dungeons and was thinking about the potion she needed to brew for the poor Astoria Greengrass, suddenly and unexpectedly came face to face with her student, Quinn West. Kaya! A surprised cry filled the hall as the small crate of ingredients she had brought dropped. Quinn, who wasn't expecting her to be holding things, moved very quickly and levitated the crate and all items inside it before any of them hit the floor and made them fly towards him. Now, he had the rabbit cage in one hand and the ingredient crate in the other. Poppy calmed down and was now glaring death beams at Quinn with a palm above her heart. Quinn blinked and half-chuckled in nervousness. Oops. Quinn, stand still and let me pelt you with stinging hexes. I promise it will hurt a lot, so just stand here, huffed Poppy and took out her wand with hands shaking in anger. Madame Pomfrey, you can hurt me later, but I believe you will want to check up on your patient. She tells me that her condition has suddenly changed, informed Quinn in an attempt to not get hit by stinging hexes. Poppy's anger vanished in an instant, and she hurried towards Astoria's bed to check up on her. What happened? How are you feeling? Did it get worse? Asked Poppy as soon as she laid her eyes upon Astoria and moved closer to observe her. No, it didn't get worse. I'm feeling much better, beamed Astoria, and her eyes subconsciously moved towards Quinn at the back. Poppy frowned at the response, but as she checked the signs, she did see that Astoria's complexion had improved, and she looked much more lively. Poppy cast some spells to check on her condition, and similar results came up. Astoria had indeed recovered, and the previous signs she had diagnosed were no longer evident. And just like Quinn had said, Poppy fussed for a while, but when she wasn't able to see any negative signs, Poppy concluded that Astoria was indeed healthy. Stay here today for observation. If there are no complications, you can leave, concluded Poppy. That's good, isn't it, Astoria? Grinned Quinn before turning to Poppy and speaking. Madame Pomfrey, here you go, this is the rabbit you gave me yesterday. I have cured and healed him, and he is ready to hop and hump like any other bunny. Quinn suddenly set the cage into Poppy's hands and waved goodbye to everybody. See you all later. Madame Pomfrey, I will drop by tomorrow. He had to get out here before Poppy remembered that she needed to kill Quinn with stinging hexes. Astoria waved back before speaking to Daphne as she pushed. I'm fine now, you should also leave. She faced Quinn and said, Quinn, would you escort my sister? Quinn, who was about to bolt, stopped and nodded. Sure, I wouldn't mind. He turned to Daphne and asked, shall we? Are you sure you don't need me here? Asked Daphne. No, I'm fine, and Madame Pomfrey is here to take care of me, smiled Astoria and once gave her sister a little push. Daphne observed Astoria for a moment before nodding. She walked towards Quinn and the two left the hospital wing. Should I say it? Astoria looked at the now empty hospital wing and smacked her lips. She then faced Madame Pomfrey and spoke with a mischievous shine in her eyes. Quinn escaped from the pinching hexes. He thinks that, but when he comes back tomorrow, I'm going to get him, snorted Poppy as she went through the ingredient crate to see if anything was broken. Astoria giggled before asking, anyway, Madame Pomfrey, what do you do in a day as the matron? Poppy suddenly had a bad feeling, and when she looked up, she saw Astoria with a big smile on her face. She immediately knew the reason for the bad feeling, and the reason was the smile on Astoria's face was the same one Quinn had had when he came to the hospital wing and wanted to talk. Oh, no. You're just like him, aren't you? Scene break. Daphne and Quinn walked out of the hospital wing and, as Astoria had asked of him, Quinn escorted Daphne to the dungeons. He looked at Daphne and noticed that there was a lost expression on her face. What are you thinking about? Daphne looked up at Quinn and stared at him for a few seconds before opening up. I want to become a healer. A noble profession, responded Quinn shortly because he could see that Daphne had more to say. I was 7 years old when Astoria showed the first sign of the curse. Our parents clearly explained what the curse was, and it took a while to understand the seriousness of the condition. But when I did, I decided to become a healer so that I would one day cure the blood curse from Astoria. There was a faraway look on her face while Daphne continued to speak. As the years passed, I saw Astoria get sick every month because of the curse, and that strengthened my desire to become a healer. She paused for a second and took a deep breath before continuing. She is the complete opposite of me. So lively, cheery, bright. She's a person that always wants to run to discover new things. But she can't do any of that because the curse will re-emerge if she gets too physically active. Her curse always gets in the way of doing the things she loves. She likes the outdoors but she can't go outside because she gets sick. She'd love to run around and fly on the broom all day long but she can't because of that curse. She turned to Quinn and looked Quinn straight in the eyes. Do you know we were worried about whether she would be able to get around Hogwarts with all the corridors and staircase without the curse re-emerging? That's how much the curse affects her. We even worried if she would be able to attend the school. Quinn gently directed Daphne to the side of the corridor and stopped walking because Daphne was feeling very emotional right now. Something that surprised Quinn because this was the most emotion he had seen from Daphne. Are you sure that Astoria will be free from the blood curse as long as you continue to treat her? Asked Daphne, and to assert the seriousness, she grabbed Quinn's wrist and maintained firm eye contact with him. I'm assuming that you're wondering whether the curse will re-emerge if she gets more active, asked Quinn. Yes. No matter what she does, even if she somehow manages to move around so much that she collapses because of fatigue, the curse won't flare. As long as I continue to treat her, the curse won't ever re-emerge. Daphne, if I continue to treat Astoria, she won't even face the 50-year age limit. She will, without a doubt, live way past it and continue to her natural lifespan. Daphne exhaled a breath she didn't know she was holding. I can tell you right now that if what you say is true, then our parents will agree no matter what. As long as this doesn't hurt Astoria, they will come to you and plead that you take care of her. Quinn noticed that Daphne didn't have a smile on her face even though her body had lost that tension that she had before Quinn answered her question. What is it? Is there still something on your mind? If you have any doubts, then ask me because I can answer them. Daphne leaned against the wall, stayed silent, and stared at the floor for a good while before starting. I wanted to become a healer because I could cure Astoria. But with you, I don't need to, do I? Now I feel a little lost and even though it might sound silly, a little sad. Ever since she understood Astoria's condition, Daphne had made it her life goal to become a healer to cure Astoria. And even though she was happy that Astoria would live a healthy life, Daphne wanted to be the one who helped her, but now with Quinn, that was over. I think you are misunderstanding something here, Daphne, spoke Quinn, causing Daphne to look at him in confusion. What do you mean? Astoria isn't cured. I'm simply repressing her curse, and that isn't a cure. If I stop, she will once again start to live as she has been until now. Daphne frowned because she knew all this but wasn't following what Quinn was trying to say. Life is unpredictable. I can die on a random day, and that would start the clock on Astoria's life. She can be struck with a curse that might hinder my ability to work blood magic without making things worse. As I said, magic has infinite potential, and that also means that things can go wrong in so many ways. Daphne's eyes widened, and she now got what Quinn was trying to convey. What Quinn had wasn't a permanent cure, and as he said, if things went wrong, Astoria would return to square one. So don't let go of that dream just yet because I have no idea how to actually cure Astoria. I might figure it out one day, but that day isn't anywhere soon. So, if you become a healer, you might be able to figure it out before me, shrugged Quinn. He was learning magic from an all-around perspective and didn't have any plans to specialize. Quinn wanted to learn everything and master everything, but that would take a long time, and that would also delay the discovering of Astoria's cure. I have no plans to die and will continue to treat Astoria. And you know what? See this as an opportunity, smiled Quinn and put a different perspective on things. I'm giving you time, I will keep Astoria healthy. So study, learn, experience magic while living your ideal life. And no matter how much time it takes, find the remedy and cure your sister. Quinn put out a hand forward for a handshake and asked, deal. Daphne looked at the outstretched hand and then at Quinn. She thought back to the things Quinn said, and a determined light appeared in her eyes. She grabbed Quinn's hand and shook it, deal. Excellent, beamed Quinn. Point 3 men stood at a shady and hidden corner of Hogsmeade. The 3 men had arrived individually and converged at the position they had been given. Do you know what we're going to do today? Asked one of the 3 men. Another man glanced at the one who had said that and asked back, are you new? Is this your first time? I have been on one of the sweeps for muggles and muggleborns, but there were more people than this. He looked at the other 2 and said, if you get what I mean. The 3rd man joined the discussion and shared his own experience. This is different from the sweeps. If I am correct, this is going to be something different. So you don't know what we are going to do today? Asked the 1st man. The other 2 looked at each other before shrugging and shaking their heads. No, I was just asked to arrive at this place at a certain time, answered the 2nd man. The same instructions for me as well, said the 3rd man, but then he asked. Were you guys asked to bring that? The uniform, you mean? Asked the man and pulled out a matchstick bag from his robes. Yeah, the uniform. I mean, if that was asked. Do you think we have to? As the 3 men talked, an invisible River's Lock, under cover of a disillusionment spell, was listening and observing the 3 men. These 3 men had been selected from the Oxyonites that had responded to his calls. All 3 were chosen because they were easy to control and had something that would help him in what he was trying to accomplish. But before he revealed himself, Rivers wanted to see how these 3 reacted to the other. How were they feeling today? What did they discuss? The information they exchanged, and other traits that would help him decide on the finer details of the plan. Rivers never shared the complete plan with anyone. He always made sure that other than him, no one knew the entire picture. This way, he could limit the flow of information and isolate leaks if anyone decided to switch to the other side. And today, these 3 knew nothing other than the fact they were asked to bring their Hogwarts uniforms with them. These 3 will work. Yes, these 3 will do just fine, thought Rivers and decided that it was time to start. He dropped the charm and revealed himself, startling them and caused them to take out their wands. It's good that all of you are here on time. It would have been unfortunate if you were late, said Rivers before glancing at the wands and then at their owners. Drop the wands. I'm your leader today. The 3 breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew their wands back into their robes. Do you have the orders? Asked one of the men. Yes, I do. I received the orders from one of the higher UPS. They said that this is quite important, replied Rivers and began establishing his image among the 3. All right, who is A, B, and D? Asked Rivers. The 3 told Rivers about their assigned alphabets. I see, here you go. These are your potion vials, said Rivers as he handed them potion vials with the letters A, B, and D and kept the vial with the letter C. Of course, he already knew about their letters, but he wanted to establish that he was just one of them and was assigned to be the leader. That is why he gave himself the alphabet C, as that would imply that he wasn't unique or separate from them. What are we going to do? Rivers took out a shrunk-down uniform from his robes and showed it to them. I think you have already guessed it, but we are going to Hogwarts. He lifted his vial and continued. These are reverse-aging potions. They will return your outer appearance to your Hogwarts years. We're going to drink these, put on our uniforms, and go inside the castle. How are we going to get inside Hogwarts? Today isn't a Hogsmeade weekend, asked the 2nd man. Rivers put on a fake yet flawless grin as he answered. Through the shrieking shack. All 3 men shivered and looked at each other in worry. The building was famous for being haunted. None of them had ever approached the abandoned building in their school years. I have been briefed that there's a secret tunnel in there that opens up in the castle grounds. We are going to use that tunnel and get inside to complete the mission. What are we going to do inside? Asked the 3rd man. The other 2 men also looked on with the same curiosity, wondering what they were about to do inside Hogwarts. Rivers dropped the grin and revealed today's objective in simple words. We are going to kidnap the boy who lived and kill him in front of everyone. He paused and put on a proud expression. For the Dark Lord. The three young, pure-blood men, who had joined Novellus Oxyonites because they believed the Voldemort ideology, nodded and felt the fear of entering the Shrieking Shack lessen as they felt they were doing something revolutionary. Scene break. Are you sure we aren't going to be recognized? Asked one of the Oxyonites, looking uncomfortable in the state he was. He looked around the castle and, if the situation had been different, he would have felt nostalgia. Nonetheless, right now, all he felt was anxiety. Rivers looked at the man, who looked uncomfortable, and nodded. No one will be looking at your faces. You can hide behind your clothes, and people will turn blind. Within the school, if you have a uniform, no one will give you a second look. All four people had entered the castle wearing Gryffindor-styled Hogwarts uniforms. Rivers was also wearing a Gryffindor-styles robe, but he had been Slytherin in his time at Hogwarts. The three men had been chosen because they had been from Gryffindor and knew some key areas of the castle like the Gryffindor Tower. Tell me, where would be the best place to grab and stun a Gryffindor student? Asked Rivers, his body relaxed. Rivers had ordered one of the men to take him to the places where Gryffindors frequented so that he could scout the places where the nabbing could take place. He had left the rest of the group to one of the places he had found in his school career that wasn't frequented by students. I would say that the base of Gryffindor Tower is a good place. Every lion will have to pass through there to get to the common room, replied the Oxyonite grunt. Rivers hummed in thought before scratching the location out of the viable options. No, if every Gryffindor goes through there, then the chances of being seen are high. How about the passages around the quad, especially the ones near the suspension bridge? We can wait at the ones that lead to the Gryffindor Tower and get the brat there, offered the man turned into child. Rivers rolled his eyes in a way such that the grunt couldn't see it and internally sighed. Not there, students from all houses walk those passages. Too much risk and exposure, said Rivers, keeping his voice straight to hide the contempt towards the stupid plan. As they passed the Great Hall, Rivers' eyes caught the notice wall, which had, understandingly, all kinds of notices on it. He stopped and walked towards the wall to get a good look. The man-child grunt followed Rivers and gave the wall a cursory glance while Rivers read every notice, and it seemed it was the right move because he found something good. I found the perfect place, smiled Rivers, and a plan immediately formed in his mind. Huh, where? Asked the grunt in confusion. The Gryffindor team booked the pitch from after lunch till the closing time. Rivers pointed out the notice that mentioned the pitch's schedule. Harry Potter, the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history. Rivers' smile widened as he decided how he was going to pull his plan. This is going to work. Scene break. Ugh, I'm so tired, groaned Fred, wiping his body down with a towel. Oliver is going to kill us at this rate, continued George as he put a fresh shirt on his body. The Quidditch practice had just ended, and in the boys' locker room were the Weasley twins, Fred and George, along with Harry Potter. They were changing out from their Quidditch gear, while the captain was out to lock the ball kit into the storage closet. Harry sighed and stretched his hands above, trying to elevate the tension after keeping them at the broom for the entire practice. He was tired but not as much as Fred and George, who had to be on alert for the bludgers all the time and had to use extra energy and stamina in hitting the bludgers with their beater bats. Hey, did you hear about the new Ravenclaw chaser? What's his name? Asked Fred. He turned to George expecting an answer, but the other twin also couldn't recall. I don't know, but they're saying that he is the real deal. The Ravenclaw keeper can't stop him from scoring. They both turned to Harry and asked in unison. Harry, do you know? Harry shut his locker and spat out the name of the newly added chaser of the Ravenclaw team. Eddie Carmichael. Harry didn't like Eddie since their previous meeting. He hadn't talked to Eddie after that, but whenever their eyes would meet, Eddie would raise up his chin and look at him as if he was looking down at him. I mean, let the bloke play a game before putting him over the shoulders. Playing in practice and in a game is different, grumbled Harry. He had been hearing the name too much. Even Oliver, who had been strict with his praises, had sung some after scouting a single Ravenclaw practice in secret. Fred and George got dressed quickly and left the locker room with their stuff. Harry, we'll be waiting outside, so hurry up and come out. Harry turned and said, I'll wait for Oliver. You guys go and see if the girls are ready. All right we will see you two outside. Harry heard the door close and started packing his thing into his bag. Then he heard the door open up. Oliver, hurry up, said Harry thinking that Oliver had come back. The rest are waiting outside. He turned back to see two people dressed in Gryffindor robes standing at the door, and then his world went black. Scene break. It has been a while since we have done this, hasn't it? Said James Potter looking at the decrypted walls of the two-store building. It's been a while. We haven't done this since the Wolfsbane potion was discovered, answered Sirius Black as he whipped out his wand to clean the room they were standing in. You both didn't have to do this. With me on the potion, I usually just sleep after I transform, spoke Remus Lupin, looking at his two friends who were here to keep him company. The three marauders stood in a room, a very disordered, dusty room. Wallpaper was peeling from the walls. There were stains all over the floor. Every piece of furniture was broken as if somebody had smashed it. And the windows were all boarded up. To be honest, we aren't doing this for you, grinned Sirius as he took two bottles out from his coat. We just wanted an excuse to get together so we can get plastered. Sirius and James were quite busy with their jobs as senior aurors, and the load had been recently heavier, with them interrogating and preparing for trials of the people arrested from the raids. Plus, both of them were also occupied with their seats in Wizengamot. James had been involved with politics since a long time ago, but Sirius was new to the scene and had only been handed the position after his grandfather, Arcturus Black III, had died. In his will he had reinstated Sirius into the family before his death. Remus, too, had a busy schedule as a professor at Hogwarts. A professor at Hogwarts needed to handle 7 years' worth of students, and thus it was quite a hectic job. With 3 friends busy with their lives, they decided to use Remus' werewolf transformation as a short time to catch up with each other. It was also a nostalgic thing for them as they did it during their school life. James squatted in front of a broken chair and pointed it as he looked at Remus. "Hey, do you remember this chair? I remember lifting it up with my antlers and throwing it at you. I don't think that it's that chair." "I'm not even sure it was this room," remarked Remus. "Though I might be wrong. I don't remember much of those days. I didn't have the potion back then. All of it was kind of a blur." Sirius lifted and shook the 2 booze bottles with a rascal-like grin. "That is what we are trying to do. Make things blurry, but you know, more fun." "Are you sure you can drink?" asked James as he got up from the floor and turned to Remus. "Will the effects change when you transform? The last thing we need to look out for is a drunk werewolf." Remus chuckled and shook his head. "No, as long as I take the potion without any addition to it when I drink it, I'll be fine. As for any changes, I will just be more sleepy, more silent, and probably go to sleep more easily." I wanted to wrestle like the old days," mock-whined Sirius, who had now sat down on a conjured sheet on the old floor with the booze bottles and glasses in front of him. He smacked the floor and called out, "Come on, now, let's hurry. I want to get that buzz going." James and Remus chuckled before sitting down on the sheet as Sirius poured them drinks. Scene break. "What should we do with his stuff?" asked one of the Oxyonite grunt, holding up Harry's Quidditch. Rivers, who was making sure that Harry Potter was tightly bound and secured, looked at the grunt. "Drop it in here," replied Rivers. They had slowly and stealthily made their way back into the Shrieking Shack Whooping Willow secret tunnel. It had taken a while because Rivers wanted to make sure that they weren't seen. The task to smuggle the unconscious Harry Potter to this point had been difficult because they had to travel outdoors with nothing to hide them. Rivers had to purposely make the entire group move slower so as to not distort the effects of the disillusionment charm a lot. The grunt dropped the kid on the floor and asked, "Why did you make me take this?" If someone saw that the Potter brat was missing, but his things were still there, it would create some suspicion. But if his things aren't in view, they would think that he left on his own. And it would take time for them to figure out that he is missing, explained Rivers as he sat down on the ground of the rough tunnel. Unlike the grunts he had brought along, Rivers had thought about things and took steps that were beneficial to him and the success of this mission. "Why have you sat down?" asked another grunt. At novel bin at. Rivers glanced at him and pointed at himself. "We're still under the effect of the potions. We can't go out like this. This isn't over, we still have work to do." Internally he was sighing at the idiocy of everyone around him. "What do we have to do more? We are going to kill the boy who lived and make him a showpiece in the middle of the Hogsmeade. I want the world to know that their savior is dead. That will start the revolution," said Rivers, but he didn't have a smile on his face as things were going in his mind. "But we have to do it, and we have to do it quickly. Why? Someone will know that the boy who lived is missing, and when they do, the entire Auror's office will move to find him out. The general public, too, will start looking for him. The entire community will be looking for him. And I mean everyone, even Death Eaters." He stared at the 3 grunts and said very severely. "And finally, Albus Dumbledore will look for him, and that is the worst threat. If Dumbledore starts looking, he'll find the boy quickly. That man is dangerous." Unlike almost everyone who looked at Dumbledore as he was the greatest thing under the sun, Rivers knew how much power Dumbledore held. He knew that Dumbledore had both political and magical power, and he had both of them in excess. To Rivers, Dumbledore was a person who was capable of controlling everything. He even thought that he was probably doing it already. "We need to complete this quickly and then separate from this boy. The longer we stay with him, the greater the chance of us getting caught. As I said, people will be looking for him, and when they do find him, we will be there." He stared at them and ordered, "We will move as soon as possible." And when they nodded, Rivers thought, "Though you guys won't be coming out of it alive." They had seen his face, and that connected him to Novellus Oxyonites. He couldn't have that, so they needed to die. Scene break. "Yeah, this is about it, I guess," smiled Quinn as he sat in front of Gary while approving some designs. "Good, you will get them by next week," nodded Gary and collected all the design papers. Quinn had arrived at Hogsmeade quite early and had been inside the Scriven shafts, deciding upon the designs on the new AID cards and ordering more copies of his notes. He had arrived quite early, but Gary had showed him some new stuff, and that got Quinn interested, and he ended up going into research mode. And because Gary was free, Gary and Quinn bounced ideas off each other. Then came lunch, tea, and what was planned to be a single-hour ordeal turned into a multiple-hour affair. "I'm getting late. I need to get back to the castle," said Quinn as he looked at his pocket watch. He looked up and smiled. "Today was fun, Gary. Let's do it again sometime." After saying goodbye to Gary, Quinn looked in different directions and wondered, which passage should I take? 7 passages connected Hogsmeade and Hogwarts, and Quinn liked to not repeat the passages. "Let's go through Shrieking Shack today," decided Quinn and started to walk towards the so-called haunted building. Without looking at all at the rising full moon that shone in the evening sky. "Is everyone ready?" asked Rivers, putting on his Novellus Oxyonite robe and throwing away the Hogwarts uniform. He looked at the soon-to-be-dead grunts and saw that they were still putting on their clothes. Hurry up, we need to get out of here and get to Hogsmeade, urged Rivers and looked at the watch on his wrist. Soon, the friends of Potter will realize he's missing. After everybody changed into their robes, Rivers ordered, "One of you will be at the back with me, while 2 others will carry Potter. Levitate him, and let's get going." 2 pulled out their wands and targeted the ropes around Harry's body and levitated him off the ground. With Rivers at the back, the 4 with an unconscious Harry started to walk towards the Shrieking Shack. The grunt in front raised his wand to cast the wand-lighting charm, Lumos. With the 3 guys in front of Rivers, their shadows hid Rivers' expression in the darkness, who looked at them with an apathetic expression. Scene break. "Where is Harry?" asked Ron as Fred and George entered the Gryffindor common room through the portrait entrance guarded by the fat lady. "We don't know he suddenly disappeared we think he's pulling a joke, we think he used the invisibility cloak to get past us sneaky boy, When Oliver came out of the stadium, he came out alone. When Fred and George asked about Harry, Oliver said he thought Harry was waiting with them because he didn't see Harry in the locker room. Fred and George had been pulling practical jokes on people before Harry came to Hogwarts. When Harry came along, he showed his invisibility cloak to the Weasley twins, and it seemed to open up the possibilities. Harry and the Jester twins often collaborated to pull practical jokes on the students. After Harry didn't come out with Oliver, they thought Harry had used the invisibility cloak to get past them. That doesn't sound right. Harry couldn't have used the cloak, said Ivy, who was sitting beside Ron along with Hermione. She frowned in confusion and explained, "Today is my day with the cloak. Harry has the map while I have the cloak." She opened her book bag and took out the folded silvery fabric cloak. "I have it right here." Fred and George looked at each other before smiling as if they understood everything. "You're kidding, too aren't you? Harry must have come here and he's given you that to make us confused." They walked towards Ivy, kneeled in front of her, and patted her shoulder in unison. "To think you would be pulling jokes, too. We are very proud of you. We will look forward to working with you." Satisfied with their reasoning, the twins got up and walked towards their dorms to take a shower. The 3 members of the Golden Squad looked at each other in confusion. "Do you have any idea where Harry is?" asked Ron, looking at his 2 companions. "Probably somewhere pulling a joke on someone," humphed Hermione. The bushy-haired girl still didn't approve of her friend's jester antics. "He'll be back in a while." After saying that, Hermione went back to studying. Ivy and Ron also thought that Harry was pulling a joke on someone and went back to their own things. If only they had the Marauder's map. They would have seen that the map didn't show Harry's position. Scene break. "I'll say this? Really, listen to me," laughed James as he snacked on pigs in blanket as the 3 Marauders drank. "Tell me, what are the 3 magical words?" "I love you," answered Remus, a light smile on his lips while feeling a little drunk. "Let's have sex," shouted Sirius, already having drunk what James and Remus had. "No, let's have sex doesn't work," chuckled James and then pointed at Remus. "Yes, it's I love you. Those are the words." He giggled before saying, "I've been married for 15 years. I'm telling you, when you are married this long, the magical words are no longer, I love you. They change from I love you to I told you. Lily says I told you more than I love you. After having said that, James laughed loudly at his own joke. And even though Sirius and Remus didn't understand it, they too laughed because they were a little tipsy. As Remus laughed, his eyes widened as he felt something familiar come up. He looked at James and Remus and blurted, "It's happening? Ready yourselves." James and Sirius immediately sobered up and stood up from their spots. As James vanished the glasses, Sirius pocketed the bottles. Both of them stepped back and got ready to transform into their animagus forms. Werewolf instincts didn't flare when surrounded by animals. They would still be feral, but as long as the animals didn't threaten the transformed lycanthrope, they wouldn't attack animals. While Remus had already taken the wolfsbane, there was no harm in being cautious. Remus transformed, his body started to shake with violent tremors. Remus' head lengthened and also his body. His shoulders hunched. His hair sprouted visibly on his face and hands, which curled into clawed paws. But then, as the werewolf reared, snapping its long jaws, the door of the secret entrance that connected the Shrieking Shack and the Whomping Willow opened up. The 2 senior Aurors and the in-control werewolf looked at the door and saw 4 people barge into the room. The man in front had a wand out and pointing forward. When he saw people in the room, he yelled out to his companions, "There are people in here." "What?" came out an exclamation from the back as the people entered the room. Suddenly, the room became crowded as everyone took out their wands and pointed at each other. There was a loud thump when the new people, the Oxyonites, pointed their wands at James, Sirius, and Remus. "With my authority as an Auror, I order you to drop your wands," commanded James as he wielded his wand at the intruders. His mind rapidly worked as he thought about his current location, the door they had entered through, and what this all meant. They came from Hogwarts, thought James and glanced at Sirius, who nodded, showing that he understood what was happening. The lighting in the room was insufficient because of the boarded-up windows. Only the candle on the floor illuminated the room. So it took a brief moment for one of the Oxyonites to finally notice Remus. "AAW werewolf? There is AF King W werewolf in here. Shit," the Oxyonite screamed and pointed his wand straight at Remus. And as this was happening, Sirius observed the intruders, and his eyes caught something on the floor. At first, he thought it was a sack, but when he looked carefully, he saw there was a person tied up. And when the person who freaked out seeing Remus moved, he saw the person's forehead. Sirius' eyes widened to the limit, and he yelled, "James, they have Harry? These bastards kidnapped Harry." "What?" thundered James, while furiously glaring at the intruders. Rivers, who was standing close to the door, positioned himself near Harry's bound body. He looked at the three people who weren't from his group. James Potter and Sirius Black? What are they doing here? He quickly thought and then looked at the third one. And a werewolf. This isn't making any sense. Rivers deduced that the werewolf was on Wolfsbane potion because he wasn't attacking anyone. He flinched when the werewolf growled at him threateningly with a savage glare in his eyes. Still very dangerous, he thought and started to think of a plan. 3 on 3, I can get out of here. Yes, I can get out here, thought Rivers and immediately moved. He swung his wand, and Harry's bound body flew up. Rivers levitated the body of the child that had a small build, of course, one suitable for playing Seeker. He then held it in front of him while pointing his wand at Harry's neck. "No sudden moves, or the boy who lived is dead," threatened Rivers and then addressed his other companions. "Point your wands at the three, and immobilize them if any one of them moves as much as a squeak." Rivers understood that he had the best possible hostage he could have had in this situation. James Potter and Sirius Black wouldn't move a single bit as long as he had Harry Potter in his hands. And even though he wasn't sure about the werewolf, he could see that it was restrained and cautious. "Keep a strong stand. This is for the Dark Lord. We will avenge him today. It'll be glorious," announced Rivers. He said that to make sure his meat shields were motivated and didn't surrender. "This moment will go down in the annals of history. We will trump the likes of Lestrange and become his greatest followers." And his words seemed to do the work. Of course, he knew they would work. He had selected these three because they were the most fanatic of the followers. They had donated frequently amounts that were surprising given each of their salaries. Rivers had done his research when he chose them. He knew that they could be manipulated with a few words, and given their personalities, they would stay devoted and loyal under situations like the current one. You are one of those Novellus Oxyonite shits," snarled Sirius as he gripped his wand tighter but didn't move because Harry could be in mortal danger. "Yes, we are the most devoted followers of the Dark Lord. We are the messengers who will spread his teachings far and wide. We will erase the filth and give rise to true justice," replied Rivers fanatically. The truth was that Rivers didn't give a shit about Voldemort. Voldemort and his ideology was simply something he used because it would allow to further his goals. Rivers Locke had spent his entire life hiding his true personality. He had created Novellus Oxyonites so he could let loose and let his true self play out a bit. He wanted to manipulate and scheme. He craved to influence people in a way that wouldn't be seen as the norm to society. Rivers Locke wanted to spread chaos among the people who tied themselves in fake notions of morals and laws. He wished to disrupt the norm and spread the seed of turmoil, discord, and disorder. To do that, he needed laborers who would help him out. He needed people who would become his pawns and do his bidding while he sat back and watched. So he used something that would give him the quickest and most results. He used the influence of the now dead Dark Lord, appealing the young and brash, calling out to their fake superiority, fanning their pure-blood egos to make them believe that they were doing something of great importance. In actuality, Rivers was a man of wisdom, intelligence, and intellect. He didn't believe in pure-blood supremacy and would spit on it if it didn't put him at a disadvantage. He only believed in one power, and that was intelligence. Rivers believed that if one had sufficient intellect, they could take down anyone. If you were unrivaled in terms of brain power, even the strongest wizards and witches wouldn't do anything but submit. And Rivers had proved it by controlling many people without ever putting himself in the sights of authorities. Rivers Locke only wanted one thing. He wanted to see the world burn and look down at it burning like a god hidden in the shadows while controlling everything and everybody. This situation wasn't great, but Rivers wasn't going to let himself fail here. He had Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world, in his hands. The death of the boy who lived would sow enough chaos to satisfy Rivers' soul. "I'm the smartest man in the room. I can get out of here unharmed. Cover me, we're going to get out of here and complete our mission," ordered Rivers while moving behind his three meat shields. The Marauders couldn't do anything with Harry being held hostage. All three men would have thought better if the hostage hadn't been Harry, but right now, all three were drawing a blank in worry. As Rivers' group moved towards the door that led out of the room towards the main entrance of the shack, it suddenly opened up. Every single person immediately tensed up and looked at the door. Oh, scene break. Quinn opened the door of the room that had the entrance to the passage. And, oh, boy, he wasn't expecting what was waiting inside. He stared at 7 people and, "Is that Harry Potter?" At novel bin at. One bound and unconscious Harry Potter being used as what seemed to be a hostage. Quinn almost did a double take when he saw a werewolf in the room. "Oh, for magic's sake? Today's a full moon," he exclaimed in his mind and knew this was Remus Lupin in his Leakin form. What the hell is he doing here? Shouldn't he be in his residence sleeping? Quinn had monitored Remus on a few full moon nights. Remus, who had been getting his Wolfsbane potion, didn't come to Shrieking Shack. He had enough control to just sleep in his residence inside Hogwarts. Then he looked at James Potter and Sirius Black and pieced together that these two were the reason for Remus' sudden change of location. And finally, Quinn looked at 4 people who were in the middle of the room. Whoa, they've kidnapped Harry. Now that's more than anyone has ever accomplished, thought Quinn. They're the Novellus Oxyonites. Yup, I'm pretty sure they are. He thought all of this within a few seconds, and after Quinn was done with speculating and observing, he said, "Oh." Quinn didn't remove his left hand from the doorknob and raised his right hand to point a thumb back. "Excuse me? I feel like I'm interrupting something important. How about I leave you to your thing here and let you continue?" "Yes, I'll do that," said Quinn and very slowly stepped back and tried to close the door, trying to get out of the place so it won't turn into a Mexican standoff. "Don't close that door. Kid, if you don't want to get hurt, I suggest that you do whatever I ask you to do," yelled Rivers, who stopped Quinn from closing the door. Rivers was slowly getting frustrated. This situation was already tough, but now, some kid had strolled into the situation and made things a little more complicated. Just how many people know about this secret passage, thought Rivers furiously. The matchup was 4-on-3, and he couldn't let it turn into 4-on-4, so he tried to intimidate Quinn. "You see who I'm holding? This is Harry Potter, the boy who lived. If you don't do as I say, I'm going to blow up his brains. You don't want to be the person who let the boy who lived die, do you?" said Rivers, trying to make sure Quinn didn't make any erratic moves. "See the man on the left? He's James Potter, the father of Harry Potter. If you don't do as I saw, I will kill his son, and he will blame you. You'll let his precious son die. Let me tell you something. James Potter here is a senior Auror and has a seat on Wizengamot, and that makes him a powerful man. He can ruin your family and put you in Azkaban, and you don't want that, do you?" Quinn shook his head in response. "There's no way in hell he could do that. If I was arrested, I'd be out before they could even think of harming me. George West would tear down the ministry walls if he ever heard that his grandson was under arrest. The richest man in the country and probably the magical world would bring down hell if he heard a word about putting Quinn in Azkaban. If Death Eaters were able to bribe their way out, George could do much, much more. Not only would George get Quinn out, but he would also cause massive problems for anyone involved. George would put so much pressure on the ministry higher UPS that they would have no choice but to tread very, very lightly, because their future would very well depend on their next decisions. Sure, James Potter was politically powerful, but George West was on another level. James Potter could gather the support of the Light faction, but George West could buy out the Grey and Dark factions and even get his hands on some of the Light faction. But of course, Rivers didn't know that the random kid he was threatening had such a background. And Quinn wasn't about to whip his background out. It wasn't time for that. He had different plans for the current situation. When Quinn shook his head, Rivers internally smiled and said, "Now back off and move to the side with your hands raised above your head. I don't want you reaching for your wand." Quinn raised his hands above his head and walked back as instructed, moving sideways, out of the view of everyone but Rivers. He showed complete compliance. Rivers nodded and slowly moved forward towards the open door while his grunts covered him. Quinn stared at Rivers with a silent gaze and waited for an opportunity. Just a little more and it will be the time. They were still behind the threshold of the door the moment Rivers got out of the room, as his grunts were still behind and bunched up. "It's time," thought Quinn. Suddenly the wand in Rivers' hands went flying. Right after, the door snapped closed. Quinn lowered his hand and ran towards Rivers. He used magic to pull on Harry's binding to separate him from Rivers. Rivers became too stunned/shocked at the sudden change of events. He couldn't help but look to his side just to feel a kick planted in his stomach. The force of the kick knocked the air out of him, and he immediately knelt. The next second, he once again felt a kick, this time in his chest, and it made him lie on the ground. Suffering from panic, he looked through his shaky vision and saw Quinn as he descended on top of him. Then he felt his arms being trapped under Quinn's knees. "This will hurt, so brace yourself," said Quinn and raised his fist and brought it down onto Rivers' face. The solid fist impacted Rivers' jaw and cheeks, making a sickening sound. Scene break. As soon as the door closed, the Marauders took action. They raised their wands and shot spells on the Oxionite grunts. The grunts were surprised to see their path cut off, and in that lapse of concentration and focus, they were hit with spells. It was over for them. The Aurors and the Lycanthropes stunned and bound their opponents within seconds while using extra power just to make sure they wouldn't be waking anytime soon. The second the grunts' wands were retrieved, the three men ran towards the door, but when they opened the closed door, they were greeted with a shocking sight. In front of them was Harry's unconscious body. James immediately moved towards his son to check upon him. And on the side, Sirius and Remus saw the kid that had barged in standing up on top of the Novellus Oxionite who led the others. It shocked them to see him raining punches on the Oxionite's face. Then they heard him speak. "Damn it, my knuckles hurt? Oh, Rowena, I haven't punched anyone without gloves before and it hurts," they saw as the kid looked down. He then shrugged his shoulders and elbowed the Oxionite in the face. Sirius moved to stop the kid, but the kid stopped on his own and stood up. Sirius, who was closer to the kind, saw the bloodied face of the Oxionite. And from the looks of it, he was completely and totally out. Sirius looked up and saw that the teenager was facing him. He was scrunching his face and raised his hands to look at them. "I think I injured my hands. This really hurt. I definitely need to go to Madame Pomfrey. They don't look well." The tense situation inside the shrieking shack had come to a sudden and dramatic end. "I think I injured my hands. This really hurts. I definitely need to go to Madame Pomfrey. They don't look well," said Quinn with his arms raised in front of him and his hands hung limply from below the wrist area. "Who are you?" asked Sirius Black, while moving his eyes from Quinn to the bloodied face and back to Quinn. And what are you doing here? Quinn weaved magic into his hands and numbed the pain. He didn't attempt to heal his battered up hands and only stuck to eliminating the pain from his injured knuckles and wrist. Oh, I'm Quinn West, a fourth-year student at Hogwarts, introduced Quinn while scrunching up his face to portray that he was feeling pain. He then focused on the werewolf in the room and said, Professor Lupin might know me from his classes. Sirius, Remus, and even James, who was checking up on his son, widened their eyes when they heard Quinn address Remus in his werewolf form as Professor Lupin. What are you talking about? Uttered Sirius, while trying to separate Remus Lupin from the werewolf that stood beside him. Oh, please. I already know that Professor Lupin is a werewolf, scoffed Quinn and turned his head to look at the lycanthrope. The signs were all there. He disappeared for a few days because of weak health and the absence period was always after the full moon. Quinn then brought in the statement that would close this line of conversation. Professor Snape tried really hard to point out that Professor Lupin is a werewolf. The preparation he did for the werewolf revision lesson was outstanding. For once, he was completely involved in teaching. He even asked if any one of us had doubts, shrugged Quinn and then finished with a smile. It was an unusual yet fascinating day. It made me think that people can accomplish anything if they put their hearts into it. What? That Snape did that, exclaimed Sirius, his hands tightening into fists at the thought of Snape trying to out his friend. I'll blast him when I see that twat. Werewolf Remus put his hairy paw on Sirius to wind his friend down. After calming down, Sirius continued the conversation. If you knew, why didn't you tell anyone? He paused and then slowly asked. Did you tell anyone? I didn't tell anyone. When I realized that Professor Lupin was a werewolf, I gave it a thought. Then I realized that if Professor was allowed to work here, then he must have been provided a supply of wolfsbane, said Quinn, and then glanced at Remus. From the looks of it, he's on the wolfsbane. Or else, he would have already tried to bite me. Werewolves, when transformed, had the instinct to bite anyone they could get their paws on. The average werewolf didn't aim to kill, their wild instincts knew that the only way to continue their race was to turn other people into werewolves, so the damage that a werewolf would do was a few bites. Sometimes, the bites would be at some of the body's vital spots, and the victim could die because of blood loss and shock. Of course, there were exceptions like Fenrir Greyback, who had that innate desire to kill and slaughter at times. Aren't you scared? Asked Sirius. Sirius knew from experience that werewolves were proper people and not monsters. He knew better than anyone that, even though werewolves were dangerous, a lot of them tried hard to live normally and had hopes and dreams like everyone else. But he asked because there was always a risk. He still asked, even with Remus right beside him. And Remus didn't mind because he understood where the question was coming from and was curious about Quinn's answer. Scared? No, I was cautious, not scared. I prepared myself and made sure that if one day Professor Lupin stood in front of me in his current form, I'd be ready, smiled Quinn as he unveiled his magic prep. I know the Homerfoo's charm and have practiced it a lot to get it down on my fingertips. The Homerfoo's charm was a charm used to temporarily change a transformed werewolf back into their human form. It would forcibly turn back the transformation and would revert the werewolf into a human. Quite valuable for stopping a werewolf in its tracks. In the room's darkness, Quinn's expression wasn't clearly visible, but Quinn was looking at Werewolf Remus as he was a test subject. He was thinking about how the spell would work against a werewolf. Because the spell only temporarily reverted the transformation, the Leakin transformation would come back very shortly. But that small window was enough to incapacitate the werewolf. However, Quinn's usage was a tad bit too powerful than your average user. His spell's effects would linger instead of ending after a bit. And that would cause a tussle between the Leakin transformation and Quinn's magic. Even though Quinn hadn't tested it out against a real werewolf, he, at some level, was sure that the tussle between the transformation and his magic would be very painful for the target. Two opposing forces trying to forcibly change a person's body wasn't optimal, and it would, in normal circumstances, cause immense pain. As Quinn finished his thinking, James spoke for the first time and informed everybody of Harry's condition. Harry's fine. He's just knocked out. I checked for the basic signs, but we should send him to Madame Pomfrey just to be sure, informed James with his eyes still on his son. All right, then let's divide the tasks, nodded Sirius and looked at everyone in the room. I will take these shits to Holdings and see if I can get something worthwhile out of them. James, you take Harry, and Quinn to Madame Pomfrey and inform Dumbledore of what happened here. Remus, you stay here. I know this isn't good for your body, so take a rest and go to sleep. Sirius took the lead and assigned everyone their tasks. All the conscious people nodded in consent and understanding. Scene break. James Potter, with Harry Potter on his back, walked with Quinn. They made their way through the secret tunnel that connected Shrieking Shack and Whomping Willow Tree. Harry was still unconscious while Quinn's hands were still injured. Sirius and James had tried to offer to cast healing spells on him, but Quinn had politely refused and said that he could wait for Poppy, the medi-healer, to take a look at them. Why do you know about this passage? Initiated James to fill the very silent underground passage with conversation. Oh, I found it a few years back when I tried to get a good look at the Whomping Willow. Saw it when I finally figured out that I needed to shoot a poking hex at the knot at the base of the tree to make it calm down. The Whomping Willow would attack anyone who would come closer, but if you pressed the knot at the base of its trunk, the magical tree would calm down for a while. Pomona Sprout used this method when she needed to check if the Whomping Willow was healthy, and so did Quinn when he needed to use the secret passage. I know that, too, smiled James as he reminisced about the later of his school years when the Marauders would sneak in after Remus to keep him company. The elder Potter glanced at Quinn while wondering whether he should say it or not. He, then, decided to say it. Quinn, about the thing that person said about me doing those things to you and your family, said James carefully. None of those words hold any truth. I would never do any of that. Those actions wouldn't be ethical, and no matter what could have happened back there, I would have never blamed you for any of it. James wanted to erase the thought that Aurors would take advantage of their position. Aurors were the people who withheld justice, and he wanted to make sure that a child around the same as his son wouldn't build a negative image. Don't worry about it. I actually don't care about the threat, smiled Quinn. Even if things went south and you developed a grudge, I wouldn't be worried if you tried to do what that man said. You wouldn't? Questioned James confusedly. Not at all. I'm a West, smirked Quinn. If you tried to do things that you describe as unethical, you wouldn't be able to move a finger. I would have been out of your reach before you could have even thought about what to do. When Quinn mentioned his last name, James finally recalled Quinn's full name, and then it hit him what Quinn was trying to say. West, as in George West, asked James, his eyes widening. He had only met George West a couple of times. He didn't know the man personally, but he knew who George West was. His work at Wisengamot and in the political circle made sure that he knew of the man who held a substantial amount of influence in every social and professional circle. James also knew that his parents knew George West. He sparsely recalled that his parents had been invited to dinner with George West a few times and had a business relationship with the head of the West business empire. Yes, West as in George West. He's my grandfather, confirmed Quinn, and that was why he wasn't worried. As long as Quinn didn't do anything wildly illegal or wrong, he would be fine. James was still surprised that Quinn was the grandson of George West, but then it dawned on him how dangerous things could have turned out. What would have happened if he had got severely injured or harmed? What if he had died, thought James in mild horror. He could almost imagine what George West would have done when he found that his only grandson had been involved in a potentially dangerous situation. James was sure that his life would have been terribly difficult for a long time. James looked at Quinn's hands and nervously thought, he won't make a big deal about this, right? He did that to himself on his own and isn't very bothered about it. So we are good, right? Right. While James was thinking about if he was in trouble, Quinn was silently thinking about what would happen when they reached Hogwarts. I need to handle this carefully. There will be only one chance for me to work with, thought Quinn. He saw the end of the tunnel. Let's hope he won't come out and stay inside. Scene break. Quinn and James, along with the unconscious Harry, entered the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, I am here to visit, called out Quinn with a chipper voice. Both James and Quinn heard a sigh from the inside, and it brought a smile to Quinn's face. Quinn, it's almost dinner time. Why are you here right now? James and Quinn saw the matron walk out from her office. What do you want to ask? That couldn't wait, sighed Poppy as she walked out while straightening a crease on her clothes, but when she looked up, she saw that it wasn't just Quinn. James Potter? What are you doing here? Asked Poppy. She saw the former student and now Auror standing there beside Quinn, and, then, she saw Harry in his arms. Is this Harry Potter? Merlin, what happened to him? She walked forward and towards a bed that was beside the three. What are you standing there for? Lay the boy down on the bed. James moved as instructed and gingerly lay his son on the bed. Did you check up on him? Asked Poppy as she diagnosed Harry. I did. Harry is knocked out. He was dropped to the ground. I think he has a concussion on his head, nodded James as he replied. Huh. Poppy looked up from Harry at James. I was talking to Quinn. But, yes, you are an Auror, so I guess you have some elementary healing skills. James looked at Quinn with confusion. I was in a bit of a pinch, Madame Pomfrey. I couldn't concentrate with the pain, smiled Quinn. Pain. Poppy once again looked at Harry and saw Quinn raise his arms and show his hands. Quinn's hands had swollen from below the wrist, and the knuckles had turned green and purple. What really happened to the both of you? Asked Poppy, shocked. Quinn would have waved his hands if they weren't hurt, but he assured, oh, it's nothing. I just punched a man and, well, this happened. If you're concerned, then that man was more injured than I am. In any case, all's well when it ends well. I wasn't concerned about that, sighed Poppy in exasperation. Show me those hands. Poppy looked at Quinn's hands and pulled out her wand to cast healing spells on the bones and swollen areas. The fractures in the bones started to knit back while the swelling began to subside as the color in Quinn's hand returned to normal. Wait for a while, and they'll be good as new. Even stronger than before, said Poppy before turning to James. Your son is fine. He will be up in a few hours. I could wake him up now, but let him wake up on his own. James breathed a sigh of relief at the assurance of the healer. Good, then I'll go find McGonagall. She'll take me to Dumbledore. I need to talk to him, said James. I see. Wait for a second, stopped Poppy and then called out. Tipsy. A Hogwarts house elf appeared in the hospital wing after a pop. What can Tipsy do for Healy Lady Poppy? Said the house elf in her squeaky voice and looked at Poppy with her big eyes. Tipsy, where's Professor McGonagall? Asked Poppy. The house elf tilted her head and spoke after a short silence. Proffy Catby in her office. Poppy turned to James and said, you heard her. Minerva is in her office. You remember where her office is, right? James nodded, and after saying a short thank you, he left the hospital wing to find the Scottish professor. After James left, Poppy turned to Quinn. You're staying here till your hands are healed. Don't even think of leaving before I give you my consent, warned Poppy as her eyes narrowed. Madam Pomfrey, have you ever seen me trying to leave your company early? I'll stay with you as long as you desire, grinned Quinn. I still don't know what happened. How did you get injured? And what about the person who you punched? Where is he? Doesn't he need medical attention? And why was an Auror here at Hogwarts? Rapid-fired Poppy, adamant about knowing what was happening. Quinn slightly smiled and narrated the events from his point of view, emphasizing his heroics that saved the day. Thus, a visit to Hogsmeade turned into an adventure where I saved the boy who lived and the Aurors from the Oxyonites. Not bad for a day's work, right? Beamed Quinn. Poppy stared at Quinn with her mouth slightly open and then smacked him on the back of his head. Why, exclaimed Quinn, not expecting the sudden beating. You knew about Remus being a werewolf, fumed Poppy. You were messing with me that day when you brought up werewolves? Do you know how scared I was? Oh, uttered Quinn, and then a smile bloomed on his face. Yeah, that was fun. I loved the tea. We should do it again soon. How about next Thursday? How does that sound? Poppy raised her hand for another smack, but Quinn dodged it with a grin on his face. So you don't mind that Remus Lupin is a werewolf? I don't mind. As long as I or anyone else isn't bitten without their consent, spoke Quinn. Lycanthropy is a disease. I don't blame people who have it. As long as they don't try to spread it, I couldn't care less if they are werewolves. Without their consent, asked Poppy with a tiny bit of confusion. At novel bin at. Yeah, people are stupid. If they went near a werewolf during a full moon intending to get bitten, I wouldn't blame the werewolf. Their instincts command them to bite. You can't blame someone for what they can't control. After talking to Poppy, Quinn sat down on a bed and closed his eyes. He needed to concentrate. He needed to be prepared for what was about to come. There were two possibilities, and Quinn needed to simulate how they would unfold. That's difficult given the fact that I haven't talked to him, thought Quinn. He had come to the hospital wing so that if the first possibility unfolded he would have an audience, which would restrict any possible foul play. And if the second possibility came to happen, then Quinn would need to be in a place where he would have the chance to gain back up. It depends on who will be the messenger. If they are good, I'll have a chance to explain it in depth. Otherwise, if they aren't, I can still get the message across, but it'll have to be short, thought Quinn as he kept thinking about how things would unfold. Both possibilities had their own pros and cons. What Quinn needed was to think about how to maximize the pros and minimize the cons. Mr. West, you have gotten yourself involved in something big, haven't you? Quinn opened his eyes and saw his head of house standing there, arms crossed, looking up at him. Professor Flitwick. I hope I'm not in trouble, smiled Quinn, and at the same time, he thought, what will happen, though? You're in trouble, Mr. West. You're going to be in detention, sighed Flitwick. Now, if you are healed, let's go. The headmaster has called you to his office. The second one, it is, thought Quinn. The first meeting between Quinn West and Albus Dumbledore was ahead. Quinn and Phileas exited the hospital wing after Quinn's hands had healed enough. Poppy had bandaged them up and told Quinn not to move them. She finally told him to return after he was done to complete his recovery. Professor, would it be alright if we take a detour? Requested Quinn to the diminutive goblin at his side. I would like to change out of these clothes. Quinn straightened his clothes to show that the front of his shirt was stained in blood. The blood stains were from when Quinn had wiped his knuckles that had the Oxyonites' blood on them with his shirt. I wouldn't feel comfortable when I have blood on my clothes, especially when I am about to visit the headmaster. Phileas looked at and saw that Quinn's clothes were indeed stained with blood. If you want, Mr. West, I can vanish that blood off your shirt, offered Phileas, knowing that it wouldn't be good for a child to walk around with blood on his clothes. I appreciate the offer, Professor, but I would like to change these out. Even if these clothes were cleaned of the blood, I'll still be uncomfortable in them, replied Quinn. Phileas nodded and accepted Quinn's request. If that is so, then we can take a detour to change your clothes. I'm sure that the headmaster won't mind. Excellent, he is indeed a good messenger, thought Quinn. He felt positive that things would end up without any complications. Quinn and Phileas climbed up to the 5th floor, but then, Quinn turned to the opposite direction from the Ravenclaw dorms. Phileas asked, where are you going, Mr. West? To the AID classroom, Professor. I have a set of clothes there, answered Quinn. I don't want to go to the dorms and worry my friends. I understand, Mr. West. Let's proceed to your office, then nodded Phileas, empathizing with Quinn. Quinn and Phileas walked to the AID office and Quinn invited his head of house inside. Professor, please, make yourself comfortable. I'll change my clothes, and we'll be off in no time, said Quinn. He aimed his hand at the client chairs while he unlocked the workshop door and entered inside. He closed the door behind him and immediately started to move quickly. I don't have much time. Let's get everything over with quickly, thought Quinn. A few things moved in the workshop. One of the drawers opened, and a few sheets of paper flew out from the ream of paper inside. From the same drawer, a fountain pen flew out after the sheet of paper. On the other side of the workshop, a cabinet opened, and from inside came a white short-sleeved t-shirt, a grey and white dynamic work jacket, and red-grey-black work trousers. As Quinn started to change his clothes, the fountain pen uncapped and glided across the page. It penned the words Quinn wanted. By the time Quinn was done dressing up, the pen had penned 2.5 pages of words. The pages flew towards a side of the room, and after 2 glows of light, Quinn exited the workshop. His work was done. "Let's go, Professor." "I'm ready," said Quinn, dressed in new clothes. His jacket wasn't zipped up, so the white t-shirt he was wearing inside could be seen. Phileas saw Quinn dressed up in new clothes and nodded before he hopped out of his chair. "Excellent. Let's go, Mr. West." As the two exited the office, Phileas couldn't help but ask, "What are you using to light up the room, Mr. West?" "I was surprised to see no candles in the room." "I knew you would ask about them, Professor," laughed Quinn. "I used rune applications on metal platings designed to work as light sources. I used the basic Lumos spell as a base inspiration and then worked up from there. I had to specify the dispersion, color tone, warmth, and intensity. The resulting rune cluster was what you saw up there." Quinn had already thought of pitching his light rune designs in the summer break to his grandfather and Leah. This was another thing that could bring a revolution in the existing industry and could replace the standard everlasting, long-lasting candles that were used everywhere. Flitwick looked at his smiling student and asked, "Why are you smiling, Mr. West?" "From what I've told you, you are in trouble." He was a little concerned because Quinn wasn't showing any of the signs that would be visible after what had transpired. Quinn was cavalier and engaging instead of silent and shocked. "I'm all right, Professor. I understand the situation I was in and how things could have turned out if things had gone differently. If you are thinking why I am so casual about the situation," said Quinn as the smile drained from his face, "this is my attempt at self-preservation through disassociation. I'm detaching myself from the situation by acting like it's nothing serious. I wanted to change clothes because they made me think that blood could very easily have been mine." Quinn sneakily glanced at Phileas to see if his lie worked. From the moment Quinn had opened the door, he hadn't been scared in the least. He had assessed the situation and made sure to secure his safety before taking any action. All of them would find that Quinn's behavior was consistent throughout the ordeal, as from the very first words in which Quinn had joked about disturbing the conversation between the Oxyonites and Marauders to him acting goofily with Poppy, he had acted in a similar way. "I see, Mr. West," said Phileas after a pause. "Please be assured that those people will be brought to justice, and the faculty will do its best to improve security. I personally will make sure that none of my students are harmed." "Thank you for your kind words, Professor. They mean a lot," smiled Quinn. He chuckled as he continued. "I'm guessing that the Shrieking Shack passage will be closed down." "Definitely, Mr. West," smiled Phileas. "No more outside castle visits for you." "Ah, that's lame," laughed Quinn, not worried about it because he knew many more passageways that would allow him to sneak out of the castle. As the student and professor continued to talk, the pair arrived at the headmaster's office. "All right, let's see how this goes," thought Quinn as Phileas said the password. The entrance opened. Scene break. Lily and Ivy Potter practically rushed to the hospital wing. They had been told that Harry had come close to being kidnapped by the terrorist group called Novellus Oxyonites, who had infiltrated Hogwarts and had captured Harry in broad daylight. They were semi-relieved to hear that the attempt was thwarted because the Marauders had been partying in the Shrieking Shack. When they heard that Harry was resting at the hospital, both mother and sister ran to see Harry. Inside the hospital wing, they saw Poppy tending a sleeping Harry while casting some spells at Harry's head. "Poppy, how is he?" asked Lily, her eyes stuck to her son. Poppy turned to her colleague and gave her the same answer that she had given the father. "He hit his head on the ground. Other than that, he is fine. He's sleeping and will wake up in a while." She waved her wand, and 2 bar stools came gliding for Lily and Ivy to sit down. "This was close, wasn't it?" said Poppy as she herself took a seat. "To think they used the tunnel made for Remus. I used to guide him to that house every month when he was still a student here." Everything from the Whomping Willow to the Shrieking Shack, including the passage that joined the two, had been added after Remus Lupin had sent back the reply in which he said he would be attending Hogwarts. The school had added these landmarks to ensure that Remus could go through his lycanthrope transformation in isolation and continue to study at the school with no one knowing about his condition. Every evening, Poppy would guide the then-teenager Remus to the Shrieking Shack. The house had been commissioned by the school and got its name because, in the absence of Wolfsbane potion, Remus would bite and scratch himself due to a lack of humans to infect. Albus Dumbledore encouraged the rumors about the house being haunted because they would keep people from approaching the building, making it a safe haven for Remus to go through his monthly transformation. James, Sirius, and Remus were lucky to be there. "To think Remus's condition would help thwart the attempt," sighed Lily as she ran a hand through Harry's hair. "They were indeed lucky." Poppy, too, sighed. "To think not only those 3 were at the shack for Remus, but the kidnappers also used the same route, and finally Quinn also used the same passage." Lily and Ivy both looked up at the matron, who was shaking her head at her semi-apprentice's antics. "Quinn?" asked Ivy, surprised to hear that name in the current situation. "Yes, apparently that child had been sneaking in and out of the castle to visit Hogsmeade outside of the Hogsmeade weekend. He used that passage as his sneak route. Today, after he was returning from Hogsmeade, he chanced upon the tense situation and saw wands pointed from both parties." "How's he?" asked Lily with wide eyes, looking around to see if Quinn was lying on another bed. "He's fine." Phileas took him to meet the headmaster. "Quinn punched the man who was holding Harry hostage," sighed Poppy, thinking about Quinn's hands. That child's hands were in bad shape. He, a 14-year-old, hit an adult enough times to draw blood and break his bones. Despite this, he smiled the entire time. At novel been at. A 14-year-old wasn't developed enough and had low strength. Poppy realized that, and when Quinn told her that he broke the man's jaw, she imagined from checking Quinn's hands how many times Quinn had to punch to break a person's face. Quinn's knuckles would have been injured way before accomplishing what he had. So Poppy realized that Quinn had ignored the pain and had kept hitting. While Poppy was thinking about Quinn, Ivy, too, was thinking about him. She couldn't believe that Quinn had once again saved Harry from another dangerous situation. Ivy had just managed to put aside the thoughts about Quinn's slip about the Chamber of Secrets, but now this happened, and she again thought about Quinn. From her very first year, Quinn West had been a part of her school life one way or another. He would always be connected to the bizarre and wild incidents that happened to her and her friends. In the first year, he had warned them about the Philosopher's Stone's chambers, and she was sure that he had been inside those chambers. In the second year, he had caught her trying to sneak into Slytherin's common room. He had told them about the basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets and saved them from the monster inside the chamber. He had found things before anyone else and seemed to know everything about what was happening. In her third year, he had made Hermione take him to the past because he wanted to save himself by creating a time travel loop. How did he get injured? She still doesn't know because Quinn was somehow able to avoid that entire line of questioning. Then she saw Quinn produce the biggest patroness she had ever seen. She thought that those few hours completed the yearly quota of interaction with Quinn West, but now that she heard this, Ivy realized she was wrong. He had saved her brother and had gotten injured while doing it. Ivy remained silent in her thoughts as Lily and Poppy continued to talk about the incident that took place today. Scene break. Quinn walked inside the headmaster's office and he had to say that Dumbledore's office was interesting, to say the least. It was a large and beautiful circular room, full of funny little noises. Several curious silver instruments stood on spindle-legged tables. They whirred and emitted little puffs of smoke. Portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses, some gently snoozing, covered the walls of the office. Every headmaster, or headmistress, had their names and their period of tenure on their frames. He also saw an enormous, claw-footed desk and, sitting on a shelf behind it, a shabby, tattered wizard's hat, the Sorting Hat. Quinn's eyes were also attracted to the shelves after shelves of old tomes and books that graced a knowledgeable presence to the headmaster's chaotic office. If Quinn had been left here with no supervision, he would have definitely opened every book and read through every page. As Quinn walked in, he looked over his shoulder and saw a golden perch beside the room's entrance. Quinn identified the golden perch as the Phoenix's resting place. After taking in the interior of the headmaster's office, Quinn nodded in satisfaction. Mr. West, would you like to share your thoughts with us? Quinn looked to his front and saw Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, clad in purple robes with stars, sitting behind his desk. He was looking at him through the half-moon glasses with a smile on his face. Certainly, headmaster. I was thinking that, after observing your office's interior, my office on the 5th floor is better. A relaxed smile on his face as he spoke. A chuckle came from the right, and a deep hum from the left came in response as James Potter chuckled and Severus Snape looked at Quinn warningly. Is that so? It saddens me a little to hear that. I have put in a lot of work to make my office unique and fun. The owner of the office smiled through his beard. I even had to suffer from the nagging of the previous owners for years before they settled down. Dumbledore roamed his eyes at the sleeping portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses who occupied this office before him. I'm not saying that your office isn't unique and fun, headmaster. I agree with you. Your office has a charm that sets it apart from others. It's just that mine is better, smiled Quinn. Dumbledore smiled and then looked at the other 3 men in the room. James, Severus, Filius. You 3 can leave. James, you should join your family down in the hospital wing. My dear professors, it's almost dinner time. I'm sure you all are hungry. Please, proceed to the Great Hall, said Dumbledore before turning Quinn. Mr. West and I will have a short talk before joining you at the Great Hall. James Potter and Severus Snape walked past Quinn. Both had different thoughts in their minds. James was thankful to Quinn for knocking out the Oxyonite, who was about to get away with his son. If Quinn hadn't interfered, James didn't know what he would be doing now. He wasn't sure where his son would be or if he would even be safe. Snape looked both pleased and conflicted. He was pleased that his attempt to convey that Remus Lupin was a werewolf was successful because, from what James had said, Quinn already knew about it and had understood what he was trying to do. Snape was conflicted because Quinn hadn't outed Remus as a werewolf to the school or family. Their eyes met and they immediately became hostile towards each other. Before Quinn had entered the office, they had been exchanging taunts to each other. They only stopped because Dumbledore scolded them both. Filius tagged along with his former students, so the 3 men exited the headmaster's office. They left behind Quinn and Dumbledore in the office. Please take a seat, Mr. West, said Dumbledore, and with a wave of his hand, a chair was pulled back for Quinn. Thank you, headmaster, said Quinn as he sat down. You can call me professor like your other teachers, Mr. West, said Dumbledore as Quinn made himself comfortable. You are the head of the school, headmaster. I like to use the proper title when I address people, smiled Quinn. Maybe if you teach the alchemy class in my 6th and 7th year, I'll call you professor. Dumbledore looked interested at the mention of alchemy. He asked with his eyes shining with interest. You are interested in alchemy, Mr. West? I haven't seen many students who are interested in alchemy. The lack of interested students is the reason we have to cancel the alchemy subject every year. Alchemy is magic, headmaster. I'm interested in anything that is magic, stated Quinn as if he was stating a universal fact. Your grades certainly show that. They are truly impressive, Mr. West, said Dumbledore as he turned parchments on his desk. Other than potions and history of magic, you have scored more than 100% in every exam of every subject in your 4 years at Hogwarts. Even in the 2 mentioned subjects, you haven't once scored anything less than an outstanding. Quinn shrugged and smiled. I do well in class, headmaster. It's what I like to do. Dumbledore continued to turn parchments, stopped at a certain parchment, and said, your establishment of an office on the 5th floor, allowed by Phileas. You've called it the AID, and if I recall correctly, it has been a huge success. The notes that you release every year have been a great success. Even though I haven't read them, the faculty have told me that they are excellent. You have been known to create interesting knickknacks that see great sales, and interestingly, none of them have been banned by our caretaker, something that I consider a big accomplishment. The AID has become popular for helping other students, which is another great and unique accomplishment. Tell me, Mr. West, why did you start this initiative of yours? Asked Dumbledore, curious about the birth of the AID. He hadn't seen something like this in Hogwarts before. Usually, prefects, headboys, and headgirls would be the students who helped the other students. If they couldn't solve the problem, they would go to the professors. But ever since AID had opened up in Hogwarts, there had been a steady increase of students relying on Quinn to help them. In one of the faculty meetings this year, the faculty had noted that they had seen a dive in the number of younger students coming to them for help. They connected it to the presence and ever-growing popularity of AID. Every year the AID would gain a new batch of students. After the professors exchanged their experiences, they realized that the AID had been equally popular in every house. No student, regardless of their house, had ever turned away from the door of AID. If they had a problem, A.I.D was the space. Pure-blood students who had a strong sense of blood supremacy used A.I.D's services because Quinn was a pure-blood himself. Muggle-born students, who were on the opposite side of the spectrum, didn't shy away from the AID because it was a place that would explain anything they wanted to know about the new and unknown magical world. The AID was an establishment that reached every type of student present in Hogwarts. Dumbledore, who got informed about what was happening in the school from the faculty meeting, became impressed and curious about the AID and how it was able to rise up to this point in only 3 years. Originally, I wanted to do something different. Create something that nobody in Hogwarts had ever done and something different from what my schoolmates were currently doing, answered Quinn, not telling the real reason about A.I.D's founding. He still provided Dumbledore with some actual facts, though. I wanted to create something of my own and, in process, use magic. I wasn't expecting it to get this big. But well, I guess I'm happy how things turned out. I have more than 100 students who would do what I ask of them, students from all houses on every step of the social ladder. Indeed, I guess I'm happy how things turned out, thought Quinn. I see, said Dumbledore and once again started to turn the parchments and stopped when he saw something that interested him. This here says that you had access to the restricted section of the library for the entire year, last year. He looked up at Quinn and said, it was given to you by Professor Lockhart. Quinn nodded and confirmed the statement from Dumbledore but didn't say a single word in response. Dumbledore waited for a moment for Quinn to speak something, but when he didn't say anything, Dumbledore asked, may I ask why did you ask for the pass to the restricted section? I was interested in the books there, headmaster, replied Quinn, keeping it short. And Professor Lockhart gave you the pass for the entire year? Not a particular book, but an entire year, asked Dumbledore. Quinn shrugged in reply, I established his fan club at Hogwarts. I was the reason for his popularity in the school, so I guess he simply allowed me to browse through the library because of that? Yes, I recall hearing about Professor Lockhart's fan club, said Dumbledore before asking with a pause. Did you have contact with Professor Lockhart after he left the school? Unfortunately, I lost contact with Professor Lockhart after he left his post. He was a fun person to listen to and hang around. He had fascinating stories to tell, answered Quinn. What books interested you, Mr. West? Asked Dumbledore as he observed Quinn through his half-moon glasses. There were many, but mostly some advanced applications of what I was studying at the moment, answered Quinn, and he didn't lie. Dumbledore didn't know what level of magic he was studying at that point. Dumbledore once again waited for Quinn to explain what he meant by the vague answer, but Quinn didn't say a single more word. He once again looked down at his desk and turned some sheets before once again asking, You've been learning healing magic from Madame Pomfrey, stated Dumbledore as he looked at Quinn with surprise. Yes, answered Quinn with a single word. The third time around, Dumbledore finally caught up with what was happening. Do you want to become a healer, Mr. West? No, sir. Not at all. Healing is a type of magic, and I'm interested in anything that's magic, smiled Quinn. The headmaster stared at the student while the student looked around the office with a curious gaze. Headmaster, my view of your office is improving by the minute. It's growing on me, complimented Quinn. If Dumbledore didn't want to get straight to the point, Quinn also didn't mind stretching things along. Plus, he employed his usual strategy of letting the other person ask questions to control the flow of information. It seems I have gone off the topic, Mr. West, said Dumbledore and closed the file of parchments. It's just that I don't get to talk to students often. so whenever I do get to talk to a student, I get a little distracted as I want to know more about them. It's fine, sir. You are a busy man, the headmaster of Hogwarts, the supreme mugwump of the ICW, and the chief warlock of Wizengamot. All these titles and the responsibilities that come with them are time-consuming, said Quinn and then suggested as he looked at Dumbledore. If you aren't enjoying your current workload and if it makes you feel uncomfortable, perhaps you could drop a position or two and concentrate on fewer things. Dumbledore watched Quinn, and as Quinn said the last sentence, the headmaster smiled widely, more widely than he had smiled since Quinn had entered the office. Let's get to the point, Mr. West. Let's talk about what happened at the Shrieking Shack. Quinn held back the smile that was threatening to break out on his face and nodded. Let's. What were you doing at the Shrieking Shack, Mr. West? Asked Dumbledore to the student sitting in front of him. I was returning from Hogsmeade, headmaster, answered Quinn to the question. And Shrieking Shack is the route that I used to travel back and forth from the castle and village. Today's situation had revealed that Quinn went out of the castle, so there was no reason for him to hide the fact that he went out to Hogsmeade. What were you doing in the village? Questioned Dumbledore. What prompted you to leave the castle? Quinn raised his right hand and snapped his fingers for a playing card, a joker, with a royal blue back appear in his hands. I was out at the village to confirm the new design on my business cards. He then, with a flick of his wrist, threw the playing card from his right to left at a snapping speed, making a faint noise as the card jumped hands. Dumbledore's eyes from Quinn's right to left, following the card, and they widened a fraction when instead of the throwing card, Quinn's left was holding a black card with golden lettering. These cards are my main source of advertisement, headmaster, said Quinn as he leaned forward and gracefully placed the card on Dumbledore's desk and the black business card glided on top of the polished surface of the table towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore removed his surprised eyes from the business card on his desk and looked at Quinn's hand, which had returned to resting on his lap. And you couldn't do it from within the castle? Communicating via owls, perhaps, asked Dumbledore as he continued to stare at the card on the table. Some things come out better when you discuss them face to face, sir. As I said, these cards are my primary source of advertisement. I need for them to be perfect. Other than the slight widening of his eyes, the old headmaster didn't show any signs of surprise and picked up the card from the table to observe it. His experienced hands and knowledgeable eyes looked for magic laid into the cards. Dumbledore found that hidden under a layer of bogus charms laid animation charms and a protean charm, but other than that, no other magic was woven into the card. Dumbledore looked for how Quinn transformed a playing card into a business card, searching for a transfiguration charm or a simple cantrip, but there was nothing like that on the card, which told Dumbledore that Quinn had accomplished it without magic, surprising him further. That was an impressive show of sleight of hand, Mr. West, complimented Dumbledore as he gently shook the card in his hand. I've heard that Muggle magicians do tricks like these, but this is my first time seeing something like this. Thank you for the praise, smiled Quinn. Sleight of hand seems like magic, a skill that requires pure skill and dexterity to fool people. The smile widened into a wide grin, and I have found that it does wonder when I show it to magicals. I can get individuals to look at me with funny and, quite frankly, dumb faces. Did I make the same expression that you see on others? Quinn shook his head with a shallow smile. You barely made an expression, headmaster. It made me think that I should have done something more, wilder. Oh no, Mr. West. I thoroughly enjoyed it and was surprised, answered Dumbledore. I'm an old dog, who was a little slow on the uptake, that's all. Oh, please, headmaster. You aren't that old. You are what? A little over 100 years old. You still have a full life ahead of you, chuckled Quinn and then gave a glance over to Dumbledore's face. You have the dressing sense. If you trim that beard off, you would immediately shave decades off your appearance. Dumbledore stroked his long beard and smiled. Is that so? I will give it a thought. I'm a little attached to my beard, it has been with me for a long time. Follow your heart, sire. It will take you ways. Dumbledore was about to laugh in agreement, but then he realized that Quinn had taken him off the tangent and blinked a bit at the smiling student in front of him. There was a slight pause after Quinn's statement, and Dumbledore directly brought the conversation back on track. James tells me that you dash dot. Dumbledore started to speak, but Quinn cut him off. James, questioned Quinn, despite knowing who Dumbledore was talking about. The conversation a few seconds, even if it was off topic, was going smoothly, and Quinn wanted to break the rhythm, so he asked the question to which he already knew the answer. James Potter, the person who escorted you to the castle, said Dumbledore, who indeed was slightly thrown off his rhythm. He wasn't used to being interrupted or being pulled out of topic. It had been years, even decades, since Dumbledore had experienced close to what he was doing with Quinn. Or Potter. I wasn't able to attribute the first name to him. Please do continue, gestured Quinn. Yes, as I was saying, James tells me that you knew that Professor Lupin is a werewolf. My question to you, Mr. West, is that if you understood what Professor Snape was trying to tell you, why didn't you reveal to anyone? Asked Dumbledore, and his eyes shined with curiosity. Dumbledore was shocked that Snape had tried to reveal Remus's identity despite his insistence and order to not disclose the condition. But to think that the childish feuds would carry over to adulthood and Snape would try to circumvent the rules he had set and attempt to point the students towards the answers. I understand that lycanthropy, or the more funny word, werewolfry, is a disease. As long as people with lycanthropy take proper precautions, I wouldn't treat them negatively. Professor Lupin, from my view, took those proper precautions and made sure that the surrounding people wouldn't be affected, answered Quinn, speaking things from his heart. I don't think that just because Professor Lupin was something he can't do anything about, he should be segregated. As for why I didn't reveal his identity, he and the faculty were clearly trying to keep it a secret. I can read the room, so I kept quiet. Of course, if he had been a danger to the students, I would have revealed his identity to the entire school and have him kicked out of the school. Quinn had already spoken these things at the Shrieking Shack, so he didn't mind repeating them. Anything to keep the conversation where and how Quinn wanted to go. Let's talk about the fact that you intercepted the terrorist. But Dumbledore was an experienced old goat. Even with Quinn's little tactics to keep the conversation moving in the direction he wanted, Dumbledore simply used blunt questions and his position as the headmaster to force the conversation back where he wanted. I wanted a little more time before we got here, but things are still within my expectations, thought Quinn, and once again waited for Dumbledore to front a question. At novel bin at. From what James described, the man that held Harry hostage got out of the room, the door suddenly shut close, and when the others got out, you were on top of the man and beating his face red with your fists, recalled Dumbledore. The headmaster took a conscious pause in which he stared at Quinn before asking, "You didn't have your wand in your hands, Mr. West. How were you able to shut the door that was clearly shut with magic?" Quinn stared at Dumbledore for a good few moments before raising his hand and pointing it at the folder of parchments that Dumbledore was previously reading from. His face scrunched up in concentration as 5 seconds went by before the folder flew up from the table and zoomed into Quinn's hand. Quinn breathed out a heavy breath and lightly smiled. I can do a little wandless magic, headmasters. At that moment, I thought it was the best option for everyone if I separated the man from his associates. There, I established my limit, internally smiled Quinn. He looked down at the folder and opened it to read what Dumbledore had on him, but the speed at which he turned the pages made it seem like he was simply turning pages. I can't do any more than that. And that man had a wand pointed at Harry Potter, so I chose the physical route and forced him away from Harry, and then to make sure that he didn't have any other moment, I punched him. Quinn looked up from the parchments and continued. I've been told that you can't stop after an initial blow. You've to keep going until the hostel is no longer, well, hostile. Quinn rubbed his upper arm with his opposite hand and whispered, I was scared and just followed what came to me instinctually. Feeling frightened in that situation was natural, and Quinn, on some level, was scared. Even if he had planned things to ensure that he was safe, Quinn still felt the fear that the situation could go wrong. So, right now, Quinn was simply using that slight feeling of fear to portray a dread that brought out his instincts. I understand, Mr. West. Things must have been terrifying for you at that moment. I will tell you something that I've heard from several aurors and hit wizards I have met. Most of them told me that even after doing what they do for years, they still fear afraid before going into a dangerous situation. They tell me that fear is what keeps them on their toes and keeps their mind cautious. Quinn nodded, wholeheartedly agreeing with the fact that a healthy dose of fear helped in dangerous situations. Dumbledore observed Quinn with an inspecting gaze. There was something about Quinn that was bothering him. Ever since Quinn had entered the room, there was something that had been bothering Dumbledore. Something that he couldn't put his finger on. Quinn didn't show any signs of nervousness or worry about being in his office. And while Dumbledore wasn't trying to make anyone nervous, he understood that his position and reputation did bring that something in people when they met him. Then there was the fact that Quinn had shown that even though he wasn't reluctant to talk, his answers told him that Quinn wasn't going to completely open up. Dumbledore wasn't dense or a greenhorn, he understood what Quinn was trying to do. Short and vague answers, going off topics, trying to interrupt the conversations, not providing anything new that he didn't already know. He had deduced that Quinn used wandless magic to close the door. There was no other reasoning for the door suddenly closing. And Quinn had simply confirmed the clear fact by showcasing that he had wandless capabilities just enough to shut a door. Quinn simply confirmed that he punched the man to stop him. Dumbledore already knew that. Other than a few additional background facts, Quinn hadn't told him anything that would add to the narrative. Even before the two started to talk about the incident, Quinn had simply agreed with statements that he had put forward. Lockhart gave him an all-access pass to the restricted section for an entire year. Quinn's answer? Yes. Short and simply confirming a recorded fact. Why? I don't know, maybe he liked me. Vague conjecture and nothing definitive. What did he study? Advanced concepts. Everything in restricted section was advanced. Once again, too broad of an answer. He provided similar answers when asked about his healing lesson with Poppy. Dumbledore thought about it, what didn't fit into place. He is prepared, a bit too prepared. He is too relaxed, noticed Dumbledore. But when he thought about Quinn's background and what he had learned from his faculty, it was just barely within an acceptable behavior from Quinn. He is too accepting, thought Dumbledore. Yes, that's it. He transitioned a bit too quickly. When Quinn spoke about fear, he showed some emotion that would be normal given the situation he had been through. But when I told him about aurors and hit wizards, he accepted it too easily, recalled Dumbledore and reflected on it. The look in his eyes wasn't relief at not being judged. It was as if he already knew it and was showing his agreement. This tipped the scales in Dumbledore's head. He wanted to know what Quinn West was thinking. Here in front of him was George West's grandson. the grandson of the person with immense wealth and resources, who he had tried to bring to his side. Dumbledore had failed to persuade George West to join his side and his cause. Fortunately for him, George West had also refused to go to the other side and join Voldemort. If George West had joined Voldemort, then Malfoy's financial support would have seemed like pocket money allowance. Dumbledore's bubbling curiosity about Quinn, along with his family background, made Dumbledore decide his next course of action. He was going to use some magic to see what was going inside Quinn's head. Quinn was looking around Dumbledore's office when he noticed something from the corner of his eyes. He turned to face Dumbledore and saw the headmaster's eyes glittering and shining with an unnatural light. He is using magic to attract my eyes to his, thought Quinn. He is going to use legilimency. But Quinn wasn't scared. Not at all. Instead, he was excited. Except for Alan, his teacher, no person had ever challenged his mental occlumency shields. He wanted to see if Dumbledore's attack could pass through. The invisible, omnipresent radiation matter is also ready and present in my mind, thought Quinn, and thought about the latest addition to his mindscape. Let's see if he can even get to that point. Quinn slightly raised his chin in confidence and locked his eyes with Dumbledore. With a barely noticeable smile gracing his lips, his shields went into active mode as they solidified, and the radiation edges started emitting waves of mental probe degradation magic. Dumbledore, who saw Quinn lock eyes with him, gathered his magic and engaged his mental magic to cast legilimency. The mental probe went forward and was about to reach Quinn's mind when the two parties heard a pop. Dumbledore and Quinn broke eye contact and looked towards the direction of the sound. There they saw a house elf standing with a letter in his hands. I guess my ticket is here, thought Quinn when he saw the letter in the house elf's hands. It came at the right time. It's good to see I know him well. What is gallery? Asked Dumbledore to the house elf who had the responsibility to clean up his office and was the only elf who was allowed to enter the headmaster's office. A letter came for the headmaster, said Gallery the house elf, and handed the letter to Dumbledore. One of me kind popped to Hogwarts and told us house elves to give this to you and give it fast. Gallery then twirled his fingers and spoke in a distracted voice. She wore pretty toga and was so pretty. Like the best elf Darley had ever seen, so pretty. Quinn's eyes smiled when he heard the little house elf spoke in a dreamy tone. Of course, she is pretty. Dumbledore opened the letter as the Garly the Hogwarts house elf popped away. He began reading it, and Quinn didn't see any reaction on the headmaster's face before he looked up and spoke. It seems your grandfather doesn't want me to speak to you without his presence, Mr. West. I see. Rewinding back time to the moment Quinn had opened the door in the Shrieking Shack. The second Quinn saw the men inside the room, he was sure of one thing that was sure to happen. Quinn thought about the future, and no matter what decision he took, every path led to him meeting the old man in the tower and talking about what happened today. All paths lead to Albus Dumbledore. And at that time, the meeting with Dumbledore became his main priority, and Quinn started to prepare for it. The first thing Quinn had to do was to get out of there alive, and make sure Harry Potter wasn't hurt and taken away. Doing this was easy enough. But when he added Dumbledore to the equation, Quinn had to select his methods. He took the physical way rather than the magical way. Quinn started by discreetly disarming the hostage-taker. The door shutting close made sure that no one noticed that fact, meaning if Dumbledore examined the memory, he wouldn't find a wand flying because Quinn made sure that the wand went in a direction that wasn't visible to the Marauders. Quinn didn't want to show his actual magical capabilities to Dumbledore. But because the door was closed with magic, Quinn decided to use his reputation as a prodigious student to explain that he had enough wandless skills to close the door. But that was it. Quinn couldn't show any more, so he turned to his trusty fists and battered the man into submission. Going physical and hurting wasn't only to hide his magic. Quinn needed time to prepare. He made sure the Marauders knew he was hurt so they would take him to the hospital wing. This went great because Harry Potter was unconscious and needed medical attention, and Quinn simply tagged along. The reason Quinn wanted to go to the hospital wing was to separate from James Potter. He didn't want to meet Dumbledore right off the bat and wanted to prepare his exit ticket in advance. In the hospital wing, there were two options. Number 1, Dumbledore would come to the hospital wing and talk to him there. In this option, Quinn wasn't able to set up the exit ticket, but he would have an audience who would see him and Dumbledore talk. He would have Poppy and most probably the rest of the Potter family in the hospital wing. If Dumbledore asked to talk in private, Quinn would have refused and would reply that they could talk about it in front of everyone. That he trusted Poppy and that the Potter family deserved to know what happened. This way, Dumbledore would have to carefully tread if he tried some hanky-panky. The second option was Quinn being called into the headmaster's office, which was the version of events that happened. In this option, Quinn had further sub-possibilities. The possibility was the messenger, who would escort him to Dumbledore. On the scale, Quinn had someone like Severus Snape who wouldn't listen to any of his requests on one side and someone like Phileas Flitwick, who was much more empathetic and would allow Quinn to go into his office. With everyone else in between these two people, Quinn's blood-stained clothes weren't an incident. He could have come out of the mess without a single speck of dust on him. Quinn needed to go to his office so that he could prepare his exit ticket. The exit ticket was a Magifax mail sent to every Magifax unit inside the West Manor. Quinn had sent the same 2 pages that he drafted while changing clothes to Ms. Rosie Elliot, his grandfather, and to the Magifax unit for general use at West Manor. The 2 pages covered the events, what was about to happen, and some instructions. If Snape had come to escort Quinn and had refused his request to change clothes, Quinn would have directly called Polly, who was the one who had delivered the letter to the Hogwarts house elves, and would have given her a short message for his grandfather. Quinn was confident that even with a short message, his grandfather would have pulled off the same thing as he had done now, and he would get his exit ticket. Quinn had used Magi Fax because Phileas, the charms master, was sitting right outside. Quinn wasn't sure if Phileas would be able to detect a sudden ward that Quinn would have cast to silence the elf-apparate pop of Polly arriving to collect the pages. He was okay with Snape seeing him speaking to Polly because after being refused a change of clothes, Quinn had the justification of complaining to his grandfather. Then came the talk with Dumbledore. Quinn didn't know what would happen in the office. The talk could have gone pleasantly where he and Dumbledore could have exchanged pleasantries, and after making sure that Quinn was fine, Dumbledore allowing Quinn to leave and rest. But Dumbledore pulled out a file on Quinn and started to ask questions that didn't have anything to do with today's incident. Dumbledore brought up everything from his grades to his thoughts about various subjects and his activities. Quinn knew that there was a possibility that Dumbledore would try something, and thus he wanted to get out of the office, and his grandfather's letter was enough to accomplish that. But to make sure that it got here in time, Quinn had to make sure that he extended the conversation without revealing too much. Dumbledore using legilimency was within Quinn's expectations. Quinn knew the power of legilimency. He used it every day. So, he knew that if Dumbledore could, he would use legilimency because if Quinn was in his place, he would have done the same thing. Sure, Quinn was confident in his occlumency, but his opponent was Dumbledore, and Quinn knew that the over 100-year-old man was strong. That is why Quinn went to all the trouble to create an exit ticket. In the words of George West, the exit ticket told Albus Dumbledore to back off and leave his grandson alone. Albus Dumbledore was magically and politically powerful, but he lacked the financial wealth that George West had plenty of. If Dumbledore refused to heed his warning, George would make his life difficult. The saying that money made the world go round was built on solid ground. Dumbledore looked up from the letter towards Quinn stated, "It seems your grandfather is aware of the incident." "So it seems," nodded Quinn. "I wonder how he got to know them so quickly," inquired Dumbledore. "I wouldn't know, Headmaster. My grandfather is a resourceful man. I'm sure he has his way," replied Quinn, not admitting that he was the source. Quinn put the folder which held the information on him back on the desk. He had already glanced at it and just needed to use occlumency to strengthen what his eyes saw. "It seems we would have to end our talk, sir," smiled Quinn as he got up from his chair. "As much as I enjoyed our talk, my grandfather has the authority to ground me for the entire summer, and I don't want that." Dumbledore glanced between the letter and Quinn and nodded. Quinn turned back and walked towards the door but stopped when he heard Dumbledore speak. "Detentions till the end of the term, Mr. West. For sneaking outside the castle without permission." Quinn didn't turn back and simply replied with, "I understand, sir," and then walked out of the office, leaving behind Albus Dumbledore alone, with the letter from George West. Outside the office, Quinn took a deep breath with a big smile and thought, that went rather well. The first meeting between Albus Dumbledore and Quinn West had come to an end. Quinn walked back to the hospital wing. He was stretching his limbs while thinking about his conversation with Dumbledore. "It went well. I was pulled out at an appropriate time. I need to thank grandfather for that." Quinn looked at his bandaged hands. They were almost healed, which was the reason he had been able to do a sleight of hand card swap in front of Dumbledore. "I'll write him a letter after Madame Pomfrey gives me her consent." The matron had asked Quinn to return after his talk with the headmaster. Quinn knew that if he didn't return, Poppy would come to his dorms and drag him to the hospital wing. "I'll probably have the reply waiting for me at the workshop," thought Quinn as he entered the hospital wing. "Madame Pomfrey, I'm back," called out Quinn as he began to remove the bandages so as to make it easier for Poppy to cast the spells and get his hands healed. Quinn's attention was on the bandages wrapped around his hands. As such, he wasn't looking to his front, but then he sensed something in his front. He stopped. He looked up and saw Lily Potter standing in front of him. Suddenly, she walked to Quinn and hugged him. Quinn's arm immediately went up in the air as Lily Potter embraced him. What's this? What's she doing?" thought Quinn while being hugged tighter. He could look over her shoulder and saw Ivy Potter standing at a distance. After spotting her, Quinn mouthed out some words. "What's happening?" Ivy didn't say anything and simply gestured to Quinn to allow Lily to do whatever she was doing. Thank you for saving Harry. Thank you so much." Lily finally spoke as she continued to hug Quinn. Quinn gingerly patted the lady with one arm on the back to soothe her. "It's all right, Professor Potter. I simply did what seemed right at that moment." Lily finally let go of Quinn. She thanked him for the last time before stepping away from him. But it seemed this wasn't over as James Potter stepped forward after his wife. He heavily patted Quinn on both his shoulders. "You did well out there, son," praised James with an approving smile on his face. "Damn good quick thinking. You saved the day. Thank you for the compliment. It means a lot when it comes from the mouth of an auror of your caliber," replied Quinn humbly. James, too, was done thanking him and stepped back. This time Quinn was sure it was over and was about to go find Poppy, but he was wrong once again. He couldn't move as Ivy Potter walked near and stood in front of him. The two students stared at each other as Quinn waited for Ivy to say something. "KY," said Ivy, not looking at Quinn. She seemed very interested in the floor between her and Quinn's feet. "Pardon, I didn't catch that," said Quinn, not able to hear Ivy's words. Ivy bit her lower lip before looking up at Quinn and spoke again, this time loud enough for Quinn to hear. Thank you. Quinn was surprised for a moment. Not because of her words, but because of the expression the redhead had and the look in her eyes. Except for their first meeting, Ivy had always looked at Quinn with a guarded and cautious look. The way she looked at him worsened after Quinn slammed her into a wall as he threatened and blackmailed her. Right now, however, there was a true and honest thankfulness in her eyes. There wasn't any caution. There were no worries. It could be seen that her face truly reflected how she felt. You're welcome, replied Quinn. He had to recover from the surprise of seeing someone he was used to seeing explicitly angry with him in another way. Ivy wordlessly nodded and stepped away. She walked towards Harry's bed and disappeared behind the curtains that framed the beds. With his eyes following Ivy, Quinn didn't notice Lily step forward once again. Quinn, I would like to invite you for dinner at our house during the summer break, invited Lily. Quinn, who was watching Ivy, abruptly turned to Lily when her words landed on his ears. That won't be dash. He politely tried to decline the invitation, but the mother of the twins cut him off before he could even finish his sentence. I insist, Quinn, pressed Lily. You saved my son today. Please give me the chance to thank you for it. Quinn opened his mouth to once again refuse, but Lily's expression stopped him. He nodded. I would be delighted, Professor Potter. A beautiful smile bloomed on Lily's face when Quinn accepted her offer. I'll send an invitation to your house for your parents, smiled Lily. That would be helpful, Professor, nodded Quinn in reply. He then looked up and spoke. Please excuse me, Professor. I need to meet Madame Pomfrey so that she can complete the healing. Saying that, Quinn raised his unbandaged hands. Oh my, yes. Sorry for making you wait. These must hurt, said Lily hurriedly. Quinn politely nodded and walked past both the Potter parents towards the matron's office, who saw Quinn and noticed that his hands weren't bandaged. Quinn, didn't I tell you not to remove the bandages? Why did you remove them? Scolded the matron. This is why children are foolish. They don't know what's good for them. Quinn blinked his eyes and opened and closed his mouth a few times before saying, I didn't. Liar, I can see from your hands that the bandages weren't removed right now. But, don't make excuses. Now sit down and let me heal them. Quinn, who had been stopped because of the Potter family, sat down as Poppy focused on healing his hands while she lectured him about the importance of following the proper recuperation practices. Scene break. Sirius Black and his direct senior, Captain Auror Gawain Roberts, sat inside an interrogation room. In front of them sat Rivers Locke. The two Aurors had the leader of the Novellus Actionites, but neither of them knew this crucial piece of information. With no one actually knowing Rivers' true identity, they had no idea that they were sitting in front of the Kingpin. Talk, Rivers, asked Gawain as he stared at the prisoner in front of him. You were caught trying to kidnap the boy who lived. Something that the court won't look lightly at. You're screwed, Locke, cackled Sirius at Gawain's side. A long stay awaits you in Azkaban. Rivers didn't say a single word. Not a peep could be heard from him ever since he came here. His face still wasn't fully healed. The Aurors had healed him enough to not feel pain, but if Rivers moved his face and expression too much, he'd feel the burning sting of his injuries. To Rivers, the pain was a reminder that he had failed. As Black here says, you'll be in Azkaban for a long time, Rivers. You tried to kidnap Harry Potter and, to boot directly from Hogwarts. That isn't something the heads will look lightly at, said Gawain and then leaned forward. But if you help us out, provide us with some information, and we will help you out. We'll ask the Chief Warlock to reduce your sentence based on your cooperation. Forget it, Captain, scoffed Sirius. This shrimp doesn't look like he knows something. We should just chuck him in Azkaban, and the world would be better for it. Gawain and Sirius had interrogated many Actionite members in the past few months. The aggressive raids had brought in many people through their doors. As such, they had tried to get information about them. Nonetheless, even if they had tried to get information about the internal structure of Novellus Actionite, the problem was that when they tried to build a clear view of the structure, there were blanks and misses one after another. After interrogating hundreds, they couldn't tell who was in the inner circle of the Novellus Actionites. There were some who led Muggle and Muggleborn hunts, so many people pointed at them when asked about the inner circle. But when the Aurors interrogated those people, they found that the people who had multiple leads under their belts knew absolutely nothing. Those people simply received detailed instructions about the hunts and were asked to complete them for people who had a higher position in the Novellus Actionites. Successful people would be granted titles and positions that would let them show superiority over others, but other than that, they had no control over the actual organization. It stunned the Aurors that such a big operation was built solely via communication through letters. Letters from an unknown source. The Auror department hadn't been able to find who was sending the letters. They wanted to get their hands on the people who planned everything because those were the true inner circle and not the people with bogus titles. Unfortunately, despite their rigorous attempts, they failed to locate the person or people who sent these letters. At novel bin at. When Gawain heard about the attempted kidnapping while enjoying an early dinner with his wife, he immediately had to come to the Auror office because he thought something of this level would reveal something about the inner circle of the Novellus Actionites. Rivers, if you tell us about the people who write the mission plans, we won't not only try to reduce your sentence, but we will also make sure that you aren't in the area of Azkaban frequented by Dementors. But Rivers didn't even look at them. He kept staring at the table between the two parties. It looked like he wasn't going to cooperate. The thing was that even if Rivers wanted to cooperate, he couldn't. He was the person in the inner circle they were looking for. No other person drafted the mission plans. Rivers curated and created everything himself, so there was no one that Rivers could point at. And giving himself away was the last thing he would do. If they found that he was the person behind Novellus Oxyonites, the Aurors wouldn't bat an eye before chucking him into the deepest hells of Azkaban. This was the biggest failure of Rivers' life. In an attempt to become the sole controlling force hidden in the shadows, he had isolated himself from any friends or scapegoats. In his arrogance, Rivers had dug a hole to himself, and now there was no way to climb out of it. After seeing there wasn't any response from Rivers, Gawain and Rivers looked at each other and nodded to move on to the next stage. The bad Auror and good Auror tactic wasn't working, so they had to try something more aggressive to see it achieved something. Sirius slid a file to Gawain, who opened it and started reading it out loud. Rivers Lock. A clerk who works for the Ministry Memo Department, spoke Gawain as he read from the file in front of him. You've been working in the same position ever since graduating from Hogwarts. You've rented the same house from the time you started working. No partner. No friends. Nothing to look at, and absolutely nothing to work with. Gawain looked up at Rives and asked, Tell me, Rivers Lock, why were you made the leader on the kidnapping of the boy who lived? Why would someone as mediocre, ordinary, and average as you, who hasn't done anything relevant in his life, be chosen to front something as important as this? The two Aurors finally saw a reaction, as they saw Rivers clench the fist of the hand he had on the table. They had finally been able to elicit a reaction out of Rivers. It was the first reaction he had given ever since being brought to the holding cell. Inside Rivers, the words mediocre, ordinary, and average rung loudly. He had been used to hearing these and was able to control the rage he felt when someone said words like these to him. But right now, after the biggest failure and amid the crisis of his life, some of that rage leaked out. Gawain glanced at Sirius, and Auror Black pulled on a sneering face. Haha, these Novellus Oxyonites must be complete idiots, he scoffed derisively. To think they would handle something so important to someone like you. If it was me, I think any musclehead would have been a better choice than you. Sirius' voice dripped with mocking and belittlement. He drew those words directly from his family members from when he had been sorted into Gryffindor. He even was channeling the same tone he had gotten used to hearing whenever he was at home. And for once in his life, these words brought him joy, as he saw Rivers look up at him with a look full of hatred. It's working, thought the Auror inside Sirius. He knew this was his job and he had work to do. Why are you looking at me like that? Huh. Sirius leaned back into his chair and smirked. Look at the difference between us. I'm the head of the Black House, while you're just an important son of a small pure-blood family. I am an elite Auror while you are a effing useless clerk. I'm sitting here deciding your fate while you are sitting there with a broken face. Sirius laughed loudly and then continued to mock Rives. Can you believe that this shit got beaten in by a 14-year-old? A 14-year-old? That's hilarious. Getting his face broken by a damn kid. Rivers started to shake as he looked at Sirius. Sirius's words were becoming super effective and were doing critical damage. Rivers knew that his entire plan had failed because a kid had beaten him. The kid that he had thought nothing of, had disarmed him, then kicked him twice and punched him till he lost consciousness. Everything had failed because of one kid, and that thought haunted him from the moment he had regained his consciousness. Rivers considered it the darkest stain of his life. He wanted to tell the two in front of him that he wasn't ordinary. He wanted to reveal that he was anything but ordinary, that he was the one they were looking for. But Rivers Locke knew that if he spoke, he was dead. So he bit his tongue strong enough to draw blood and used the pain to regain logic. Spit. He spat saliva mixed with blood on the table. Rivers put on an ugly smirk and said, "Avku." Sirius and Gawain looked at blood-mixed spit on the table, and something told them that Rivers wasn't going to talk. But Rivers wanted to get in one blow in, so he looked at Sirius Black and cackled. "Oi, Black." Sirius looked up from the table at Rivers, and when he did, Sirius saw superiority on Rivers' face as he spoke. "Peter Pettigrew says hello." Sirius and Gawain's eyes widened after they heard Rivers and immediately pressed to get answers, but Rives only laughed at them as the two Aurors coaxed him unsuccessfully in order to get him to talk. Scene break. Ivy Potter sat beside her brother under the cover of the Potter family's invisibility cloak. Harry was still sleeping and, although the Potter family had wanted to remain in the hospital wing, Poppy chased them out as it was late. James left Hogwarts to the Auror's office as he got a call from his seniors. Lily was kicked out because she had wanted to stay the entire night. Ivy was also kicked out of the hospital wing, but the girl twin returned under the invisibility cloak and sat down beside her twin just in case he woke up in the middle of the night. Her decision had been wise. Harry did wake up in the middle of the night. Ivy watched as Harry shifted in his bed. He then silently sat straight on his bed. He didn't seem to panic, so Ivy simply watched her brother while still under the cloak. Harry stretched his arms and blinked as he looked around with his sleepy eyes. It took him a full 5 seconds to shake the sleep of his eyes and recall where he was and what he was doing before going to sleep. What? Stuttered Harry as he looked around cautiously. Ivy pulled off her cloak to reveal herself when she saw Harry panicking. "Hey," called out Ivy to gain her brother's attention. Harry snapped his eyes towards the voice in surprise but calmed down when he saw Ivy. "Ivy, what am I doing in the hospital wing? I was in the locker room then everything went black. What happened?" You were almost kidnapped by the novellus Oxyonites, replied Ivy as she poured water from a pitcher into a glass. What? Oh, thank you, spoke Harry as he took the glass, and after taking a short sip, he asked. What do you mean? I was kidnapped. Ivy then proceeded to explain what had happened. She had listened to everything their father had told their mother while they talked in the hospital, so she had a good grasp of what happened in the Shrieking Shack. After Ivy finished talking, Harry collapsed back in his bed and stared up at the ceiling. Harry didn't know how to feel about this. He just went through a serious situation, but he couldn't relate to any of it because he hadn't been conscious. So in short, Quinn West stumbled upon my kidnapping and then saved me by beating the man into a pulp, summarized Harry. Yes, something like that, nodded Ivy. How do you feel about that? Asked Harry, still lying on his bed and looking at his twin. How do I feel? I feel relieved. What kind of question is that? Asked Ivy looking at Harry's head wondering if he was dropped too hard. What I mean is how do you feel about Quinn West saving me? Ivy stared at Harry in confusion as she asked, what do you mean? I know that you don't like him, so I was wondering your thoughts about it, clarified Harry and observed his twin. Why would you think that? I don't hate him or anything, asked and replied Ivy suspiciously. Oh, come on. You become all jittery when we find Quinn West in the hallways. Don't try to deny it, pressed Harry. Ivy averted her eyes, but she still could feel Harry's gaze boring into her. She turned back to face Harry and sighed. I had something against him, but things are complicated now. I don't know what to think, said Ivy while looking at Harry. I don't want to talk about it right now. Harry wanted to press her more but decided against it. He really wanted to know what happened, but seeing that Ivy really didn't want to talk about it, he didn't force her to speak. I know I'm not supposed to tell anyone this, but I visited Quinn West alone once, said Harry, and it caught Ivy's attention at once. What? When? Why? He's the one who gave me the information on Peter Pettigrew. I wanted to get answers, and you know how everyone says that he has all of them. So I visited him, and he indeed answered all my questions in frightening detail, spoke Harry. Ivy instantly became worried and asked the first thing that came to her mind. Did he allow you to reveal that he was the one who gave you the information? Quinn had clearly specified to not let anyone know he was the one providing the information. Ivy and Hermione had been repeatedly warned not to leak the information he had provided them. She had been worried if he had given the same condition to Harry. I was the one who asked to keep things between us. West did say that if someone asked him whether he was the one to give me the information, he would straight out deny it, replied Harry. But he didn't say that I wasn't allowed to tell someone. He would just reply that I'm lying. He even asked me to copy the new article and magazine issues and then burned the paper with his handwriting on it. Ivy was able to relate to the last sentence. Quinn had burned every sheet of paper with the information he had ever given to her. He even burned the letter he had given to Hermione. He always made sure there weren't any physical traces of their communication. Harry observed his sister, and he deduced from her question that she had experienced something similar, or else she wouldn't have asked that specific question. She must have asked West something, thought Harry, and his curiosity grew. I wonder if Hermione knows something. Maybe I should ask her. No, Elle should wait. Perhaps I could go to West and ask him directly, or not. Yay, I'll wait. Quinn entered the Great Hall with a newspaper tucked under his arms and walked towards the Ravenclaw table to get himself a seat. He found an empty area at the table, so he sat down on the seating bench. He put the newspaper on the table. Let's see what does this say, said Quinn and picked up one of the newspapers from the left stack. He started to look for what he was looking for. As expected, it's on the down low now. They pushed it down to the 6th page. Quinn's eyes read the article that interested him. Right after, he reached the end of the page and turned to the instructed page to read the article's continuation. As Quinn continued to read the newspaper, Ravenclaw students walked by, saw him, and went to sit to another spot on the bench. No one sat near Quinn. The Hogwarts students sat down at Great Hall thrice a day for meals, and because of that, the students from the same house knew about the groups and cliques that existed. As such, everyone knew not to sit adjacent to Quinn if he was sitting in a certain spot. Excellent, there's nothing at all, smiled Quinn as he folded the newspaper and placed it below the plate in front of him. Both Quinn and George knew that this incident would go viral. The newspapers, magazines, and any other form of media would definitely want to publish that story, so George had to silence any mentions of Quinn's name in any published articles. Most articles outright omitted there ever being someone else other than the Aurors and Oxyonites at the scene and only specified that the Aurors freed Harry Potter from the kidnappers. The few that mentioned there being someone else on the scene termed Quinn as an unidentified Hogwarts student, and even then, Quinn's role was disguised as a bystander. Quinn would check the newspapers daily to see if someone published his name and, in the following weeks, his name didn't come up even once. The people in Hogwarts who knew about the incident were instructed not to talk about the incident. This essentially placed a gag order in regards to the kidnapping incident. Thus, the general public ended up without knowing his identity, which ensured Quinn's anonymity. It was something he appreciated. Quinn was glad Hogwarts students who wanted to know what happened hadn't crowded him. Just when Quinn finished reading through the newspaper, he felt a tap on his shoulder and a soft pat on his head. He looked to the sides to see Eddie's hand on his shoulder and Luna on his other side, who had patted him on his head. Quinn looked at his front and smiled at Marcus, who sat down opposite to him. The newspaper stack was in front of him. Good morning. Ready to go home, said Quinn. Today was their last day at Hogwarts, and after eating breakfast, everyone would head to the Hogsmeade station, board the train, and go home. Of course, I can't wait to get home, said Eddie and questioned back. What about you? Are you happy to be free from the daily detentions? Quinn had been serving detentions every day for weeks. Yesterday had been his last detention session. As the faculty had to mask Quinn's participation, another reason for his detention was required. The faculty and Quinn discussed it and decided to make Snape catch Quinn out of the dorm after hours, and because Snape was Snape, he'd dish out severe detention to him. Snape's bad reputation among the students had finally come to use, as after Quinn told everyone that Snape caught him, everyone instantly accepted he had to serve detention without question. Quinn had been a little miffed that his perfect record of not being caught while breaking curfew was tainted. To boot, he hadn't even been caught while breaking curfew. Come on, my detentions haven't been that bad, smiled Quinn. I've had a lot of fun hanging out with the professors. Even Filch is fun to hang out with. That man knows a whole lot about the castle. Quinn's detentions rotated among the faculty. Within his detention period, he had spent time with all the faculty members, including Poppy and Filch. Your standard of fun is weird, said Marcus, shaking his head as he piled up food on his plate. Weird, yes, nodded Luna fervently in agreement. She had had several talks with Quinn where he had tried to tell her what he thought of as fun and interesting. Well, my definition is wide and refined. It's not my fault you don't understand it, humphed Quinn with a smile. Quinn looked around the Great Hall and thought about the recent events that happened. His eyes turned to Draco Malfoy, who was laughing with his friends. He then thought about Buckbeak, and about the Hippogriff case, where Lucius Malfoy had tried to push for Buckbeak to be put down. But the case had been thrown out of Wizengamot. Unlike the Canon, Hagrid and Buckbeak had the full support of the Light faction. The Light faction, in fact, had used this case to introduce Sirius Black to the Wizengamot as the holder of the Black seat. Sirius Black, and consequently the House of Black, had officially joined the Light faction. To commemorate that moment, they allowed Sirius to lead the opposition. He smoothly handled the case. It was decided that Buckbeak wouldn't be executed, although the third-year students wouldn't be allowed to interact with the Hippogriff. The only thing that Lucius Malfoy was able to achieve was light-slapping Hagrid and the Hogwarts administration. From the looks of it, Draco doesn't seem to be bothered with it, thought Quinn. Well, it wasn't a big deal. Quinn then looked at the high table. He noticed the entire staff was present. He looked at Remus and thought about the talk he and the lycanthrope had during one of his detentions. Quinn was seated in Remus Lupin's office as he helped him grade Lupin's students except the 5th and 7th year for record purposes. I'm leaving Hogwarts, said Remus, suddenly. Quinn stopped writing grades onto the parchment and looked up at Lupin. I don't think your identity as a werewolf ever came up in any of the Oxionite trials, stated Quinn. Those 4 Oxionites did talk about a werewolf but, well, no one believed them. The Wizengamot had dismissed the talk about a werewolf. It was thought the 4 Oxionites were trying to waste time, and the Auror prosecution did a fine job of keeping things on track. James and Sirius omitted me being in the shack in their reports, spoke Remus, looking down. They had to lie while being on duty because of me. I can't stay here. It might bite them in the future. Quinn looked at Remus to see if he was making a pun with the bite. But he didn't seem to, so Quinn continued the conversation. Well, I also got out of the entire situation without anyone knowing. I don't really blame those 2 for helping you out, replied Quinn. But I guess you're right about this backfiring if you stay here. I figured out your identity, and the longer you stay, the greater the chance of someone else finding out. Both Quinn and Remus knew that the longer he stayed, the more familiar the students would get with him. So it wouldn't be long until someone noticed. That's true. I'm sure that if I stay for another year, Severus will get more agitated and angry. I wouldn't be surprised if he directly told the students, spoke Remus. I guess you're right, chuckled Quinn. Given Professor Snape's desire for the Defense of Dark Arts position, his attempts to out you will get more direct. Remus nodded, and his mind wandered to his school days and the relationship he had with Severus Snape. Snape had been the first student outside of his friends who had known he was a werewolf, and he had kept that secret for more than a decade. Remus knew that if he had come to Hogwarts, Snape would have never tried something like this. Remus Lupin, a Gryffindor, saw himself thinking about his school years, and he realized how much of a coward he had been. The friendship he had with James and Sirius also led him to not stop their bullying of other students, a most notable example being Snape. But Remus had been terrified of losing them, so he didn't do anything to stop them, something that he regretted to this day. I only agreed to attend Hogwarts as a professor for a year, said Remus. I'll get back my previous job. It's better this way. Your previous job? What did you do before this? Asked Quinn. The canon Remus Lupin lived a disorderly life. He could only manage to work for short periods of time, so he was curious about what this version did for a living. I'm a woodworker. I make furniture, sculptures, joinery, and cabinet making. When you have magic on your side, you can create things quite easily, replied Remus with a wide smile. I sell to both muggles and wizard kind. I have squib associates who run shops in the muggle world and sell my creations for me. Remus used magic to create intricate pieces of woodwork. With the help of James and Sirius, he had figured out a way to build woodworks that would be considered of excellent quality in the muggle world but were within the confines of wizarding laws of secrecy. Remus liked the job because he felt peaceful, level-headed, and calm while working. He could do it with his condition because it didn't take long to create things with magic, and he could rest for the period after he transformed. Oh my, now, that's an excellent job. Great idea, turning the non-magical world into a stable asset. I respect that, nodded Quinn. Remus had revealed what he was about to do next year, which was to return to his previous job. Well, at least this will keep the canon timeline more or less the same. At least, I hope so, hoped Quinn. It was to his benefit that the timeline had remained more or less the same. As long as the major events were more or less the same, Quinn would continue to have information beneficial to him. He would know the future. Next year is where it all starts, thought Quinn. The first 3 canon years had been just the opening act. An innocent world. Just magic and the Golden Trio, who got up to all sorts of mischief while they tried to solve the mysteries and its surrounding problems. But then, things changed. As the main characters grew older, the problems got heavier and the world got darker. That world of magical enjoyment became quite different. The Goblet of Fire had been the turning point. It had been the transition from the magical world of fantasy to a more complex world. And this complex social world came into play, and with that came new dynamics in the relationships between the characters. And because of that, jarring shifts happened as a result of those new relationships. Not to mention the Goblet of Fire is the book where Voldemort returns. Not as a specter, parasite, or a mind-controlling soul fragment, but a magical entity with a body that had his soul, this leading to him returning to his previous power. Quinn knew what that meant. He realized what the return of Voldemort signified and how it would affect the future. It will reintroduce a magical powerhouse to the playing field. And not just any powerhouse, a powerhouse with the backing of an entire political faction and the capability of changing political circles and converting others. After Voldemort returned in the canon timeline, the Dark Faction acquired the leader. The greedy and distrusting Dark Faction members were lacking. They got what they needed to come together under the same banner. Quinn turned his attention to Albus Dumbledore, who was conversing with other professors. If Albus Dumbledore is the Light Faction's backing, then Voldemort is the Dark Faction's backing, thought Quinn. Even though magical power wasn't needed to gain political power, the wizarding community considered magic as might. Lots of magical species considered themselves to be better than the non-magical kin because they had magic. And when one of their kind mastered the magic to a level considered impossible to others, they gained respect and standing. That was one of the reasons both Albus Dumbledore and Voldemort were at the top of their groups/factions. They had the skills to lead and the magical ability to back it up. Quinn turned his eye to the Slytherin table and focused his vision on Daphne and Astoria Greengrass. I wonder whether Jacob and Sophie Greengrass will manage to keep the Grey Faction together, sighed Quinn. I hope their efforts over this year will allow them to maintain firm control over the Grey Faction. The Grey Faction was a cooperative group and, while the Greengrass family acted as the leaders, they weren't leaders like Albus Dumbledore and Voldemort. The Greengrass couple, in fact, were more managers than leaders, and with the times that were ahead, managing the Grey Faction would become harder. Hey, why are you brooding? Get some food, we have to leave soon. Quinn snapped out of his thoughts from Eddie's voice. Yay, let's eat. He collected himself and left his thoughts for a later time. Scene break. Quinn boarded the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross Station and stepped on platform 9 3/4. As every year, there were groups of parents and guardians waiting for their children, eager to meet them after months of separation. Now, where's my family? Murmured Quinn to himself while looking around. While looking around, Quinn noticed a familiar figure. Oh my, someone's flirting with her, smiled Quinn as he watched a man try to hit on his sister, Leah West. A man was trying to talk to her but Leah stood there without bothering to show the man any attention. She even looked bored. Now, what should I do? Well, let's help her out, sighed Quinn, and as he walked towards her, he called out. Leah, I'm back. Leah West, who was tuning out whatever the man beside her was spewing, turned back when she heard her name and saw her precious baby brother walking towards her. Quinn, smiled Leah. She went towards her brother without even bothering to give the man a single glance. Quinn and Leah hugged for a moment. Then Quinn walked up to the man that had been talking to Leah and was now leering at her. Hey, smiled Quinn and beckoned the man to lean down a little. Do you want to know a secret? Quinn gave a discreet glance over his shoulder towards Leah. The man nodded and leaned down to Quinn's height level. Quinn calmly raised his head. Then, a barely visible mist of pink escaped his fingers and went into the man's forehead. The man's eyes glazed over and he became unaware of the current situation. Walk away, walk, and keep walking, whispered Quinn into the ear of the man before leaning away and walking to Leah. As Quinn walked towards Leah, the man stood up straight and started to walk away, just as Quinn had told him. What did you do? Asked Leah as she watched the man walk away on the platform. A little confunded charm, nothing major, smiled Quinn. And what did you ask him to do? Asked Leah, knowing what the confunded charm did. I simply asked him to walk. Walking is easy enough to accomplish. No wonder he obeyed so easily, nodded Leah. I could have asked him to strip, given his mood. It would have taken just a little more magic, but I could have made him do all sorts of things, said Quinn. He then asked, and why were you standing there without bothering to talk to him? I had him as a white noise machine. Also, it kept others away, shrugged Leah. You could have used magic as I did. See how easy it was. He walked away without saying a word, replied Quinn. He especially knew how easy it was to influence people's minds temporarily. That man will probably wonder what he did after he snaps out, but then, after just a bit, he will continue on with his life, as simple as that. Leah ruffled Quinn's hair but then lightly gripped his head and rocked his head. You got in trouble once again, said Leah in a somewhat strict voice. This time, it was a kidnapping. Quinn raised his hand and a finger. First of all, I wasn't the one being kidnapped. Second, I wasn't planning to be a part of that thing. You just stumbled into it, finished Leah. Still, it was dangerous to confront that Oxionite and beat him up. You could have gotten seriously injured. Quinn wanted to tell her that he was in no danger but didn't say anything, as then, the conversation would ensue and Leah would get angry with him. He gave her a look of silent apology, and that seemed to do the trick, as she released his head, and she smiled. All right, let's get going. The others are waiting. Let's go. I hope you have gotten better at operating. Sight operating with you isn't comfortable, and that is assuming that operating is comfortable, grinned Quinn. Shush, I don't apparate that often and even less bring someone with me. The West siblings turned to walk to the apparition point. Nonetheless, they stopped, as they heard two voices say in unison. Quinn. Leah and Quinn stopped, and Quinn turned to look back to see who was calling him. At novel bin at. On his left side, Quinn saw the Potter family. Harry Potter, Lily Potter, and James Potter along with Ivy Potter. On his right side, Quinn turned to see the Greengrass family. Jacob Greengrass and Sophie Greengrass were there with their two daughters, Astoria Greengrass and Daphne Greengrass. There were the others who had called out Quinn. Leah suddenly looked very interested and excited as she saw two girls call out for Quinn. Yes, asked Quinn. He moved his head side to side to look at both parties. The two parties looked at each other. The fathers were the first to speak to each other. Potter, said Jacob Greengrass with a relaxed smile. Greengrass, returned James Potter with a barely discernible nod. Then it was time for the mothers to greet each other. Those two were much friendlier to each other than their husbands. Lily, it's been a while since we've seen each other, smiled Sophie as she stepped forward towards Lily Potter. You've been so busy with your new job that you seem to have forgotten me. Is this what our friendship has come to? Lily also stepped forward and hugged Sophie in greeting. Of course not. Don't tease me like that. You haven't written to me either in such a long time, replied Lily. It's summer, I'm free for a while. How about we get together to catch up? Just like the old times. Quinn scooted near Leah and asked, they've called for me, but then they ignore me. Isn't this a bit rude? Asked Quinn. But Leah wasn't listening to her brother. She was too busy looking at the two girls who had called for Quinn. She had seen and met Daphne Greengrass before, though Daphne hadn't talked much during that meeting. Her impression of the girl was that she was the quiet type who didn't speak to people she just met. Then there was this other girl. And Leah also recognized this girl as the sister to the boy who lived. She had never met Ivy Potter, but she could remember her from the pictures in the newspapers. And now, she was watching the two girls staring at each other. If she read them correctly, they were slightly glaring at each other. What's this? This is exciting. So exciting, thought Leah as she looked at the girls with interest. Astoria waved at Quinn and smiled. Quinn waved back. Harry Potter nodded and Quinn returned the nod. After Jacob and James finished staring at each other and the mothers finished making plans, the two families finally turned to Quinn and Leah. Quinn, it's been 2 years since we met. At the ministry ball, remember? Asked Jacob Greengrass, taking the initiative. Indeed, Mr. Greengrass. I remember, nodded Quinn. We were briefly introduced at the ball. Quinn then turned to Sophie Greengrass, and from the bottom of his heart came the most charming smile he had ever graced his face. Mrs. Greengrass, it's a pleasure to see you again after so much time. I can't believe we haven't had the opportunity to meet a second time till now. He was about to greet her physically but stopped when he felt a glare from a certain someone and stood in his spot before turning the other side. Aurora and Professor Potter, I hope you are doing well. He didn't say anything more because he didn't want to spread any knowledge about what happened at the Shrieking Shack, though he understood that the Potter family already knew about it. There was an excellent, close to 100% chance that Jacob Greengrass was aware of the actual events and, thus, the rest of his family. He gestured to Leah and briefly introduced, I believe you are already acquainted with her. He fixed his eyes on the Greengrass family. He then turned his head to the Potter family. This is my sister, Leah West. Leah nodded gracefully to everybody with a smart and beautiful smile. May I inquire what both of you want to talk about? Asked Quinn, cutting straight to the subject. Lily Potter was the first one to speak and brought up what the Potter family wanted with him. Quinn, about the dinner. When are you free for it? We can set it up whenever you want. From the corner of his eyes, Quinn saw that neither Jacob nor Sophie looked surprised or curious, though Daphne and Astoria did have those looks that their parents lacked. So the sisters don't know, but the parents do. He does have a high enough position to know about it, I guess, thought Quinn and shrugged. It would be prudent for you to write a formal invitation addressed to my grandfather, George West. I'll be the one to reply and decide the date, but it's more convenient if you address the invitation to him, replied Quinn. I advise you to keep the invitation precise and polite. My grandfather will surely appreciate it. If he approves your invitation, I'll be at your house for dinner without any hitches. I understand. We will act as advised, replied Lily. We're looking forward to hosting you and your family. And I'm looking forward to the evening. I'm sure it will be a lot of fun, Professor, nodded Quinn. He then turned to the Greengrass side, and even though he knew what they wanted, he waited, as waiting was what the social protocol demanded. I wanted to talk about the deal and discuss the details, replied Jacob. As Daphne had said, Jacob and Sophie Greengrass would agree to whatever was needed as long as Astoria got healthy again. I believe you also need to write to my grandfather. This time, it should be a letter to set up a meeting with him to discuss the details. You'll probably have to come to visit us, I'm afraid, stated Quinn. Leah looked confused, as she didn't know what Jacob was talking about. Also, please make sure that the letter doesn't arrive today, tomorrow, or the following day. I haven't talked to him about it yet, so it would be beneficial to everyone if I have the necessary time to catch up with him. Jacob nodded. He wanted his daughter to become healthy. Following Quinn's instructions would be the best way to achieve that. Excellent, now that both of you know what to do, I'm afraid it's time for me to leave. I'm looking forward to your letters and our eventual meetings. He turned and walked away without turning his head back. Staying there any longer would attract attention to him and draw questions. Besides, there wasn't anything else to talk about. Any further fruitful talk would happen after they wrote to his grandfather. Leah looked at both families and, after a nod, she too walked away. She followed Quinn. The two families looked at each other, and its members wondered how and why they were connected to Quinn West. Scene break. Peter Pettigrew sat in an inn in Albania while enjoying a warm meal after weeks of traveling. He was currently under no guise. The people here, unlike Britain, didn't know his face. They didn't see his wanted posters daily. Not that it matters, thought Peter as he read a local newspaper. I look nothing like in those posters. The image for the posters had been taken before he had been brought to Azkaban. The physical appearance of his past self was totally different from the one he had now. The difference was substantial. But it turned out that Peter was wrong about people not recognizing him in Albania. He hadn't taken into account one type of person. Peter? Peter Pettigrew? Is that you? Peter froze. One of his hands sneaked into his robes and grasped a compatible wand he had stolen. He looked up and saw a plump woman standing in front of him. It took him a few moments to recognize her, but he did recognize her. Bertha Hawkins. What's she doing here? He thought, and then it struck him. Work? No, she's here for tourism. After years in Azkaban, Peter had gotten infinitely better at controlling his emotions and his actions. He was naturally able to control his emotions without the use of magic such as occlumency. Sorry, lady, but you've got the wrong chap. I don't know this Peter guy you're talking about. He kept a confused and slightly annoyed face as he said that. No, I know you. You're Peter Pettigrew, insisted Bertha Hawkins. Bertha Hawkins was a British witch, a Ministry of Magic employee who worked in the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Bertha Hawkins had been a few years ahead of James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew when they studied at Hogwarts. She had been a gossipy girl and not very bright, which Peter noted to not be a good combination. During her school years, she would regularly complain about the mistreatment other students apparently had. She would even spread rumors. That had pushed Dumbledore to act on one occasion following one incident. Nope, not me. How about you sit down and tell me why you think I'm this Peter Pettigrew bloke, said Peter. He wanted to make sure whether his guess about Bertha's personality had been correct. He had his wand ready just in case. It turned out he had been right, as Bertha sat down at Peter's table and started to tell him why she thought he was Peter Pettigrew. Gossipy and not bright. Not a good combination, I'm afraid, thought Peter as he continued to listen to her while nodding and humming in response. After a while, Peter had his fill of food and drinks and was ready to leave. He turned to Bertha. Let's go take a walk. I want to talk more but I need to stretch my legs. He got up and went to the barkeep to pay for his food. He then walked out of the inn with Bertha following him out. Are you sure you aren't Peter Pettigrew? You look like him if he was thin, asked Bertha. I guess I'm Peter Pettigrew, after all, replied Peter when they were alone. So you say, but I think dash dot. Then Bertha stopped when she heard what Peter said. You said it? You said that you're Peter, no take-backs. Peter smiled, calmly raised his wand, and pointed it at her. Imperio. Bertha's eyes glazed over, and she stopped talking and became silent. Follow me? Peter and the Imperioed Bertha Hawkins headed to the Albanian forest for a few hours without stopping. Peter Pettigrew was also Wormtail, a rat animagus. And with that transformation came the ability to talk to rats while in his animagus state. He had been at a loss as he didn't know how to find the Dark Lord, but then he heard some chatter among the rats. For years, there had been a dark shadow that lived in the Albanian forest. Someone who took over other animals, killed them, and then moved on. The Albanian forest had become a feared place for these creatures, and no one went there as their instincts screamed at them to run away. Peter had nothing to go on with, and as such he investigated the only lead he had. Where's he? Let him be here, thought Peter and looked at the sky to see the sun setting. I should leave before it gets dark. He looked to his side and thought, I should get rid of her. He had only brought Bertha along with him because the rats said that the shadow used bodies of animals. Peter had thought that a human body would be more suitable if the Dark Shadow was the Dark Lord. As he raised his wand to kill Bertha Hawkins, but then, Peter heard a loud and deep hissing sound. He looked around and saw nothing, yet the hissing sound continued to come from all around him. Then all of a sudden, it stopped, and the area went eerie silent. What followed put a smile on Peter's face. Wormtail, came a voice like a whisper, yet it was everywhere. Peter stood up straight and smiled. I'm here, my lord. At your service. Quinn sat down on the chair in a semi-ornate and elegant office. To his front was the office's owner, who sat behind a desk. I assume we're going to talk about the green grass and Potter matters, asked Quinn. Yes, we are, replied the older gentleman. I understand the Potters, but you didn't tell me anything about the Greengrass family. What relation do you have with them? It was the day after Quinn had returned from Hogwarts. He was sitting in his grandfather's office talking about his associations with children of affluent and well-connected families. The Potters want to invite me to show hospitality and their gratitude for having helped them out. When their invitations arrive, I'll reply at my own discretion, answered Quinn before moving on to the next family. The Greengrass matter is a bit more complicated and yet so simple, sighed Quinn. The Greengrass bloodline suffers from a blood curse, a generational curse that is passed along to the descendants. It causes them to have a limited lifespan and an even weaker constitution. The curse skips generations and doesn't affect everyone, but this generation was out of luck. This curse resurfaced? Who is it? Astoria Greengrass, the younger of the Greengrass children. She bears the curse and with it, all its malignant effects, answered Quinn thinking about the weak Astoria that he saw in the hospital wing bed. And you have a way to cure the blood curse? Quinn shook his head in rejection. No, I'm not able to cure it. If I had the cure, we wouldn't have this talk. I would have cured her, and that would have been the end. It seems you've made friends. Friends you don't mind helping out with nothing in return. Yes, I have. I have made a few close friends, nodded Quinn. I gave Astoria my word that I would help her mitigate the symptoms of the blood curse whenever she needed. And I assured her older sister that I will continue to palliate Astoria's symptoms until a cure is found or discovered. And that can be in many, many years from now. How have you been able to help the younger daughter? I'm sure the Greengrass family must have been looking for the cure for centuries. Quinn sighed and then raised his hands. He willed his magic and his forearm glowed in a fiery red light, highlighting his veins. Blood magic, sighed Quinn. He didn't want to show magics that were questionable from a moral point of view. I used blood magic to repress the curse. It worked wonders because the blood curse has been created with the same branch of magic. He didn't go into the details of the magic as it wasn't necessary. Blood magic. Yes, I remember there being a few books in your collections. I just hoped it would be a while till you started to dabble in dangerous magic, sighed George West. The books weren't from around here, that's for sure. Are you sure it's safe for you? Any dangers in general? There aren't. It's just like any healing spell. I won't be in danger of any harm from the blood curse and neither will Astoria, answered Quinn. So what do you want me to do? She's your friend. Of course you can continue to heal her, said George. Astoria is my friend, but Jacob Greengrass isn't. He is the Greengrass householder, said Quinn. I was thinking you could use this opportunity to build some positive and profitable ties with the Greengrass family. I will leave the matters to you. I will continue to heal Astoria regardless of whether you get a partnership or not. You think Jacob Greengrass will likely show some goodwill towards us because you're healing his daughter? Yes, his daughter will continue to receive my treatment. If you could take advantage of the situation, strike a deal and start a business venture together, it will be a win-win for everyone. I'm sure Jacob Greengrass will be thrilled to do business with us and, thus, he will be quite proactive, suggested Quinn, seeing this situation as a viable business opportunity. George nodded. He agreed that this would indeed be a good business opportunity. All right, after Jacob Greengrass sends over a letter, I shall set up a meeting. We'll see if he wants to cooperate. Quinn nodded. He didn't want to be part of such matters. Now, about the Potters, asked George. What about them? Do you want us to go with you? If you want. You're welcome to join me, said Quinn. He shrugged. He didn't care whether his grandfather came along with him or not. I see, then I won't be coming along, declared George. I've nothing to talk about with the Potter family. You could ask Leah. Perhaps she'll want to come with you. All right, I'll ask Leah, nodded Quinn. Anything else you want to talk about? Trying to end the conversation. He needed to leave for a meeting in a while. Oh, yes. I want to learn apparition, so I'll need you to book me an apparition course, said Quinn, and when he saw George didn't look averse to the idea, he continued. In Denmark. George was about to agree but then stopped at Quinn's words. In Denmark? Why, they have legalized under 17 apparition there, so I thought, if I am going to learn apparition, why not learn it where it's legal at my age, shrugged Quinn, explaining his reasoning to his grandfather. Also, I thought it would be fun to get out of the country for a week. A week, smiled George. Are you implying that it will take you only a week to learn how to apparate? That's too little time to learn apparition, don't you think? A smile of confidence surfaced on Quinn's face as he replied, of course not. I'm sure it will take longer to become a master, but I'm sure I'll get the basics down in under a week. Enough to get around, I presume. George tapped his finger on his desk. He gazed at Quinn for a few seconds before nodding. All right, I will arrange your travel and stay. One of our associates will chaperone you while you stay in Denmark. I don't require a chaperone, rebuked Quinn. Of course, I understand, yet I insist that there be one, inquired George. Of course, whomever I choose won't restrict your movements. They will only make sure that you're safe. Quinn sighed. He knew that no matter what he said, it wouldn't work. George West had decided it, and Quinn wasn't feeling rebellious enough to defy his grandfather. Please choose someone fun. At least someone who is flexible. You know, not reluctant to do some exploration, asked Quinn. George smiled in reply. I shall see what I can do. Scene break. You've become sloppy. Your fingers are rigid, the flow is terrible, and the sound, oh my ears, the sound. It's like the chords have been substituted by arpeggios. Quinn winced as he played the piano. Listening to cutting taunts and criticism to his playing wasn't his cup of tea. Now I know why I never got the urge to play after I returned home, thought Quinn as he continued to play Diabelli's Sonatina Op. 151. He glanced over his shoulder to see his strict piano teacher looking at him disapprovingly. I didn't have much time to regularly practice, Ms. Rosie, said Quinn. He was conscious that he had played the piano a little more than a handful of times. I didn't expect you to make excuses, young master, humphed Ms. Rosie as her eyes narrowed. If one wants to make time, they'll find the time. It's called time management. If you want to make excuses, at least choose a believable one. Quinn suppressed a groan but didn't stop playing, as stopping while playing a piece in the middle wasn't an option. He closed his eyes, and the efficiency aspect of his occlumency came into play. His mind became sharper, and so did his control over his body. The fingers became mechanical as the sound of the piano began to flow. It lacked individuality and emotions, but it was correct, precise, and how the piece was supposed to be played. Ms. Rosie looked at the piano, then at Quinn's hands, and finally at Quinn. She didn't say anything until Quinn was done finishing the piece. The piece was finally done, and Quinn's fingers finally came to a stop. He looked up at Ms. Rosie and asked, "How was the last act?" "It flowed, didn't it?" "It was more than decent," nodded Ms. Rosie. "But you used magic as an aid. It wasn't your natural skill. But I will allow it. It will, at least, shake off the rust." "I can't get a break," sighed Quinn. "I will get better than this by the end of the break," assured Quinn. "No magic." "No magic," nodded Quinn. "Pure skill." Quinn turned back to the piano and once again began playing. This time the piece was more mainstream, Mozart's Piano Sonata No. 12 in F major. He didn't use occlumency to improve his skill. The accuracy while playing was lower, but the individuality and emotion remained. "Better," complimented Ms. Rosie as she could tell the difference. As he continued to play, Quinn heard Ms. Rosie speak up again. "I heard you'll soon be going to the Potters for dinner." "Yes," replied with a furrow of his brow in confusion. "I see. Then we shall revise your table manners and other skills." "I want to see how bad you've gotten," sniffed Ms. Rosie. "I wonder how bad your manners have become after eating with children." "Tang. Ms. Rosie," whined Quinn and stopped playing with a discordant note. "My manners are fine. I consciously made sure they stayed the same, as you taught me to." Quinn was expecting a hot retort in return, but he got a hand brushing through his hair. "How else am I supposed to spend time with you?" asked the woman who had been the motherly figure for Quinn. "If I don't try to nag you, would you spend time with me?" Quinn looked at the oldest person in the West Manor. She was even older than his grandfather. "Now, why would you say that?" asked Quinn as he stood up from his seat. "You just have to say it, and I'll spend all the time you want with you." Out of all adults in his life, Quinn considered Ms. Rosie to be the one who influenced him the most. More than his grandfather, more this sister, more than Elliot and, finally, more than Ellen. Quinn's personality was an amalgam of qualities that he liked in the adults surrounding him. These qualities, along with his own base personality, had combined together to form the personality of Quinn West. But the thing that first attracted people to Quinn was the way he held himself. The way he walked, sat, and moved his body was all thanks to Ms. Rosie. People communicated in two ways. There was verbal and nonverbal communication. But what people often took for granted was body language, and the truth was that 70 to 93% of all communication was nonverbal. Quinn's current personality was based upon his old personality. His old self from his previous life was still the base for his new one. But Quinn's body language had nothing of his old one. Everything from his previous home had been erased, stripped away. He was the way he was now thanks to Ms. Rosie. Quinn's body language accompanied his words with the backbone and backing that they needed. The slight gestures he made while talking, such as the tilt of his head, the movement of his hands, the way he sat, the balance of his weight while he stood, were what made his words gain that plus that made people listen to him. Quinn liked magic, but what about the hard work that he put in? He was nowhere this hardworking in his previous life. It was Ms. Rosie's constant pestering that forced him to work on things. He wasn't good at any of the things Ms. Rosie taught him, but her tutelage was what showed Quinn how good it felt when hard work paid off. Quinn was sure that if he hadn't had Ms. Rosie in his life, Quinn wouldn't have been able to maintain the level of hard work he put in now. "I promise that I will spend time with you," said Quinn as he gave Ms. Rosie a side hug. "You know I can't live with you. If you weren't here, I'd be lazy, like Leah." Ms. Rosie lightly slapped Quinn's shoulder. She gave him a little smile. "Your sister isn't lazy. I sometimes worry about that girl. Your grandfather makes Leah work a little too hard. Georgie needs to reel it in a little." While Ms. Rosie had raised Quinn ever since he was a 1-year-old baby, Ms. Rosie had also raised Leah ever since she was 11 years old. And similar to Quinn, she had been the only motherly figure to Leah, and that was even more important to Leah, as she was a girl. Quinn smiled after he heard Ms. Rosie calling his grandfather Georgie. That nickname would escape her mouth sometimes whenever she felt safe enough. "She is fine after all, I guess," chuckled Quinn. "I'm sure she has fun after work. Besides, I think she is a secret workaholic." Ms. Rosie shook her head before separating from Quinn. She, then, returned to her usual strict mode. "Now, let's get to the piano," instructed Ms. Rosie. "I need to see you better than now by the end of summer." Quinn smiled. As much as he enjoyed playing the piano on his own, as it calmed him down, playing with Ms. Rosie standing near his back let him feel nostalgia. It had another kind of charm. Scene break. Elliot watched as Quinn stood in their old wood shack near a herb garden that he and Quinn had built together when Quinn had been younger. No one other than Quinn used the shack, and it would be in the summer breaks when Quinn would use it. Aside from that time, the shack would remain closed. Nevertheless, Elliot made sure the shack was kept functional throughout the year. Last year, Quinn hadn't used it once because of his inability to use magic. He even refused to even touch the shack even after Elliot had offered to handle the magic portion of the potion brewing. So it was a pleasant sight to Elliot to see Quinn working on potion brewing in the old shack where he taught Quinn the art of brewing. What are you brewing? Quinn looked up to see Elliot standing near the shack's door. Uncle Elliot, I didn't see you there, smiled Quinn as he moved to another table and retrieved a light yellow powder. I'm performing some alchemy. Elliot's eyes widened when he heard Quinn. Alchemy? Young master, I didn't know you knew how to perform alchemy. Alchemy was an advanced branch of magic, and he didn't think that someone as young as Quinn would know how to perform alchemy. I know a thing or two, smiled Quinn as he carefully sprinkled the yellow powder into the bubbling cauldron. What are you doing? Asked Elliot in fascination and curiosity. He had only met a few alchemists in his life but he hadn't seen any of them work. So this was an exciting moment for him. I'm brewing a fertilizer of sorts, replied Quinn. I've been working on alchemic solutions that encourage and enhance plant growth. Quinn pointed at the cauldron in front of him and continued, this one here is a solution that would enable the growth of a magical herb that only grows near the radiating heat of volcanoes. If I add this solution to a soil patch in our garden, that magical plant will grow here even if the environment isn't suitable for it. A smile surfaced on Quinn's face as he observed the change inside the cauldron. It's almost ready, smiled Quinn. At novel bin at. Elliot saw Quinn raise his hand. Suddenly, orange magic beams appeared and entered the cauldron. That made Elliot gasp because in potion brewing, inserting external magic into a boiling brew was inviting an explosion to the face. But this was alchemy, and it was all about external magic to push the magic essence of ingredients to create something extraordinary. After Quinn was done, he stepped back as the brew inside the cauldron started to flash in earthy colors. The flashing lights grew stronger and brighter before everything died down, and what remained was a sizzling sound from inside the cauldron. Quinn stepped closer, peeked inside the cauldron before turning to Elliot in satisfaction. It's a success. He collected the resulting solution, which had reduced from a full cauldron to a jug. Let's see this in action, grinned Quinn. He raised the jug full of the alchemic fertilizer and showed it to Elliot. Elliot and Quinn walked to the herb garden, where Quinn had prepared a wide and shallow reinforced claw pot filled with soil from the garden. I don't want the other plants to be affected, so I'll be using it in here, explained Quinn to Elliot, who listened thoroughly. The seeds are already in there, so let's pour it in and see the result. Quinn poured the jug of alchemic solution into the soil, and the effects were instant. The brown soil turned black as the solution seeped and spread throughout the pot. But it wasn't over, as the black soil also gained a red sheen that would very dully flash when the sun reflected on it. Elliot could feel that the color change wasn't the only thing it changed. He could feel an intense heat coming from the pot. If he weren't looking, he would have thought that he was standing near a blazing fire. Now we will have to wait for a few days to see the results, guessed Elliot. I'm looking forward to seeing how the plant will grow inside this soil. Oh, no, Uncle Elliot, chuckled Quinn. While it would indeed take weeks for the plant to grow to full maturity, this is alchemy, a wondrous art. Quinn pointed at the soil, and Elliot saw brown twigs emerge out of the hot black soil. The solution I brewed had a little boost in it. The sprouting of the seeds is the hardest part for this plant due to the conditions it grows in. But with alchemy, we'll be able to kickstart that sprouting, and now every seed will be able to grow to maturity. Elliot continued to watch as Quinn continued. This could also have been accomplished with potions, but it would have taken weeks or even months for me to brew a potion with similar effects, smiled Quinn. Luckily, this is alchemy. I've been able to recreate months of potion brewing within a day. Uncle, I know you once said potions are the ultimate transformative magic, but I think alchemy takes that crown. Elliot wordlessly nodded as he continued to see seeds sprout from inside the black soil. George West and Elliot Dalton stood near the fireplace of West Manor, which was in an ornate room that was used to greet guests who arrived at the villa via flue travel. Are the flue wards adjusted? Asked George, making sure for the last time. A flue fireplace could be warded to block its connection to the flue network, and the West Manor flue fireplace had those wards always active until needed. So until the wards were adjusted, no one could enter the West Manor via the fireplace. Elliot nodded in reply. Yes, the wards were adjusted half an hour ago. Where's my grandson? Asked George, looking at Elliot, who was standing beside him. Ms. Rosie, on the other hand, was behind them, near the door. I am afraid I am not sure. Elliot shook his head. He looked back at Ms. Rosie to see whether she knew Quinn's whereabouts. He is in the rehearsal room, replied Ms. Rosie. George glanced back at Ms. Rosie and asked, why isn't he here? Is he not aware of the time of arrival? I don't think he is aware, replied Elliot after thinking if Quinn had been made aware of today's events. It seems we forgot to tell him. They are coming because of him, sighed George and then looked at Ms. Rosie to ask, is he presentable? Ms. Rosie nodded her head in confidence, as though that wasn't even a question. Good, nodded back George, before turning towards the fireplace. At that moment, the fire turned green, which signified the arrival of someone at the West Manor flow point. 4 figures came out of the fireplace. They gracefully stepped onto the floor of the floor room of the West Manor. All of them were dressed in smart, semi-casual clothing. George stepped forward and greeted the new arrivals. "Welcome to the West Manor," greeted George. "Mr. West, it has been a while," greeted Jacob Greengrass as he stepped forward to shake hands with George. "It has been, Jacob. It's good to see you after such a long time." George turned to the lady beside Jacob and softly smiled. "Lady Sophie, you're still as beautiful as I saw you the last time." He took the offered hand and kissed it on the knuckles. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. West," smiled Sophie gracefully. "You, too, are as charming as ever." George turned to the remaining 2 of the 4 and greeted them with a friendly and calm smile. "Daphne and Astoria, right," greeted George to the 2 Greengrass sisters. "It's lovely to meet you too. Quinn has told me a lot about you too." The 2 girls curtsied as practiced and greeted Quinn's grandfather. "Nice to meet you, Mr. West." George looked at the Greengrass parents and said, "How about we adults move to the lounge?" He turned to glance at Daphne and Astoria. "And leave them alone? Let's not bore you with our talks." He turned back to face the door and faced the door where Ms. Rosie stood. "Ms. Rosie, would you lead these 2 ladies to Quinn?" instructed George and then looked at the Greengrass sisters. "If you 2 would follow Ms. Rosie, she will lead you to Quinn." Both daughters looked at their mother for permission, who nodded in agreement. Daphne and Astoria followed after Ms. Rosie. The 3 left the Flo fireplace room. After the 3 left, George turned to Jacob and Sophie Greengrass. "Let's talk. Scene break. How's Quinn when he is at home?" Ms. Rosie looked to her left at the younger Greengrass sister, who looked at her with starry curiosity in her eyes as she asked the question. "Could you elaborate?" returned Ms. Rosie, as the 3 continued to walk to the rehearsal room. "I mean, is he different at home than when he is outside, in front of others when he has company?" asked Astoria. She wanted to know if Quinn was the same at home as he was at school. Ms. Rosie briefly glanced at the girl. She thought about the question and how she should answer it before speaking. "From what I have observed, the young master is the same at home as when he is outside. If there was a difference, then it would be that the young master is much more relaxed at home. He is much more carefree and unrestricted while he is at home." Astoria felt confused because, from what she had seen, Quinn was always carefree and relaxed. And from what she had heard from Daphne and Tracy, Quinn was pretty much the most unrestricted person in Hogwarts. "So he isn't sloppy or a slob at home?" asked Astoria. She was secretly hoping that Quinn was the total opposite of what he was outside. Ms. Rosie raised her eyebrow. She had known Quinn since he was born and, from what she remembered, he had never been a slob or sloppy while he was at home. Astoria seemed to understand the answer from Ms. Rosie's look. "Has Quinn lived in this manor ever since he was a babe?" This time it was Daphne who asked the question. And while Astoria asked the questions, Daphne looked around. They were walking through the corridors of a really large home. The mansion at the Greengrass estate was large, but it was way smaller than West Manor. "Yes, the young master has lived in this villa ever since he was a babe," replied Ms. Rosie with a smile as she recalled the days before Quinn started school. "How was Quinn when he was a child?" asked Astoria. Even Daphne seemed thoroughly interested in how Quinn was when he was a child. The young master was a lively child. "When he wasn't staying still, he would be moving all over the manor," smiled Ms. Rosie. "If we didn't keep an eye on him, he would be gone before we knew it. He covered a lot of ground back in those days." Daphne and Astoria imagined a baby Quinn with a childish grin on his face as he ran away on his chubby feet while laughing with a baby chortle. "We are here," informed Ms. Rosie. She stopped in front of a large double door. "The young master is inside." She stepped forward and opened the door and a faint sound of a piano immediately leaked out. Ms. Rosie placed a finger on her lips before stepping inside. Daphne and Astoria looked at each other and then stepped inside the room. The sound of the piano became louder, more pronounced and clearer than when they were outside of the room. The rehearsal room was covered in sound charms that provided great acoustics. Originally, the grand piano inside the West Manor wasn't in this room. Quinn had moved it to this room to help him experiment with sound charms. Hence, he had gradually added charms to the room, so he built up and changed the charm scheme there was in the room. The result was the room achieved the best acoustics Quinn could accomplish with magic, which were much better than the acoustics there were in the original room. The 3 entered the rehearsal room, which opened into a corner of the room. Daphne and Astoria turned to their right and saw Quinn playing the piano. He had his back facing them. The music was fast and loud. The piece Quinn was playing didn't seem to have slow moments. Daphne and Astoria could see Quinn's head moving slightly as his fingers glided over the keys. Because of the pace, Quinn's fingers stuck close to the keys, while not getting a second of rest. Whereas Ms. Rosie listened to the music with her experienced ear and judged Quinn's playing, Daphne and Astoria became wholly entranced by the music that came out of the piano and was flowing around them. The music made them feel they needed to move around. It became impossible to stand still doing anything. Daphne softly tapped her foot and Astoria swayed her body. It took 2 minutes for Quinn to finish his piece. When the music ended, silence gained a hold on the room. "Young master, you have guests," said Ms. Rosie after Quinn had stopped playing the piano. Quinn turned back, and his eyes widened in surprise when he saw Daphne and Astoria standing beside Ms. Rosie. He looked at Ms. Rosie and asked, "They arrived today? Was I told about this? Did I forget?" He did a shallow and quick dive into his mindscape and sordid memories, but he couldn't recall hearing about the Greengrass family coming today. It seems we forgot to inform you, replied Ms. Rosie. They've just arrived. Jacob and Sophie Greengrass are with your grandfather. She politely gestured to Daphne and Astoria. I was asked to escort these two ladies to you. Quinn stood up from his piano stool and walked towards the girls with a smile on his face. He wore a grey crew neck shirt and white shorts that went a little below his knees. On his feet were a pair of slippers that he wore for comfort while inside the house. What has it been? 2 weeks, smiled Quinn. It's good to see you too. He pointed at the piano at his back and continued. Did you like my playing? It was great. I felt I needed to move the entire time, nodded Astoria enthusiastically. Quinn looked at the other sister to see whether she had something to say. I didn't know that you played the piano, asked Daphne. I do, he gestured to Ms. Rosie by their side. Ms. Rosie has been teaching me since I was young. I can also play the violin. Quinn then addressed Ms. Rosie, where's grandfather and his guests? In the lounge. Then we will go to the living room, told Quinn. Please prepare refreshments for us. Yes, young master. Scene break. While the lounge was a sitting area with a more formal vibe, the living room was a sitting area with more of an informal feel. So while the adults did their thing, Quinn brought the Greengrass sisters to unwind in a relaxed setting. How are you two? Asked Quinn, as he sat down on the sofa. Daphne and Astoria took a seat on the sofa in front of Quinn. How's the summer break going? I rode a horse, exclaimed Astoria. It was my first time, and even though it was frightening at first, it became so much fun later on. The Greengrass estate had a working horse stable. The horses there were bred and taken care of by the family. Every member of the Greengrass family learned how to ride a horse. But because of Astoria's health, she hadn't been allowed to learn. Now, however, as the blood curse had been repressed, Astoria could finally do things she had missed out on. And learning how to ride a horse was one of the things she had on her list. As such, the first thing Astoria asked after she had been cured was to be taught horseback riding. Now isn't that great, smiled Quinn. I have only ridden horses a couple of times. I've ridden a winged horse, though, which is awesome. Really? That sounds fun? I want to try it, too, exclaimed Astoria. She mentally added that to her to-do list. Daphne, on the other hand, softly sighed. She could almost see what Astoria was thinking of. It had been tough for her and their parents to get used to the new hyperactive Astoria, who wanted to do everything she hadn't been able to do previously. They still had the necessity to treat Astoria as someone who couldn't do strenuous physical activities. Even after Quinn had repressed the curse, they would get urges to stop Astoria from moving around so much. The three had to consciously remind themselves that Astoria's curse was no longer a problem. Quinn glanced towards Daphne and asked her the same question. What about you, Daphne? What have you been doing? I've been busy keeping her company, sighed Daphne as she pointed at Astoria. She drags me everywhere and makes me do all the things she's doing. Honestly, I don't know how someone can have so much energy. She's been moving all day without taking a break. Astoria stuck out a tongue and then hugged Daphne's arm. Yet you still keep my company without complaining. Daphne shook her head with a sigh. Actually, she had been having fun. Astoria had been all smiles recently, and seeing her like that made Daphne joyous from the bottom of her heart. What have you been doing? Asked Daphne as she shifted in her spot to get comfortable. Astoria kept snuggling into her side. Quinn shrugged in reply. As of now, nothing new. I'm spending time with my family, relaxing, and doing things I can't do in Hogwarts. I've been going to many markets, too, both magical and non-magical. That surprised Daphne and Astoria as they didn't have much contact with the non-magical world. But unlike many of their pureblood peers, the Greengrass sisters had a curiosity about the non-magical world. How is a muggle market? Asked Daphne, interested. Is it different from something like Diagon Alley, for example? Markets are the same everywhere. Shops selling all sorts of items and assortments. The only difference is that the items are non-magicala, answered Quinn. Well, some items out there might interest you because of their exotic origin. How about I take you out to the non-magical world someday? It will be a fun trip, I'm sure. Daphne looked at Quinn, who had just offered to take her to the muggle world, and thought, is he talking about a date? Is he taking me out on a date? The mind of the adolescent girl began to whirl. Lots of thoughts began to revolve around her. Daphne ended up thinking that Quinn's offer of escorting her to the non-magical world was him asking out for a date. Daphne, Daphne, Daphne. Daphne snapped out of her thoughts and looked at Quinn, who was calling her. Yes. Are you all right? You seemed to zoom out there, asked Quinn. Something you'd like to share with us? It's nothing. I was just thinking about the muggle world, replied Daphne. She then sat up straight. She became attentive. I will take you on that offer to show me the muggle world. Quinn nodded with a lopsided smile. It would be my honor to escort you, my lady. Daphne held back the blush that was threatening to break out on her cheeks. It took all her will to not show how she was feeling. In the end, she simply nodded. Scene break. It was after lunchtime, and everyone had gathered in the living room to witness Quinn repressing Astoria's curse. The trace placed on wands by the ministry to track underage magic didn't work in magical households. The trace functioned by detecting magic when it happened around traced wands. But inside a magical home, the detected magic could be from an adult, so the ministry ignored any magic detections if the marked wands were inside magic-heavy areas. Not that it mattered because Quinn hadn't touched his wand in a year, and the wand that he was holding while sitting in front of Astoria was the fake that he had crafted before his first year. "Are you ready, Astoria?" asked Quinn as he gazed at the condition of the girl in front of him. The curse was still a week away from resurfacing, but Quinn had decided that he would heal Astoria a week before the due date so she wouldn't ever feel the slightest of the effects. "Yes, I am ready," answered Astoria, sounding nervous. The last time she hadn't known what Quinn was doing. It happened so abruptly and swiftly that she didn't have time to comprehend what was happening. But this time, she was aware of what Quinn was doing and, thus, it made her feel a little nervous in case something went wrong. "It will be all right. You just need to sit back and relax. I will take care of everything," assured Quinn with a smile as if trying to calm a child before they got an injection. "Concentrate on the pretty blue that will appear on your body and enjoy the process. It will be over before you even know it." Quinn put hands out just ahead of his lap, and Astoria placed her hands into Quinn's, though not before exhaling a deep sigh. For a few moments, Quinn did nothing but hold hands with Astoria, giving her time to adjust and get ready. After he thought she was ready, Quinn gently released his right from Astoria's left, held the fake wand in his hand, and did a bogus swing to get the wand out of the way. Red fiery glowing veins appeared on Quinn's forearms, covering his hands in a network of blood that was channeling blood magic. He gently grasped Astoria's hands and then looked at her to see that Astoria was still a little nervous. "Astoria, look at me," he called out, causing Astoria to look up from his hands to his face. "Look at my face if you are feeling nervous. Concentrate on my eyes and forget about the magic. It will feel relaxing in a minute." Astoria nodded and concentrated on Quinn's stone-gray eyes, which were smiling. She tried to ignore the magic in Quinn's arms. Jacob and Sophie Greengrass watched as the glowing red veins traveled up Astoria's arms and covered her entire body in a network of illuminated veins. They both felt anxious about the treatment that was happening in front of their eyes. They had had a healer who had been really experienced in curses check on Astoria when she returned home, and the healer confirmed that Astoria's blood curse had been repressed, and that she wasn't in any immediate danger. But even then, they were nervous about the current treatment. The two parents had no idea what Quinn was doing and only knew that blood magic was dangerous. It caused them to be anxious. As such, they prayed that everything would go smoothly. George, Elliot, and Ms. Rosie also watched Quinn healing Astoria. Aside from George, who had seen Quinn briefly activate blood magic, for the others it was the first time they had seen blood magic performed. None in the room knew Quinn's full capabilities in the room, and his family was no exception. His family knew Quinn was advanced for his age, but none of them knew the specifics. Hence, it was their first time seeing Quinn perform blood magic. They all watched. Then, the flashing veins covering Astoria's body and Quinn's forearms turned a sparkling blue. It was at that moment that the knowledge from healing magic and water magic came into play, as Quinn started to repress the blood curse to sleep for a while. Daphne sat perpendicular, and she breathed a sigh of relief as the color changed to blue, as she saw Astoria immediately relax and loosen up. It was clear that Astoria was feeling better already. Her eyes then went to Quinn, who she saw was still smiling, though she could see his eyes were observing Astoria with concentration and focus. It was clear he wanted to make sure nothing went wrong. As she watched, Daphne got lost watching Quinn, who was different from what she usually saw. She was used to seeing Quinn joking around, laughing, making jokes, joining up with Tracy to act silly. But she hadn't seen Quinn acting seriously that much. The only time she could recall him being that serious was when he chased away the Dementors. Nonetheless, at that time, she had been scared of the Dementor and wasn't paying much attention. By the time she returned to normal, Quinn was grinning and talking about chocolate. So this was Daphne's first time seeing Quinn really focused on something, and because she was so close to him, she couldn't help but find herself lost at the sight that was in front of her. It took a few minutes to complete the process. After finishing, Quinn breathed a sigh to release the magic. The blue-colored veins retreated from Astoria's body and his forearms. Then, he cut the connection by releasing Astoria's hands. "How are you feeling?" asked Quinn. "It felt good while you were doing magic, but right now, I don't feel any different from before," answered Astoria. "Maybe a little skippy, but nothing else." "Excellent, that means it went fine," nodded Quinn and then turned to the Greengrass parents. "She'll be quite energetic and active today. It would be something like a child hopped up on sugar, so let her run around and tire herself out, or she won't sleep at night," said Quinn, giving follow-up remarks to the parents of his patients. "She will be fine for the rest of the summer break. I think we should do this once more before going to school. For the rest of the sessions, I will take care of this inside the school itself." Sophie Greengrass stepped forwards towards and took his hands in hers. "Thank you, Quinn. You've done a great favor to my family. I can't express how grateful we are to you." It took Quinn a moment before he was able to speak. "Oh, not a problem at all, Mrs. Greengrass. It was my pleasure to help Astoria out. Astoria is more fun when she's like this." Jacob Greengrass, too, thanked Quinn for his help and told him that if Quinn ever needed any help, he only needed to ask. Scene break. At Novel Bin at. It was time for the Greengrass to return home. Everyone was standing in the fireplace room. "Mr. West, thank you for your hospitality," smiled Jacob Greengrass as he shook hands with George. "It was a pleasure to meet you again, and I look forward to our cooperation in the future." As Quinn had suggested, George had proposed a business proposition and, as Quinn had thought, Jacob had been open to participating in a profitable venture with the West family. Let's meet soon to talk, Jacob, nodded George. As the adults talked, Astoria approached Quinn and beckoned him to lean down. What is it? Asked Quinn as he leaned down. He wondered why Astoria wanted to whisper something in his ear, but Astoria had other plans as she placed her hand on Quinn's shoulder and then placed a soft peck on his cheek. Astoria, exclaimed Daphne, who was standing nearby with her mother. She felt a little annoyed at Astoria's actions. Oh my, smiled Sophie with a hand in front of her lips. She had watched with interest when her younger daughter kissed Quinn on his cheek. The younger Greengrass then shyly giggled and ran towards the fireplace, threw the flu powder into the fireplace, and then jumped inside after speaking of her destination. Quinn couldn't help but be stunned. His hand went to his cheek. He suddenly became conscious of the eyes of others in the room and felt a little shy as everyone stared at him. Unfortunately for him, unlike Astoria, he couldn't disappear into the flu fireplace. He could only stand still as the adults chuckled while a blonde girl glared at him from the corner of his eyes. Quinn sat inside in the living room of the West Manor. He had his trusty suitcase by his side. In his hand rested a work on sound and auditory magic. Illusion magic and glamours had been one of the magics that Quinn went back to studying from time to time. In his free time, Quinn would learn about the 5 senses and how to manipulate them, to use them to create convincing and persuasive illusions that would hold capabilities to alter the target's sense of reality. Auditory pareidolia, tendency to make meaningful interpretations from a nebulous stimulus. Those who suffer from this have a tendency to perceive meaningful patterns when hearing obscure sounds, read Quinn from one of the more interesting parts of the tome. Isn't pareidolia usually a visual phenomenon? Like the moon rabbit? How could one put this in the auditory spectrum? Quinn thought about it for a while before coming to a rudimentary conclusion. Maybe it's those hidden messages inside a song. Or maybe an audio clip played backward to reveal a message. No, those are too simple. I'll have to think of something else, something I can exploit. But Quinn saw himself without any more time to think as he heard footsteps. The thing about family, or close friends, was that, if you belonged to that family, you ended up recognizing each other's footsteps. He stood up from the sofa and closed the tome he had in his hands. He put it then into one of his everyday expanded pockets that he had attached to the insides of the summer jacket he was wearing. The footsteps entered the room from the living room entrance and called out to Quinn. The portkaya is ready. The departure time is in 10 minutes, announced Elliot. I hope you're packed and ready to go. Quinn picked the suitcase that had been gifted to him by Leah before his first year. The suitcase held his entire personal library, his personal effects from his workshop, and the stuff Quinn never showed to anyone. Such objects remained most of the time inside the suitcase. I'm always packed, replied Quinn with a smile. Elliot and Quinn started to walk outside the ward line of the West Estate. The ward line that enclosed the West Estate stretched beyond the manor and encompassed a sizable land. Furthermore, to indicate the limits of the villa, high walls surrounded the property. In order to get outside the ward line, one would need to get outside the manor and walk outside the estate's main gates, which were rarely used by anyone in the family. The only time they were used was for using the portkaya and, as such, Leah was the only one who would use them when she traveled outside of the country. Do you have any information about the chaperone that grandfather has appointed for this trip? Asked Quinn, as he and Elliot walked on the tiled pathway that started from the manor gates to the front gates and passed through the green meadows of the estate. Unfortunately, the only information about your chaperone is their name and that they work for our family business, replied Elliot. Quinn glanced at Elliot and gave him a look of unbelief. That's false, isn't it? I'm sure you have read through the person's entire file. Elliot was the close confidant to George West, and his position in the business was only second to George. There was only so much a butler could do when the family had a house elf who had magic that specialized in house care, and Ms. Rosie was in charge of the West family's personal side, like managing the estates that spread around the countries. As such, Elliot was heavily involved in the business side of things. Even Leah, at the level she was now, had less authority than Elliot. It would take some for even the heir apparent to surpass Elliot when it came to business affairs. Elliot smiled at Quinn's words and nodded. I do know a lot about the person, but I'm afraid I've been told not to share those details with you. Why? I should know who will be accompanying me on my first solo trip outside the country. If we were to give you the detailed files on the person, you would have probably figured out how to evade them or exploit them in some way, chuckled Elliot and looked at the teenager who boasted to have over 100 people owing to him. But if we send you without knowing anything, we assume that by the time you figure them out, it will be time to return home. Quinn clicked his tongue in disappointment. If he had some background information, he would know what buttons to push to make things go easier as, no matter what his grandfather said, Quinn was sure that his chaperone would try to restrict some of his movements. All right, then tell me his name, asked Quinn. If nothing else, he could start with the name. Axel Thorne, replied Elliot. Quinn raised his left brow in response. Is this name a common one? Because that's a cool name. I mean, just listen to it, Axel Thorne. It sounds badass. Young master, I'm not an expert on Danish names, so I can't comment on the rarity of the name. Whatever. Is this Axel Thorne meeting me here, or will he be meeting me in Denmark? He will meet you on the other side, answered Elliot as they finally reached the main gate. Wouldn't it be a hassle for him to take a portkaya here and then return to Denmark immediately? He will be the first person you will meet. Quinn looked at the large metal gates that stood as the official gates of the West Estate. The gates were needlessly large and didn't have any small sub-gates built into them for easy access. One of the things that the architects forgot to add because of how little they were used. At novel bin at. Quinn lazily waved his right hand once to unlock the chains that locked gate. Right then, the heavy chains slipped down. The lock holding them in place opened. Slowly, the large and heavy main gate creaked open just enough for Quinn and Elliot to pass through. Should I transmute the metal to create a more practical gate? Asked Quinn as he and Elliot stepped onto the dirt road outside the estate. I don't believe that's a good idea. Your grandfather doesn't like the architecture of this manor to change, denied Elliot. If you want to, you will have to ask your grandfather. Elliot then took out a Breton hat from his inner pocket and handed it to Quinn. Quinn grabbed it. This is the portkey, asked Quinn looking over the blue Breton hat. Yes, replied Elliot. It should be active by now. The keywords to trigger the magic are happy travel. Quinn clenched the cap tight before giving Elliot a hug. I'll see you in a week or so, said Quinn. I have a Magifax unit in my suitcase. I'll write every day, and you can write to me every day. That would be nice, nodded Elliot. Do alert us if you require something. We will relay the message to our associates in Denmark, and you will have what you require as soon as possible. I expect nothing less. Quinn ended the hug and stepped back from Elliot, and smiled. See you later. I will send you a letter in a couple of hours. Have a safe trip, young master. Quinn nodded, raised the Breton hat, and uttered the keyword. Happy travels. It happened immediately. Quinn felt a hook just behind his navel suddenly jerk him irresistibly forward. His feet left the ground, and he sped forward in a howl of wind and swirling color, his hand always clenched the Breton hat. His hands were stuck to the cap as though it was pulling him magnetically onward. Then, he felt that the ride was about to end, so Quinn prepared for landing. He felt the end of the speedy travel that had him in transition for an entire minute because of the cross-country travel. Quinn prepared his feet and softly landed, without being flung onto the ground. This is wild, sighed Quinn, taking a couple of seconds to readjust himself. He was feeling a bit windblown. He then looked at the hat in his hand. Perfect timing. Quinn put on the Breton hat on his head and, as he expected, it was his size. There was a clear opening in front of him. A forest began not far away. It was clearly an isolated place where non-magical people won't wander around to see a person suddenly appear out of nowhere. Quinn West. Quinn heard his name be called, so he looked at his back to see a tall Caucasian man with brunette hair and long stubble adorning his face. He wore a Lewis brown leather jacket over a black shirt, dark gray denim pants, and leather boots. My name is Axel Thorne, and I will be your guide while you stay here in Denmark, greeted Axel. Ah, yes, Mr. Thorne, replied Quinn as he stepped forward to shake hands with his babysitter. I've heard about you. It's nice to meet you. Axel shook hands with Quinn and asked, Really? What have you heard? Just some tidbits, responded Quinn. Of course, he didn't know crap about Axel. Except for his name, he had no knowledge about Axel. But I would like to hear from you. Tell me about yourself. Axel looked at the person he was to follow around and make sure he didn't get hurt. You already know my name. I work for the West family business here in Denmark, started Axel. What do you do? Asked Quinn. What's your role? I'm sure you aren't a full-time guide, are you? No, of course not, replied Axel. I hold a management position at one of the businesses owned by the West family. Is that so? Said Quinn and glanced at Axel. Axel Thorne was a well-built man, and while Quinn understood that people with desk jobs could be fit, Axel Thorne looked a different kind of fit. If Quinn had to compare, then Axel Thorne reminded him of. He walks as James Potter did, thought Quinn. He was starting to notice some similarities between the senior Auror and his guide. Is he an Auror, or maybe a hit wizard? I wonder what he actually does. Quinn glanced at Axel's head and thought. Should I get a little peek? Maybe not now. I just met him. Let's do that if he gets in my way. Quinn withdrew his eyes from Axel and looked around to see his surroundings. And as he did that, Axel Thorne started to observe Quinn and thought about his current assignment. He had been called out of his regular job to be a guide and bodyguard for George West's grandson. He had been charged with the safety of someone from the West family. Whenever the order came from the very top, he couldn't refuse. He had to accept this assignment that was keeping him away from his real job. Quinn West, thought Axel. He had been giving a briefing about his current charge. Axel had been told not to let Quinn out of his sight. As long as Quinn wanted to do something, Axel had to accompany him. He was asked to allow Quinn freedom as long as it wasn't dangerous. The file did say that there was a possibility that Quinn West would try to go out alone, recalled Axel. He had been told a few things about Quinn, and one of those was that there was a possibility that Quinn would try to explore the area and the magical hotspots and that he would try to do it alone. I will need to keep an eye out on him, noted Axel. He saw that they had arrived at the beginning of the forest. What's your preferred method of travel? Do you want to get to the hotel by flow, or would you be fine if we apparate? Asked Axel. Quinn smiled in reply. I'm here to learn apparition, so let's go with apparition. From now on, as long as it's possible, let's go with apparition. Axel offered his arm to Quinn, which he held, and immediately it felt like he was being forced through a rubber tube. Quinn held his breath to make sure he wouldn't be knocked out. He felt as if had iron chains around his chest. As his eyeballs were being forced back into his head. As his eardrums were being pushed deeper into his skull. After a short few seconds, Quinn felt the world return to normal, and he was on his feet. Ugh, tell me that apparition feels better than side-along apparition because that won't feel good no matter how many times I do it, asked Quinn with a grimace on his face. It feels better than side-along, answered Axel. It's like driving a broom with someone riding along with you. You feel fine no matter how much you fly, but the person behind is scared half to death. Quinn nodded at the analogy. It was the magical version of sitting in the passenger seat of a speeding car. Where are we? Asked Quinn as he looked around. He saw that they were in what looked like a lobby of a hotel. There was a marbled floor below his feet, a big crystal chandelier over his head, luxurious sofas, where people sat and chatted with each other, and other furniture placed around, filling the room with lively energy. Bellboys carried the luggage as their services. But because it was a magical hotel, the luggage floated behind the bellboys in queues. Axel patted Quinn on his shoulder and walked towards the front desk. Quinn followed behind Axel while taking in his surroundings. Balbite East, said Axel to the hotel concierge, announcing the name under which the room had been booked. Quinn raised his brow at the fake name Axel had used. Yes, a master suite has been booked under that name, confirmed the concierge, and then his eyes widened a little when he saw a note against the record, which said that the guest was to be treated with extreme care and utmost importance. The concierge called upon a bellboy to ask him to escort them to their room while giving him a look that clearly said to be extra polite to Quinn and Axel. When Quinn and Axel stepped into the hotel's lift, Quinn asked, "Did you choose that name on your own?" The fake name Balbite East was the complete opposite of Quinn West. Quinn was a word of Irish origin, and it meant wise, while Balbite was the Irish word for dumb, the opposite of Quinn. The family name was self-explanatory, being in the opposite directions. No, denied Axel. He didn't even know what the name meant. I was asked to book the room under that name. Then it must be her, sighed Quinn with a smile. He realized that Leah was the only one who would come up with that name. He looked at Axel and asked again, "Where are we?" As in, where are we in Denmark? "We are in Aarhus," replied Axel as they stepped off the elevator and followed after the bellboy. Aarhus is the second largest city in Denmark. It is located on the eastern shore of Jutland in the Kattegat Sea, in the northwest of Copenhagen. Aarhus is the central hub of Denmark's sorcerer society. The magical people of Denmark called themselves sorcerers and sorceresses instead of wizards and witches, as was preferred in Britain. The two reached the master suite that had been booked for them, and the bellboy handed them the keys after opening the door. The master suite was more luxurious than Quinn expected. It had 2 rooms with a common living room space, which connected the 2 rooms. "Please ring the bell at any time of the day, and someone will be at your service," said the bellboy. He then left after making sure the guests were settled. "You should take the master bedroom," said Axel and walked to the other room. "I will take this one. You should rest for the day. Your classes start tomorrow." Quinn nodded, but before Axel could leave, he said, "I'd like to see the magical society today, so please be ready to escort me." Then he walked into his room without giving Axel a single look. Axel Thorne might be his chaperone, but that didn't mean that he could control his actions. If Quinn West wanted to go sightseeing, then Axel would have to comply. Quinn West had arrived in Denmark. It was 10 in the morning, and Quinn was walking through a green field with Axel following behind him. It was the day after Quinn had arrived at Aarhus, Denmark, and Quinn had gotten up at 6 in the morning to start his day with the 2-hour workout exercise he had started in the summer break. Unlike Hogwarts, where he had to walk across the lengthy webs of corridors and go down the stairs between every period to get to his next destination, the summers at West Manor were different, as they lacked the staircases and intricate corridors. Therefore, Quinn had decided to compensate that by adding an hour to his morning conditioning session and his evening Muay Thai practices. Quinn had been thinking about upping the intensity and length of his sessions for the upcoming year. He had plans to tackle the mind, his body, and soul. After eating breakfast, Quinn and Axel arrived at the place where Quinn was going to learn apparition. Axel looked at Quinn's back and thought about yesterday and this morning. Quinn had been perfectly polite and manageable while he escorted him through every place Quinn asked for. He had followed his lead and didn't seem to be a problem at all. Yesterday, Quinn had promptly informed him that he exercised in the morning and asked Axel to show him to a park to work out, preferably outdoors. Axel had met his share of kids from wealthy families. His job had made him come across a few of them. Rich kids who had all kinds of luxuries and, more often than not, those luxuries would make them complacent. They wouldn't know the fruit of hard work. In his experience, rich kids didn't like to wake up early in the morning and work out till sweat was dripping down their entire bodies. But he had seen Quinn voluntarily wake up and vigorously work out. And from the looks of it, Quinn had been doing it for a while as he looked comfortable doing it despite putting a lot into it. "When will this teacher of mine show up, I wonder?" asked Quinn as he looked around the patch of green that surrounded him. "There are a few minutes to go before the agreed time," replied Axel, looking at his wristwatch. The location of this place was also a good distance from the urban Aarhus. It was in the countryside. Many magical places were like this because they would provide a decent enough cover from non-magical people. "There's only a simple non-magical repellent ward around the place," noticed Quinn. He looked at the small wooden cabin in front of him and saw the sign hanging on the cabin roof. "I wonder if it's a charm covering the area, or is there a ward stone inside that cabin with runes keyed to it?" "What does that sign mean?" asked Quinn. He knew a number of languages, but Danish wasn't one of them. Axel gazed at the wooden sign and read the text written in his mother tongue. "Haldor's apparition class." Haldor, that's a male name, thought Quinn. After a minute, Quinn and Axel heard a familiar pop sound. They saw a man dressed in a jacket and pants with a cap over his head appear in the field. The man had his hands tucked deep into his pockets, and the way he walked looked like he had just woken up and was slowly strolling through his house. It looked like the man didn't notice them because he kept walking towards the wooden cabin without looking at either Quinn or Axel. "Hello," called out Quinn. The man stopped in his spot and turned his head to see two people standing nearby him. His face lightly scrunched up as he wanted to get a cup of coffee before starting his day. "Yes," said the man in Danish. Quinn understood it as he had learned a few common phrases from Axel yesterday. "Are you the owner of this place?" asked Quinn. The man stared at Quinn, who spoke in English, and from his accent, the man could guess that he was British. Then he glanced at Axel suspiciously. The kid was smiling, but the big fellow with the kid had his arms crossed and was staring at him with unblinking and observing eyes. "Yeah, I'm the owner, Halder," replied the man in English, who owned and operated the Halder's apparition classes. "Excellent. Nice to meet you, Halder. My name is Quinn West," introduced Quinn, happy to know that he could finally get started. "I'm here from my apparition lessons. You asked us to meet you here at 10. The man looked confused for a second as he couldn't recall setting up a meeting today. Then he slightly grimaced because his head hurt. "Damn, I shouldn't have drunk so much. This hangover is killing me," thought the man. He suppressed a groan before saying, "Yeah, wait here. I'll be back in a second." He entered the cabin and closed the door behind him. The interior of the cabin had only a single room with no partition or walls separating anything. The cabin was messy, as if it wasn't cleaned regularly, and the things inside weren't arranged properly. A small wooden desk stood near the wall that was opposite to the door with a wooden chair a distance behind it in the opposite direction from the table. Moving to the side, one could see a metal closet in a corner near the desk that had its door ajar open. The door to the cabin was near the corner of a wall, and on the other corner of that wall laid a cot that had enough space for one person to sleep comfortably. The covering sheet was haphazardly spread out, and the bedding, too, was a mess. At novel bin at. On one side was a brick fireplace built into a wall that looked like it had been recently used. It was connected to the chimney. The brickwork framed the fireplace and had a ledge over it for storing things. Right now, the ledge held empty liquor bottles, dirty mugs, glasses, and ash. Halder walked to the table in the cabin and started to riffle through the unorganized mess of parchment, newspaper, magazines to find something. "Where is it?" asked Halder, reading papers, seams of the newspapers, and flipping through the magazines in an attempt to find a particular parchment. Halder's hands moved through the pile, and his eyes studied until they caught sight of the item he was looking for. He snatched up the crumpled sheet of parchment and moved it in the path of the sole window in the cabin to get some light on it. "Here it is," muttered Halder. "Quinn West, paid in full. Today at 10. Classes will be every day. Yes, I remember now." Halder, through his hangover haze, remembered being contacted for this case. He had got this client through his landlady, who had suddenly, out of nowhere, brought him a customer. "Didn't she say that the kid out there is someone from a rich family?" thought Halder while rubbing his shoulder. Halder's landlady had suddenly knocked on his door and said that she had a job for him and wanted him to teach a kid how to apparate, which wasn't unusual here in Denmark, but then, she said that the kid would be a foreigner. She told him that some kid from Britain would be coming to Denmark to learn apparition and that she had snatched this opportunity for him. The landlady told him that the kid was from a rich and powerful family, so the pay would be extremely good. Halder, who was short on money and was deep in debt, had accepted because he ran apparition classes and knew how to speak English. Halder really needed the money because the people he owed were getting annoyed that he couldn't pay up. Some of them had even come up to his house to ask for money. It wasn't until he had a fat pouch of coins in his hand that Halder realized the landlady wasn't kidding when she said that the kid was from a rich family. He was able to pay all his debt, pay his bills for the month, and still had some coins left. So to celebrate being debt-free for the first time in years, he went to drink and splurged to his heart's desire. And now here he was, suffering from a heavy hangover on the day he needed to teach. Well, whatever, I'm sure they won't notice, thought Halder, and a yawn overcame him and then another bout of headache. Ugh, I'm not drinking ever again. Halder, who was thinking about getting a coffee before starting his day, threw the thought out of his mind and walked out to do the job. Scene break. "Good morning," greeted Halder. "My name is Halder, no family name, just Halder. I'll be your apparition instructor as long as it takes you to learn apparition. I realize that you aren't from Denmark, but I hope that by the end of our time together you pass the apparition test set up by our ministry." Halder looked at Quinn, who stood in front of him, listening to him attentively, then looked at Axel, who stood under the shade of trees, observing them with a lazy, yet watchful eye. Halder withdrew his eyes from Axel and looked back to Quinn. "Before we start, I would like to warn you that apparition, if not used properly, is a dangerous magic. There are places where you can't apparate because of wards and enchantments, and some of those wards can be nasty, so I insist that you exercise caution." Quinn nodded. He knew about the danger of anti-apparition wards. He had read about anti-apparition wards and knew the variety of extra effects that could be added into the wards aside from just prohibiting spatial travel. Some wards wouldn't allow apparition when you tried it from your origin/destination point. The operator wouldn't be able to jump to the destination and would simply remain in their spot while feeling a wall-like feeling while trying to apparate to the ward destination. Other wards would allow the apparition to be initiated, But just before reaching the destination, the ward would come into effect and they would be violently thrown just outside the ward line. If the person was skilled at operating, they would only suffer physical damage from being thrown down mid-travel, but if they weren't, there were good chances of being severely splinched. This area here doesn't have restrictions against apparition. Thus there won't be any danger in that regard, assured Halder. He didn't want to scare Quinn before they could even get started. That's good to hear, smiled Quinn. He took out his fake wand. Let's get started, said Halder and took out his wand from his pocket and held it in his hands which were covered in fingerless gloves. He pointed his wand, and at a distance of 10 feet, a patch of grass turned bright yellow. As you can see, I turned a patch of grass to yellow. The yellow color is the most noticeable color to the human eye, you see, explained Halder and then instructed. I would like you to concentrate on that spot and properly memorize it. Make sure that you can hold it in your mind. Quinn nodded and gazed at the yellow patch of grass and nothing else for a few seconds before diving into his mindscape to use occlumency to strengthen that memory by magical means. Halder continued to stand beside Quinn, but didn't urge him to hurry up. He wanted Quinn to be satisfied with his image of the yellow spot so that the upcoming tasks would be smoother. Plus, he felt lethargic and didn't want to speak anything more than his usual teaching dialogue. I'm ready. What's next? Halder nodded and started. There are 3 important things you need to remember while operating. Halder paused for a second before continuing. In English, they would be destination, purpose, and deliberation. How about we call them destination, determination, and deliberation, smiled Quinn as gave him the 3 concepts he had read in some books. That would make it 3 Ds. The 3 Ds of apparition. I see. All right, let's go with that, nodded Halder at the suggestion. It didn't matter what the 3 principles were called as long Quinn understood what the 3 points meant. And it was Halder's job to explain to him right now. Step 1, focus your mind firmly on the desired destination, started Halder. We already have done that. You've already memorized the yellow patch, which is the destination that we will be going to. But still, concentrate upon that destination once more, please. Quinn nodded and immersed himself into the memory book that held the image of the yellow patch of grass. All right, I'm done, informed Quinn. Step 2, said Halder and tried to put some strength into the speech. Focus. Be determined, as if you were occupying the visualized space. You have to long for it. Let that thought invade your mind, to every particle of your body. You want to feel from the bottom of heart that you want to be on top of that yellow spot. Quinn followed the instruction and willed his magic to transport him to the yellow spot. Quinn called upon the magic inside his body to permeate all over his body. Step 3, called Halder, and only when I give you the command. Rotate around yourself. Feel yourself delve into nothing, but always with deliberation. At my count of 3, on my command, now, 1 dash. Quinn took a deep breath, looked at the yellow grass patch, and focused on the image that he had created in his mind. 2 dash. The sight from his eyes and the image in his mind started to overlap as Halder continued to count down. 3. Quinn triggered and felt himself spin. He momentarily felt the tug and the slight feeling of being sucked, and just when Quinn thought he was successful, then proceeded to lose his balance, and fell over the ground, on his butt. What greeted him was the clear blue sky staring down at him with fluffy clouds carelessly floating away. Never mind, said Halder dryly, who did not seem to have expected anything better. Get up, please, and we will try again. Halder had been teaching apparition for a while now, and even though he didn't get students regularly, he had enough teaching experience to be used to seeing his students fail. Axel, on the side, under the shade of the tree, also didn't look surprised. He had learned apparition in a group with his friends and remembered that it had taken him and his friends a lot of time to get themselves from one spot to another. And even though Axel was supposed to protect Quinn, he couldn't protect him from splinching mishaps. Of course, Axel was going to make sure that if Quinn left behind some of his body parts, the damage would be fixed as soon as possible. Quinn got up from the ground and brushed his clothes. That was fun, said Quinn. Let's do this again. He thought back to his recent and first failed attempt at apparition. What went wrong? The first D, that is, destination, was perfect. My memory wasn't the problem, thought Quinn, which means it was one of the last 2 Ds. Quinn prided himself on having firm control over his emotions and, consequently, his will. As long as it was magic, Quinn's will was the one thing he could count upon. And as Quinn never used a focus, so he was pretty sure his will when it came to magic was quite strong. Let's hope it's not will that I am lacking, thought Quinn. Determination was the part where Quinn had to imagine traveling to the place that he was imagining, wanting his magic to make him travel to the destination. Deliberation was the part where he would trigger the magic to apparate. It was the thing that would let his magic do the job and appear on the other side. Quinn closed his eyes and imagined the yellow patch of grass. He then let his magic flow throughout his body so that every part of his body could apparate when he triggered the magic. And then, he triggered the magic so he could transfer his body to the yellow grass patch. Once again, Quinn felt the tug of the apparition and felt being sucked in. This time it was a little more than before, but once again, the magic was interrupted. And Quinn, once again, fell down. Damn, muttered Quinn as he admired the clouds. That cloud looks like a wolf, or is it a dog? Halder sat down on the grass beside Quinn and said, Don't give up, it will take a lot more time to get to the destination. Apparition is a difficult art, it takes a lot more practice time to get the hang of it. Quinn didn't reply and used his hands to roll on his back. He then pushed himself into a handstand, and then he thrust himself up to get up on his feet. He walked to the starting point, lightly held his fake wand in his hand, and slightly tilted his head as he gazed at the yellow patch 10 feet in front of him. Magic once again covered his body, and the desire to get to his destination coursed throughout the active magic. A cool breeze rustled the grass on the ground and the leaves on the trees. Flapping of wings could be heard as birds took off in the distance. The sun shone warmly from above the clouds. All of it came together to create the perfect day to be outside. Then everything went silent as the wind paused for a moment. Axel was looking at the leaves above his head and the light filtering through the gaps in the canopy. Haldor let his eyes drop to give them a rest after a night of drinking and short sleep. And in that moment, Quinn imagined traveling through the fabric of space to the yellow patch. Quinn recalled the words that Haldor had spoken to him. Feeling my way into the nothingness. That's it. Quinn felt the tug and pull of the apparition. It wasn't like a side-along apparition. It wasn't his entire being was being remodeled to be fit into a pipe. No, this felt much natural, a little uncomfortable, but natural. And then he was gone. Pop. Haldor and Axel heard a loud pop, one that akin to a small explosion. Their eyes widened after they noticed what happened. Both adults looked up to see Quinn, who had disappeared from where he was standing. Their eyes immediately went to the yellow patch of grass, and there he stood, looking at his arms and body with a watchful eye. The two grown men looked at Quinn with their eyes as wide as saucers. Haldor even had a slightly open jaw. Both were shocked that the kid in front of them only took 3 attempts to successfully apparate. But to Quinn, it wasn't surprising. Even though it was Quinn's first day performing apparition, it wasn't his first day at reading about it. He had read a lot about apparition magic, knew what to look for, and that's what he did. In his first turn, Quinn attempted to apparate and failed. But in doing so, he was able to identify the process of activating apparition. From that identification, Quinn was able to draft a list of possible fail points. In his second turn, after activating apparition, Quinn analyzed every fail point he had considered and checked listed to see what caused the travel to fail. And in doing so, he was able to find what the problem was. After thinking about it, Quinn realized why his magic failed. His magic had resisted apparating. Apparition was magic that, when activated properly, made sure that the user would be teleported without fault. Splinching happened when some parts of the body weren't covered with the apparating magic and, thus, was left behind. As long as the entire body was covered, apparition magic would take care of the rest by itself. But Quinn's apparition had failed because he didn't relinquish control to the magic. Apparition magic wanted to teleport Quinn, but his magic wouldn't let the apparating magic take control. Quinn's tight reign over his magic after the Sinvald interfered with his ability to apparate. When Quinn was lying down on the ground, looking at the sky, he also thought about why he could side-along apparate just fine. Why didn't his magic resist side-along apparition? Quinn concluded that his magic didn't act up because he let the other person take him along. It was like he was letting someone drive him to a place, and as such, his magic didn't act up. Back to the problem. What was the answer? Quinn had to let the magic do its job. If this was any other situation, Quinn wouldn't have relinquished control, but this was his own magic, so he let the apparition magic take him. And his imagination of traveling through the fabric of space became a reality through the use of magic. Quinn had traveled from the spot beside Haldor to the yellow grass patch. He turned to them and grinned. I am whole. I didn't leave anything behind. But I think I need to work on the sound. It was rather loud, wasn't it? Quinn looked at the stunned man and then at the sky above. It's a really good day today. Pop? Quinn vanished from his spot and appeared near Axel, who was standing under a tree. Pop, grinned Quinn, enjoying his new ability to apparate. It was 2 days after Quinn learned to apparate. On the first day, he had shocked both Axel and Haldor by succeeding apparition in mere 3 tries. At first, both of them thought that Quinn had gotten lucky, but then he proceeded to apparate 5 times in a row and established that it wasn't a fluke. On the second day, Haldor repeated the exercise from the first day and kept it safe. He wanted Quinn to get used to the feeling of apparition before moving on. Axel looked at Quinn, who was grinning, and asked, if you want, we can switch instructors and join someone more competent. Now, what would prompt you to say that? Questioned Quinn. You saw how he arrived yesterday, pointed Axel. He was clearly hungover and not prepared. That wasn't professional. You already understand the first level of apparition. So, if you want, we can go and choose another instructor. I know some good ones and can arrange classes with them by the end of the day. Axel didn't have a positive impression of Haldor. He didn't like those who didn't take their job seriously, and Haldor coming to his job in an unsightly manner didn't make a good impression. Quinn shook his head with a small smile. Actually, I think Haldor is a good teacher. A teacher needs to be 2 things to be a good educator. First, they need to be good at what they teach, and Haldor was clearly good at apparition. Quinn, too, had noticed Haldor's condition when he had arrived, but he also noticed something else. Haldor wasn't feeling good, and from the looks of it, he was feeling it bad, yet he still apparated without a problem. Despite suffering from what I am guessing, headaches, nausea, and dizziness, which are all big red signs for not apparating, he did it without splinching. That just shows he is good at apparition, shrugged Quinn. At novel bin at. Point the second, a teacher needs to be good at teaching, continued Quinn. If Haldor wasn't good at explaining, it wouldn't matter how good he was at his craft. Haldor taught just fine. If he was hungover yesterday and I still managed to apparate, then I'm sure that he would do better today, given that he isn't hungover. A light pop was heard behind them. Speaking of the devil, said Quinn and turned saw Halder standing at a distance from them. See, he is better today. Unlike yesterday, when Halder arrived with a messy appearance, uncombed hair, rumpled clothes, black circles under his eyes, and his mood was also down. Today's Halder looked like he had taken a bath, used a comb on his hair, wore clothes that weren't from the last day, and had a good night's sleep. Good morning, greeted Halder, his voice held more energy than yesterday. Morning, replied Quinn while Axel silently nodded. Halder beckoned Quinn to the center of the field and started today's lesson. Yesterday, we got you familiarized with apparition. And you somehow grasped it quickly, too quickly, really quickly, said Halder. He still couldn't believe what Quinn had accomplished yesterday. So today, we will be moving on and practice the next step. Follow me. Halder and Quinn walked to the edge of the circular clearing, just beneath the trees surrounding the clearing, which Halder used as his instruction center. Yesterday, we stuck to apparating to a 3 meter, 10 feet, distance, recapped Halder. So today, we will be going beyond that and go further. He pointed somewhere around the center of the circular clearing and expressed. The distance from here to the center of the field is 30 meters, 100 feet. I want you to apparate to the center. Halder then, without any warning, disapparated from beside Quinn and appeared at the center of the field. Right around here, shouted Halder as he looked at Quinn from his new spot. Quinn grinned, visualized his destination, covered his body with magic, triggered the apparition magic, and then let the magic do its work. Halder watched Quinn disapparate from his spot and was expecting Quinn to appear beside him, but Quinn didn't. Halder heard the loud pop and looked in that direction to see Quinn standing near the opposite edge of the clearing and was waving his hand. How about we move on to the next step, beamed Quinn, traveling double the distance Halder had specified. You should change the exercise to something more fun. Halder looked at Quinn and felt amazed. When still new to apparating, people tend to be scared about apparating to lengthy distances. Unlike Quinn, a majority of people experienced splinching or at the very least witnessed splinching while learning, and that created a slight fear about apparating longer distances. But Quinn lacked the experience of splinching and thus lacked the fear. He understood that as long as the distances weren't changed exponentially, the difficulty remained the same. Well, let's do something else, sighed Halder and called Quinn closer, who apparat to arrive near Halder. Halder took out a thin tie from his pocket and handed it to Quinn. Blindfold yourself with this, and then you will try apparating without your sight. You will try to picture the place and apparate to it. He pointed back to the initial spot Quinn apparate from and continued. Apparate back the point we started from. You won't be able to see it, so let's see how strong your imagination is. It's all about the image, Quinn. It all starts with the picture in your head. Quinn shrugged and wrapped the tie around his eyes and secured it tightly so that he couldn't see anything. This is different from T-Hum's delight, thought Quinn. The time spent in T-Hum's delight had taught Quinn that lack of sense wasn't a bad thing. He had spent a lot of time in the darkness of T-Hum's delight before he got the ripple sonar. All that time had numbed to the lack of sight, numbness of hearing, the dullness of touch, altered hearing, and scent deadness. Quinn imagined the spot he apparat from and then let the apparition magic do its work. And Halder and Axel watched as Quinn apparat to a destination that wasn't in his vision. How was it? Asked Quinn, still blindfolded and confident smile on his face. Did I get it right? Yes, you did, answered Halder. But before he could continue, Quinn disappeared and popped right in front of Halder. What's next? Halder blinked at his blindfolded student and sighed. Now, remove your blindfold. I have the next task for you. Quinn removed his blindfold and walked towards Halder as he described the task. Where are you staying? At a hotel. Is it warded against apparition? I haven't checked my room, but the lobby isn't warded against apparition. Where is it? Quinn turned to Axel and jutted with his chin. Halder turned to Axel and called out in Danish. Axel turned his attention to Halder and replied back in Danish. The two communicated about the hotel's location and how far it was from here. That works out for us, nodded Halder. The distance within the range that will be perfect for this. I want you to apparate to the hotel and come back. It's a distance much greater than the one you just traveled. If you are able to apparate to the hotel, it shows that you have the basics of apparition under your belt. The distance from Halder's apparition classes to Quinn's hotel was within the range most people used apparition for travel. It was nearly the same distance that the apparition license test in Denmark used as a benchmark. If a person could travel that distance, they would check one of the things off the list. All right, let's see if I can do it, nodded Quinn and loosened his body and was about to start the apparition magic when Axel spoke up. Wait, I will go to the hotel lobby first. If you mess up and splinch, I will be there to take care of you. And before he apparat, Axel advised, do remember to imagine the lobby. Specifically, the center of the lobby. That's what the hotel tells you to do. After then Axel apparat off to the hotel lobby. Quinn put his hands behind his back, his fake wand in his hands, and smiled. He stood straight up and looked at Halder while smiling. I will be back in a little bit. Then his body was taken by the apparition magic as he very momentarily traveled through the fabric of space while his body was forced into a narrow pipe-like tunnel. On the other side, Quinn was greeted with the hustle and bustle of the hotel lobby. He looked around to see guests passing by the lobby, bellboys doing their services, and Axel standing in front of him. It seems I passed, didn't I, said Quinn. Axel shook his head in reply. You still have to go back. He asked for a round trip. Then he disapparated back to Haldor's apparition classes. The concierge behind the welcome counter looked at Axel disapparate after barely a minute of getting here. If it was another customer, he would have talked to them, but the instructions were very clear. Quinn and Axel could do practically anything and they wouldn't get in trouble. That's technically true, said Quinn with an accepting nod, but then turned to face the entrance to the hotel. It showed the street outside, and Quinn could see non-magical folk walking by and cars driving on the road. The people outside couldn't see into the hotel. It had been charmed to show a closed and locked door. And over that, the area had been charmed with a non-magical repellent ward, which made sure that no non-magical would even give the building the first look, forget about a second look. According to the International Statute of Magical Secrecy, every magical building near a non-magical area was required to ward off the buildings with extra precaution. The hotel followed the code to a T. The entire building wouldn't attract the eyes of any non-magical person, theoretically cutting it off to anyone who couldn't interact with magic. Wondered Quinn and stared at the view outside. It's the third day. Should I? If he included the day he went sightseeing with Axel, it was the fourth day. And in those 4 days, Quinn had dragged out Axel every day to show him more of the magical community. And Denmark had been fun, but Quinn had some other plans regarding Denmark and the magical community in Aarhus. But after giving it a thought, he shook his head and looked away and operated away with a final thought. I will start tomorrow. It will be fun. Scene break. Thousands of miles away, the boy called Harry Potter woke with a start. Harry Potter lay flat on his back, breathing hard as though he had been running. He had awoken from a vivid dream with his hands pressed over his face. The old scar on Harry's forehead shaped like a bolt of lightning was burning beneath his fingers as though someone had just pressed a white-hot wire to his skin. He sat up, one hand still on his scar, the other reaching out in the darkness for his glasses, which were on the bedside table. He put them on, and his bedroom came into clearer focus, lit by a faint, misty orange light that was filtering through the curtains from the street lamp outside the window. Harry ran his fingers over the scar again. It was still painful. Harry turned on the lamp beside him, scrambled out of bed and crossed the room. He opened his wardrobe and peered into the mirror on the inside of the door. A 14-year boy looked back at him, his bright green eyes puzzled under his untidy black hair. He examined the lightning bolt scar of his reflection more closely. It looked normal, but it was still stinging. Harry tried to recall what he had been dreaming about before he had awoken. It had seemed so real. There had been 2 people he knew and one he didn't. He concentrated hard, frowning, trying to remember. The dim picture of a darkened room came to him. There had been a snake on a hearth rug, a small man called Peter, nicknamed Wormtail, and a cold, high voice, the voice of Lord Voldemort. Harry felt as though an ice cube had slipped down into his stomach at the very thought. Harry concentrated on the image of Peter. He looked so different from the picture he had seen in the posters. Wormtail, as Harry had heard in the dream, was a thin man rather than the fat in the poster. No wonder no one recognized him, he looked completely different. He closed his eyes tightly and tried to remember what Voldemort had looked like, but it was impossible. All Harry knew was that at the moment when Voldemort's chair had swung around, and he, Harry, had seen what was sitting in it, he had felt a spasm of horror, which had awoken him, or had that been the pain in his scar? And who had the old man been? For there had definitely been an old man in his dream. Harry had watched him fall to the ground. It was all becoming confused. Harry put his face into his hands, blocking out his bedroom, trying to hold on to the picture of that dimly lit room, but it was like trying to keep water in his cupped hands. The details were now trickling away as fast as he tried to hold on to them. Voldemort and Wormtail had been talking about someone they had killed, though Harry could not remember the name, and they had been plotting to kill someone else him? No, he could remember something. It was a woman. He could barely remember Wormtail talking about a woman and some kind of cup. But as seconds passed, that image was also sinking away. Harry took his face out of his hands, opened his eyes, and stared around his bedroom as though expecting to see something unusual there. But instead of his usual room, there was nothing that stood out as unusual. A large wooden trunk stood open at the foot of his bed, revealing a cauldron and assorted spellbooks. Rolls of parchment littered that part of his desk that was not taken up by the large, empty cage in which his snowy owl, Hedwig, usually perched. On the floor beside his bed, a book lay open. Harry had been reading it before he fell asleep last night. The pictures in this book were all moving. Men in bright orange robes were zooming in and out of sight on broomsticks, throwing a red ball to one another. Harry walked over to the book, picked it up, and watched one of the wizards score a spectacular goal by putting the ball through a 50-foot-high hoop. Then he snapped the book shut. Even Quidditch, in Harry's opinion, the best sport in the world, couldn't distract him at the moment. Harry went restlessly back to the bed and sat down on it, running a finger over his scar again. It wasn't the pain that bothered him. Harry was no stranger to pain and injury. He had lost all the bones from his right arm once and had them painfully regrown in a night. The same arm had been pierced by a venomous foot-long fang not long afterward. Only last year, Harry had fallen 50 feet from an airborne broomstick. He was used to bizarre accidents and injuries. They were unavoidable if you attended Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and had a knack for attracting a lot of trouble. No, the thing that bothered Harry was that the last time his scar had hurt him, it had been because Voldemort had been close by. But Voldemort couldn't be here, now. The idea of Voldemort lurking in Godric Hollow was absurd, impossible. Harry knew a thing or two about his house. This was the house where Voldemort had come to kill him but had instead died. At least, the ground was the same, the house itself was dismantled down and built anew. When he had met Voldemort in his first year, and Quirrell had burned on touching him, and after that night, his parents had told him that because of ancient magic that his grandmother had cast, Voldemort couldn't touch him or harm him. As long as Harry lived with his family in this house, Voldemort wouldn't harm him. Harry shook himself mentally, he was being stupid. There was no one in the house with him except his father, mother, and Ivy, and they were plainly still asleep, their dreams untroubled and painless. And he liked it to keep it that way. They didn't need to be worried for him. At least for now, he didn't want to wake them up and ruin their night's sleep. He went back to bed and laid back down on his bed. Harry's lamp seemed to grow dimmer as the cold grey light that precedes sunrise slowly crept into the room. But Harry didn't notice that he had been forgetting, that the images of the dream were slipping away from his mind. He didn't know that the moment he went back to sleep, he would forget about the dream until the moment something that would trigger this specific memory. The residents of Godric Hollow slept in peace, not knowing the turbulent year in front of them. Axel Thorne sat on the sofa in the lounge area of the hotel's master suite, booked for Quinn to stay in for his time in Denmark, reading the newspaper Daily Eyewitness for the daily happenings in the community. He, too, had been staying with Quinn instead of living in the comfort of his own home. The instructions for his job had been clear, he was to stay with Quinn and don't leave him alone. It was 8 days since Quinn had arrived in Aarhus, Denmark, and today was also the last day of his stay here. Tomorrow morning, the portkaya back to Quinn's home, Herefordshire in West Midlands of England, would activate, and Quinn West would return to his own country, setting Axel free from being a chaperone so that he could return to his actual and much more meaningful job. He looked up from his newspaper to the closed door of the master bedroom that Quinn was using. The British teenager had been spending a lot of his time inside his room since day 5. Quinn would wake up at the same time as him and would go work out at a park nearby, wash up, eat breakfast at a new restaurant, and then they would go to Halder's apparition classes to learn apparition. They would return after Quinn spent 2 to 3 hours practicing apparition, a time that both he and Halder believed to be a ridiculous amount of time to devote to apparition magic every day. Most people would practice it for a quarter of an hour each session and not the time Quinn put in. They would return just before lunch and eat their second meal at a new restaurant yet again, and then Quinn would rest for an hour in his room before he would drag him to explore more of the community for the rest of the day and call it a day after eating dinner at a new restaurant. After that, Quinn would retreat into his room, and it would be the last time Axel would see him for the day. But this tourist guide routine changed on the 5th day when Quinn didn't ask him to continue exploring his homeland and choose to rest for the day inside his room. Axel assumed it was magic fatigue from the long sessions of apparition every day. Apparition magic was magic-heavy sorcery, and it was already astonishing that Quinn was able to go 3 days without choosing to rest after spending more than 2 hours of continuous apparitions. Axel's assumption seemed right when on the 6th day, Quinn once again asked him to be his guide for the day, and they repeated the routine they had been following. Quinn seemed to be feeling as energetic as ever, suggesting that the day's rest had worked for the magic recovery. But then the same thing happened on the 7th day when Quinn decided to stay inside his room for the entire day, only coming out for meals at new restaurants. And today, on the 8th day, Quinn was once again holed up in his room after returning from apparition classes and lunch. Axel raised his wrist to check the time on his watch and saw that the time was 5 in the evening and decided to check on Quinn. Quinn had been civil in his stay here with him and hadn't given him much trouble, unlike what the briefing had warned him. Today was Quinn's last day in Denmark, and Axel wanted to find if he wanted to go out today. Axel got up from his sofa and walked to Quinn's door. "Quinn," called Axel, knocking on the door. Then waited for his charge to answer, but no answer came from the inside. So he knocked on the door once again and called out a bit louder this time. Once again, the silence was returned to his calls. Axel's first thought was that Quinn was asleep and turned away from the door to let him sleep until it was time for dinner. But after talking a few steps away from Quinn's door, Axel stopped and turned back to the door. He thought back to the briefing he had been provided on Quinn, and another thought entered Axel's mind. Would he? No, right? He didn't give me any trouble, muttered Axel as he stood still for a moment before walking to Quinn's door and turning the door handle to open the door. Inside he saw that the candles were lit, bathing the room in light, but his eyes widened when he saw no signs of Quinn inside the room. Axel immediately entered the room, briskly walked to the attached bathroom, and opened the door to see it empty. "Oh, no," spoke Axel as his hands tightened into a fist. Quinn West had evaded him without knowing, and he had no idea where the person he was supposed to protect was. Scene break. Quinn smiled as he walked through the biggest magical hotspots of Aarhus, wandering between the magical population of Denmark, which gathered to work, shop, and enjoy themselves. The streets he strolled through were similar to the ones of Diagon Alley and the other markets surrounding it. He had already visited the area with Axel, so he knew the layout and had memorized the streets. Acclimacy had helped him greatly to remember the details needed to navigate without the assistance of Axel or any other native. Exploring with Axel was fine and all, but the Danish chaperone stuck to the shops in the central area and some of the local spots he knew from living in Aarhus, refusing to be adventurous and detour to new and exciting places. Places similar to Nocturne Alley back home. Places frequented by those who deal in the so-called darker arts, thought Quinn as he browsed through the shops on the central street where people who wanted nothing to do with the darker aspect of the society. These were the places that Axel took him to, but Quinn was only in Denmark for a week and didn't have much time, so he needed to move along and dive deeper to get what he wanted. And to accomplish that, he started to sneak out of the hotel room starting from the 5th day. It wasn't easy to get past Axel. As it turned out, his chaperone was great at his job. It had taken a bit of magic to get past without Axel doing aware that he was gone. Quinn had employed very subtle use of Confundus charms, illusion magic, sound magic, and watching his timing of sneaking out. He was successful on his first day, which turned out to be great because it didn't arouse Axel's suspicion, and Quinn could easily sneak out today and the day yesterday. He had to stay with Axel on the 6th day to check if the Danish man was suspicious. Fortunately, Axel didn't have any inkling of what had transpired. Quinn ducked into a dark alley between two buildings, momentarily distancing himself from the crowd. No one came out of the tunnel for a full minute before a grown man with golden hair and blue eyes walked out of the dark alley with a handsome smile on his face. He casually walked back into the crowd and continued to walk among them with his hands behind his back, but if one was paying attention, they would notice that the man was trying not to make even the slightest contact with anyone. The man was, of course, Quinn West, albeit not in his usual form. This was the form Quinn used to mingle amongst the market while hiding himself from everyone. There were a couple of ways through which a person could change their appearance. The ones Quinn knew were polyjuice potion that could copy the target's appearance to a T, full body transfiguration to alter the body structure, and finally, illusion magic to cast a glamour that would deceive the eyes of an observer. At novel bin at. Polyjuice potion wasn't usable in this situation because Quinn didn't have any hair from a British person, and taking hair from a Danish person would be risky with chances of getting recognized. Plus, the polyjuice potion took a month to brew, and Quinn only had a few doses that he was saving for emergencies. Full body transfiguration was an application of transfiguring the body to alter the structure and appearance to resemble someone else. The concept was a simpler version of what a metamorphmagus did instinctively on a daily basis. A highly skilled and trained transfiguration master who specialized in self-transfiguration could recreate a metamorphmagus's genetic ability. What came naturally to a metamorph magi required hard work to a person who lacked the trait. Quinn, on his current level, could perform a self-full-body transfiguration, but not on a level where he could change his body structure on a whim. The last option was illusion magic, something Quinn was quite skilled at, and it was the method he was using. The face he wore was an amalgamation of features from a couple of different people from non-magical England. A random face, yet slightly charming face, made from borrowed facial features to create something that couldn't be tracked as the person didn't exist. Recreated by the use of illusion magic to sculpt a body over Quinn's actual body. The body was taller than Quinn's, meaning that if he were to turn his head, then the illusion's head a few inches above him would also turn the exact same way. If he raised his hand, then the surrounding illusion would raise his hand. If he grabbed something, then it would be through magically produced telekinesis. Even if Quinn collided with someone, then they would be coming in contact with a force field roughly in the shape of Quinn's illusion body, and they would feel like that they came in contact with an actual body through the means of tactile illusion magic that messed with the sense of touch. But it was best Quinn didn't come in contact with anyone at all. Prevention was better than cure, after all. Slowly the crowd thinned, and people started to turn away from the direction Quinn was walking in. The central area that shone with activity and beaming with lively air slowly faded into grey streets and dim buildings. The places turned dull and simple, but yet there was a freeness in the air. As Quinn walked, the few people in the different streets would give him a glance over for identification as if he was prey. The shopkeepers inside their shops would check him out to see if they could profit from him as they ripped him off his money for artifacts that would turn out to be a fake. But Quinn didn't give any of them a single look. He simply walked with a smile of confidence on his face that radiated that he belonged here and knew what he was doing. Walking for 5 minutes and deep into a darker side of the Danish magical community, Quinn arrived at a storefront with no signboard on it. None of the stores in this part of the area had name boards. The people who visited here either already the names and function of the shops. If they were new, the information was communicated via word of mouth. No advertisement was ever required or necessary. Quinn had gotten the information about the entire region on the first day when he let a woman lure him into a shop where she tried to con him into buying a book that she described as a grimoire with 1,000 ancient spells. Quinn let her talk and went along by pretending to believe her lies. In actuality, he was simply listening to gain time as he used legilimency on her to find all he needed to know about the place known as M.R.K.E. Gate. The door chime over the door rang while it loudly creaked open as Quinn entered the store. The ringing and creaking filled the otherwise quiet store, alerting an old man behind the counter who had his eyes closed to open them to see Quinn's illusion form standing there. "Mr. John," greeted the old man. "You're here once again." Quinn, or the name he was using, John without a family name, just like Halder, greeted back. "Of course, old man Gamel. You've things that I'm interested in, and you drive a hard bargain. But today, I'm going to get what I want." The old owner of the store chuckled slyly. "You're asking me for something precious, Mr. John." He then looked at Quinn with a gaze as clever as a fox. "Not only it's precious, but the tomes you seek are also dangerous. If I give them to you, would you be able to handle them?" Quinn, in the form of John, laughed lightly. "Thank you for your concern, old man Gamel. But I will be fine." He then reached into his clothes and took out a medium-sized pouch, and jiggled it for the bag to make clinking sounds. I have coin and lot of it. You want it, so let's put an end to this farce, and you tell me how much do you want. Gamel, the shop owner, was able to speak English, and because Quinn couldn't speak Danish, he had to communicate with someone who spoke English. Gamel was one of them, and he had the thing that Quinn wanted. The old man stood up from his seat and walked to the back room of the simple store with his walking stick for support. Gamel returned with an ancient tome in his hands. It had a thick brown case as its cover, and the pages inside were thick parchment which had turned yellow with time. The tome looked like it could fall apart any moment, and yet Quinn knew that it wouldn't fall apart. He could feel traces of esoteric magic coming from the tome, and that's what told him that the ancient tome was the real deal and not just some old book. Gamel set down the tome on the counter, and there was word engraved on the thick leather-bound cover of the tome. Book. That was all the cover of the tome said. But that wasn't important. The important thing was the language of the word. Quinn was able to read it because he knew the characters. It was written in runes and a type of runic language he recognized. Younger Futhark, thought Quinn, and looked up at old man Gamel when he said the source of this book. The tome is from the Nordic warlocks of the Viking Age. Vikings. It was the modern name given to seafaring Nordic pirates from southern Scandinavia who, from the late 8th to the late 11th centuries, raided, pirated, traded, and settled throughout parts of Europe. They also voyaged as far as the Mediterranean, North Africa, the Middle East, and North America. And in this world, with the presence of magic, there existed Nordic magicals, who called themselves Nordic warlocks. A subgroup of magicals that practiced and developed magic that was rumored to have destructive capabilities that could wipe out areas without traces. Quinn didn't know if the rumors were true or not. He didn't know if the records were exaggerated to boast the power of Nordic warlocks. All he knew was if there was smoke, then there must be a fire. The Vikings had their own laws, art, and architecture. Most Vikings were also farmers, fishermen, craftsmen, and traders. Popular conceptions of the Vikings often strongly differ from the complex, advanced civilization that emerged from archaeology and historical sources. This meant that the romanticized picture of Vikings as noble savages must have come from a place where people really felt despair. And Quinn believed that it was those Nordic warlocks' actions that completely changed the conception of Vikings as it was today. So when Quinn came to Denmark, which was once part of the Vikings' homeland, he couldn't let a chance like this get away from him. Quinn wanted to see if there was a way he could find the tomes from an age that closely preceded even the Hogwarts founders. And to his luck, Quinn was able to find a single book that held magic inside. Quinn's razor-sharp magical focus, which allowed him to do spells without an external focus, picked up the traces of esoteric magic hidden behind the old tome. The clever old Gamel, too, realized that this tome was somehow significant, so he jacked up the price. And Quinn had to come back every day because he wanted that book, but he would not fork the ridiculous amount Gamel asked for. At least not until the very last moment, at which point he would give the money and take the risk. Quinn didn't know what the book held. It could be a tome with basic level spells or even a memoir preserved like a magical tome. Meaning that it could be useless to Quinn, and he would have wasted his time and money. You know the price, said Gamel, still persistent on the price he had quoted to Quinn yesterday. That's ridiculous, and you know it, sighed Quinn with the voice he had chosen for John. I'm going to be generous and raise my offer by 100. But this is my last offer. Any more than this, and it won't be worth it. Gamel remained silent for a moment before returning. 200. 125 and not a single more, said Quinn shaking his head. 175. 125. 170. 125. Gamel sighed and nodded in acceptance. I will take it. Quinn put down the pouch in his hand on the table and then took out 2 more pouches and slid the 3 to Gamel. Do count. Gamel didn't need to be told as he counted the golden currency of Denmark's magical society and checked random ones with his wand for authenticity. It's the correct amount. You can take the book. That's good, said Quinn, picking up the tome and slipping it inside his expanded pocket. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Quinn turned back towards the door to leave, and just as he was about to exit, 2 men appeared and blocked Quinn's path. Quinn recognized both of them as he had seen them every time he entered and exited M.R.K.E. gate. Quinn stopped for a second before trying to get past the 2 men standing at the door, but one of them stepped directly in front of Quinn and stared down at him. Quinn looked at them and saw that both of them had wands in their hands. The price has doubled, John, heard Quinn from his behind. You need to give me the other half. Quinn turned back towards Gamel and saw the old man looking at him with an apathetic gaze and a natural smile. Gamel, I don't want any trouble, spoke Quinn, trying to reason. We already did the exchange. I got my book, and you got your coin. You don't have to make it like this. Gamel shrugged, but his look didn't change. Pay me or leave the book behind. Quinn stared at Gamel for a second before asking, if I give the book back, then will I get my money back? Let's pretend this purchase never happened. I'm sorry, but I can't agree to that, John. I will be keeping that as a service fee. Quinn sighed and groaned as he covered his face with his hands. The illusion of John did the same. All right, I understand, spoke Quinn from behind his hands. Gamel and his 2 helpers smiled when they heard Quinn. They were going to get paid double the price for a stupid book that Gamel had lying around from before he could remember. And he wouldn't get in trouble because he realized that Quinn, John, was a foreigner and not a local. Tourists were always an easy target. It's good that you understand, John. It's good for everyone this way, replied Gamel, his smile widening. But then he felt confused when he saw Quinn remove his hands, and there wasn't a single touch of worry on his face. Gamel saw Quinn raise his hand, and suddenly his two helpers went rigid. He watched as his two helpers turned pale and started to shake and struggle. I warned you, Gamel, said Quinn, walking towards Gamel. Gamel hastily turned his eye to Quinn and raised his wand in a warning. Don't come near, or I will attack. Quinn looked at the wand lazily, and it went flying away out of Gamel's hand, shocking the old man. I'm feeling good today, Gamel, said Quinn as he picked up the 3 pouches that he had paid Gamel while staring into his eyes. So I won't do anything to you. You brought me this book and because you're old, I will leave you alone. But the other boys won't be so lucky. Quinn blinked, and cracking was heard in the store. And then muffled screams filled the store as the 2 men collapsed on the floor. They couldn't move an inch, and it was like something had bound every inch of their body. And then they felt the pain come in, but because they couldn't even open their mouths, the screams were muffled. I broke every bone in their arms and legs, answered Quinn. They are in a tremendous amount of pain. I did it in a way that small shrapnels of bones are digging away at their flesh from inside. They won't die from this, but those small pieces of bone will continue to tear through their arms and legs. Gamel gulped when he looked into Quinn's eyes and heard his words. Quinn tapped his knuckles against the table and continued. It's easy to rid them of their pain. You just have to vanish the bones, and they will be fine. Quinn twitched his finger, and Gamel's wand came flying up from the floor. But the deal is that you won't be able to vanish anything because dash. Quinn held Gamel's wand in his hand and snapped it. You don't have a wand anymore. Quinn dropped the pieces on the counter and then stroked one of Gamel's cheeks. I know you do shady business, but do it honorably. Because someday, someone like me won't be in a good mood. Someday, you might just be lying on the floor with your bones broken. I hope you have a good day, Gamel. Quinn pocketed the gold pouches, turned back, and walked away. As he walked away, he broke the 2 men's wands. Just before he exited the store, Quinn turned back and smiled at Gamel. Oh, before I forgot. I can't have you call for help, can I? Gamel's eyes widened before everything went black as he was stunned. Quinn closed the door behind as he exited the store, and as the door closed, the binding charm that holding the 2 men in place broke, and they started to thrash around in pain. The bone shrapnels dug deeper into their bodies, causing more pain. It would be a couple minutes later when someone passing by would hear faint screams and look inside to see 2 men limp on the ground on the verge of fainting and an old man hunched over a counter. Quinn arrived at the dark alley where he applied the illusion glamour upon himself and dropped the magic to return to his usual black hair and stone grey eyes. John was gone, and Quinn was back, and with today being Quinn's last day in Denmark, John's appearance would never come back again. At least in Denmark, John would never step on the Danish soil, in case Gamel and his chaps think of revenge. Why did he have to make things difficult? Thought Quinn with a heavy sigh as he stepped out of the dark alley and joined the crowd of people back in the central region. While Quinn didn't consider magic to be light or dark, he did consider people to be tending towards light and dark, ranging from lighter shades of grey to the deep, dark hues of murky grey. And the place like M.R.K.E. Gate was full of shady people who had different moral compasses than the average person. Quinn understood the reason behind intimidating extortion strategy, which Gamel had tried to employ. He was clearly a foreigner who couldn't speak the language and was carrying a large amount of money on him. Quinn was sure that in Gamel's eyes, he was a fat cow that Gamel could milk a lot out of. Didn't think that I would be using the bone-breaking curse here in Denmark. The curse was a cousin to the deboning curse sometimes used while healing magic and surgeries to clear out a bone, used in cases where the bone had problems that couldn't be fixed in a short amount of time, like the bone being afflicted with a curse that took time to cure. The bone-breaking curse used the magical medical knowledge of bones and translated it into offensive magic. The skeletal system was the supporting frame of many creatures, and if one snapped that underlying supporting structure, they could cause take away a target's mobility, rendering them immobile. Quinn initially had learned the spell in his sin curse days from the Room of Requirements under one of the dark spell books and had practiced it against animal bones to get better at it. But it was in his 4th year that Quinn was able to tap into the bone-breaking curse's true potential. After learning about the human body in healing magic, and was able to understand the spell on a deeper level. This allowed him to work with the bone more profoundly. I hope they use the bone vanishing curse, humphed Quinn, shaking his head. He had intentionally suggested the bone vanishing curse was because then the vanished bones would need to be regrown, and Skull Gro would make sure they didn't sleep at night from the pain and excruciating discomfort. Even if someone uses the bone mending charm, it would still cause more pain, shrugged Quinn. There were so many bone shrapnels inside Quinn's targets' bodies that when they would be put back, they would scrape against the muscles and cause more pain. Quinn had no guilt regarding the amount of damage he had caused. Gamel and the 2 men looked used to what they were doing and seemed pretty confident while confronting him, meaning that they had been successful at it. And that was all reason he needed to break their bones and leave them in pain. Plus, the injuries were reversible and won't leave any permanent harm. The losses they would suffer were their wands and the free book that Quinn had come away with. I can't feel guilt with something like that, thought Quinn knowing what was to come. If he felt guilty at this level, later he won't be able to do his part in the future. There were terrible things in the future, and if Quinn wanted to get rid of them, he needed to fight the terrible with some terrible of his own. Something like breaking bones would seem minor to what was going to come in the future. Quinn slid the thoughts to the back of his head and looked around the Danish market streets, thinking how it was his last day here and tomorrow morning he would be going back home. I should probably buy souvenirs, or they would hound me later, reminded Quinn. People like Eddie and Luna had outright demanded him to get them something when he wrote them letters about going to Denmark. If he didn't buy Leah something, she wouldn't bring him back books, and that wouldn't be good for him. I wonder what I should buy? Oh, right. I should buy them Legos. We are in Denmark. After all, should I charm them somehow, or should I give them the stock version? Oh goody. But then Quinn stopped and looked around among the magical people of Denmark and wondered aloud. Now, where would I get Legos? Scene break. After roaming around some and luckily finding a store, Quinn bought a ton of Legos. He was sure that Luna would want a lot of them when she discovers what they were, so he made sure to buy an amount that shocked the shop owner. I wonder what she would make with them, smiled Quinn as he stood in front of the hotel door and cast disillusionment on himself before silently opening the door. The door wasn't visible from the living room, so as long as Quinn was silent, no one would see him entering. And sound magic was something Quinn researched since his second year when Phileas Flitwick had introduced it to him. With silent and slow steps, Quinn walked into the living room area to find 5 new people sitting in his living room along with Axel, who was looking at a map on the table in front of him. Axel raised his wand and pointed at the map for red spots to appear all over the map. These are all the places where I took him. I stuck to the central and a whole lot of the Muggle areas. I would have preferred not to go Muggle, but he dragged me along. When did he leave? Asked a guy dressed in a suit and overcoat. I don't know, sighed Axel while observing the map. I found him missing around half an hour ago, but I've no idea when he left the room. Axel's words brought a smile to Quinn's face. He could barely understand them speaking in Danish, but he did recognize some phrases, and to him, it sounded like an achievement because he had been gone for hours. Leave? Are we sure that he left on his own discretion, or was he taken away? Asked another man, dressed in casual clothing. Quinn West is from the West family, and they are filthy rich. So are we sure he wasn't abducted? I was here the entire day, replied Axel shaking his head. He wasn't abducted. If he was, I would have known. Yeah, right, scoffed the guy in the suit. If that's true, then you let a kid get away from you right under your nose. Axel withdrew his eyes from the map and looked up at his colleague with a heated gaze. Are you sure you want to do this now? Because my principal is missing and I want to find him, and do it quick. So I will make it very quick, all it would take is one spell. The guy in the suit and Axel locked eyes for a few seconds before the suit guy broke eye contact and looked away. Axel gave every other man in the room a stern gaze, asking if they wanted to say something else and the promise that he wasn't kidding. Good, then let's get a move along. As time passes, the search radius lengthens. We have to find Quinn and quick. Axel looked at the band of his colleagues and finished his sentence. Because if we don't, we will be over. Everything we have built will go drain. Even if we start over, the Wests will ruin us. All men looked at each other and solemnly nodded. The West family was the owner of their business. A lot of what they did depended on the West family, and if they lost the support, they would have to start again and build up from the ground. Plus, if they didn't find Quinn or if Quinn got hurt, their future would be in trouble as Quinn was the grandson of George West, and that man with his resources could ruin their lives. Everyone got up, and that made Quinn decide that it was over for the day, and that he should probably reveal himself before they go out looking for. Though Quinn wouldn't lie if he said that, he didn't entertain the thought of letting them go out and sweat a little. But in the end, Quinn decided to end before it ended up getting out of hand. So he dropped the disillusionment on himself and revealed himself to the group. Hello, everyone, greeted Quinn with a smile. My name is Quinn, and it's a pleasure to meet you all. The 6 men, including Axel's first reaction, were to whip out their wands and point them at Quinn. Within 2 seconds, 6 wands were trained on Quinn as the 6 adults went into combat mode and were ready to cast at a moment's notice. Quinn slowly raised his hands in the surrender posture with a smile on his face. Calm down, no need to be so wand happy. Let's relax and have some good fun. He opened both his fists to show choco balls between his index and middle fingers. Chocolate? Asked Quinn, wiggling his fingers that held the choco balls. Axel dropped his hand down and stopped pointing his wand at Quinn. The others also put their wands down as Axel spoke in a stern voice. Where were you? Why did you leave? How long were you out? Now, there is no need to take that tone, responded Quinn, giving Axel a look. I was out, exploring the city. I have to say it has quite a lot to offer. There is no need to get all huffy about that. Also, you should have told me about the flavored milk tavern. The choices they had were just magnific. He did a chef's kiss to show his delight. But why did you go out on your own? You should have asked me, and I would have taken you. It's my job to guide you and show you around, frowned Axel. That's true, but you were restricting my moments, Mr. Thorne, said Quinn as he unwrapped one of the choco balls and popped it into his mouth. I wanted to see both magical and non-magical Orhus, not just the magical parts. But you insisted that I restricted my movements. You even protested against the random and new restaurant plan. No offense, but I explore better alone. Quinn was also sure that if he asked Axel to take him to M.R.K.E. Gate, he would have got shut down before even saying the entire sentence. The area was just too shady for a teen like Quinn to wander around. But what if you had got lost? Asked one of Axel's colleagues in English. This isn't your country, and you could have gotten lost with no one to ask for help from. Oh, please, scoffed Quinn in response. I know how the hotel's lobby from memory. With its image and some apparition, I can return from anywhere a few kilometers without breaking a sweat. Do ask Axel. I can't get lost in public, and even if I do, I can teleport at will to return to the safe lobby. Quinn walked past and settled on one of the single-seater sofas in the living room. I can tell that you guys are Mr. Thorne's friends, and from the looks of it, you also work together with him. How about you guys sit down and we talk? None of the guys sat down as Axel once again asked. Why would you leave? Did you not know how much panic you caused? How did you even sneak out? Mr. Thorne, why are you even surprised? Didn't your briefing stress on the part that I will try to sneak out, replied Quinn. He took out a Durham shawarma wrapped in foil out of his pockets and spoke as he unwrapped it. It was your fault that you put your guard down. Just because I acted politely, you assumed that the information you had turned null and void. Is this what they taught you when you were training to be an Auror? Axel's eyes went wide open when he heard Quinn speak up. I didn't tell you that. How did you know that? I didn't, smiled Quinn and took a bite of the pita and the meat inside. He pointed at Axel and chuckled. I simply guessed, and just you confirmed it. So, thanks for that. I was genuinely curious if my guess was correct. Quinn then looked at the other 5 men, except for the suit guy and Axel. The rest of the gang had sat back down and were listening to Quinn speak. He observed every one of them and took in what they gave to him. Every one of them looked fit, and the way they had whipped out their wands the second they saw Quinn was indicative of a few things. When combined that with Axel's confirmation, Quinn concluded. All of you are either Aurors or hit wizards, started Quinn. To be precise, ex-Auror and ex-hit wizards. Given that you guys work for the family business means that you all left the ministry jobs. Quinn looked at the detailed map on the table and recognized the detail in the map. Let me front a guess. You guys are bodyguards or maybe ones for hire that work under the banner of the West family. And looking at them, Quinn could see that his guess was correct. I didn't know that we worked in this business. Quinn heard clapping and turned to see the man in casual clothes and flip-flops clapping his hands while smiling. Aren't you a smart one? Grinned the man. I am Neil. And yes, you're correct. We are bodyguards for hire. Got trained to be Aurors and hit wizards, did some time as Aurors and hit wizards, and then left the ministry to start this up. Axel, Neil, and Lucas, the guy in the suit, were 3 childhood friends. One pure blood, one half-blood, and the last a first-gen magical. All of them were poor or came from tough backgrounds. 2 were orphans, while one of them had an abusive parent. So they banded together and formed a lifelong bond to stick together and be the family none of them had. The 3 were bright students, and when they graduated, all of them applied for Auror and hit wizard apprenticeships, and with their grades and aptitude, passed the tests and got trained to become Aurors and hit wizards. The 3, who didn't have much money in their lives, finally had a substantial income with the job. But you see, people can hire Auror and hit wizards for protection when they have a good reason to do so, or they have the money and influence to haul around Aurors or guards, spoke Neil with a smile as he crossed his legs, his flip-flop removed from his hanging foot. We saw an opportunity to earn more money than we were already making, and thus, we left our jobs to start our protection service. We could be hired as bodyguards at a fee, and as it turned out, many rich folks are willing to fork out money for some protection. Quinn nodded, well familiar with the private security industry, which was prevalent in the non-magical world. But in the magical world, it wasn't common, and thus, this here could be considered a new industry and job line. How does the West family business come into play? The connections, answered Lucas, dressed meticulously in a suit. Not a lot of people do what we do. Most of them were used to going to the ministry for such services, and the ministry would take care of it. But unlike the ministry, we didn't have that level of credibility. Sure, we were trained but lacked the connections to get the business started. Gathering clientele was always one of the hardest parts of starting a business. And this was also for the trio of private bodyguards. At that time, we met with Adam West, continued Lucas. Adam West, repeated Quinn at the mention of the name. Adam West was his father, who had died in an accident when Quinn was a 1-year infant. Quinn didn't know much about his parents. He never asked, and none of his family members told him about them. Yes, he offered us the connections of the Wests and provided us with clients, nodded Lucas. From then on, everything was uphill. We never ran out of clients as someone was always looking for guards and defenders. It has been 15 years, and we have grown from the group of 3 to 40 trained ones working in Scandinavia. Quinn felt impressed and whistled at the growth. This was the first private security company he had seen, and from what Quinn knew, Britain didn't have something like this. There were retired Aurors who sometimes did something similar for money, but there wasn't anything organized like this, not even close. What do you guys call yourselves? Axel, Neil, and Lucas exchanged before Axel turned to Quinn and answered. Limax. The Limax was a magical creature with a wide, hammer-shaped head, 4 arms, and a serpent-like lower body. It was capable of wielding multiple weapons at once, including axes, maces, and daggers. Quinn smiled at the choice of the name and praised. Now, that's cool. Quinn stood in the hotel lobby of the hotel with his suitcase in his hands. He tapped his foot against the floor as he absent-mindedly gazed around the hotel lobby to pass the time. The hall was silent because it was just before 7 in the morning. The lobby would regain its activity when the breakfast time down in the hotel restaurant would start, and people would start their day. He retrieved his trusty pocket watch from its pocket and checked on the time. There were only a few seconds till the minute hand struck 12, and the hour hand arrived at 7 on the watch dial. Quinn watched the second hand smoothly travel clockwise and arrive at number 12, marking the time 7 in the morning. The clock's interface shifted as the dial background shifted from the indigo shade of the 6th hour to the gold of the 7th hour. A faint yet visible outline of the number 6 also changed to 7, and some other changes magically appeared on the watch front to signify the change of hours. When the clock turned 7, Quinn looked up, and like clockwork, the man he was waiting for walked into the lobby and walked towards Quinn with a steady stride and semi-brisk pace. Axel Thorne, his Danish bodyguard/guide who he had evaded many a time in his stay. "Good morning, Mr. Thorne," greeted Quinn. "I hope my portkaya is ready to be deployed." Axel nodded and took out a small wooden cube with blunt edges which rested on his palm. Quinn picked up the dark wood cube from Axel's palm and observed it. The wooden cube was larger than a cuboidal die, but it wasn't big enough to cover the entire palm. Quinn could comfortably close his fist around the cube, and it would be completely enveloped. "It will activate at 7:05. The portkaya will trigger on its own, there is no activation phrase," answered Axel. Quinn nodded in response and wrapped his fist around the cube. As there was no activation phrase, Quinn needed to hold the cube because, at 7:05, the portkaya would trigger and take him to the destination with no delay. "It was a fun week, Mr. Thorne. Thank you for your services, you were an excellent guide," praised Quinn. "And yet you sneaked away without me," commented Axel. The fact that a teen could sneak away from him under his nose was embarrassing for someone from his line of occupation and his position, and Axel wasn't taking it lightly. His partners and subordinates were having fun at his expense. And from what he knew about his company, they weren't going to let it go anytime soon. Now, don't beat yourself up that much up. It happens to the best of people," chuckled Quinn. He could see that it bothered Axel, so he tried to soothe the wound before returning home. "It was simply a little too motivated to go out on my own, so it's not your fault that you missed out on my escapes. I'm good at magic, after all." Quinn took out a card from his pockets and handed it to Axel. "This is my personal contact details. If you ever come to England, do contact me, and I will be your guide just as you were mine." Axel looked at the deep royal blue card. On the royal blue background was a monogram logo in the shape of QW, and beside the logo was Quinn's full name, also written in gold. He turned the card to see a WMFID printed on the back. "That's my personal WMFID. Not many people have that number, so please don't share it. I like this ID I have and don't want to change it," pointed Quinn. This card differed from his aid cards, which were for promotion and availability, as the cards changed when Quinn or Luna was inside the office for a consultation. This card held his very personal WMFID, which not a lot of people were aware of. Other than his family, only Luna knew of his WMFID because her father had purchased an office version Magifax and put it in his home as Xenophilius Lovegood worked as a reporter/writer from his own. Quinn hoped he could give a few others his contact details as the Magifax personal home models were launched just before Quinn left for Denmark. Quinn was sure that as the year passed, his friends would have a Magifax unit at their respective homes. "Do you have a personal WMFID?" asked Quinn. Axel shook his head in reply. "I don't have a personal machine, but our office has one." Saying that, Axel took out a white business card with black text reading contact information of the Limax group, such as their WMFIDs, address, and Axel's name in the top left corner on the card. Every West Business subsidiary had made Magifax a part of their office culture. And because the West Business Empire spanned across continents, the Magifax had bridged the gaps in communication that existed before the invention of Magifax. Quinn's invention had transformed the way communication was handled between and within different organizations. Quinn pocketed the card, and as he did, the cube started to faintly glow. Within 10 seconds, the portkaya would trigger, and he would be whisked away. "It seems time's up," noted Quinn and then said the last words to Axel. "Once again, Mr. Thorne. It was a nice week. Thank you for keeping it time, let's meet someday. Maybe it will be you coming to England, or I return here to Denmark. Until then, it's a farewell." Quinn made a small wave before the portkaya glowed up, and he was gone. But Quinn missed the look that came over Axel's face when he left with the portkaya. "Quinn West, huh. I wonder what they would say if I told them about him," muttered Axel as he stared at the card in his hand. Quinn's time in Denmark had come to an end. Scene break. We got a reply to the invitation. The rest of the Potter family, who were sitting in the living room of the Potter home, looked up at their mother/wife. They saw the lady of the house waving a letter in her hand with a smile on her face. "West family sent back a reply to our invitation," announced Lily. James, Ivy, and Harry Potter all became attentive for different reasons. James Potter wanted to know if George West would be visiting because then he would need to prepare. And the twins wondered what reply their one-year senior, the mysterious Ravenclaw Quinn West, had sent. Only one member, Quinn, would be coming for dinner, revealed Lily and passed the letter written in Quinn's handwriting down to her family. The rest of the family, unfortunately, is busy or unavailable, and he would be visiting this Saturday. James Potter read the reply twice before breathing a relieved sigh that George West wasn't visiting. Sitting with George West for an evening was something he wasn't prepared to do, not after what had transpired. Ivy and Harry received the letter from their father and read the reply together. They both noticed the handwriting and recognized that it was Quinn who had written the letter. They had seen Quinn's writing, and even though the lettering on the reply was fancier, they could tell that it was Quinn who wrote it. "All right, everybody. Sit down," said James. The twins glanced at each other, wondering what their father wanted to talk about. They communicated with their eyes if they knew what this was about. But none of the two had any idea what this was about. Lily also sat down beside her children to listen to what her husband wanted to say. "Ivy, Harry, what can you tell me about Quinn West?" asked James. "I've only talked to him for a few minutes, so I don't know how he is. Can you tell me about him? I know you aren't in the same year, but words travel. How is he seen in the school?" Ivy and Harry exchanged glances once more, again initiating a round of twin eye talk discussing what to reveal and hide. In the end, they decided to tell what they thought about Quinn without revealing their interactions with him. "Well, he is smart, scores at the top of his class. Runs a club. Yay, let's go with a club. He runs a club to help out students," started Ivy to sum up how others who didn't have much interaction with Quinn saw the Ravenclaw. "He is pretty popular," continued Harry. "I think almost everyone likes him. No matter what the house or year, he's friendly with everyone. I think even professors like him, especially Professor Flitwick. He likes him a lot." "That's true," nodded Lily in agreement. "Except for the fact that he's known for breaking curfew, Quinn West is the perfect student." "What about his personality?" "A diligent and hard-working child," answered Lily with an earnest smile. From the times she had interacted with Quinn, she had a great impression of Quinn and genuinely thought that he was a charming child. "He's also so kind. Not only he helped me out with the Monopoly game, but his notes are also always on discount. I think he made it so everyone could buy his notes." Ivy's brows twitched when she heard her mother's impression of Quinn. On the outside, Quinn did seem like Lily's description. But then she thought about her first few interactions with Quinn. "Likes to act all mysterious," shared Ivy. When they were looking for the Philosopher's Stone, Quinn had acted all cryptic and had shut the door in their face after giving them a sudden warning. Harry thought about his experience with Quinn, and him going to Quinn was the only time he could draw upon him. A know-it-all, but not in an annoying way. "It's more like a guy who has answers to your every question," spoke Harry, nodding as he felt satisfied with his answer. "Control freak," added Ivy, reaching deep into her bag of adjectives for Quinn. "You don't want to play tag with the guy," said Harry, looking very serious. One of the Hufflepuffs said that it took 5 guys 10 minutes to chase him down and trap him into being tagged. Ivy gave Harry a look like she was looking at an idiot. "He's very good with magic," continued Ivy, commenting about Quinn's magical ability. "From the time he trapped her into a wall to the time he conjured an elephant-sized patroness towards a horde of 100 Dementors, Ivy had plenty of experience with Quinn's magical abilities." "I can beat him," commented Harry with his arms crossed, the pride of the Auror sun coming out. "He went 69-0 in the dueling club. Most of his opponents were older students," reasoned Ivy, eyeing her brother and then humphed. "You lost to me 2 out of 4 times and once to Hermione." Harry grumbled but didn't try to debate with Ivy because what she said had indeed been correct. Quinn's accomplishment in Lockhart's, Flitwick, dueling club was legendary. Not once was Quinn hit with a spell in his entire 69 fights, and more often than not, he defeated his opponent with a single, swift spell. And just when students thought Quinn would cross into the higher double digits, he stopped at 69 duels and didn't step onto the dueling stage anymore. When asked why he stopped, Quinn would grin while saying the words to everyone, 69, nice, and didn't explain what it meant. "So, he is a reasonable person, right?" asked James. While Quinn had been a massive help to them, James didn't have a hang of Quinn's personality in that short period. Ivy opened her mouth but then closed it without speaking. Quinn was a reasonable person, but he had called himself a hypocrite of a high order. And from what Ivy saw, Quinn was a tad bit prideful, had hidden greed, plagued with paranoia that supported his controlative nature, and finally was a manipulative person who seemed to be always operating in the background. Ivy had been cautious of Quinn ever since she met him, and that cautiousness had increased as time had passed. After Ivy deduced that Quinn was her and Harry's savior in the Chamber of Secrets and heard about the recent event of him saving Harry from terrorist abductors, her wariness had almost vanished. She still felt a little wary of Quinn because her debt was still unpaid, but there was a deep sense of gratitude and thankfulness towards Quinn. "What are you talking about?" "Of course, he is a reasonable person," said Lily. The Muggle Studies professor from the very first conversation with Quinn had nothing but praises for him. "Why are you asking these questions?" James thought about his reasons for worries. If this was any other kid, he wouldn't have been worried, but Quinn West wasn't any other kid. "It's nothing," sighed James and semi-explained. "I was just worried about the West family, that's all." "What do you mean worried about the West family?" asked Ivy, and the same question floated up in Harry's mind while Lily somewhat understood what James was talking about. "West family is an influential family here in Britain," started James to explain the significance of the West family. "They have their hands in almost every major sector here in Britain and many minor profitable businesses. From agriculture, mining, forestry, fishing, potions, textile, metalworking to transport, hospitality, consulting, legal practice, healthcare, tourism, they do it all. And every single business they open gets support from their resources, so more often than not, their business quickly grows and becomes one of the top contenders for major market share." James looked up, noticed that while his family understood what he said, they weren't where he was coming from. so he simplified it for them so they would realize what he actually meant. They are rich, he said, and that was understood by the three, but then he gave them a comparison of wealth to get his point across. To compare, if we combine the wealth of, say, Malfoys and Greengrasses, even that amount would lose out to West family's wealth in Britain. If we were to add on the Black family's wealth when they were at their peak, then that amount would beat West family's wealth in Britain. So, they are filthy rich, summarized Harry in concise words. Yes, son. They are filthy rich. Lily furrowed her brows because even though she understood what James was saying, but one thing from James's words bugged her. Why do you keep saying West family's wealth in Britain? James turned to his wife and nodded as if he was expecting this question. That's the real reason that sets West family apart from any other wealthy families. The West family business isn't concentrated in Britain, it goes way beyond that. He paused before telling them what he had heard from his father and found from his job. West family's business spans across continents and has such reach that the amount of money and influence they have is more than any family in Britain and probably more than any group or organization that exists in the Wizarding Society. That makes Malfoy's wealth look like they are a bunch of poor chaps. Then why aren't they more famous? Asked Ivy because before she met, Ivy didn't have any idea about the West family. There are a few reasons for that, answered James. First, they aren't involved in politics, so they aren't in the center of attention. If they want to get something done, they do it behind the doors, away from people's eyes. Second, the newspapers don't report on them because none of the family members appear in public, continued James and then revealed the size of the West family. The West family only has 3 people, George West and his 2 grandchildren, Quinn and Leah West. People don't see George West any other place other than official events. He doesn't speak to newspapers, so most people don't know about it. Leah West, whom I researched, has been working outside of the country. She was only featured a couple of times since she entered the business, but that's because she spends a lot of time out of the country. She does get plenty of media attention, but because she moves a lot, no one country gets too much of news about Leah West. Lastly, there is Quinn West, who is still in Hogwarts. He spends most of his time in the castle, outside of the eyes of the media, spoke James before picking up on one of the tangents. George West went to Hogwarts, and then after him, Quinn went to Hogwarts, but between those two, none of the other members went to Hogwarts. Leah West studied in France. Quinn's father also studied in France, and his mother studied in Italy. Lastly, George West's wife also came from France. All 3 Potter audience noticed that James mentioned Quinn's parents, but previously, he had said there were only 3 West members in the family, which meant that they were no longer alive. Ivy recalled how Leah was the one who came to pick up Quinn from the King's Cross station. She hadn't given it a thought, but now she realized that Quinn's parents didn't come because they weren't alive. So the West family hasn't personally been active in Britain for some time, and that's the reason why most people don't know about them, spoke James, taking a sip of water from the glass of water on the table to quench his throat. No one cared about rich people if they weren't involved in some sort of scandal, and the members of the West family remained out of trouble. The members of Wisengamot know about them, most of the ministry bigwigs know about them, but from below that level, not a lot of people know about them. For some reason, their businesses aren't named after their family name, so the family isn't a household name, explained James, and he was done explaining to his family why the West family was such a big deal. The same day Harry was kidnapped, George West walked into the ministry and made his way straight to the minister's office, retold James the tale that he had heard from his peers in the Auror's office. From what I heard, he walked to the minister's office and had his secretary announce that he was here to meet the minister. In under a minute, Fudge came running out with panic on his face. Fudge walked George West into his office, and when he left, Fudge issued an internal memo that essentially was a gag order to not let Quinn's name come in any of the forthcoming proceedings. Such was the power of the West family. George West could walk into the ministry, and his wants would be entertained by the Minister of Magic himself. Voldemort had tried to recruit George West to his inner circle, no question asked, but he refused and fled the country, taking his family with him. They returned only after the war, brought up James. This was the power of West family. Voldemort wanted West's financial support so much that Dumbledore had to go beg George just to make sure that he didn't support Voldemort. Forget about getting the West's supports for our side. If George West had decided to support any one side, the war could have gone very differently. So, I was just wondering if he is a type of person who gets offended easily because then I would step around him carefully, finished James. He didn't want to invite trouble just because he said something that offended Quinn, and that went to George West because that would be a huge trouble for him. Ivy and Harry thought about Quinn and then compared him to Draco but didn't see many parallels between them. Draco liked to brag about his family, money, and the new things his dad had brought him. But Quinn didn't do anything of that. Students didn't even know or thought that he was rich even though they paid him for multitudes of things. Ivy thought back to the day she asked Quinn for the information about Nicholas Flamel, and that day he had asked her to pay up front before she could even pick up the envelope that the information came in. She had to borrow money from Hermione to pay for that information. Now with hindsight, Quinn did say that he would have mail-ordered the ingredients instead of picking them from Snape's inventory, thought Ivy, picking up on things that showed he was from a wealthy family. That day the Potters continued to talk about Quinn and the West family just because Quinn was coming to their home later that week. Quinn stood in front of a full-sized mirror inside his room, watching his reflection in the mirror. He wore a well-fitting white shirt and black denim pants layered with a hunter green blouson jacket. His pants were fastened around his waist with a tan belt, and down in his feet were a pair of brown leather loafers over checkered grey socks. Quinn's appearance had evolved and transformed as he grew up. He was going to turn 15 years old in a week and had changed a lot from his preteen 11-years-old self at the start of Hogwarts to today, where he was a budding teen in his growing years. Over the years, the innocent look of a child had transformed into a boyish youth of a teen. The smart appearance that Quinn was known for had gained a tinge of roguishness that people would miss if they weren't looking closely. His hairstyle, which was tapered on sides and back while the top kept short, giving him an easy-to-maintain Ivy League haircut, had slightly changed with his age. Now Quinn's matte black hair was kept short on the sides and back while the top part was of a medium length and styled into choppy, textured combed back layers with a side part. Quinn's wiry frame that came with his young age and daily workouts was finally experiencing change, with puberty kicking into full effect. In the last few months, his chest had widened, and not only his arms and legs grew faster, but he also gained some height, finally pushing past the 170-centimeter mark and stopping at 176. And the final change that came with puberty was Quinn's voice. His vocal pitch deepened by nearly an octave, and the process of voice change to his adult voice finally started and would continue to deepen until his 18th or 19th birthday, as magical humans reached physical maturity by that age. After that, aging slowed down because of their increased lifespan than their non-magical counterpart. The air and vibe around Quinn had also changed, not because of his age but because of his magic. Magic was an essential aspect of his life, maybe even the most vital part of his life. Quinn's attitude and personality were deeply tied to his magic. When Quinn had lost his magic, he rarely spoke to anyone and would like to remain alone rather than spend time with anyone. He became so obsessed with regaining his magic that Quinn pretty much ignored every person in his life and acted that he and his magic were the only two existences in the world. Quinn lost his magic, regained it while suffering from pain. He came very close to dying from injuries and Dementors and had to time travel to save his life. Learned a magic that was much higher than his capabilities, beyond what he was currently capable of. And finally met with Dumbledore and got out without getting his mind read. After all those ups and downs in a single year, Quinn had come out with a new level of maturity, confidence about his magical capabilities, and faith that he could come out of situations no matter what. He was much more comfortable with himself and felt secure with his magic beside him. And the trip to Denmark with the apparition lessons had given him the magic that increased his ability to move around, providing Quinn with a sense of freedom. If previously, Quinn had a hidden and reserved attitude to his public persona, now he was coming out of his shell. For the first time since coming to this world, Quinn truly felt safe. He knew that with his family around, he would be safe from most dangers. But Quinn always had that sense of urgency in the back of his head to get stronger so that he could be safe on his own. To be able to protect himself from dangers on his own without depending on others. That was Quinn West's thing, on his own. In many of Quinn's retrospective sessions, he thought about why he had such a terrible reaction to a wand that clearly suited him and had chosen him to be its wielder. The answer that Quinn came up with was his view of magic. He wanted to be self-sufficient, free from any form of support and dependence, and that carried over to his magic. Quinn wanted his magic to be always present with him so that if one day he was dropped buck naked into an unknown place, he would be able not only be able to survive but also return home safely with ease. But a wand stopped Quinn from achieving that. Take the magical focus from a magic user, and except for a handful of people, everyone else would essentially lose their magic and be the same as non-magicals. Even those handful of people couldn't access their full capabilities if one took away their preferred choice of focus from them. But Quinn could confidently say that he was the same no matter what the situation. And now here he was, standing in front of a full-sized mirror inside his room, straightening out his semi-casual clothes while checking them out to see if they were proper and if he looked presentable or not. Soon he had to leave for the Potter cottage in Godric's Hollows for dinner with the Potter family. This will do, nodded Quinn after confirming that his outfit was appropriate for the occasion. He turned away from the full-sized mirror beside which hung beside his closet and walked to his bed. From the bed top, he picked up 3 white pockets-shaped objects and one by one applied them to the inner lining of his hunter green jacket. When white of the pocket-shaped fabric would touch the dark green fabric of the inner lining, threads would appear and stitch the white secure to the green, and then the white color would change to match the green. These were Quinn's trusty detachable pockets, spelled to have an expanded inside them. The idea had come to Quinn in his second, the year in which he had just begun working with fabrics and leather. Quinn had taken inspiration from a certain blue robotic cat, who had a half-moon-shaped pocket that held numerous fascinating gadgets. The 3 pockets didn't hold gadgets from the future, but the pockets did store the things Quinn wanted to carry with him, vials of numerous potions, safety equipment, a couple of tools, a lot of chocolate, 2 decks of cards, coins, and other miscellaneous things that Quinn always wanted on hand. All right, I am ready. Let's go, said Quinn before exiting his room and walking to the general study of the mansion. He entered the study to find the person he was searching for and found Ms. Rosie sitting in the sport that was usually reserved for her, and from the looks of it, she was working on the monthly budget and inventory of the West Mansion. Ms. Rosie, I'm leaving for the dinner at Potter's, informed Quinn to the only adult in the house. Leah was in France with her friends while George and Elliot were out for business. Ms. Rosie looked up from the account books at Quinn and gave him a look over, examining his outfit and judging if it was proper for the function he was going to attend. I still don't understand why you enjoy Muggle clothing so much, sighed Ms. Rosie. The old caretaker was a conservative lady and didn't understand the appeal of clothing from the non-magical society. When will you return from the Potters? Seeing that Ms. Rosie didn't critique his clothing meant that it passed her check and got her approval, meaning that he was good to go. It will end quickly, from what I am guessing. I will go there, converse a little before dinner time, enjoy a meal and wrap up things with a short after-meal talk, shrugged Quinn. I'm not particularly close to the Potter children, so I think it will be back just a little after grandfather and uncle come back home. Do they have the Floo prepared for your arrival? I'm not traveling via the Floo network, answered Quinn with a shake of his head. I will be taking the night bus to Godric's Hollows, and then I will walk to the Potter cottage. Again, with the night's bus, you have been using that service a lot, haven't you? Ever since returning from Denmark, Quinn had stopped using Floo travel as a mode of transportation altogether. Instead, he had shifted to night's bus to get around. Taking the bus was time-consuming, but it was all for the sake of magic. Ms. Rosie, I finally know apparition, grinned Quinn. I've to know the places so that I can pop by anytime I want. The night bus simply allows me to travel places I can't travel by a Floo fireplace, especially the Muggle ones. My current long-time goal is to map the entire country, so I can get anywhere via apparition. Apparition required the user to have memory or a clear image of the destination they wanted to visit. And that clear image could only be obtained by visiting the place and couldn't be replicated by the destination's image. So Quinn, while he was outside of Hogwarts, was trying to use his time to go to important places so that he could increase the destinations he could travel to. But you can use the Floo fireplace to travel to the Potters, pointed out Ms. Rosie. Yes, nodded Quinn and then grinned in reply. But the night bus is so much more fun. Ms. Rosie sighed at the teen in front of her and lightly waved her hand. All right, off you go. Remember to maintain decorum, go straight to the Potter cottage and return directly. Don't take things from strangers, don't follow anyone you don't know, and if in trouble, immediately apparate. If you can't apparate or get out of trouble, you know how to send an emergency signal. The emergency signal was a blaring alert system that Quinn had set up inside the West mansion. Everybody in the West family wore a piece of jewelry connected to the alert system in the manor. If, in any case, they were in trouble, the family member could use the jewelry to fire off the alert inside the mansion. Effectively send an SOS signal to get help. Ms. Rosie, I'm not a child anymore. You don't have to repeat that every time I go outside, pouted Quinn while touching the thin silver chain necklace with a hexagon piece hanging from it around his neck. This was the jewelry Quinn had chosen for himself and was connected to the emergency/SOS system inside the manor. Ms. Rosie didn't grace him with a reply and went back to work while ignoring Quinn. To her, Quinn would always be a child. Scene break. Quinn walked out of the West Mansion gate, which he had been using a lot these days. As he exited, the enormous gate, which was slightly open, closed back up, and the chains that locked it went back around the two panels of the gate, binding the two together before the lock snapped into place. Maybe, I should talk to grandfather about changing this gate, thought Quinn. He didn't mind opening the entire gate every time, and it wasn't even a task because, with magic, he could do it every day, all day without breaking a sweat. But opening the gate just so that he could walk out seemed inefficient. Quinn raised his hand with his fake wand in his grasp. The wand tip glowed as he held the fake wand over his head. He waited in silence as the fake wand tip glowed and gazed around to look for something noticeable. It took a minute before the silence in the darkening evening sky broke, and there was a deafening bang, which made Quinn involuntarily twitch. I can't get used to this even after all this time, sighed Quinn as he watched to see a gigantic pair of wheels and headlights screeched to a halt just in front of him. They belonged, as Quinn saw when he raised his head, to a triple-decker, violently purple bus, model name AEC Regent 3 RT, which had appeared out of thin air. Gold lettering over the windshield spelled the night bus. Then a conductor in a purple uniform leaped out of the bus and began to speak loudly to the night. Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand hand, step on board, and we can take you anywhere you want to go. My name is Kevin Kendall, and I will be your conductor this eve. The conductor stopped abruptly. He had just caught sight of Quinn, who was putting his fake wand back into his pockets. Oh, it's you again, spoke Kevin Kendall, who looked to be the age of 18 or 19, with large, protruding eyes and a thick beard for his age, but that only meant that he could be below 30. Quinn had been using the night's bus for travel so much that Stan had gotten acquainted with him. It was so ridiculous that when Quinn was visiting places, so that he could use apparition later, he would call upon the night bus 20 times a day so that he could travel around. Quinn traveled so much that he was acquainted with a good part of the night bus's fleet and their conductors. Unlike in the books, where the night bus wasn't explored in detail, Quinn had found that more than one night bus was running all over the country. Every night bus operated in their own area and didn't go out of their territory. Quinn's destination list was so extensive that the conductors had come to recognize him. Good evening, Kevin, greeted Quinn, nodding to the recognizable conductor. How are you today? The conductor didn't reply to the question. Instead, he returned with a question. Are you going to travel today? Quinn had called the night bus to travel, or why else would he call upon it? But Quinn understood what Kevin meant. He meant if Quinn was going to a place, walk around that place to memorize a general layout and scenery before calling the night bus again. No, Kevin. I'm not going to do that today. Just one place today, answered Quinn. Kevin looked a little disappointed because that meant that Quinn wouldn't be shedding money to travel, which, in turn, meant that Kevin won't be earning more today. All-night bus conductors not only got a base salary but also got paid on a commission basis. All right, where do you want to go? Asked Kevin, going back to conductor mode. Godric's Hollow, answered Quinn and reached into his pockets. How much will it cost me? Godric's Hollow was a village in the West Country of England. The West Country was a region of southwestern England, and covered the counties of Cornwall, Devon, Dorset and Somerset, Wiltshire, Gloucestershire, and finally, Herefordshire, where West Manor was situated. This region of England also played home to many other wizarding families, including the Weasleys, Malfoys, Lovegoods, Diggorys, Abbotts, Scamanders, and once the Dumbledores, indicating that the region was densely populated as a residential area by the magical community. 8 sickles is the price, quoted Kevin. Quinn paid the amount and stepped onto the bus. There were no seats. Instead, half a dozen brass bedsteads stood beside the curtained windows. Candles were burning in brackets beside each bed, illuminating the wood-paneled walls. There were a couple of passengers other than Quinn sitting/lying on the beds. He laid down on the bed as if it was his own home. Quinn knew what was about to come, and he was prepared for it. Kevin walked up to the driver's seat and spoke to the old driver, who had been driving the bus ever since its founding. Take ER away, Ball, said Stan, sitting down in the armchair next to Ball's. There was another tremendous bang, and the next moment Quinn found himself flat on his bed, pushed down by the speed of the night bus. He had been thrown back a couple times before Quinn learned that it was best to start the journey lying down. Pulling himself up, Quinn stared out of the dark window and saw that they were now bowling along a path outlined by trees. At novel bin at. Best go wake up Madam Marsh, Stan, said Bolivia. We'll be in Wiltshire in a minute. Kevin passed Quinn's bed and disappeared up a narrow wooden staircase. Quinn continued to look out of the window and recalled the first few rides on the bus. None of the night bus drivers seemed to have mastered the use of a steering wheel, and it had freaked him half to his death. The night bus kept mounting the pavement, but it didn't hit anything. Lines of lamp posts, mailboxes, and trash cans jumped out of its way as it approached and back into position once it had passed. Kevin came back downstairs, followed by a faintly green witch wrapped in a traveling cloak. Here you go, Madam Marsh, said Kevin happily as Ball stamped on the brake and the bed slid a foot or so toward the front of the bus. Madam Marsh clamped a handkerchief to her mouth and tottered down the steps. Kevin threw her bag out after her and rammed the doors shut. There was another loud bang, and they were thundering down a narrow country lane, trees leaping out of the way. Ball slammed on the brakes, and the night bus skidded to a halt in front of a small pub. Thanks, Quinn said to Kevin. Kevin tipped his conductor cap and then slammed the door closed before there was another loud bang, and the night bus was off doing its duty. Godric's Hollow could be described as being quaint. There was a narrow road with look-alike cottages that resided on either side of it. There were street lights at the center of the village, indicating it as the square. Beyond that square was a church, and even though Quinn couldn't see it, there was a graveyard behind the church. Now, which one is Potter Cottage? Muttered Quinn as he walked inside the village and looked around the cottages on the side of the roads. Oh, I see them. These must be the homes, spoke Quinn as he noticed non-magical repellent charms and wards around some cottages riddled around the villages. Which one of these belongs to the Potters? Quinn walked for a couple of minutes before he arrived at the edge of the village and saw a comfortably sized, 2-story building with a small gate and hedges surrounding the front yard. He peered at the wall beside the door and saw the sign that read Potter. He lifted the latch of the small gate and entered the well-maintained greens and lush front yard with a small garden with colorful flowers to the side. Quinn walked down the paved path from the small fence gate to the main door and knocked using the door knocker installed in place of a bell. After half a minute, the door opened by the girl with red hair, and the moment their eyes met, Quinn greeted with a smile. Good evening. The sound of a calming chime reverberated inside the Potter cottage, filling the home of the Potter family with a familiar sound. Lily Potter, the lady of the house, professor of Muggle studies at Hogwarts, was setting up the table for dinner with the special cutlery that only came out when special guests were coming to their home. When she heard the chime, which only rang when the knocker at the main door was used. Someone open the door, shouted Lily across the house to her family. I will do it. A voice came in reply to Lily's instructions, and footsteps moved towards the main door. Lily stepped back from the table and gazed at it to see if she missed something, but the table setting for 5 people was set up perfectly. She moved her eyes to the kitchen, where food was currently being prepared by utensils autonomously with magic. She observed that the food was close to being done cooking. It was then when Harry came walking into the dining area to get a glass of water for himself. Lily looked at her son and immediately questioned him. Did you clean your room? Harry was about to pour himself a glass of water but stopped when he heard her mother's question. Mom, he isn't going to come up to my room to see if I have cleaned it or not. Why do I have to clean it? Sighed Harry and went back to pouring himself a glass of water. Don't give me that and go clean your room, ordered Lily, her eyes narrowing threateningly. Quinn is already here, go comb your hair a little. It's like there is a bird's nest on your head. Harry ignored his mother and silently walked out of the room with the glass of water. He wasn't going to clean his room. He, for his life, couldn't comprehend why did he have to clean up his room every time someone visited. Scene break. Someone opened the door. Ivy Potter sitting in the living room, reading Witch Weekly, a magazine targeted towards women in the Britain magical community, looked up from her magazine. I will do it, replied Ivy to her mother's call and got up from the sofa and walked through her house towards the main door. She opened the door, and there stood the person supposed to visit her home for a thank you dinner for saving her brother from a bunch of abductors. Her deep green eyes met the stone grey and saw the smile bloom on his face as he spoke up. Good evening. Ivy Potter had Quinn West a lot while they were in Hogwarts. Even if she only talked to him a little while in a year, all students gathered in the Great Hall 3 times a day for meals. Everyone got to see everyone if they caught the eye, and Quinn was somewhat of an eye-catching figure. He was popular in the school for running a.i.d. and generally famous for helping everyone out. So if any glanced at the Ravenclaw long table, their eyes would briefly stop at Quinn before moving on. And Ivy was no different. She, too, would sometimes have her attention caught by Quinn because of their shared history. In the near 3 years she had known about the person named Quinn West, Ivy could recall seeing him in Hogwarts school uniform. The uniform was the same for everyone except the house color, and thus, the school uniform wasn't exciting to look at when every student you knew wore the same thing every day. And Quinn was among the students who would wear the uniform to the T with the robes and all. The only variation she had seen was when Quinn would remove the outer robes inside the a.i.d. office. But now, here he stood, in front of her, in casual clothes. She looked down to see the white shirt, black pants, and green jacket all coming together. Ivy Potter had many thoughts regarding Quinn West. But before today, thoughts like good-looking, handsome, and attractive weren't among them. Suddenly, she could notice all the things she had seemingly missed. Quinn was tall, not as tall as her friend Ron Weasley, but quite tall. Unlike Ron, Quinn wasn't lanky. He was quite fit under those clothes, something the school uniform robes had hidden. With her mind not filled with thoughts about if Quinn was planning something, could finally notice that Quinn was remarkably handsome, particularly with that smile on his face. Ms. Potter. Quinn called to Ivy, wondering why she was staring at his face without speaking anything. Ivy, muttered the girl with rich red hair and vivid green eyes. Pardon, spoke Quinn, confused. Ivy matched eyes with Quinn and spoke. You should call me Ivy. Or are you going to address me as Ms. Potter, Harry as Mr. Potter, Mom as Professor Potter, and Dad as Auror Potter? Surely not, right? Now that you mention it. That's a mouthful of Potter, nodded Quinn, seeing the Potter point. He looked at Ivy and smiled. All right, Ivy, let's start again. Good evening. I'm here for dinner. Ivy nodded and stepped back to clear the way for Quinn to enter her house. Please enter. Quinn nodded, stepped beyond the threshold of the Potter cottage, and entered the Potter home. He looked around and saw an interior much different from his own home. The West Manor was ornate, and Ms. Rosie, who was in charge, placed everything to form a clear structure and design that screamed a dignified beauty. The only parts of the West Mansion under others' control were their own rooms and offices. Quinn himself had only control over his own room, the practice hall, and the piano room. Other than that, Ms. Rosie decided the place of everything. While the Potter cottage, from one look, was much more personalized to the residents and very homely and homey. Right by the door were photos of family and friends along the walls. A shoe rack by the side, coat hangers on the other side. They painted green and white wallpapers along the walls while the ceiling was white. Ivy watched as Quinn watched her home and recalled that Quinn's family was exceedingly prosperous. Her father had told her that the West family lived in an enormous mansion in the distant countryside and owned vast land in that area. He must think that the house is too small, thought Ivy, but Quinn had other plans. This is a nice home, complimented Quinn. When I grow up, I'm going to get something like this for my own. Something personal and cozy. I like my home, but there is just so much walking. I spend a lot of time walking, you know. Not as much as Hogwarts, though, that place is crazy. And think about the cleaning that's needed. Thank Morgana, we have Polly, or we would be so screwed. He turned to Ivy and asked, shall we move in? Ivy snapped out of her thoughts and gestured, yes, Mom is looking forward to seeing you. She hasn't stopped talking about you ever since you sent the reply. Not surprising, grinned Quinn. I'm most teachers' favorite student. They can't love me enough. All of them want some Quinn. Let's go and meet Professor. He winked with a cheesy grin, making Ivy roll her eyes. The pair went inside the home with Ivy in the lead as Quinn continued to examine and observe the house. The chance to be inside Potter Cottage was a rare opportunity, so Quinn was taking in everything he could see with his eyes. The two entered the living room where Harry Potter was sitting with a Quidditch magazine in his hand. Mom, Quinn is here, called out Ivy to inside the and turned to Quinn. Please sit down and make yourself comfortable. Harry stood up from the sofa and stepped towards Quinn to shake hands with him and greeted, good to have you here, mate. Also, I didn't get the chance to say this, but thanks for saving me. Seriously, I don't know what happened, but from what I heard, it could have been gone very wrong. Quinn shook the boy who lived's hand and shook his head, don't mention it. It was just luck that I happened to be here. Also, the situation was set up for me to have an advantage. Being humble and courteous was much better than being cocky and overwhelming when creating an impression. Quinn was definitely going to exploit the fact that he saved Harry in the future, but until then, he would rather be a friendly acquaintance so that when the time came, he could exploit this connection. Lily Potter finally entered the living room with a smile on her face and greeted Quinn. Welcome, Quinn. Were you able to find the house easily? Yes, it wasn't a problem. The repellent wards made it easier for me to narrow the houses down, answered Quinn. And we live in the same night bus area, so it was just a bus ride away. That's good to hear, nodded Lily and then gestured around the house to ask. How did you find our house? Quinn looked around as he answered, it's a lovely home, Professor. I can feel the time and effort you put in to turn a house into a home. But I do have to see one more thing before I can give my final remark. What is it? Quinn turned to Harry and asked with perfect seriousness, I want to see your room. You did clean it, right? Let's go see it right now. Harry's jaw dropped when he heard Quinn, and he started to feel flustered. He glanced to his side towards Lily and saw her mom staring at him like she expected him to show Quinn his room. Okay, let's go see my room, said Harry, sounding shy with a low voice. In his mind, he was planning on how to convince Quinn to keep quiet about his messy room. I will even grovel to Eddie Carmichael if he keeps quiet. The other three exchanged looks as Harry turned to walk to his room and burst into laughter. Harry turned to face them and was surprised to see the three loudly laughing like they had heard the joke of the century. Harry, don't worry, he's joking, spoke Ivy between her laughs. No one is going to see your room. Harry turned towards Quinn, who was giving him a thumbs up. You have a talent, mate. Don't let it go to waste. Harry Potter, the young prankster, grown under the wing of Marauders, felt embarrassed about getting caught in a prank. He hadn't been caught in a prank since his first year when the Weasley twins launched a week of prankster hazing to show him that they were the prankster general. How did you know that Mum asked me to clean my room? Every mom says that. I was sure that here was the same deal, grinned Quinn. I know you are a prankster, so I wanted to see if I could pull one under from you. Now that Quinn was here, he decided to showcase some of his charms and entertain his hosts, a good way to pass his time here. Before I forget, I brought you a gift for you, said Quinn as he put his hand down in one of the expandable pockets. You didn't have to bring us anything. We are the ones who invited you to thank you, spoke Lily and wanted to refuse, but Quinn had already taken her with surprise, and she was holding an envelope. She opened up the envelope and took a dense golden straight-pressed parchment out of it. What's this? Asked Lily and read the bold and sizable words on the golden parchment. Magi Fax Q1. Yes, Professor, do you know what a fax machine is? Asked Quinn to the first-generation witch. He wasn't sure if Lily knew about the fax machine because she had been in the magical community for so long, and the fax machine wasn't popular in her childhood. But Lily Potter wasn't dubbed as the smartest witch of her age for no reason and the professor of Muggle studies of 2 years. Yes, I know of the fax machine. Excellent, Magi Fax is the same thing but made from magical technology. It performs the same function using none of the non-magical technology, answered Quinn and then point at the slip in Lily's hand. Magi Fax Q1 is for personal home use. It's compact and is optimized to work in homes instead of the office as our original line of products launched 1.5 years ago. I think Mr. Potter might know of it because the British Ministry approved the use of Magi Fax in communications recently. The slip in your hand is a discount coupon that will get you a 50% discount in our store in Horizon Alley on Magi Fax Q1. Take this to the store, and they will explain to you about our entire line of products. You replicated a Muggle item, and it got Ministry approved, asked Lily, stunned about what she was hearing. It might function as the non-magical fax machine, but as I said, it's nothing like the non-magical fax machine. Unlike the Hogwarts Express and Night Bus, our product isn't based on the fax machine, so there was no way they would flag it. There was some resistance because we released the first Magi Fax nearly 2 years ago, and it took the Ministry more than a year to decide to introduce this in their offices even though we launched it here first. The British Ministry was forced to integrate Magi Fax into their offices because other ministries were finally getting used to their Magi Fax system, and they would ask to be communicated via Magi Fax because it was so much easier this way. But British Ministry wasn't able to do so because they were showing resistance to the system. Where is Mr. Potter? Asked Quinn after everyone settled down in the living room. He was called to the office because of some important work, answered Ivy. Quinn nodded, and inside his mind, connected it to one particular thing. It must be because of the Triwizard Tournament. Quinn turned to the Potter twins and started to converse with them. So, what have you two been doing? How is the break going? Asked Quinn. The Potter twins exchanged glances because they felt a bit awkward. The boy in front of them wasn't their friend particularly, and both of them had their own relationship with Quinn. Before the abduction, Ivy never got along with Quinn, and it was touchy for her to talk to Quinn as those things never happened. Harry didn't have much of a relationship with Quinn except for the one time he went to get information. The fact Harry and Eddie hated each other with such passion made Harry never initiate a talk with Quinn because of his close friendship with Eddie. At novel bin at. And yet, he was here talking to them like it was nothing. So the two twins felt lost on how to talk to Quinn. I keep my business and personal life separated, spoke Quinn, startling the twins. You don't have to worry about your respective dealings with me because I won't bring them up. There is a time and place for everything, and right now isn't time to talk business. I came here because Professor Potter asked me to, so I will be the perfect guest and have a good time. I suggest that you do the same time, and given this is your house, you should relax. Quinn picked up the glass of mixed fruit juice that Lily had offered him and observed the twins. He already peeked into their mind to see that Harry had spilled his side to Ivy, which he didn't mind. As long as Ivy kept her side a secret, Quinn didn't mind Harry sharing. If someone came to him, Quinn would deny everything that threw at him because that was the deal made with Harry. Dad has been busy, so we decided to stay in for this year, answered Ivy, deciding to take Quinn's advice. If he was so relaxed in her home, why shouldn't she be? What about you? What did you do? I went to Denmark for a week, alone. Alone? Asked Ivy. Yes, it was my first solo trip. Well, kind of. But yeah, you can say it was a solo trip. It was an excellent trip. Quinn turned to Harry, saw him reading the Quidditch magazine, and decided to rope him into a conversation. Are you excited about the World Cup game? Asked Quinn, pointing to the magazine. Yeah, it will be a fun game, nodded Harry, and his eyes shined, thinking about the upcoming game. Who are you supporting? Ireland, of course. They are the ones who be winning the game, declared Harry with utter confidence. Not Bulgaria with Victor Krum. His season record has been way better than any of the active seekers, asked Quinn. He had little idea what was going in the Quidditch world, but Quinn read enough of everything that he could hold a conversation if he wanted. He isn't that good, humphed Harry, feeling competitive with a pro player while being a student athlete. You like Quidditch. Any plans to go pro in the future? Asked Quinn, genuinely curious what this version of Harry Potter wanted to be in the future. Hell yeah, I'm going to be a pro in the future, responded Harry as if there was no other thing he wanted to do. I'm going to apply for the teams when I turn 16. Yeah, right. Ivy snorted and held back a laugh, but a lot of it escaped out. What? Questioned Harry, looking at his twin. Like Mum is going to let you go professional before graduation. Dad might agree, but Mum will close the door on that before you could even suggest it. You don't know that. I know it. You know it. And even he knows it, said Ivy to Harry and pointed at Quinn. Quinn raised his hands to separate him from the conversation, even though he was the one who started. The twins started to argue, and as they did, Quinn's mind wandered to the Triwizard Tournament, but with the Quidditch talk going on, his mind connected those two things. Oh, shit. Harry and Ivy looked at Quinn, who was suddenly holding his face in his hands. Ah, this isn't good. This isn't good at all. How didn't I connect those two? Groaned Quinn. What happened? Asked Ivy. Quinn raised one hand and waved the question off while his other hand was still hiding his face. Eddie is going to kill me when he hears they will cancel Quidditch this year, thought Quinn. He is going to try to kill me. Quinn had run Eddie hard all year long in the preparation of the next year. But if Eddie hears that there won't be Quidditch because of the Triwizard Tournament, he would come after Quinn to release the frustration. Eddie could be exceedingly single-minded when he put his mind to it. I need to fix that somehow. I really need to fix that somehow, thought Quinn before he looked at Harry, who was looking at with confusion. All right, I would have to pull the biggest pitch of my life. Harry and Ivy seemed confused to see Quinn hide his face, groan, and then pat his thigh as if deciding something. They exchanged looks of confusion, wondering why Quinn was suddenly acting weird. Scene break. So Quinn, spoke James Potter, finally home from work after the sudden call to the office. This year is going to be your O.W.L year, isn't it? Are you nervous about the end-of-year examinations? Yes, it's my O.W.L year the coming year, answered Quinn as he sat down at the dinner table for dinner. But no, I'm not worried. Exams are easy if you study regularly. As expected of a Ravenclaw, smiled James as he too sat down. Oh, no, chuckled Quinn, wagging his finger in refusal. Ravenclaws aren't good at handling examinations. For Ravenclaw, the examination period is really stressful. Most of them turn into backward savaged when the time for exams come. Backward savages. All 4 Gryffindors, former and current, turned to Quinn for an answer. Quinn laid a napkin down on his lap before he answered. An average Ravenclaw wants nothing more than to score well on an exam and want to score more than anybody, and that includes other Ravenclaws. During exam times, it's every man for himself as the house unity is thrown into the trash. Then there are betrayals, backstabbings, fake notes, fake leaked papers, bogus potions, and herbs that are supposed to sharpen the mind, and so on. He looked up at everyone on the table and continued. One thing that every Ravenclaw has in common is that they study regularly, meaning that when exam times come, they are already on revisions. So to get that competitive edge, they try to mess up with their competition. Employ any means that would reduce even a single mark of others would mean that their rank would increase by some number. My notes eliminated the fake note problem because mine is the best, and no other notes are needed, spoke Quinn as if stating a fact. But other than that, Ravenclaws are known used to employ laxatives to make each other miserable. When exam time comes, Ravenclaw gains the ambitiousness of a Slytherin, the courage of Gryffindor, and the hard work of Hufflepuff. Of course, every one of those traits is used in not so positive ways. Quinn looked at the food in front of him as the 4 Gryffindors looked at him because he spoke of tales of betrayals, backstabbings, and sabotage as if he was already used to it. Do you also do it? Asked Harry. Oh no, I don't do any of that. I don't need any of that. My grades are the result of simple and pure intellectual superiority, said Quinn before turning to Lily and complimented her. Professor, all of this food looks absolutely appetizing and stunning. I can't wait to get started. Ah, please start, gestured Lily, and the meal started. As everyone ate, Ivy continued the previous conversation. Has anyone tried to sabotage you during exams? Plenty of times, answered Quinn between bites. They have tried to give me foods laced with laxatives, vomit inducers, bloating potions, and a lot more things that would cause trouble if it got out of Ravenclaw walls, so I'm not at liberty of disclosing any of that. Have to keep the darkness inside the walls. Did they succeed? Not once. I know to check my food around that time. Then Quinn chuckled at a thought. If we ever show all those sabotage potions to Professor Snape, he would be stunned to see the quality of potions that we Ravenclaw can produce when we are motivated. They are fantastic. Quinn looked up at Lily and once again threw a compliment at her. Professor, I didn't know you could cook this good. Have you ever thought of changing professions? If you have, please contact me so we can set something up because this will be an overnight success. Lily brightly smiled and seemed happily embarrassed because of the repeated compliments. The twins looked at their food and then at Quinn's plate, wondering if he was eating something else because what they ate was the usual cooking of Lily, who was an average cook, and that was with magic. James, though, understood what Quinn was doing. He could see the deliberate charm talk that Quinn was laying on. He had done this a lot back in the day when he was pursuing Lily. Lily Flower, this is really good. James complimented his wife's cooking. Huh? Thank you, dear, replied Lily shortly before turning back to their guest. Quinn, would you like something else? You aren't eating enough. Lily was getting excited because Quinn's charm was working, and she reciprocated by being more friendly and hospitable. Yes, Professor. I would like some mashed peas. I never liked mashed peas, but these are delectable. I can't get enough. Lily happily passed Quinn some mashed peas, and he ate them as if they were the most delicious thing he had ever eaten. Oh, come on, enough with that. Reel some of it in, thought James as he couldn't believe how thick Quinn was laying it and how well it was working. Then he saw Quinn look at him and winked before going to talk to Lily. This kid, thought James, flabbergasted. Scene break. After spending some time with the Potters after dinner, it was time for Quinn to leave. Thank you for the wonderful evening, Professor, smiled Quinn towards Lily and kissed the knuckles of her offered hand. I had an excellent time in your company. Oh Quinn, stop it. You are embarrassing me, replied Lily. If before today she was the fan of Quinn West, the student, today Lily had become a fan of the person known as Quinn West. James Potter rolled his eyes at that. Even Ivy had caught up with what Quinn was doing and sighed with an eye roll just like her father. Harry knew that something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Harry, meet you at school, spoke Quinn to Harry. Tell me about the World Cup game. I won't be able to attend because of some previous commitment. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Harry nodded and was okay with that, even looked forward to it. As long as it was Quidditch, he could talk about it for days. Quinn had given him an impression that he liked Quidditch, and it helped that Quinn commentated on most Hogwarts games. Next in line was Ivy, who Quinn spoke to briefly. Ivy, it's always fun talking to you. Let's talk some more when we meet again, and if you need any help, you know where to find me. Ivy nodded but didn't reply in words. She had a fun evening with Quinn West, and that thought seemed unreal to her some time back. She never thought she could even speak to Quinn politely, forget about having fun. Mr. Potter, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to host me. I'm sure that the current time is hectic for you, spoke Quinn to James, who was the final member. James gazed at Quinn and wondered if the West child knew about the reason behind his business. And after thinking about it, he concluded that Quinn knew about the upcoming Triwizard Tournament. Are you excited about it? Asked James, making Harry and Ivy confused while Lily understood what her husband was talking about. Oh, yes. It will be mighty fun, nodded Quinn with a small grin. After saying goodbyes, Quinn left. He exited the boundary of Godric's Hollow, and after looking around for a second, there was a pop, and Quinn disappeared. Back at the Potter cottage, the Potter family entered their homes after seeing Quinn off. What were you two talking about? Asked Ivy about the small talk that her father had with Quinn. It's a surprise, grinned James but didn't reply. Ivy didn't seem satisfied with the answer and tried to pester her father for an actual answer, but the Auror refused to answer. The Triwizard Tournament was on its way. What do you think he is going to show us this time? Asked Leah West to her grandfather and career mentor about the upcoming event that she was so excited about. George West glanced at his beloved granddaughter and faintly beamed the excitement the young woman was showing. 2 years ago, she had been reluctant to sit at the same spot in the same room and complained about why she was called back home while working on another project. But the success from the meeting's result had charmed Leah and George as well. While he didn't show it, George was equally excited about the meeting that was about to start. The result of the first meeting was by far the best product that West Business had ever created. It had revolutionized a majority of the mail industry, bringing in massive profits by the day. I'm in the same position as you, my child. I have no idea what he will show us today, smiled George and thought about how blessed he was to have Leah and Quinn as his grandchildren. He had taken Leah under his wing when she graduated from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and had been guiding/grooming her to be the next head of the business and his successor. George had some expectations of his granddaughter because Leah had always been an intelligent child ever since she was young. She was the top of her class, had excellent communication skills, and held a genuine interest in joining the business and being a part of the family legacy. However, Leah had surpassed his expectations. She displayed grit and a hard-working attitude towards the work she was assigned, something George thought Leah would lack at the start and gain with time. She actively took on responsibilities, and even though she made mistakes along the way, her tenacity to learn and implement what she learned had seen that Leah grew at a steady and rapid rate. As things were going now, George was confident that the future of the West family and his own legacy would flourish under Leah's hands, and when the time came, he would step down and let the next generation take the lead. Then there was Quinn West, his amazing grandson. Unlike his sister Leah, Quinn wasn't interested in the family business. George knew that Quinn ran a successful mini-business/service inside Hogwarts, something the ancient school had never seen before. And Quinn was the main contributor to the most significant product that had seen the West business and in the entire magical world in decades. Regardless, Quinn was interested in magic rather than running a business. Quinn's passion had been clear from a very tender age. Ever since Quinn had performed his first accidental magic, he had been hooked on magic, always looking at magic with starry eyes and with a young curiosity. Besides that, Quinn showed overwhelming talent in the field of magic, a talent level that George had never seen before. The fact that Quinn could practice wandless magic since the age of 5, Quinn's own account, had stunned George and the entire family. At that point, everyone in the family realized how talented Quinn was in magic. All of them came to the anonymous decision that if Quinn wanted to pursue a life in magic, they would fully support him to the best of their ability. Oh, Maria, if only you were here, thought George about his late wife, the love of his life, and felt sad that he couldn't share his happiness with the person he had loved the most. A knock on the door snapped George out of his thoughts. Leah perked up in her chair. The door opened, and Quinn entered the room. He was smartly dressed in a well-fit white buttoned-up shirt with faint light blue strips tucked into light gray pants under a darker stone gray sleeve suit vest. The craftsmanship of the clothes looked non-magical, showing his penchant for buying clothes from the non-magical world and modifying them to his tastes. Though the light brown shoes on his feet were of a magical origin, made from the leather of a Riem, a magical creature that resembled a giant ox with golden hide. Quinn looked calm and relaxed as he entered the room with a comfortable smile on his face. George and Leah immediately felt confident about the upcoming hour because of how Quinn held himself. They both were business people and knew how big Magifax was and knew that expecting something as notable as Magifax wouldn't be unreasonable. Their expectation from today was to enjoy what Quinn created, and if it was marketable, they would put it into production. Quinn's relaxed demeanor showed them that he was confident in what he was about to show them, and that raised their confidence in Quinn. "Good afternoon," greeted Quinn as he closed the door behind him and walked towards the table George and Leah were sitting behind. Interestingly, he didn't have anything in his hands. He effortlessly waved his hands for the barstool at a corner which slid across the room, and stopped beside Quinn. To this day, George and Leah still felt surprised when Quinn used wandless magic. Last summer, Quinn didn't have control over magic, and when he regained it, it was time for him to go back to Hogwarts. They didn't get to see wandless magic from him until Quinn returned home for Christmas and Easter breaks. Quinn entertained their requests during those breaks and showed him what he could do without a wand or a focus. It boggled their minds how great at magic Quinn was. He, without a wand, was leagues better than children his age were with wands. He had shown them enough magic to confirm that Quinn was way better than most adult magicals and could be considered well-versed in magic. "I hope I didn't make you two wait," spoke Quinn as he sat down on the barstool and faced them. "It's good to do this after so long, a shame that we had to skip out on this last year. Unfortunately, my health didn't permit me to conduct an event like this." Quinn didn't look sad as he summarized the events of last summer. Although a tough time, he had gained essential lessons from it. "I'm healthy this time and I had a lot more time to create some interesting items and products that might intrigue you," continued Quinn, making eye contact with his grandfather and sister. "And with some luck, let's hope that the items I show you today will bring prosperity to our family and, in turn, all the people around the world who work for us." Quinn felt good sitting in front of George and Leah. He then introduced some of his inventions to them. His inventions were practical applications of the magic he learned. Quinn strongly believed in applying whatever he studied. Theoretical knowledge was incomplete if it couldn't be used in real life to create something. Of course, Quinn couldn't use everything he learned, but he tried to utilize whatever he could apply. "Welcome to Quinn West's annual summer product pitch meetings, abbreviated as QUASP, grinned Quinn. He had coined his pitch meeting with a new title and a long, nonsensical abbreviation. George lightly chuckled while Leah softly giggled. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have shown this reaction, but this was Quinn, and they were family, so being decompressed like this was acceptable. And even if Quinn spoke like this to someone else, he wouldn't have gotten in trouble after the success of Magifax. One product had turned into multiple lines of products with various specifications for diverse customer bases. The profits that Magifax brought were enough for Quinn to act any way he liked. Of course, except for the family, no one knew that Quinn had developed Magifax. The designs for Magifax were under the name of the West business, and Quinn was simply granted a share of profits that George had set up for him. "So what do you have for us today?" inquired Leah, her excitement peaking in anticipation. Quinn gazed at Leah, slipped his hand inside his vest, and took out a potion vial from his detachable expanded pocket. After placing the vial with the translucent red potion on the table, Quinn's hand once again went into the pockets and took out a rectangle, long policy-styled envelope, placing it on the table beside the vial. "As you know, I usually frequent Scrivenshaft's quill shop in Hogsmeade during my time at Hogwarts," started Quinn, and the other two nodded. Quinn had been caught in between the abduction of Harry Potter when he was returning from Scrivenshaft's quill shop. It was safe to say that Scrivenshaft's quill shop was the store that Quinn visited the most in Hogsmeade. The shop, being a stationery cum printing store, provides many printing services when not serving the students of Hogwarts with their stationery needs. And one of the services that the manager Gary provides is developing film to produce photographs. The cameras that were used by Magical Society were analog film cameras and were non-magical products from the early 90s. These cameras didn't need a single spell to take photographs, everything from the camera components to the film used was non-magical in origin. This was the reason why they weren't flagged by the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, which regulated the use of magic on non-magical objects and tried to keep items that had been bewitched away from non-magical folks. The magic behind the signature moving photographs of the magical world didn't come from the camera but from the developing method. The developing solution was a potion that, when used in the developing of photographs, allowed the pictures to move. And because of that developing potion, the magical world could use non-magical equipment to add photography into their culture. Let's put the moving photographs aside for this talk and focus on color, continued Quinn while talking out 3 more objects from inside his suit vest, placed them on the table, and faced them towards Leah and George. Now, let's see what we have here. The 3 objects that Quinn took out were 2 pages and 1 photograph. The 2 pages had 1 photo on them, 1 colored and 1 black and white. The 3rd photograph was a colored print like any other shot printed on a photo paper. This one was a 3R, 3.5 x 5/8.89 cm x 12.7 cm size. We know that adding color to a picture is possible as seen on this paper and photo, noted Quinn while tapping on the paper with the colored picture and the colored photograph. But the problem is that it is costlier to achieve color in photographs. Color photographs are only seen in framed photographs or family albums because we can't achieve it in mass production. Quinn placed his finger on the page with the black and white picture and pushed it towards Leah and George. Pictures like this are what we see in books, newspapers, and magazines. Only a few very costly books and magazines with high subscription costs showcase colored pictures, and even those have a limited number of colored pictures. Leah and George stared at the 3 pictures on the table, and they were well familiar with what Quinn was talking about. Both of them had subscriptions to a few magazines that showcased colored pictures, but they were priced much higher than something like the Quibbler that Quinn was subscribed to. The cost of the ingredients used in the developing solution that enables colored pictures to move is just too high for mass production printing like newspapers. That's why the market is filled with black and white images and lacks the gift of vibrant colors which, when combined with moving pictures, really catches the eye. George and Leah's eyes immediately went to the potion vial as they took a guess about the vial's contents. Quinn, who saw their reactions, beamed. They were correct in their guess about the vial contents. Yes, you're guessing correctly. It's exactly what you think it is, said Quinn, causing George and Leah to look above at him. Once again, I present to you a product that will revolutionize the world of printing. Quinn picked up the vial and shook it in front of them. This one potion can be used to develop films with color and can be used to add color to mass printing like newspapers. If you put this potion into the developing tank of photo films, it will give color to moving pictures. If you mix this potion with any of the cheapest of the colored inks that don't support moving photos, the inks will move, so we'll get colored photos. Leah and George waited without speaking a word because the main issue still wasn't addressed. If the main problem for why colored moving photos weren't more prevalent wasn't solved, then all of this was useless. I got estimates from Gary about how cheap the potion must be for printers to turn a profit by selling colored newspapers and books. The confident smile on Quinn gained then a bit of smugness. This potion is below the price that Gary quoted, and thus, I, Quinn West, will provide the world's cheapest colored developing potion. Leah and George stared at the potion vial on the table and the translucent red solution inside. The possibilities flashed inside their brains, and if what was promised was true, then this was huge. They would once again hold a monopoly over print media supplies because before anyone figured the recipe or created a recipe with similar effects, they wouldn't have any competitors. This product was also perfect for a business like West's. They operated in multiple countries and would directly spread the product without a middleman in numerous countries. Even the countries they didn't have a base in would be a targeted market if they could figure out transportation logistics. With color will come the need for new printing press, explained Quinn. His potion had the potential to revolutionize the printing industry and push them into the color era in one push, but to accomplish that, the world needed infrastructure. The black and white printing machines that can print fast for newspapers and books won't work anymore. We need printing machines that print fast and in color. Unlike George and Leah, who had just heard this, Quinn had worked on this for a few months. He had time to think about what would be needed to make the item a widespread success and not a modest one. During the Easter break, I went to some non-magical places, and even though it took some searching and magic, I found the blueprints of some of the color printing presses that existed before computers, revealed Quinn. Whenever he went to non-magical places, Quinn would leave while informing that he was going to a non-magical zone. Quinn never specified where he was going except if it was to the gym. That's why none of his family had any idea when he got his hand on blueprints for the printing presses. Quinn saw a confused look on George's face, while Leah knew what he was talking about. It's okay, grandfather, you don't have to know what a computer is. I'll explain it to you some other day. It's quite fascinating. We'll have to take a trip to the non-magical society, though. Quinn had made sure that Leah was normalized with the non-magical culture, and that included the computer. If she was to do business in the non-magical world, she needed to know what a computer was and how it worked. It was lucky that Leah was adaptive, if nothing else, and knew how to follow up to keep up with the development in the non-magical world. In any case, I found a printing press that could work without a computer, but did work on electricity, so I had to strip the electrical components from the design from it and had to modify it so that it would work with magic instead, sighed Quinn. He thought about the hours upon hours he had spent for months to figure out how the printer worked and study the mechanics so that he didn't mess things up. It had taken Quinn a hell of a lot of time because he had to build it up from a blueprint and understand every single problem, including troubleshooting the hiccups that he faced along the way. After figuring out how to get electricity out of the equation, the rest of it was easy. Replacing electricity with magic was mighty easy because I know magic better than I know electricity. And I know what you're thinking, the misuse of Muggle artifacts offices from across the globe banning this press. Don't worry, while it works on magic and is automated to a large extent, I made it so that in the hands of a non-magical, it would be a large useless waste of metal. I will give you the final design later, and you can have it checked later. Though you would have to move the prototype built in my suitcase out of there to take it away. Finally, Quinn pushed the envelope towards the front and tapped on it for emphasis. This here is the recipe for the developing potions. But I have a few simple demands before I allow the family business to use these. Demands, repeated George and leaned away from the envelope. He studied his grandson while trying to deduce what he wanted in return for the potion recipe. And, what are these demands? Nothing serious. I'm not going to ask something outrageous. I'd like the subsidiary where we'll release the potion and printing presses to be named Silver Moon Printing Magi Tech. Whenever the West family business entered a new sector, they would create a new subsidiary with a new name. The West family business would act as the parent company to all their subsidiaries that spread across diverse markets. At novel bin at. And the developer potion to be named Lunar Developer 1, smiled Quinn, remembering the day he decided to start this project. Quinn walked into his AID workshop the week after the Christmas break and felt the festive spirit die down, as the Christmas/New Year decorations were removed. Inside the workshop, he found Luna sitting by the center aisle workstation with her painting set opened up on the worktop. Quinn smiled after he saw the paint set. He had been the one who had gifted her that paint set along with many other supplies to Luna a short while back. Good evening, Luna, greeted Quinn. He removed his robe and took out a hanger from a cupboard to hang his outer Hogwarts robe. What are you painting today? Good evening, I'm painting the Quibbler, replied Luna shortly, not looking up at Quinn. The Quibbler, repeated Quinn in surprise and confusion as he turned towards his assistant and saw this week's issue of Quibbler opened in front of her. Aha, nodded Luna as he picked up pink paint on her brush from the color palette. The Quibbler doesn't have color. I asked Daddy to add color to the pictures and pages, but he said it wasn't possible. All these creatures in the articles are so pretty and happy, but they don't have color. So I decided to paint all my Quibbler issues to give them color. Quinn sat down opposite Luna and stared at the blonde as she hummed a tune while continuing to paint and swinging her legs under the desk. He looked at his assistant/junior/dear friend and knew that out of everybody he knew, Luna was the person who held the greatest interest and love towards the fine arts. She would regularly take on new projects like paintings, drawings, mosaics, caricatures, portraits, calligraphy, and other types of visual arts. It was the reason Quinn had brought her the paint supplies in return for her incidental but much appreciated disturbance while he was talking to Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria about him being sighted by the Slytherin common room lake windows. Color, huh? Thought Quinn as he stared at the half-uncolored page of the Quibbler magazine and Luna's color palette. Let's make something new, shall we? From that day onwards, Quinn started to research why colored moving pictures were so costly and found that the existing recipes spread across the market were too high for mass production. The ingredients that were used took time to grow, and the potion took time to brew. Hence, Quinn took some books inside his ever-growing library and started to read on pigment potions and the range of ingredients that could be used to brew the various types of development potions. The answer to the solution was present right in front of Quinn. His books from across the globe held snippets of knowledge that, combined, could create a cheap potion recipe that stood above the color standards of the current market. He used the preferred color pigments and developing solution potions of different magical cultures since the times of ages-old paintings and murals. He studied their composition, contacted Gary to get his opinion, wrote home to Elliot to get samples, and conducted experiments to create a modern alternative to them that was cheaper and took less time to brew. It took months of research and development while working on other projects, but Quinn successfully developed a potion recipe that worked with photographs, paints, inks, and a few other types of pigments. Luna had been the inspiration and reason behind creating his potion recipe, so he decided that Luna must be mentioned in some way. Quinn knew how the West family business operated and how they built subsidiaries for every new industry, and since he was the creator of the product, he should have a say in the name. So here he was, demanding that the inspiration behind his creation be honored. Leah and George looked at each other, and Leah shrugged in acceptance. She didn't mind naming the new subsidiary what Quinn wanted, and because the product name matched the company name, it was all good. Lunar Developer 1, asked George, wondering about the number in the product name. You can use the number 1, in the internal records and remove it from the marketing name, answered Quinn and then crossed his arms as he stared at the potion vial on the table. This potion recipe still has a lot of room for development. I'm sure that after some time, the potion recipe will improve, so Lunar Developer 1 is the current product. The future might hold a better product than this. Quinn knew that it wouldn't take time to figure out the potion recipe when it's spread across the world, and alternates would rise given time. In those times, the lunar developer would need to grow to stand apart from the competition. Set up a research and development department inside the new company and ask them to find ways to constantly research improvements to the recipe, said Quinn and removed his eyes from the vial to look up. With all the other things I'm doing, it will take maybe a couple of years before I can revamp the entire recipe and give you a new version that will be much better than this one. So until then, employ potioners and herbologists should add subtle improvements to remain at the top of the industry. Quinn didn't have time to keep working on the potion recipe, and there was no need to create a better one while the one he had was the best on the market, and nothing else was even close to it. He was going to pause his research of pigment potions for a while until it was time to develop a new one, which would be a major improvement. Do you agree? Asked Quinn. We agree, nodded Leah, and George, too, nodded with a smile. Quinn had provided them another product to put them on the top of yet another market and bring in rolling profits. Let's move on to the next product, shall we? Said Quinn after the film developing potion and the new color printing press pitch was over. I've another market-dominating product that has the potential to replace the existing product and replace it till it no longer has a market share. That sounds promising, commented Leah. Her confidence in Quinn was at an all-time high. In Leah's eyes, Quinn was the treasure chest that would give out precious treasures when opened. I have been using this since my second year, spoke Quinn while taking out a thin metal strip with a rune etched onto the surface. I've been using this in office and workshop at Hogwarts. It's also everywhere in my suitcase. Leah and George stared at the hexagonal plate of metal the size of a drink coaster. They could see a rune cluster of shallow depth etched across the surface. They couldn't recognize the function of the runes from a first glance, so they looked up at Quinn for an introduction and explanation. At novel bin at. The window in the room that let in sunlight, lighting up the space in natural light, turned opaque, blocking the majority of the light from entering inside and plunging the room into darkness. When the sun sets, the source of light in all buildings across the globe are everlasting, long-lasting candles. Quinn's voice sounded in the dark as he introduced the product. Be it rooms without windows or underground areas, you would find everlasting candles or torches lighting up the room. It's a household item that people probably couldn't live without, but what if I told you that I have created something that could replace something as prominent as everlasting candles? Around this time, Leah and George's eyes adjusted to the light, and they could see a faint smile across Quinn's face. I present you M.L.E, magical light emitter, spoke Quinn as he said it. The hexagonal metal plate glowed up and bathed the room in a faint white light. As Quinn continued to talk, the light from the MLE got stronger. An amalgamation of light-based runes, integrated together to produce light rivaling a well-executed and boosted Lumos charm and perfect for lighting up rooms. Just before the light got uncomfortably bright to directly look at, Quinn took out a glass hemisphere from his pockets and fixed it above the hexagonal plate. The glass worked as an excellent buffer and diffused the light from the runes to create similar effects to an electric light bulb. The M.L.E floated up as Quinn levitated it with his magic, and soon it was at the ceiling, dome side down, dispersing clean white light to a part of the room. Now the question is, why should we switch from everlasting candles to M.L.E, spoke Quinn, bringing to attention the biggest challenge to the success of a product. I would say that because of the nature of an open flame, the setting of candles and torches is limited. The number of candles needed to properly is large, but with M.L.E, that number is cut short by a lot. He pointed at the M.L.E on the roof and pointed out, this one is the simplest model that I have created, and it can light up a third of a fairly sizable room. I have stronger models and can be used in different scenarios: ambient indoor lighting, ambient outdoor lighting, task lighting, accent lightings. In short, I have different a line of products that have been optimized to work in different scenarios. Unlike the massively inefficient everlasting flame products, I have created products that target efficiency and would be massively better than the current everlasting products. Quinn clapped his hands, and the white light turned to yellow, then to red, purple, green, blue, and multitudes of colors. Leah and George stared above to see the color of light change with every second, and under Quinn's command, the intensity and warmth of the light also switched with the second. I can do all this with just one prototype, so think what I could do with things that created to fit certain needs, spoke Quinn. What had started as Project Edison in his A.I.D project files had become so big that it had turned into a vast array of applications. And because Quinn lived in Hogwarts for most of his year, he saw different types of rooms and spaces requiring different lighting types. Somewhere along the line, Quinn started to analyze areas in terms of lighting, and soon, he had a line of products that he could use to light any place he desired. How about I give you a little demonstration about what I am talking about? Something that will exactly show you what I am talking about, spoke Quinn, and the M.L.E on the top dropped down for Quinn to catch it and place it back on the table. He also switched the M.L.E off, and the room went dark once again. This is what I saw when I say proper lighting, declared Quinn, and suddenly the room was lit up like it was a non-magical conference room. The M.L.E Quinn had hidden in the ceilings using illusion charms became visible and lit up according to the configuration he had predetermined. The room was lit up evenly and clearly, while the table area was slightly brighter than the rest of the room. George looked at the room and felt more impressed than anyone because he was used to candle lighting, which always left parts of the room in darkness. But currently, every single corner of the room was lit. and he felt the new white hue much better than the yellow light that he was used to. Grandson and grandfather both preferred white to yellow. We can install these in our stores, and it will attract more customers, spoke up George as his mind started to turn on applications. Just by using these lighting, our stores would stand out more than any other store in the area. And if we can get more people in the stores, the chances of them buying something would increase, meaning more sales, concluded Leah as her mind too made connections. Quinn nodded as he had firsthand seen the effect of lighting. When he had changed the lighting in his office, it created an impressive impact on every student that ever visited the office. For an entire year, students would stare at the lights before talking about their problems. And it extended to every new student he served this year. Just one little change made the students think that Quinn's office was unique and reinforced a positive impression of A.I.D as a service. There is one another thing that I would like to discuss with you too, spoke Quinn, and he wasn't sure how Leah and George would react to his upcoming suggestion. What is it? Asked George, still staring at the lights on the ceilings. Would you like me to build a planned obsolescence in the various M.L.E products? Spoke Quinn, hesitant about adding something in his products that would knowingly limit the actual capabilities. Planned obsolescence? Questioned George, not familiar with the term. Even Leah didn't understand the word. Planning or designing a product with an artificially limited useful life or a purposely frail design, so that it becomes obsolete after a certain predetermined period upon which it decrementally functions or suddenly ceases to function, explained Quinn and introduced his family with the new concept. The rationale behind this strategy is to generate long-term sales volume by reducing the time between repeat purchases. It is the deliberate shortening of a lifespan of a product to force people to purchase functional replacements. Quinn tapped the M.L.E on the table and continued with context. My current designs of M.L.E have a life expectancy of 100,000 hours, 100,00 HRS. After those active hours, the runes on the metal would stop working, but I can add some runes that would reduce the life expectancy to say something like 10,000 hours, 10,000 HRS. That way, the customers would have to buy new ones after those 10,000 hours, 10,000 HRS. Contrived durability was a strategy of shortening the product lifetime before releasing it onto the market by designing it to deteriorate before the actual lifespan. The idea of planned obsolescence was something Quinn thought of because of its occurrence in non-magical history. On December 23, 1924, a group of leading international businessmen gathered in Geneva for a meeting that would alter the world for decades to come. Present were top representatives from all the major light bulb manufacturers, including Germany's Osram, the Netherlands' Philips, France's Compagnie de Lamps, and the United States' General Electric. As revelers hung Christmas lights elsewhere in the city, the group founded the Phoebus Cartel. This supervisory body would carve up the worldwide incandescent light bulb market, with each national and regional zone assigned its own manufacturers and production quotas. It was the first cartel in history to enjoy a truly global reach. The Phoebus Cartel's grip on the light bulb market lasted into the 1930s. The cartel's far more enduring legacy was to engineer a shorter lifespan for the incandescent light bulb. By early 1925, this became codified at 1,000 hours for a pear-shaped household bulb, a marked reduction from the 1,500 to 2,000 hours that had previously been common. Cartel members rationalized this approach as a trade-off. Their light bulbs were of higher quality, more efficient, and brighter burning than other bulbs. They also cost a lot more. Indeed, all evidence points to the cartels being motivated by profits and increased sales, not by what was best for the consumer. In carefully crafting a light bulb with a relatively short lifespan, the cartel thus hatched the industrial strategy known as planned obsolescence. They reduced the lifetime capacity of their bulbs from 2,500 HRS to 1,000 HRS and thus ensuring that their profits would increase due to the demand they had artificially manufactured. And Quinn stood in the same position as them. His M.L.E were better in every single aspect than the current products, and that included the lifespan. If Quinn was to release the M.L.E as they were, they would last 45 years with an average of 6 hours of daily usage. That meant buying M.L.E would become a once or twice in a lifetime purchase, meaning that the West profits see explosive profits, but they would subside when the demand would be fulfilled after a single purchase. What do you suggest? Asked Leah. She calculated the lifespan from what data Quinn had given and understood what it entailed. If what you suggest is true, then we might eradicate the lighting industry upon the release of these. From a business point of view, I would suggest that we cap the lifespan of M.L.E products according to their use. Like, personal home bulbs go bad after 10,000 hours, 10,000 HRS, and for products like large floodlights that might be used in underground places like the Ministry of Magic, I could design them to last longer because those work all day round. In short, we can decide the lifespan according to the use of a specific product, suggested Quinn. Leah thought for a second before turning to George and asked, what should we do? George moved his eyes between his two grandchildren, and after thinking for a good minute, he turned to Leah and announced his decision. You decide. Leah blinked a couple of seconds, and after comprehending the short sentence, she inquired, I decide. Yes, what you decide will be the path of the company. This decision is solely for you to take. I am leaving this up to you, clarified George. This was the best opportunity to test Leah's progress and her decision-making abilities. Leah had been working under his mentorship for nearly 7 years, and George thought that this was the correct time to see how she would perform when faced with a vital decision. Leah briefly glanced at Quinn, who looked at her without any change in expression, before turning back to George to see if he was serious. The older man was entirely serious and looked at his granddaughter, waiting for her decision. Leah West, a 7-year career woman, turned her eyes to the M.L.E on the table before looking up at M.L.Es on the ceiling. She thought hard and long about the decision that had been placed on her. The decision that could change the lives of many and transform the lifestyle of millions of people. "We will go with the planned obsolescence like Quinn suggested," started Leah as she gazed at Quinn. "We will decide the lifespans later on, and you will give me a write-up on your recommendations. I want to know, what do you think the lifespan should be? This is what we're going to do. When we sell the M.L.Es, we will say that runes wear off after the time that we're going to decide. We're going to offer the customers an offer. When the M.L.E dies, they can bring in the old rune plate and deposit it to us for a discount for the new MLE." She turned to Quinn and asked, "If you plant planned obsolescence into the M.L.E, what are the chances that someone will figure out what we're doing? Do you think someone will decode the runes while trying to figure out how to make the M.L.Es? No, unlike this one," pointed Quinn at the M.L.E on the table. "The designs that I will pass on to you won't have the runes carved on the surface for everyone to see. I took planned obsolescence into account and designed the entire product line with an anti-piracy design approach. If they open the product up for any reason, the rune cluster will break down and become gibberish." "That's great, one less worry to stress about," nodded Leah in appreciation. "On the production side of things, we're going to divide the production between different groups. No single worker will know how to carve the entire runic cluster. I'm going to go on a limb and say that we're going to split the production process between countries. Every stage of the process would be in a different factory. It will up the cost by a level, but I think I can figure out a way to cut costs. Grandfather, you will have to help me out on this one. I'm not experienced in the multi-country production process." "Don't worry, I will guide you through the process," smiled George, satisfied with the decisions that Leah was making. The decision to split the production to keep the trade information a secret had impressed George, given that Leah only had a brief time to come up with a base strategy. Quinn silently watched as his sister and grandfather bounced ideas back and forth on a product that he created. His worries about introducing something that could eradicate an entire industry was relieved seeing his family's initiative and response. Quinn had taken out the M.L.E with the full expectations that it would be rejected by them and had set his expectations accordingly. He would have been satisfied with creating M.L.Es for family and friends and no one else. He didn't have the desire to make everything he made to become popular and be available to the public. The products that he made were foremost just a way to solidify and check his learnings. The decision to sell them was because he came from a business family, and if he could help them grow, then that would be a thing that Quinn would gladly help in. The second Q.W.A.S.P ended after Quinn, the inventor, introduced 2 lines of products that had massive market-changing potential to his investors, Leah and George. Bartemius Barty Crouch Jr. entered a well-decorated hall with a scowl that didn't suit the beauty of the room. If the gaze in his eyes held magic within them, he would have burned through everything he set his eyes upon. "What has made you so upset, Barty?" Barty Jr. gazed towards the ornate dining table in the room to see Peter Wormtail Pettigrew reading a newspaper while sitting in a chair with a cup of tea on the table in front of him. He looked relaxed, as if he didn't have any care in the world. As if he was enjoying the small pleasures of life. "Moody? That one-eyed freak is weirdly resistant to the Imperious," spat Barty with a toxic tone. "He has begun to somewhat refuse to answer my questions." Peter looked at Barty. He attributed this to 2 reasons. First, that Alastair Mad-Eye Moody was simply a freak of nature with an iron will to resist an Imperious, and second, that Barty Jr., who had not been allowed a wand for over a decade, was still rusty when it came to magic. Even he himself had been terrible with magic for a few months after getting out of Azkaban. "I'll help you to worm information out of Mad-Eye," spoke Peter, picking his cup to sip on some tea. "It's imperative that we get as much information from him before you go to Hogwarts. You have to know everything about him, from the way he moves to the way he behaves. You will be working in close quarters with Dumbledore. Anything less than perfect isn't acceptable." After they found out that Dumbledore had asked Moody to come to Hogwarts and teach defense against dark arts, the Dark Lord had ordered them to capture the Exoror so that they could infiltrate Hogwarts for his plans and schemes for his revival. He had been kept under the Imperious curse constantly to gain information about himself so that Barty Jr. could impersonate him. "You will help me," scoffed Barty Jr. He looked down on Wormtail as he continued, "Don't act all high and mighty just because you found the Dark Lord. I still remember the cowardly you. Don't behave as if nobody remembers that. You'll always be that pathetic rat who twitches at the slightest of movements. You'll never be a true servant of our Lord." Peter set down his teacup back on the table and folded his newspaper. He then stood up from his chair and walked towards Barty Jr. He didn't seem angry at Barty Jr.'s cutting words. "If I remember correctly, you cried for your mom during the time you were in Azkaban, didn't you?" spoke Wormtail with a calm tone. Barty Jr.'s eyes twitched. He growled. "What was it? Only a month with 6 Dementors assigned to you? That's what you enjoyed in Azkaban, wasn't it? Before your mother took your place and allowed you to escape." You say that you remember the old me, but do you know that the true Death Eaters you respect who didn't escape Azkaban were there when you screamed for your mom like a effing whiny little BTCH? They will remember that. In 1982, his mother's health deteriorated drastically from the stress of her son's imprisonment. In the end, she persuaded her husband to help smuggle their son out of Azkaban. The couple had been allowed to visit due to Bartemius' high status in the Ministry and as Mrs. Crouch's dying wish. Using Polyjuice potion, undetected by the blind Dementors, Mrs. Crouch took her son's place. She died a short time later and was buried outside the fortress under the guise of her son. What you experienced was a happy trip to Azkaban, chuckled Wormtail, but Barty Jr. could see his haunting eyes. I suffered 10 Dementors for over a decade. Do you know how it feels to have everything sucked out by those relentless demons for 11 long years? Not spared a single moment of happiness. To be drowned in misery for a decade. Barty Jr., who thought of himself as the greatest follower to Lord Voldemort, became silent for once and listened to Wormtail. He couldn't recognize this Wormtail from the one he knew before. Tell me, how is it to be cared for as if you were an infant by a house elf as we experienced hell in Azkaban, mocked Wormtail. Was it hard to get 3 hot meals, a soft bed, and luxuries? Tell me your struggles, Barty. Tell me the horrifying moments you suffered through while the Dementors hovered over you. Peter stared up at the taller man and smiled. Don't forget that I just didn't find the Dark Lord. If I hadn't found Bertha Horkins, the Dark Lord would have never ripped past through the memory charm that your father placed on her. If not for me, we wouldn't have come to rescue you. Without me, you would still be rotting beneath an invisibility cloak under your father's Imperius. All of it had started when the Dark Lord decided to gather information about the wizarding world. He started with Bertha Horkins, a Ministry employee that Peter had brought along with him while looking for the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord had been surprised after he found that someone had put a powerful memory charm on her upon torturing her. After breaking the charm, he learned from her that this year the Triwizard Tournament would be held at Hogwarts and that Alastor Moody, an Exorer, would teach defense against the dark arts. She also knew that Bartemius Crouch Jr., one of his most loyal Death Eaters that apparently had been imprisoned in Azkaban after his fall and was thought to be dead, was alive. Voldemort, unable to possess her body and mind that was damaged by the spells he cast, killed her. Voldemort also knew that Peter's status would attract too much attention, so he didn't possess his body either. Together, they built a rudimentary body that Voldemort used for travel and performing magic. While in this form, Voldemort was forced to drink a rudimentary body potion made from unicorn blood and venom from Nagini, whom he had turned his Horcrux using Bertha Horkins. After creating himself a body, Peter and Voldemort moved to the Crouch residence. Voldemort needed a loyal follower to help him regain power and easily managed to free Barty Jr. from his father's imprisonment. They put Bartemius Sr. under the Imperius curse and forced him to keep working at the Ministry as he usually would. The house elf, Winky, who had been caring for Barty Jr. for a decade, was killed without a single thought as she, sadly, provoked the wrath of the Dark Lord. They stayed at the Riddle House in Little Hangleton for a while because Voldemort wanted to stay close to Little Hangleton's graveyard. Still, Peter convinced Voldemort to move to the house of the Crouch family, away from the Muggle population. Since then, the trio had been living in the Crouch residence while planning their future moves. Bartemius Jr., keep in mind why you are here and who you're talking to because, if you don't, things might just surprise you, and that surprise won't be a pleasant one, said Wormtail before walking back to his chair and resume what he was doing. Barty Jr. looked at Peter and recalled a chat he had had with the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord had told him that he had rescued him because of his loyalty. The Dark Lord told him that he didn't trust Wormtail and that Barty's presence filled him with relief in that turbulent time. Right then, he understood why the Dark Lord didn't trust Peter Pettigrew. The man he saw now and the man he was a decade ago were just too different. Neither he nor the Dark Lord believed that Peter would look for the Dark Lord after escaping Azkaban, that he would run away from everything and leave behind the life that had put him into Azkaban. But unexpectedly, Peter didn't run away and looked for the Dark Lord. As he stood there looking at Peter, Barty held himself from lashing back. It isn't the right time, thought Barty Jr. The Dark Lord will reward me when he returns to power. Then, we will see who matters more. All that matters is the Dark Lord and his return. Barty Jr. gave Peter one last look and then turned towards the door. It was time to see his lord, who had called him to discuss some things. Unlike Peter, Barty Jr. was a true and faithful follower and would never betray his lord. He didn't notice the look that Peter gave him when he turned, missing his cold, calculative gaze. Scene break. Quinn laid on the bed. He was reading a book that hovered in his head while occasionally turning pages without actually touching the book. His fake wand lazily laid in his hand and his eyes moved left to right on the lines as he moved down the pages. He removed his eyes from the book. He had heard the noise of a discordant crunch and continuous things snapping together, which created a popcorn of satisfying clicks in his ears. The repeated sound rang in Quinn's ears. It was like white noise, but was so satisfying that Quinn had to look at the source of the noise. Quinn watched as a dainty hand picked up tan-colored plastic bricks while adding them to a grand, yet incomplete structure with a satisfying snap. One by one, the plastic blocks, which looked like bricks, started to be added to the structure. And with each addition, the structure moved towards what looked like a castle. The conical tops were gray, whereas the rest of the building was tan in color. Luna, there are 2 protrusions rather than 3 in the big tower, said Quinn as he saw his blonde junior at a mini castle head to the side of 2 other castle heads that extended from a much larger castle tower. Luna Lovegood looked at him with her dreamy eyes and blinked a couple of times before nodding and silently removing the 3rd mini castle head, leaving the other 2 alone. She looked at the work in progress, which was a representation of Hogwarts made from what Quinn had gifted her, Legos. At first, she didn't understand the aim of those Lego bricks, but after Quinn sat her down and made a small cabin surrounded by woods from a load of bricks together, she understood the potential of the gift Quinn had given to her. From that day onwards, Luna got obsessed with Legos and started to build so many things from her imagination, from buildings to magical creatures to, well, anything Luna could imagine. Just as Quinn had promised her when he gifted her the boxes full of colorful bricks, tiles, plates, studs, and tubes type Legos. Are you going to help me? Asked Luna while continuing to add Legos to the incomplete Hogwarts castle, which was only in an initial stage as Luna planned to recreate the landscape around the castle. Yeah, spoke Quinn, took out a thin A4 size notebook, and handed it to Luna. What's this? Inquired Luna and opened the notebook to see detailed sketches of every part of the Hogwarts exterior sketched onto the numerous pages. Some were up close, others were from far away, from a bird's-eye view, or from the ground. As Luna flipped the pages, she saw every conceivable angle of Hogwarts she could think of. You can reference those for your build, muttered Quinn and continued to read his book. He had a mental structure of Hogwarts inside his head. He was sure that he knew Hogwarts better than anyone else. So after Luna sent him a magi facts about her upcoming build, Quinn drew up an entire notebook worth of Hogwarts shorts. So you aren't going to help me? Asked Luna once again, setting the notebook aside. Quinn raised his fake wand prompting Luna to immediately interject, without magic. Quinn snatched the book out of the air and snapped it close. The book went back into his expandable pockets, and he slipped down from the bed to the blue rug that was spread on the floor of Luna's room in the Lovegood house. What do you want me to take care of? Asked Quinn. The viaduct bridge, please, answered Luna. All right. One bridge coming up, nodded Quinn, and his hands went into the box of Legos. As the 2 Ravenclaws built Hogwarts, Quinn occasionally looked around the room while recalling how Luna's room had been described in the books. He remembered that in the Deathly Hallows, Harry had described Luna's room and had come across his and the other Ministry Five's faces painted on the ceiling with the word friends written in golden ink, creating a circle around each of them and connecting them together. Currently, the top was bare with no faces or any other mural painted on it. In the books, Harry described Luna as having pictures of hers and her mother in the frame, and this was true, as he saw Luna and Pandora Lovegood in photos together. But what made Quinn smile was the fact that there were more photos in Luna's room other than her mother's. He saw familiar photos of him, Luna, Eddie, and Marcus, together at Hogwarts. He and Luna together at the AID office. Luna playing catch with Eddie while flying on a broom. Marcus and Luna playing chess in the Ravenclaw common room. A few photos from Luna's second year at Hogwarts, the year she became a part of Quinn's friend circle. Have to make sure that she makes more memories, thought Quinn and went back to putting blocks into the structure. Quinn, is Hogwarts a girl or a boy? Asked Luna. Hogwarts is a lady, Luna, answered Quinn. How do you know? Don't know, I just think Hogwarts is a lady. Lady Hogwarts just sounds right. Lady Hogwarts. Lord Hogwarts. You're right, Lady Hogwarts sounds better, nodded Luna. So we live inside a girl. Scene break. Ivy Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ginny Weasley walked on a stamped-out path between the grass. They were surrounded by trees and flowers that grew in patches. There wasn't a single sign of urbanization in sight. How much more do we have to walk? Asked Ivy as they moved across the small, quaint village known as Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon, England. The village had both Muggle and magical communities, the latter being quietly established after the Statute of Secrecy in the 17th century. 4 wizarding families were known to live around Ottery St. Catchpole: the Weasleys, the Fawcetts, the Diggorys, and the Lovegoods. It's a 15-minute walk, so maybe 5 minutes more, answered Ginny. She paused to pick up a wild lavender flower. She added it to a bouquet of flowers she had collected during their walk. The 3 were walking towards the Lovegood house on the other side of Ottery St. Catchpole. The 3 girls had escaped the burrow, home to the Weasley family, when the Quidditch talk about the upcoming tournament had become too much for Ivy and Hermione. And as much as Ginny enjoyed Quidditch, she, too, wanted to get out, so she tagged along with Ivy and Hermione. After they got out of the house, they thought about what to do and somehow came to the conclusion that they should go see Luna Lovegood, who lived on the opposite side of the village. How is Luna Lovegood? Asked Hermione. I mean, I know a little about her. She is a little weird, but how is she exactly? The intelligent witch had once called the Quibbler rubbish without knowing that Luna's father was the editor. Luna had heard it and had called her mean. It was safe to say that the two didn't get along well. Even though we both live here, I don't know Luna that well. We played a couple of times when we were little, but then, Luna's mum died and she stopped coming over, answered Ginny. The last time she had played with her was when she had been 9. Luna is peculiar to say the least. But if you ignore her eccentric behavior, Luna is nice, it's just that she has different interests. Some call her Loony Lovegood, though, commented Hermione. Don't call her that, interjected Ivy. Of course, I'm not going to call her that. It's rude. No, I mean don't even say it behind her back, continued Ivy. If someone hears you call her loony, then there are good chances that you'll be cornered later that day. What do you mean? You know Luna Lovegood is friends with West, right? She also works with him at the A.I.D. So, if you talk about someone calling Luna loony, then people will come for a talk with you. Who will come? Asked Ginny. Hermione wondered the same. West, Carmichael, and Belby, Luna's 3 friends, Ivy said. If the person who called Lovegood loony is a first or second year, then they will be visited by Belby, who will talk to them peacefully and ask them not to call Luna that. If the offending person is a third, fourth, or fifth year, then Carmichael will corner them and straight out threaten them to back off, or they will get beat up. From what I have heard, 1 Hufflepuff and 2 Slytherin did get beat up by Carmichael. Finally, if it's someone from 6th or 7th year, West will call them in for a talk, and then, they'll stop. If they call Luna loony to the face, they'll have to apologize to her on the same day or the day after. If Luna doesn't hear it, then they are only released after a warning. What does West do? Asked Hermione as Ivy didn't specify it. I tried asking a 7th year Gryffindor, but they wouldn't say anything. They would just shake their heads with a cramped smile. No one has given me a clear answer. Hermione and Ginny looked at each other and then lightly gulped. Getting beat up by Eddie Carmichael sounded terrible enough, but from how Ivy described it, getting called in by Quinn West sounded more nerve-wracking. How do you know all this? Asked Ginny as neither she nor Hermione had heard about this. They only started doing this after the Christmas break, she replied shortly, not wanting to reveal that when he had been in his 3rd year, Ivy had kept tabs on Quinn's activities as much as she could. Aha, shouted Ginny, as the wind whipped their hair and clothes. She was pointing upward toward the top of the hill, where a strange-looking house rose vertically against the sky, a great black cylinder with a ghostly moon hanging behind it in the afternoon sky. That's Luna's house, right? It suits her. It looks like a giant rook. Do you see a bird, really? Said Hermione, frowning at the tower. I was talking about a chess rook, said Ginny. A castle to you. Ginny's legs reached the hilltop first. When Ivy and Hermione caught up with her, panting and clutching stitches in their sides, they found her grinning broadly. Finally, said Ginny, look. 3 hand-painted signs were tacked to a broken-down gate. The first read, The Quibbler, Editor, X Lovegood. The second, Pick your own mistletoe. The third, Keep off the dirigible plums. The gate creaked as they opened it. The zigzagging path leading to the front door was overgrown with a variety of odd plants, including a bush covered in the orange radish-like fruit. Ivy thought she recognized a snargaluff and gave the wizened stump a wide berth. There were 2 aged crab apple trees without many leaves bent because of the wind, though they were still heavy with berry-sized red fruits and bushy crowns of white-beaded mistletoe. The trees stood as sentinels on one side of the front door. A little owl with a slightly flattened, hawk-like head peered down at them from one of the branches. Ginny stepped forward to rap on the thick black door, but before she could even raise her hand, the door opened, and someone they weren't expecting greeted their sights. Ivy's eyes widened in surprise. Huh, what are you doing here? That would be my question as well. Why are you here? He turned his eyes to the younger redhead of the trio. I get why she is here. Her house being what, 10 minutes away. The trio of girls stared at Quinn West dressed in a black collared tee and cocky cargo shorts, a positively clear muggle attire on a pureblood. We were wondering whether Luna was available to play with us, said Ginny. At that point, Luna Lovegood popped up from behind Quinn with sparkling eyes. Play? I want to play. What are we playing? 2 pairs of silver stone gray eyes stared at the girls. One excited in dreamy curiosity, the second in slight surprise and gradual acceptance. Didn't we just spend hours building Hogwarts in Legos? You still want to play? Hermione, who heard the word Legos, did a double take because of her current location. She hadn't expected to hear that Luna owned Lego or that Quinn had been playing with Legos for hours. Is there a limit as to how much I can play? Daddy has never said anything like that. Quinn crossed his arms and stared at the girls for a few seconds. I suppose. Luna spending time with girls for a change was good for her, he thought. She did spend most of her time with him, Eddie and Marcus. Plus, he didn't have a say in who Luna decided to spend time with. Just tell her dad before you take her out, would you? I'll go tell him, said Luna before skipping back to the house towards her father's study. Quinn turned to Hermione and addressed her. I'm surprised to see you here, Ms. Granger. The break is about to end. Shouldn't you be with your family? Hermione, surprised with the sudden question, took a moment to reply. Ivy has invited me to see the World Cup's final. The tickets are rare. Plus, she had already spent the first half of the summer break vacationing in France with her family. Of course, the World Cup's final. Yes, the tickets are rare. Just over 100,000 seats to be distributed to magicals from the 6 continents. From what you told, you aren't going, are you? Asked Ivy. Well, yes, I'll be going to see some games. Only I'm not going to be there at the stadium to see the World Cup's final. Quinn glanced back into the house before looking back at the girls and smiled. Now, if you excuse me, I was about to leave, and I should probably leave before Luna comes back and tries to rope me into joining you guys. I'm sure you all are an excellent company, but unfortunately, I have previous commitments. He wasn't sure if he would be able to refuse Luna if she asked him to stay. He spoiled her too much. Say goodbye to Luna for me, if you would, he said while taking out his shrunken hoverboard and expanding it to full size. It was nice seeing you 3, Ms. Granger, Ms. Weasley, and Ivy. I guess I'll see you at Hogwarts. Then he was off, gliding away on the magic-powered skateboard-styled hoverboard. And a few seconds after Quinn left, Luna came out, while pulling an older man with her. "Quinn, you should play with us." "Huh, where did he go?" "He left and asked us to say goodbye for him." "Ah, well, nothing we can do about that," she said and tugged on the man's hand, who looked like he wasn't paying attention. "This is my daddy." "Uncle, I'm going to London," said Quinn as he peeked inside Elliot Dalton's study inside the West Manor. The older man was focused on his work. Elliot looked up from the documents on his desk. Quinn was dressed in his non-magical styled clothes, which he wore most of the time, except when he needed to wear clothing prevalent in the magical world for appropriate occasions. "London? May I ask why you want to go there?" Quinn raised his hand. He had a ticket stub in his hand. "I'm heading to the cinema. I might return late, so please don't wait for me at supper. I will eat dinner at home, though, so please ask Polly to set up something for me." "I see, be careful with the time, then, and try not to stay out too late," nodded Elliot. "Return home before your grandfather goes to sleep." "Understood," said Quinn. As Quinn left, Elliot's eyes caught a glimpse of something white around Quinn's neck. Nonetheless, the door closed before he could get a clear look. He shook his head and assumed that it would be some sort of non-magical style clothing. He forgot about the matter and returned to his work. Outside Elliot's office, Quinn started walking towards the manor's door. He looked at the ticket stub in his hand that showed today's date. August 25, 1994. A week before he had to leave for Hogwarts. Today, however, the day itself was of great importance. "Sorry for lying, but I had to do it," thought Quinn as he pocketed the ticket stub that was going to go unused. Determination flashed through Quinn's eyes as he thought of what he was about to do and the possible repercussions that his actions might cause. Among such thoughts, Quinn wished that today went without a hitch, that nobody would know what he was about to do. Everybody would be better if that was the case. Scene break. Pop. With a popping noise as if it was a plastic bag popping, Quinn's feet touched Misty Moor. He had operated in a familiar place. His eyes immediately looked around to check for any living and observing presence. After carefully observing his surroundings along with the human presence revealing spell, Hominum Revelio, Quinn concluded that he was alone in the deserted stretch. He looked at a line of wooden posts that were placed consecutively creating a line. Between the consecutive posts there were broken barbed wires. When they had been intact they had formed a fence. Quinn blinked and cast the Point Me charm in front of him. An arrow appeared pointing north. Then he set off across the deserted moor. He was unable to make out much through the mist, so he simply relied on the north-facing arrow to guide him. After about 10 minutes, a small stone cottage next to a gate swam into focus. Beyond it, Quinn could make out the ghostly shapes of hundreds and hundreds of tents. They rose up to a slightly sloping large field. On the horizon, a dark forest could be seen. He dispelled the Point Me charm, and stopped before he was too near to a stone cottage. The custom-made disillusionment charm he had made from his knowledge of sensory illusion magic covered his body and made him invisible to all 5 senses. After making sure that he was invisible, Quinn resumed walking and passed by the stone cottage, ignoring the muggle who lived inside and the ministry employee who hid in the cabin in case he asked too many questions and needed to obliviate him. At novel bin at. Quinn entered the gate of the campsite. He trudged up the misty field in the middle of long rows of tents. Most looked almost ordinary. Their owners had clearly tried to make them as non-magical as possible. Some, though, slipped up by adding chimneys, bell pulls, or weather vanes. On a side note, there were tents so obviously magical that Quinn wondered if its owners were even trying to hide that they were magicals. Halfway up the field stood an extravagant silk-like miniature palace, with several live peacocks tethered at the entrance. A little farther on, he passed a tent that had 3 floors and several turrets, and a short way beyond, there was a tent that had a front garden with a bird bath, sundial, and fountain. Show-offs, thought Quinn. The blatant disregard of the statute of secrecy in this place made Quinn realize once again the huge disconnection there was between the magical and non-magical society. The law to separate the two communities had isolated the magical society so much that they didn't even know what was considered non-magical. An apparent fault from the education system failing to educate their students about the one thing they are supposed to hide from. He reached the very edge of the wood at the top of the field and stared at the litter of magical tents blocking his vision of the horizon. Every 4 years, only one event would cause this many magicals to gather in one place, and that event was today. On August 18, 1994, magicals from the 6 continents gathered at Dartmoor, England, to attend the Quidditch World Cup, and today was the finals between Ireland and Bulgaria. The man in the stone cabin that Quinn passed by, Mr. Roberts, owned and operated many campsites in the area, and one of those campsites had been booked by the British Ministry of Magic for the Quidditch World Cup. Quinn had come here because today was the day the Death Eaters would ravage the campsites and prey upon Muggleborns for sport. Quinn looked up and wondered whether the Dark Mark would make an appearance. Barty Crouch Jr. had been the one who had launched the Dark Mark to the sky over the campground in the original books. Quinn knew Jr.'s backstory, and if the current events followed the original path, then he would be here at the finals, beneath an invisibility cloak under the Imperious charm. Jr. would regain control here and come upon the scene of Death Eaters destroying everything in their way. In response, he would get angry and cast the Dark Mark. His anger would stem from their lack of initiative in finding their master, which he yearned to do and yet was unable. An emotional, yet stupid decision. Bringing him here is foolish, thought Quinn. Time made people slack, and it was the case in this situation. He didn't blame Senior that much, though. It had been over a decade since he had kept his son holed up in the house. And only because of the continuous insistence of their house elf, Winky, and his son's love for Quidditch, did Senior allow Junior to come to the finals. Quinn didn't know if the events of the original books would occur today. He knew that Barty Jr. was out of Azkaban because both Mrs. Crouch and Barty Jr. were legally dead, which meant that the events of the original books were followed to some extent. However, he didn't know whether the Death Eaters would attack or if Barty Jr. would be able to regain control of his body. There was a chance that things might go south, though. Because of that, Quinn was there. Let's see how many I can take down today, thought Quinn. He sat down near one of the trees, still invisible, waiting for the Death Eaters to arrive. Scene break. The game was over, and people started to return to campsites from the stadium that had been set up by the Ministry. Raucous singing could be heard on the night air as he stepped back a bit into the woods, where the leprechaun's lantern's light couldn't reach as they kept shooting over his head, cackling and waving their lanterns. It's time, thought Quinn. He turned himself visible again and started to remove his clothes. He removed all of his non-magical styled garments. Under them was stark white spandex that stuck close to Quinn's body. The spandex had white patches stuck all over, 2 on the chest, 1 on each pec, 2 on the abdomen, 2 on each arm, 1 above and below the elbow each, 1 on each of the back of his palms, 4 on each legs, 1 on each feet and, finally, 3 patches that covered his back. Luckily, no one was there to see him, or Quinn would have died of sheer embarrassment. Fortunately, Quinn wouldn't be wearing only white spandex. He tapped his chest, and blue waves of energy traveled throughout the white fabric. After the wave traversed the entire material, the fabric changed. The white transformed into multiple colors, green-brown, olive drab, dark chestnut, and fern green covered Quinn's body. The spandex that had been stuck to Quinn's body expanded and turned into cargo trousers and a hooded military-style jacket. All of this was over a black skin-tight full-sleeved shirt that covered his head, hiding all of his hair, and on the bottom below the cargo pants were black compression pants. Quinn raised his hands and saw them covered in tactical gloves. If you looked down at his feet he had tactical boots, both in dark green camo that suited the night and the forest. Every inch of his body except his face's front was covered, and even his face was hidden beneath the shadow of the hood. Project Noir. A project Quinn had launched in his second year, just a few days before Quinn had ventured into the Sin Vault. The project had been put on hold by Sin Quinn, who didn't like the prospect of hiding himself. However, regular Quinn wanted his identity hidden whenever he desired, so he reinitiated the project. Furthermore, he had started researching and developing a rotation between his projects after the day he encountered in Hogsmeade the Novellus Oxyonites trying to kill first-gen magicals. He had been lucky that day as no one identified him or shot a Revelio charm his way to disable his invisibility. But Quinn knew that luck was fickle. As such, he prepared a transformative set of tactile attire which Quinn would design to change according to his needs. The spandex and patches over the spandex held enough clothing to transform into practically anything Quinn wanted to wear. If Quinn wanted swimming trunks, the material would retract until he was wearing just trunks, or if he wished to don layers of winter clothing, the extra material inside the magically expanded patches would release the required material. The version Quinn was wearing only held non-magical fabrics and didn't contain magic-resistant leathers because Quinn couldn't fit those materials into the designs. Those materials didn't interact with Quinn's magic and would malfunction. Sometimes, the fabric would eject out randomly. Quinn, personally, didn't like transformative clothing like that because they were unstable, and an ample enough magical interference would cause them to break down. Nonetheless, Quinn had managed to accomplish just enough resistance with charms so that this setup wouldn't malfunction. However, for now, if for some reason Quinn's disillusionment was turned off, then his identity wouldn't be instantly revealed. Suddenly, Quinn heard some commotion from the campsite. Time for the invisible vigilante to return. A plume of smoke appeared in his palm, a front mask appeared in front of his face. The gear was complete. Scene break. Quinn entered the campsite, his invisibility back on as he moved in the dark, unseen. He could only be noticed under the light of the torches as a negligible distortion, and that was only when Quinn sprinted. Under the light of the few fires that were still burning, he could see people running away into the woods, opposite to the direction he was running towards. People fled en masse, running away from something that was moving across the field toward them, something that was emitting odd flashes of light and noises similar to gunfire. Loud jeerings, roars of laughter, and drunken yells could be heard. Then, a burst of intense green light appeared, illuminating the scene. A crowd of wizards, tightly packed and moving together with wands pointing straight upward, was marching slowly across the field. Quinn squinted at them. They had their heads under a hood, and their faces were masked, just like him. High above them, floating along in midair, 4 struggling figures were being contorted into grotesque shapes. It was as though the masked wizards on the ground were puppeteers, and the people above them were marionettes operated by invisible strings that rose from the wands into the air. 2 of the figures were very small. More masked Death Eaters joined the marching group, laughing and pointing at the floating bodies. Tents crumpled and fell as the marching crowd became bigger. Once or twice Quinn saw one of the marchers blast a tent out of his way with his wand. Several caught fire. The screaming grew louder. The floating people were suddenly illuminated as they passed over a burning tent and Quinn recognized one of them. Mr. Roberts, the campsite manager. The other 3 looked as though they might be his wife and children. One of the marchers below flipped Mrs. Roberts upside down with his wand. Her nightdress fell down to reveal voluminous mounds, and she struggled to cover herself up as the crowd below her screeched and hooted with glee. They are alive, thought Quinn in relief, and then he moved his head above and watched the smallest child, who had begun to spin like a top, 60 feet above the ground, his head flopping limply from side to side. Good, 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 thought Quinn as he took in deep breaths. This is helping, this is clearly helping. These effers are helping me to bring their doom. Emotions were a tricky factor in magic. A wizard or witch couldn't use emotions anytime they desired. Things weren't that simple. If a magical user wanted to draw upon the emotion of anger, but they were happy and didn't have a powerful enough source that would provoke anger, then they wouldn't be able to draw their wrath at all. Any wizard or witch needed to feel the emotion to use said emotion. And currently, Quinn was brimming with rage. He wasn't a person with a solid moral compass and didn't mind inflicting pain to those who deserved it for his own avail, but the scene in front of him wasn't right even under the most loose morals. Mr. Roberts and his family had been subjected to multiple memory spells because the magical population gathered here didn't understand how to act like the non-magicals. Because of the magical people's incompetence, an innocent family had their memories altered for a week just so that the Wizarding Society could enjoy a sports tournament. Now, they were being levitated above and made a joke out of. The children were manhandled so roughly that Quinn feared that they would be injured, and this entire thing was making him feel so angry that the magic was bubbling with fury inside his body. Quinn raised his hand, and the family of 4 stopped in midair. They stopped flopping around and became rigid. The Death Eaters that were puppeteering them stopped because the muggles they were playing were suddenly out of control, causing the entire march of Death Eaters to stop and stare up. The levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, wouldn't levitate living objects, but there were spells created to levitate living beings. The problem with those charms was that the target's internal magic interfered heavily with the control of the charms. If a target's magic was more potent than the caster's, then the charm wouldn't work correctly, or in some cases, outright fail without even working for a second. The family of 4 didn't have magic, so they could be easily controlled, and Quinn's magic was leagues more potent than any Death Eater present in the campsite. Exhausting the core every day for nearly 11 years was nothing to sneeze at. And out of those 11 years, roughly half of the time had been when Quinn's body was in a flux of accelerated growth because of his physical age. The Death Eaters saw the Muggle family being floated away and tried to get them back in control, but their magical attempts were thwarted and snapped as if they were thin, dry branches. Shit, why isn't this working? Hey, help me out here, shouted a Death Eater, getting frustrated. Multiple of them banded up together. However, they weren't able to get a hold of the family. It felt as if they were trying to oppose an unstoppable force. They could only watch as the 4 captives floated away from their reach. What's happening? How is this possible? Why aren't our spells working? The answer came to them in the form of a violet spell light coming straight towards them. One of the less drunk Death Eaters pulled up a shield charm against the upcoming spell, but all that did was spread its effects. The violet spell light came into contact with the transparent shield and didn't cut through it but created an immense explosion that blasted half a dozen Death Eaters. Who is it? Yelled one of the Death Eaters. All of them had their wands out, ready to curse the one who cast the spell. The response was another 2 violet spell lights screeching towards them. This time they were ready, and 4 Death Eaters in front pulled up their shield charms, but once again, the violet spells exploded and made them tumble like bowling pins. The onslaught wasn't over. This time, the violet spell came from their left instead of the front. And it scared them because the intensity and size of the violet spell light were thrice as large as before. When the light came in contact with them, the Death Eaters were blasted away like they had been hit by a hippogriff at full speed. Seeing that the Death Eater march was broken, Quinn moved in closer, and as he did, his hands showed in a pale icy blue light that was capable of giving a chill to anyone who saw it. His steps were silent as a wild feline going in for a kill, his stone-grey orbs shining with a calm fury and his magic stirring, deadly. Spells started to shoot out from the Disorganist Death Eaters. They tried to take out anyone near them by making a barrage of attacks, but Quinn would simply swat them away like they weren't dangerous charges of destructive magic. The Death Eaters then heard a voice. It was a throaty whisper, distorted beyond what could be perceived as human. It sounded like it came from just behind their ear, yet it seemed like it was everywhere, surrounding them like a blanket. It crept over them like vines of devil's snare, but instead of strangulating them, it told them a single word: run. Then hell broke loose as a dozen ice spikes whistled towards them. Screams filled among the Death Eaters as one of the spikes nearly tore an arm out of one of their members. Others weren't that lucky as some instantly lost their legs and arms as the ice spikes pierced through flesh and bone alike. The voice once again sounded near them, like it was standing among them. Just like the ice spikes that tore through them, it was cold and triggered a dread inside them. Too late. It was time for the hunters to be hunted. A man dressed in Death Eater garb ran through the field while occasionally looking at his back in fear and terror. His breathing was labored from sprinting. He was not used to running, but the threat of pain and possible death was a great motivator. He peered forward at the almost dark night. The moon was the only light source. He ran towards the forest that he could see in the distance. The thought of using a lumos to spread some light in the misty fields didn't even crack into his mind because of the danger it could bring him. I just need to get to the forest, thought the man. I shall be safe then, safe from that demon. Today, he had entered the campsite with a prim-perfect Death Eater uniform that he hadn't worn in a decade, but now that same uniform had tears and burns. It was ripped in some places and caked with blood from the wounds that were below it. It wasn't supposed to go like this. They only wanted to get drunk and have some fun with the Muggle and the Muggleborn. They craved to bathe in the glory they had before they had been crushed all those years ago by the Light faction. Then, they were forced to hide their injured pride and live their lives without the power that they had when the Dark Lord was with them. Not all Death Eaters were as rich as the likes of Malfoy and couldn't strut around like nothing happened after their reign broke. Many of them had to keep their heads down and act carefully as the Light faction built their power. With James Potter in a leading position, he and a group of light-aligned Aurors started to get particularly interested in their dealings. Today was supposed to be a day where they could blow off steam, to show their power and superiority to foreigners and the British Wizarding Society. It was an audience that they wouldn't be able to have even when their lord was alive, and they wanted to make good use of it. Everything had begun smoothly as they captured the Muggle family and played with them while defacing the hideous Muggle tents that everybody had set up to blend in. Just the sight of wizards trying to pretend as Muggles made their stomachs turn, and they wanted nothing more than to destroy the disgusting things that were beneath them. But then it arrived. He and his companion weren't sure if it was even human. I didn't sound like a human, and its actions and magic were feral. Its spells were powerful, viscous with magic, and every attack that came their way was aimed as if trying to obliterate them. He wasn't used to facing dark spells. It had been years since they had faced attacks like these. During their lord's rise to power, the Aurors were authorized to use the unforgivable curses on suspects, but after that, he hadn't faced a single dark spell in his life. He recalled the stories of Aurors casting Cruciatus Curse on them and the Rare Killing Curse, but nothing like the spells he had witnessed today. Bone breakers, flesh-stripping spells or blood-boiling curses, and he could go on. He had seen horrifying spells of dark magic. The Cruciatus Curse only gave them the screams, but these showed them real pain and horror. The Death Eater finally saw a ghostly blue of the forest in front of him, and hope returned to him. I can finally apparate, he thought. Facing those horrifying curses, everyone had the thought of apparating away from the danger. But every time they could muster enough concentration to safely launch an apparition, which was hard considering the sheer horror gore around them, the demon would hit them with a dark spell. The group realized that they wouldn't have a chance to apparate if they stayed together because the demon would easily target them. So everyone ran in different directions, every person for themselves. He remembered the screams of his friends when he turned his back. He had to hold back the impulse to stop and see what had happened, but he didn't dare. The heaving and huffing Death Eater was a stone's throw distance away from the forest, but then, he felt an explosive force down on his legs and was sent flying away. He rolled on the ground like a broken doll, and his heart thumped in terror. No, I'm close, thought the man. I can make it. I just need to take a few steps. I will be safe. The tenacity in the face of death was an impressive force. The Death Eater could see the forest, and all his being was focused on getting to it. He ignored the fact that a spell had hit him and got up, only to collapse back on the ground. He hadn't collapsed because of an attack. He had fallen because his left foot hadn't pushed him off the ground. He tried again, but he missed, and the left foot didn't make it to the ground again. The man hastily looked at his left foot to see what the problem was and saw an ankle-less stump in place of his foot. The world started to blur and spin as a guttural scream escaped the man. My leg? No, my leg. The pain that came when he realized he had lost his leg made the man more and more desperate. He clutched his paining leg with one hand and started to drag himself to the forest. His mind was filled with getting to the forest so that he could live. Then he felt something grip his right leg, and his heart inside his chest dropped low. For a couple of seconds, the man thought that his heart had stopped beating. Everything went silent for a split second before reality set on him, and at the same time, his body was pulled back by whatever was clutching his right leg. No, let me go, forgive me. Without a shred of care, the man was dragged away from the forest. His left leg, which no longer had anything below the ankle, brutally met the ground as the open wound was caked with dirt. The Death Eater thrashed, clutched the grass with his hands, and tried everything to stop being dragged away from the forest. Alas, nothing worked, and soon the forest only seemed a blur in the darkness. The man eventually stopped struggling and clutched his wand tight in his hand. If he couldn't escape, then he wasn't going down without a fight. If today was the day he died, then he was going to take the demon with him. As he continued to get dragged, his body froze when he heard screams. Screams of asking someone to stop, painful moans of apologies and dreadful cries of misery. His relatively shallow breathing returned to its previous labored state. The dragging came to a sudden stop, and the man found himself between two other bodies that he recognized as being Death Eaters that had joined the march today. He shivered as he watched that one of them had his entire right leg missing while the other one had deep gashes all across his body. His attention was pulled from the horrifying scene when he felt a chill on his leg and saw that his ankle-less stump was now covered in ice, just like everyone else's injuries were. His body tensed as the ice was too cold, and it stung like needles being dug into his flesh. Even a single twitch on his leg would send shock and pain across his leg. Oh, servants of the Dark Lord. Your glory is forgotten, just like a mere memory. The man heard the distorted voice of the demon as he fought through the pain. You, who hold yourselves as superior, are now laying down in the mud. You, who committed abominations at this festivity and in the past, are now paying the price. The demon Quinn looked at the man that he had just dragged to this place, and with a wave, stripped the Death Eater's wand out of hand. He caught the Death Eater's wand and clenched his fist to snap the wand in half. The now useless pieces of wood were dropped near a pile of similarly snapped wands. Is this the audacity from an order fallen a decade past? He spoke, his voice distorted. You mongrels played with the weak and covered under the strong. Today, you shall feel what is to be unfortunate. Today will be the day that shall haunt you. You shall remember it as the day that you lost the one thing that made you special. Quinn took a deep breath and focused his magic. He ignored the wails and screams from the almost 15 people lying around him. They were the people that Quinn had managed to catch and injure enough so they weren't in condition to run away. A ghastly reddish-black spell resembling soot and haze emanated from Quinn's entire body and slowly wafted down towards the ground. The Death Eater, who had been only hearing the distorted voice of the demon, watched as a reddish-black smoke slowly started to build on the ground, originating from the center of the circle they were all lying in. Those who could witness through the pain had their eyes stuck on the reddish-black smoky unknown that was rolling down in small waves, and as it moved towards them with deathly silence, their senses screamed that this was something dangerous and deadly. They could feel that this was a magic of the darkest kinds, something that oozed evil. Soon the 15 people were covered in the reddish-black mist. Quinn looked up at the sky and reinforced his decision about what he was going to do. He closed his eyes and recalled the young child who had gone unconscious, yet the scum continued to spin him like a toy top. The rage returned, and with it, his decision solidified as if it was stone. Tetany nervum. Quinn breathed out, and even though he only used non-verbal spells, this was special. He whispered the words that disappeared among the terrified Death Eaters, who broke the silence of the night. I curse you with a body that shall betray you. The reddish-black mist agitated as it started to radiate in an ominous blood-red light, and with that began the horrifying screams. I curse you to a life with magic that shall be near, yet far from you. The Death Eater's entire body spasmed uncontrollably. Then, the blood-red mist glowed brighter. The spasms grew wilder. I curse you with the constant reminder that you are no longer better. An uncontrollable pain flowed through their nerves and, along with it, came an unbearable burning feeling. Quinn looked up at the sky and whispered ever so slightly, I curse you. The mist shone once with a short bright burst of blood red. Then, it vanished in the breeze of the cold night. So this is how it feels, huh, thought Quinn, staring at the circle of spasming bodies. The curse, Tetany nervum, had been a spell of his. It had been a curse he had created last year. By utilizing his recently gained knowledge of healing magic and human anatomy and combining it with some really questionable knowledge he had found in the Room of Requirement and his own personal library, Quinn had been able to create a really dark spell. He had only a few, though. Tetany nervum had been inspired by the well-known disease tetanus. Tetanus is a bacterial infection characterized by muscle spasms that could range anywhere from light tremors to spasms severe enough to fracture bones. Other symptoms of tetanus included fever, sweating, headaches, trouble swallowing, high blood pressure, and a fast heart rate. But for his spell, Quinn had focused on the spasms that tortured the infected. The motivation behind Tetany nervum had been to disable the target's body. The bacteria that caused tetanus functioned by creating toxins that interfered with motor neurons. This interfered with the regular muscle contractions. Quinn also targeted the motor neurons in the nerves but replaced the bacteria with magic. The nervous system would continuously interfere with muscle contractions and would cause the body to spasm. As long as the curse was active, the target wouldn't be able to move a single muscle in their body. Their entire nervous system would be out of their own control and at mercy of Quinn's magic. But the sole function of Tetany nervum wasn't replicating tetanus spasms. The spasms were just the carrier of the actual damage of the spell. The real aim of Tetany nervum came from the word nervum, which was the Latin word for nerves. While tetanus spasms ran rampant, the curse would dig through the nervous system and severely damage it. And just like most of the dark curses, Tetany nervum had the added feature of being resistant to healing magic. If the target was brought to the hospital, the medi-healers would immediately notice the signs of wounds caused by dark curses. Besides that, Tetany nervum was a new curse that had been created from the knowledge of different magical cultures, which meant that the medi-healers would have a tough time even knowing where to start. Meaning that the nerves affected by the corrosive magic would be lost and not able to function. Quinn looked at the piles of bodies. More specifically, their arms and hands. He had snapped their wands and disabled their hands and arms. To wand users who relied on the external focus meant that they would no longer be able to draw on magic, practically turning them into squibs. They still had their magic but no way to access it. But unlike Quinn, these Death Eaters had been using wands for decades, which meant wands had integrated themselves into their magic system. Consequently, if you took the focus from them, they would be useless. I believe that people are capable of change, said Quinn. He didn't care whether his victims were listening to him or not. Perhaps I'll come back to you to see if you have repented. Understand the severity of your actions and the consequences of decisions. If that day I see that you have truly repented, then your hands and, thus, your magic, shall be returned. That day, you will be reborn. I hope you have a better life then. Tetany nervum had been Quinn's creation, which meant that he also knew how to cure it. He could reverse the effects and free them from the curse. Quinn had already peeked inside their minds to note their names. If one day, these people changed for the better, he would undo the curse. Quinn stood up straight. His work was done. Other than these Death Eaters, all of the others had already fled. Quinn had considered putting an anti-apparition ward around the campsite, but that would mean that bystanders wouldn't be able to apparate out. These are enough, thought Quinn. These many will be enough to instill fear. Quinn was about to apparate out of the campsite, but he stopped to look at the left to see a blue spell light zapping towards him. Quinn tilted his head, and just before the blue spell light reached Quinn, it crashed into an orange translucent magic shield. The blue spell tried to pierce through the orange obstacle, but all of its effects were for naught as it couldn't get past. It fizzled away as the magic ran out. Reducto, thought Quinn, and as the shield turned down, he saw the offender who launched a spell at him and surprisingly, but not shockingly, saw Sirius Black with his wand pointing at him. Quinn noticed that Sirius's eyes were moving between him and behind him. Quinn's eyes gleamed in understanding as he turned the magic back up, which was the right decision as another spell assaulted his shield. The only difference was that it was aimed at his back. Quinn turned around to see James Potter also pointing his wand at him. Ah, they were checking, Quinn deduced. He was invisible, and the first spell from Sirius was to see if there was anyone in his place. The second spell from James was one to take him down after confirmation. You, the one who's there, immediately surrender, shouted Sirius. Drop the disillusionment and throw your wand away, yelled James. Nobody needs to get. James looked at the pile of bodies. More injured. It seems I have overstayed my welcome, whispered Quinn and errantly waved his hand for a layer of ice forming a dome around him. It was just thick enough to bear the force of one spell and it gave just enough time for Quinn to apparate. And with a pop, Quinn was gone. Not even a second after, the ice dome was shredded into shards by the combined efforts of James and Sirius. In a clearing between a circling of trees, a pop rang, breaking the silence of the night, and a Quinn West dressed in shades of green apparat into an environment suited to his camouflage. Soft steps pressed against the ground, moving the boy forward. The green clothes turned the original white. Audible breathing could be heard in the silence as Quinn's back slid down against the trunk of a tree. He sat down with his legs stretched straight. His arms rested between his thighs. His head hung low with the eyes squeezed shut and brows furrowed in tension, distress, and confusion. While emotion was a powerful source of magic, it had its own demerits. Emotion could do wonders and elevate the user's magic to the next level when used correctly, but at the same time it would be hard to rein when they exceeded a limit. This would cause some repercussions. The general consensus about some of the vilest dark magic being harmful to the user came actually from the effects emotion gave, as most of those spells required strong emotions to function. Usually, emotions of the negative kind. Quinn focused on his erratic heartbeat inside his chest in an attempt to calm down and wind down the rage he felt. Seeing the Death Eater's behavior towards the Muggle family had riled up Quinn more than he had imagined. This wasn't saying that Quinn was a saint. He would use magic too on non-magicals every time he went out to the Muggle Society. Legilimency on a crowd of unsuspecting non-magicals was one of Quinn's favorite uses of mind magic. He would peek into their minds but he would never use anything he saw against them. He simply used them for practice and research purposes. Quinn never harmed them, and with the time he spent in the non-magical society, it seemed he wouldn't be meeting people who needed to be stopped soon. Quinn felt the rage attach itself to his magic and go through his body, the residual influence of the rage-filled magic when anger had been out of control. His fists clenched hard to stop from lashing out physically or magically. Calm down, calm down, calm down. The words repeated inside his mind as Quinn tried to calm himself down. When he channeled his rage, he didn't feel the effect, but after the outlet closed, the anger would bubble inside. Using emotion-based occlumency to keep the emotions in check wouldn't help as the protection magic didn't erase emotions. It simply blocked them. He had to manually calm himself down to get out of his current predicament. Emotion-based occlumency wouldn't work, but memory-based occlumency could undoubtedly help. At novel bin at. Quinn opened his eyes to find himself standing face-to-face with a grand mansion that elicited comfort and ease. He entered the structure through the rich, brown elegant doors. Walking on the marbled floor, which reflected him in their shiny, smooth allurement, Quinn gazed around to study the numerous doors lining the corridors. He stopped in front of one of the doors and twisted the golden doorknob to enter the room. Inside, rows of bookshelves greeted him with books filled neatly, ready for him to pick one and dive in. He strolled through the rows of shelves, browsing through the shelves. Some had books on the left, some on the right, others had space in the middle, but all had one thing in common: brown books with golden linings. The touch of the cool leather against his finger as he pulled a book out seemed natural. Quinn's eyes studied the book as his hands felt the weight. There was no title on the book, but Quinn already knew what it was. He raised his free hand, placed it on the cover, and closed his eyes for an entirely new scene to unfold in front of him. A party of laughter greeted Quinn's ears, and when he opened his eyes, he beheld Leah, George, Elliot, and Ms. Rosie sitting around a table with him there alongside them. His hands moved on their own and threw a pair of cards on the table. Leah stretched her arms and retained the pile of galleons that were on the table while Elliot collected the cards that everybody put on the table. The poker party from 3 years ago, recalled Quinn, recognizing the family activity that the West family had played once a while. A smile bloomed on Quinn's face as he looked at the scene through his eyes. He was a passenger inside his own body, reliving the memory through the wonders of mind magic. The mental replica of the West Manor held all of his cherished and happy memories. Whenever Quinn experienced something peaceful, happy, or positive, something that was close to his heart, he would take the memory out of his mind Hogwarts and put it inside the manor. It was a haven that Quinn had made so he could walk in and enjoy everything good that he had in his life. And it seemed to be working as Quinn outside felt his heart gradually calm down. The burning feeling of lashing out slowly subsided, and a serene smile made its way to Quinn's face. After a couple of minutes, Quinn opened his eyes. They had lost the irritation he had and were back to his usual cool, collected, rested state. Always remember, add something to maintain balance, said Quinn, groaning as he stood up from beneath the tree. Quinn's personal rule for using intense emotions was to attach another feeling that would ensure that he wasn't solely running on a single emotion. Most of the time, the complementary emotion that granted Quinn control wasn't as strong as the primary fueling emotion, but it was enough for Quinn to escape the after effects. I should have used something similar from the beginning, sighed Quinn, cracking his back. Controlling his emotions while using rage would have reduced the power by a margin, but Quinn wouldn't have suffered later like he just did. As expected, tetany nervum for more than a dozen people at the same time isn't a mere trifle. The haze and smoke-styled spell was different from the usual light shot spell or the invisible spell. It had been designed in Africa to cast compatible spells in an area instead of targeting something at a time. The downside of this mode of delivery was that it took increased focus and magic volume requirements. Luckily for Quinn, he had plenty of both. Quinn had accomplished what he wanted despite the problems and difficulties he had had while participating in a possible life-threatening situation. Tetany nervum. Test subject count, 15. Initial results, excellent. Severe nerve damage with residual magic that won't allow recovery, whispered Quinn to himself in an analytical tone. Human test phase, Stage 1, complete. Stage 2, short-term observation of the acquired subjects will commence tomorrow. Quinn had wanted test subjects for his newest curse and, because of the magic's nature, he wanted human test subjects. The timing had been perfect as the word cop would be the ideal place to get those subjects. Human subjects that Quinn could use without guilt and morals plaguing his consciousness. 15 Death Eater who enjoyed dealing torment and torture. This was all the justification Quinn needed to convince himself. He looked up at the bright crescent moon peeking from behind the night clouds, and, shit. I'm late? Damn, grandfather is going to bite my head off. For him, the Quidditch World Cup was now over, and just like Ireland, he had come out on top. Scene break. James Potter and Sirius Black watched from aside as the St. Mungo's hospital staff carefully lifted the battered and broken bodies onto their stretchers. That's dark magic, all right, said James Potter. I didn't think I would see something like this during the World Cup. Sickening, isn't it? Agreed Sirius Black. And that was saying something, with their career as Aurors for the Ministry. As Aurors, they had seen some extreme stuff, and this was definitely in the upper levels of the most horrifying things they had seen with magic. James Potter looked at the unconscious people, clad in Death Eater garbs. Some still twitched and spasmed, while a few had broken bones throughout their bodies. Some of them had some part of their legs cut off. Do you recognize the magic? He asked. The new family head of the infamous Black family shook his head. At first glance, no, meaning that he would have to go to the library and browse through some questionable magic. Something he wasn't looking forward to. Do you think that smoke was from a potion or something? I don't know, replied James, remembering the reddish-black smoke that resembled burning soot and haze. Maybe we should consult Dumbledore for this. How about we first take this to the unspeakables first, before bringing an outsider to the investigation? James wanted to reply that Dumbledore wasn't an outsider, but he refrained from voicing his thoughts as he knew Sirius was right. Do you think Roberts will allow that? You know he doesn't like to get help from the unspeakables. With this happening at the World Cup and so close to the tournament, Roberts will have to get this over quickly, even if it means involving the unspeakables. The Quidditch World Cup and the upcoming tournament were both international affairs. That would pressure the Ministry, who would then pressure the Auror office to solve and close the matter as quickly as possible. The pressure chain would start on the top and move its way to the bottom till everybody was yelling. In that scenario, any help was acceptable. Let's forget about that for a second, said Sirius, and he moved towards the ground where the bodies were lying. He squatted on the ground and saw what was left behind. Who do you think did this? James stood by Sirius and studied the scene. There was ice closing every wound. And then the ice dome at the end. He pointed at the heap of broken ice on the ground. This makes me remember last year's attack in Hogsmeade. You mean, the Invisible Vigilante. The Invisible Vigilante, the one hailed by the newspapers as the savior of the students of Hogwarts and the wizarding village of Hogsmeade. For an entire week, the wizarding community had read theories on the unknown hero, and for a month, the Auror office had tried to find the person to no avail. Yes, the Invisible Vigilante used ice magic, and well, he was invisible as well. Now that you say it, the injuries were brutal, weren't they? Wounds pierced with ice, detaching body parts, sealing everything with ice. They were more brutal this time, but I can see a pattern. James nodded and then pointed his finger at the small pile of wood. Unlike the last attack, the ones are broken now. Last time, they were stuck to their bodies, but this time every single one of them is broken. Who do you think it is? Asked Sirius. My guess would be a Voldemort hater. He only struck twice and only on Voldemort supporters. Other than that, there isn't a single sign of them. Age. Older, look at the magic. They could take out 15 people, use unknown magic. Those shields aren't a simple protego. It also looked like neither your or my attack didn't faze them much. Gender. Your guess is as good as mine, mate. How do we narrow it down? We don't have a visual clue. From the top of my head, we should look at people who have lost family members to Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Sirius looked up at James with a really expression. That doesn't narrow it down. You know how those days were, right? Of course, I know that, said James. But if we add someone good with magic, we can narrow it down by a lot. It's just a matter of choosing how good with magic they are. If we are going with that, we can record the spell residue here to get matches against wands, added Sirius. Spell residues against wands was a technique used by Aurors to check if a specific spell came from wands. The caveat of the method was a low accuracy rate and wasn't taken as evidence in court hearings. But Aurors still employed it to narrow down their suspect list. Ugh, I wanted to go to a bar and discuss the game. Being an Auror can suck sometimes, sighed James. Sirius laughed at his ex-partner during their trainee Auror and junior Auror days and patted his shoulder. Come on, let's get this logged in quick. The quicker we move, the earlier we will be able to go home. The following day, the Auror office would get the shocking information about the condition of the admitted people and would realize what the spell had done to them. The invisible vigilante's infamy would travel far and wide. Scene break. The door creaked open as Barty Jr. carefully stepped inside a large room, trying not to make any noise so as not to disturb the room resident. Barty's eyes were drawn to what lay ahead as, standing on a nightstand adjacent to a king-sized opposite the door was a candle, illuminating a small portion of the large bed. As he gently closed the door behind him, Barty heard a man's voice, but it was strangely high-pitched, rough, and cold, as a sudden blast of icy wind. You've returned, Barty. Yes, my lord, replied Barty, standing still in his spot. Did you do as I asked? Asked the voice. Barty gulped before answering honestly. No, my lord. I didn't. There was a straining silence of seconds before the voice returned, and Barty could hear the much colder response he feared. Tell me why, Barty. All I asked was to brand my symbol in the sky. There were complications, my lord. What complications, Bartemius? Some of your servants decided to play with the Muggles and Muggleborns after the game, my lord, replied Barty Jr. And how is that a complication? Wouldn't that have been the perfect time to launch my mark? It would have shown my servants that I have returned, and, as planned, the marked ones would have confirmed it at the sight of the mark growing stronger, said the voice, and by the end, the shrill voice had turned into a hiss. A cold touch on his leg made Barty Jr. flinch into a still stop. He looked down with bated breath to see a thigh-sized green snake slither by as it surrounded him with its long body. He could hear a whispered hiss around him as the snake circled him. My lord, someone annihilated the Death Eaters who were causing the ruckus, spoke Barty quickly as he felt his lord's familiar slowly reduce the radius of the circle. I couldn't see all of it, but when I arrived, all your servants were lying on the ground under the effects of some kind of magic. I couldn't see the wizard who cast the magic, but there was someone there. There was a hissing sound from the bed, and the snake around Barty Jr.'s feet slithered away from him without a hiss. Seeing the giant snake leave made Barty Jr. feel safe. He had seen the snake's fangs, and the venom would keep injury wounds open. Come near me, Bartemius. Barty Jr. followed the commands and quickly walked towards the bedside, not wanting to keep the Dark Lord waiting even a single second. His legs bent as naturally as he breathed. He showed his respect by getting on his knees and staring down at the floor. Look at me, Bartemius, ordered the Dark Lord. Barty didn't hesitate. It was an ugly sight, the shape of a crouched human child, hairless and scaly-looking white pale skin. Its arms and legs were thin and feeble. Its face had a flat nose and overall a snake-like appearance. Its eyes shone blood red. When Barty Jr.'s eyes met the gleaming red eyes, a sharp pain assaulted his head. It felt like his brain was being poked with multiple hot needles, heat, pain, burn, cold. Barty Jr.'s screams filled the room, but the next second, his screams abruptly went silent. Voldemort had used a silencing spell to quiet down the screaming Barty Jr. He was in no mood to enjoy the screams and wanted to see what his servant had seen. The Dark Lord dove into the mind without any care, and soon he found the fresh memory of the World Cup. Through the eyes of Barty Jr., Voldemort watched the scene in front of him. A dozen or so of his Death Eater servants were laying in the middle of the campsite while Barty Jr. stood behind the remains of a burned tent, observing the scene. Voldemort's expert and experienced reptilian red eye slits stared at the magic of soot, haze, and smoke emanating from the middle of the circle up from his servants. The reddish-black mist flowed down like gas and yet, the magic remained within a boundary, all over his minions. African, how rare, I have never seen this magic in Britain. His eyes shone with interest. Voldemort continued to look in interest, and curiosity flashed his eyes as the memory continued. He couldn't stop but look at the magic, but even he failed to get any useful clue. He only could confirm that there was someone there, and the caster had used magic that wasn't British. Barty Jr.'s memory ended when James Potter and Sirius Black blasted the ice doom into smithereens, but the person who cast orange shields had already apparat out of the campsite. Voldemort released Barty from the legilimency, and the servant collapsed on the ground, curling up and shivering. I shall take care of this when I get my body back, thought Voldemort. For now, I need to announce. Give me your arm, Bartemius, the left arm, said Voldemort, ignoring the terrible state Barty was in. Barty stood up. His head buzzed and he had shivers. He groggily and painfully raised his left arm. The shirt sleeve was violently ripped, leaving the faded Death Eater mark in all its glory. A thin, bony hand with an ashbone wand appeared from the shadows of the bed. The Dark Lord tapped his wand against the mark and it grew deeper in color. The faded ink slowly regained some of its deep black glory. Some wizards and witches around their houses, pubs, shops, clutched their arms as they had a short, yet intense, burst of burning pain on their arms. All of them curled up their sleeves to see the dormant mark which had faded 13 years ago had regained a shade of black. Every marked servant shivered. Some out of fear, others out of joy, while many felt both. Down in the Crouch home, Peter Pettigrew had put down his fork and knife, while he, too, looked at the darkening mark. So it begins. A solemn and bleak fortress stood on an island in the middle of the North Sea surrounded by turbulent water. A place where the scums of society were sent as punishment and spent time with the vilest creatures known to man. A place where hope and joy were lost, and all that remained was misery and grim, making it hell on earth. But on this day, with heavy rain pouring down the fortress and seas raging in the distance, the loud laughter of a woman rang out, filling the void and breaking the silence. It was a burst of maniacal laughter that somehow suited the fortress. If there was a type of laughter that existed in the place, then this was to be it. But her laughter wasn't shallow, for there was pure joy, unprecedented delight, and unadulterated elation. Emotions that weren't supposed to exist in the fortress known as Azkaban, but yet there they were. A message had been sent. The Dark Lord had returned. Like a twisted hose spewing out its first spurt of liquid, a multicolored shapeless mass seemed to appear in the air. The twisted mass divided itself into two parts within a split second, before two figures stood on a tiled floor. How was it? Asked the taller of the two. A smile graced the boy's mouth as his eyes flashed, wanting praise. The shorter yet older of the two first brushed her clothes smooth before replying to his question. I have certainly been part of worse side apparitions. The not-so-obvious praise widened the smile on the boy's face. He knew that this was her way of saying he had done well. Are you sure this was fine? Asked the strict Ms. Rosie as she looked around the King's Cross Station's apparition point. Risking being the one to apparate us here, you aren't supposed to know apparition yet. It's okay. People aren't that attentive. Besides, the delay between the one who apparates and its passenger is almost null. My apparition pop has become quieter and doesn't attract that much attention, said Quinn, not worried about the situation. If you say so. The two walked forward towards the platform 9. The Hogwarts Express, a gleaming scarlet steam engine, was already there, clouds of steam billowing from it. Many Hogwarts students and parents on the platform appeared as if they were dark ghosts. Quinn moved his eyes through the hustle and bustle, looking at the new and familiar faces, trying to spot a friend. Ms. Rosie, being a poster lady of manners, was properly walking alongside Quinn, but on the inside she was delighted that Quinn had asked her to see him off this year. Are you sure you don't want to reserve a compartment? She asked. You can come back out after making sure you have a seat reserved. Ms. Rosie hadn't seen the Hogwarts Express since her own Hogwarts days, as, after getting her job, she hadn't had the need to accompany someone to the Express. Neither Adam nor Leah had gone to Hogwarts. Her eyes were stuck to the bright red train, remembering her youth. Quinn shook his head and took out a blue and bronze badge. I'm a prefect. There is a compartment reserved for us in the front of the train, so even if I don't find a compartment, I will have a seat for the journey. Of course, you already know that. Ms. Rosie nodded with a small smile. During her time, she had been a prefect for the Hufflepuff house in her 5th and 6th year and head girl in her 7th. She knew the privileges that the school provided to prefects and the head pair. Your grandfather, Elliot, me, and now you. Everyone in the family has been a prefect now, spoke Ms. Rosie. Even Leah and your father held important positions in Beauxbatons. Quinn already knew that because he had seen George, Elliot, and Ms. Rosie's files in the room of rewards that held the black binders and the entrance to the Sin Vault. While he hadn't been there since his 2nd year, Quinn, while searching for clues, had taken a detour to glance at his family's files and all of them had splendid marks and recommendations. Being the owner of the AID is better than being a prefect, said Quinn, turning the shiny badge to the other side so that it could reflect light. However, I guess it comes with its own advantages. I don't have curfew restrictions anymore. I can roam around all night if I want. While Quinn didn't like the house point system, he appreciated the prefect and head boy/girl system because it rewarded selected students with power and perks in return for the added responsibility. The students who got the student authority positions were the favorites of teachers, and Quinn was all for it. He liked this system because the student who would get the position would necessarily have a good rapport with the teacher, and that was a valuable skill known as networking. One could be excellent at their craft, but if they didn't have the communication skills, that technical skill would only get them so far. He didn't think that the prefect and head boy/girl positions were worthless. Sure, later in their lives, these positions might not matter, but students weren't thinking 10 or 20 years in the future. They lived in the present and wanted to be rewarded immediately. Authority positions were perfect for that. Yes, you can, but please make sure to get enough sleep, said the ever-worrying Ms. Rosie. I love sleeping, Ms. Rosie, smiled Quinn. Except when I'm doing magic, it's the best part of the day. Ms. Rosie studied Quinn for a moment before bringing up the main thing George had asked her to say to Quinn. Young master, the tournament. Please don't try to compete in it. None of us want you competing in something that was banned for a reason. The tournament is only for those of age, Ms. Rosie. I'm not of age, said Quinn, although that information had been known in the West Manor for a while. We know that, but we also know that nothing is sure with you. Leah was considering not letting you go to school this year because she thought you would figure out a way to bypass whatever measures they put in place. I'm not going to participate in the tournament. Eternal glory and 1,000 galleons. That's what the Triwizard tournament promises. Quinn put a palm on his chest. But I'm a West, eternal glory is my birthright. As for the 1,000 galleons, I earn more than that every day in royalties. There is no need for me to join the tournament, although, fighting a dragon might be fun. That's what we are afraid of, she sighed. We worry that you will try to join the tournament so that you can fight a dragon. Please don't do that. Quinn chuckled, and internally he thought, well, I guess I don't have to fight a dragon. I have a Kraken sparring partner if I ever feel the need. I promise, Ms. Rosie. I won't participate in the tournament. It wouldn't be fair for the others otherwise, smirked Quinn. Anyway, as I said, I have no desire to join the tournament as a participant, it's not worth it. Promise me that you won't try to see how the Goblet of Fire works. The caretaker who had been looking over Quinn for a decade sharply demanded. Ahem. I mean, sure, I won't. I won't go anywhere near the chalice. You aren't doing a good job in persuading me, young master, sighed Ms. Rosie. She gave the slightly flustered Quinn a pointed look. Anyway, I will repeat this for my own sake. Do not go anywhere near the Goblet of Fire. It's a dangerous magical artifact, and we don't want you taking any chances. I understand, he nodded. Ms. Rosie looked around the platform and saw the crowd getting larger. It's time. You should board the train. She placed a hand on Quinn's shoulder and gave him one good final look. Remember to take care of yourself, write to us regularly and tell us whenever you have any problems. I will, he said. Then, he hugged Ms. Rosie and boarded the train with his suitcase. The corridor of the Hogwarts Express was populated with Hogwarts students. Some looked for space to sit while others were catching up with their friends after the long break. Everyone was in haste to get settled before the train took off. In short, there was plenty of activity inside the train, even inside the compartments, as there were students whose parents were still around were saying goodbyes to each other. Within that liveliness, Quinn was dressed in a black half-sleeved, buttoned-up collared shirt tucked under light brown trousers. He also wore dark brown derby shoes, which attracted eyes as he shuffled along the corridor. For a moment, everyone would stop what they were doing, and their heads would turn as Quinn passed by. Quinn arrived at the front and opened the door to a compartment. At first sight, he saw that it was double the size of the standard one. Inside he saw 7 people already seated, but they weren't talking to each other. Good morning, people, greeting Quinn his fellow 5th-year prefects, eyeing the prefect badges that everybody except him were wearing over their non-uniform clothes. Some girls blushed a little when they saw Quinn smiling, while the boys sat up straight. He closed the doors behind him and, as the doors closed, Quinn was heard speaking to the other prefects. Before the older prefects come, let's make some things clear. What he said would remain a secret between Quinn and the 5th-year prefects. Scene break. Quinn smoothed out his Hogwarts uniform with magic and checked the lapel badge over his chest. He watched the Hogwarts Express slow down at last and finally stop in the pitch darkness of Hogsmeade Station. As the train doors opened, there was a rumble of thunder overhead. The rain was now coming down so thick and fast that it was as though buckets of ice-cold water were being emptied repeatedly over everyone's heads. But Quinn seemed to be impervious to the downpour as raindrops seemed to bend away above Quinn as if avoiding him. Yeah, it's good to be back, grinned Quinn at the weather. Always, without exception, the Hogsmeade Station was wet because of the rain. He looked around calmly, as other students hurried towards the 100 horseless carriages that were standing, waiting for them outside the station. Among the crowd, Quinn noticed a group of 3. Of the 3, the only girl was waving her hand towards him. Quinn's happy smile dropped immediately as he all but shouted as the trio came near him. Oh, for Merlin's sake? This makes it the 5th year. How in magic do I keep missing you guys? In front of him stood his 2 best friends, Eddie Carmichael, Marcus Belby, and his much-loved junior/secretary/friend Luna Lovegood. In all 5 years of boarding the Hogwarts Express, not even once had Quinn seen Eddie and Marcus on the train. Maybe it's the Nargles. Luna gave her 2 cents on the matter. Couldn't care less, yawned Eddie. He had just woken up 5 minutes ago. It's good to see you, mate, smiled Marcus, delighted to see his best friend. It could be Luna, the Nargles are surely powerful. I love you too, Eddie. Ah, yes, Marcus, I missed you the most, replied Quinn to his friends. Do that to us too, said Eddie pointing towards the top of Quinn's head at the diverging rain. Quinn took out his fake wand, and the rain parted above his friend's head. As long as it was water, Quinn could do all kinds of stuff with it. As expected, you became the prefect, noted Marcus, pointing at the lapel badge. Not surprising, to be honest. There's no one better for the role. Eddie put his hands on Quinn's robes and fiddled with the blue and bronze badge. I guess we won't have to worry about detentions. As long as you don't do anything extremely foolish, you will enjoy the privileges of a prefect pal. Scene break. Oh, I wouldn't fancy crossing the lake in this weather, grimaced Marcus, shivering as they inched slowly along the dark platform with the rest of the crowd. 100 horseless carriages were standing, waiting for them outside the station. Quinn, Luna, Eddie, and Marcus climbed gratefully into one of them, the door shut with a snap, and a few moments later, with a great lurch, the long procession of carriages was rumbling and splashing its way up the track toward Hogwarts Castle. Did you read about the World Cup? Asked Marcus in the carriage. I was there when those people got there, joined Eddie. My father got us out of there quick. Quinn subtly glanced at Eddie. On the fateful day, Quinn had gotten to the campsite before the game started, and while he waited for the Death Eaters, Quinn, while scouting the grounds, had seen the Carmichael tent. It wasn't near where Quinn had dragged the Death Eaters to disable them, but it hadn't been far enough. If perchance a Death Eater tried to go that way, Quinn would be extra brutal. Two had tried, and Quinn had sliced both of their legs cleanly. It's great that you got out early, nodded Quinn. The scene he had caused hadn't been pretty. The noise had been enough to make some people's stomachs turn. The incident had had a lot of media coverage. Afterwards, it had been dubbed as the World Cup carnage because of the 15 people taken to St. Mungo's. The medi-healers had been so shocked that, after stabilizing all the patients, the entire staff had had a meeting to figure out how to undo whatever curse was cast on the 15. Someone from the hospital staff had ratted on the details of the treatment and conditions. The details had been on the front page the next day, and all Britain came to know about the events. After that article, from the second day onwards, Rita Skeeter took over and she wrote all the cover stories for the Daily Prophet. She picked up on the similarities between the Hogsmeade attack and came up with a trending article that attracted a lot of eyes and ignited a lot of conversations. Vigilante or villain, the true identity. The catchy headline boosted the sales of Daily Prophet and every other newspaper and magazine that covered the World Cup carnage. It had been a boon for Quinn because he could keep track of the situation and the 15 test subjects without moving too much. Rita Skeeter's investigation did all the work for him, and because the story was scoop-worthy, Skeeter for once didn't manipulate the facts, as the facts were juicy enough on their own. Quinn had been happy to see that all 15 test subjects showed favorable reactions. The reactions had been adverse to the victims, but they had been the best reactions Quinn could have hoped for. His sole visit to St. Mungo's while legilimenting the lead medi-healer had disclosed that everything from the shoulder below had been paralyzed because of the intense nerve damage. None of the 15 couldn't so much as twitch their fingers, much less, raise their hands or grip something. Through the gates, flanked with statues of winged boars, the carriages trundled up the sweeping drive while swaying dangerously in what was fast becoming a gale. Leaning against the window, Quinn could see Hogwarts coming nearer, its many lighted windows blurred and shimmering behind the thick curtain of rain. Lightning flashed across the sky as their carriage came to a halt before the great oak front doors. People who had occupied the carriages in front were already hurrying up the stone steps into the castle. Quinn, Luna, Eddie, and Marcus jumped down from their carriage and dashed up the steps, too, looking up only when they were safely inside the cavernous, torchlit entrance hall with its magnificent marble staircase. Blimey, said Marcus, looking at the dripping people, all soaking except them. The lake's going to be in need of what? Whoa. A big, blobby, red, water-filled balloon dropped from the ceiling onto Marcus's head and nearly exploded on impact, but it suddenly stopped in the air. Sputtering at almost being hit, Marcus staggered sideways into Eddie, just as a second water bomb dropped, narrowly missing Luna and almost bursting at Quinn's feet, but didn't, as it suddenly flew away and splashed away from the group, sending a wave of cold water over someone other's shoes and into the socks. People all around shrieked and started pushing others in their efforts to get out of the line of fire. Quinn looked up and saw, floating 20 feet above them, Peeves the poltergeist, a little man in a bell-covered hat and orange bow tie, his broad, malicious face contorted with concentration as he retook aim. The first balloon, which had stopped in midair because Quinn was controlling it before it hit Marcus, suddenly turned back and shot towards the Peeves, drowning the poltergeist in water. The vindictive poltergeist screamed at being hit from his own water balloon. Peeves, yelled an angry voice. Peeves, come down here at once. Professor McGonagall, deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House, had come dashing out of the Great Hall but then slid on the wet flat, so she grabbed Quinn around to stop herself from falling. Quinn took the Scottish witch into his arms and effortlessly stabilized her. Ouch, excuse me, Mr. West. That's all right, Professor. Quinn grinned. She pulled McGonagall up as if she didn't weigh anything. McGonagall then proceeded to screech hell on Peeves. Quinn gestured to his friends to move along. Thank you for stopping the balloon, said Marcus. Quinn put his left arm over Marcus's shoulder. Don't mention it. He smirked. He raised his fake wand with his right hand and moved the water on the floor away from their path so that they wouldn't slip and slide. The Great Hall was splendidly decorated as usual. Golden plates and goblets gleamed by the light of the hundreds and hundreds of candles that hovered over the tables in midair. The 4 large house tables were packed with chattering students and, at the top of the hall, the staff sat along, facing their pupils. It was much warmer there. The group walked past the Slytherins, Gryffindors, and Hufflepuffs and sat down with the rest of the Ravenclaws in the middle of the hall, next to the Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw, the Ravenclaw ghost. Translucent as always, the Grey Lady was dressed tonight in her usual bluish-grey dress, which held an aristocratic elegance in it despite being of simple design. Good evening, she said, staring at the current challenger of the vaults. Good evening to you too, my lady, greeted Quinn to the ghost who led Voldemort to Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. The conversation stopped as the Grey Lady went silent and Quinn went back to his friends. One of them didn't want to talk, while the other already knew the secret of the first. Where's the new defense against the dark arts teacher, said Eddie, who was also looking up at the teachers. They had never had a defense against the dark arts teacher who had lasted more than 3 terms. Their favorite, Professor Lupin, had resigned last year. After looking up and down the staff table, they didn't see anyone. Don't worry about it, whoever it is will be here, said Quinn, looking bored, but inside, He was waiting for them to arrive so he could whip out recon to confirm what he suspected. In the very center of the high table sat Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster, while his sweeping silver hair and beard shining in the candlelight. His magnificent deep green robes were embroidered with many stars and moons. The tips of Dumbledore's long, thin fingers were together, and he was resting his chin upon them, staring up at the ceiling through his half-moon spectacles as though lost in thought. Quinn glanced up at the top too. It had been enchanted to look like the sky outside, and he had never seen it look this stormy. Black and purple clouds were swirling across it, and as another thunderclap sounded out, a fork of lightning flashed across it. "Ah, come on," Marcus moaned, opposite to the other three, "I could eat a hippogriff." Just after he finished saying that, the doors of the Great Hall opened. Everyone became silent. Professor McGonagall started leading a long line of first years up to the front of the high table. If the rest of the school were wet, it was nothing like these first years looked. They appeared to have swum across the lake rather than sailed. All of them were cold, shivering and nervous as they faced the staff table, halting in a line. Professor McGonagall now placed a four-legged stool on the ground before the first years and, on top of it, an ancient, dirty, patched wizard's hat. And thus started the long yet festive tradition of house sorting. And finally, with Whitby, Kevin, Hufflepuff, the sorting ended. Professor McGonagall picked up the hat and the stool and carried them away. "About time," said Marcus, seizing his knife and fork and looking expectantly at his golden plate. Dumbledore got to his feet. He was smiling around at the students, his arms opened wide in welcome. "I have only 2 words to say to you," he told them, his deep voice echoing around the hall. "Tuck in." "Here, here," said Marcus loudly as the empty dishes filled magically before their eyes. The rain was still drumming heavily against the high, dark glass. Another clap of thunder shook the windows, and the stormy ceiling flashed, illuminating the golden plates. The remains of the first course vanished and were replaced, instantly, with puddings. After the puddings too had been finished, and the last crumbs had faded off the plates, leaving them sparkling clean, Albus Dumbledore got to his feet again. The buzz of chatter filling the hall ceased almost at once so that only the howling wind and pounding rain could be heard. "Now that we've sated our hunger and quenched our thirst," said Dumbledore, smiling, "I must once again beg your attention. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind you that the list of objects forbidden this year includes screaming yo-yos, fanged frisbees, and ever-bashing boomerangs. The full list comprises over 437 items, I believe, and can be seen in Mr. Filch's office should you like to check." Quinn nodded in satisfaction, as none of AID products were on the forbidden list. The corners of Dumbledore's mouth twitched. He continued, "As always, I would like to insist that the Forbidden Forest is out of bounds to all students. It is my duty to inform you that the Interhouse Quidditch Cup will not take place this year." There were many murmurs throughout the Great Hall and a few loud whats from the Gryffindor table, but the loudest voice in the entirety of Hogwarts came from the Ravenclaw. What did you just say?" Eddie Carmichael stood from his seat and fixed his eyes on Dumbledore. He seemed as if he had killed his entire family. Every head except Luna's, busy eating an extra pudding, and Quinn with his eyes behind his hands turned to him. Quinn's other hand went to Eddie's shoulder and pulled him down. "Stop, don't pull me down." "Why the hell would he say that? Who does he think he dash?" The voice cut off as Quinn silenced him with a silencing spell. Dumbledore went on, "This is due to an event that will start in October and will continue throughout the school year. As such, it will take up much of the teacher's time and energy. However, I am most sure we will enjoy it immensely. I have the great pleasure to announce that this year..." But at that moment, there was a deafening rumble of thunder, and the doors of the Great Hall banged open. A man stood in the doorway, leaning upon a long staff, shrouded in a black traveling cloak. Every head in the Great Hall swiveled towards the stranger who, suddenly, became brightly illuminated by the lightning that flashed across the ceiling. He lowered his hood, shook out a long mane of grizzled, dark gray hair, and began to walk up toward the teacher's table. A dull clunk echoed through the hall on every other step. He reached the end of the top table, turned right, and limped heavily towards Dumbledore. Another flash of lightning crossed the ceiling. Luna gasped. The lightning had thrown the man's face into a sharp relief, and it was a face unlike any student had ever seen. He looked as though he had been carved out of weathered wood by someone who had only the vaguest idea of what human faces are supposed to look like. Every inch of his skin seemed to be scarred. The mouth looked like a diagonal gash, and a large chunk of the nose was missing. But it was the man's eyes that made him truly terrifying. One of his eyes was small and dark. The other was large, round as a coin, and a vivid, electric blue. The blue eye moved ceaselessly, without blinking, rolling up, down, and from side to side, quite independently from the normal eye. Then it rolled right over, pointing at his back. The stranger reached Dumbledore. He stretched out a hand that was badly scarred, just as his face, and Dumbledore shook it, muttering to him some words Quinn couldn't hear. He studied the stranger with an observant eye. The man sat down, shook his mane of dark gray hair out of his face, pulled a plate of sausages toward him, raised it to what was left of his nose, and sniffed it. He then took a small knife out of his pocket, speared a sausage on the end of it, and began to eat. His normal eye was fixed upon the lynx, but the blue eye was still darted restlessly around in its socket, taking in the hall and the students. "May I introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher," said Dumbledore brightly into the silence. "Professor Moody." It was usual for new staff members to be greeted with applause. Still, none of the staff or students clapped except Dumbledore, Quinn, Eddie, and Hagrid, who both put their hands together and applauded. Eddie clapped to release the frustration he was feeling, but the sound echoed dismally into the silence, and they stopped pretty quickly. Everyone else seemed too transfixed by Moody's bizarre appearance to do more than stare at him. Moody seemed totally indifferent to his less than warm welcome. Ignoring the jug of pumpkin juice in front of him, he reached again to his traveling cloak, pulled out a hip flask, and took a long draught from it. As he lifted his arm to drink, his cloak pulled a few inches from the ground, and some saw, below the table, several inches of a carved wooden leg, ending in a clawed foot. Polyjuice or not, thought Quinn, and his hand went near the inner lining of his robe. In the end, he exercised patience and decided to wait. Dumbledore cleared his throat. As I was saying, he said, smiling at the sea of students before him, all of whom were still gazing transfixed at Mad-Eye Moody. We have the honor of hosting a fascinating event over the coming months, an event that has not been held for over 3 centuries. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament shall be taking place at Hogwarts this year. You're joking, said Fred Weasley loudly from the Gryffindor table. Both twins were grinning widely. The tension that had filled the hall ever since Moody's arrival suddenly broke. Nearly everyone laughed, and Dumbledore chuckled appreciatively. I am not joking, Mr. Weasley, he said, though now that you mention it, I did hear an excellent one over the summer about a troll, a hag, and a leprechaun who all go into a bar. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat loudly. But maybe this is not the time. No, said Dumbledore. Where was I? Yes, the Triwizard Tournament. Well, I'm sure some won't know what this tournament is. As such, I hope those who do know forgive me for giving an explanation. The Triwizard Tournament was first established about 700 years ago as a friendly competition between the 3 largest European schools of wizardry, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. A champion was selected to represent each school, and the 3 champions competed in 3 magical tasks. The schools would host the tournament once every 5 years. It had been agreed to be a most excellent way of establishing ties between young witches and wizards of different nationalities. Until, that is, the death toll became so high that the tournament was discontinued. Death toll, Marcus whispered, looking alarmed. But his anxiety was not shared by the majority of students in the hall. Many of them whispered excitedly to one another, more interested in hearing about the tournament than in worrying about the deaths that had happened hundreds of years ago. There have been several attempts over the centuries to reinstate the tournament, Dumbledore continued, none of which have been very successful. However, our own departments of international magical cooperation and magical games and sports have decided that time is ripe for another attempt. We have worked hard over the summer to ensure that no champion would find themselves in mortal danger this time. The heads of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving with their shortlisted contenders in October, and the selection of the 3 champions will take place on October 31st. An impartial judge will decide which students are most worthy of competing. The prize is 1,000 galleons. Avkayet? I'm going to compete. Eddie hissed, released from his silence. If there was no Quidditch, then he was going to use this to get a girlfriend. He didn't seem to be the only person who seemed to be visualizing himself as the Hogwarts champion. At every house table, Quinn could see people either gazing raptly at Dumbledore or whispering fervently to their neighbors. Dumbledore spoke again, and the hall quieted once more. As eager as I know you are, he said, the heads of the participating schools, along with the Ministry of Magic, have agreed to impose an age restriction on the contenders. Only students of age, that is to say, 17 years or older, shall be allowed to put forward their names for consideration. Yeah, right, scoffed Quinn internally. Dumbledore raised his voice slightly, for several people had made noises of outrage. Eddie looked absolutely furious. This is a measure we feel is necessary, given that the tournament tasks will still be difficult and dangerous. All the precautions we take wouldn't be enough, as it is improbable that students below the 6th and 7th year would be able to successfully complete each task. I will personally ensure that no underage student hoodwinks our impartial judge into making them the Hogwarts champion. His light blue eyes twinkled as they flickered over Eddie's mutinous face. I, therefore, beg you not to waste your time submitting yourself if you are under 17. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive in October and will stay with us for the more significant part of this year. I know that you will extend our courtesy to our foreign guests while they are with us and will give your wholehearted support to the Hogwarts champion when they are selected. In any case, it is late, and I know how important it is to be rested to follow class as well as possible. Good night, chop chop. Dumbledore sat down again and turned to talk to Mad-Eye Moody. There was a great scraping and banging as all the students got to their feet and swarmed toward the double doors into the entrance hall. Asterisk and caret hashtag $% asterisk and hashtag email protected $% $09 hashtag. A string of profanities escaped Eddie's mouth. The Irish descendant seemed to have picked a lot of new and innovative terminology in the summer break. Don't worry. I have something planned, spoke Quinn, nudging Eddie with his shoulder. I may be able to pull something out of my hat that will please you. The hurling of continuous abuses stopped as Eddie looked over towards Quinn. What? Not right now, I will tell you after I know, said Quinn. He then put his arm around Eddie. Don't try to get into the tournament. Don't even think about it. If you even go near it, I'll break your legs. Eddie felt constricted with the arm around him tightening. It? Asked Eddie, struggling to escape, but Quinn's grip was too firm. My fault, forget about it. if I see or hear you trying to get into the tournament. The sentence didn't need to be complete as Eddie got the message loud and clear. He didn't know why Quinn was so strict about this, but looking at his expression, Eddie wasn't going to argue. Quinn, aren't you going to guide the first years to the common room, said Marcus from the side. Oh, crap. Quinn released Eddie from his grip and turned back to see his female counterpart struggling with the first ties. I'll see you guys in the dorms. Need to guide these little ones to the best beds of Hogwarts, first. Go get em, said Luna with a yawn, her eyes drooping. Quinn ran towards the Ravenclaw table. They had been out of the Great Hall after Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. Sorry about that. He apologized to his prefect companion and then turned to the first years. I am Quinn West, 5th year, prefect. If you have any questions regarding anything, don't hesitate to ask me. He paused and gave a smile to every first-year student and said, if you check your pocket, you will find something special. The first eyes looked at each other as their hands went to their pockets, but instead of empty pockets, they were surprised when their hands felt something. All of them hurriedly took out the mysterious object to find a black card in their hands. You hold the most powerful thing in Hogwarts other than your magic, grinned Quinn as his words got their full attention. Time for advertising, he thought, before opening his mouth to introduce them to his AID network system. Scene break. After the day ended, Quinn sat on his poster bed inside his dorm room with the curtains drawn for privacy. He could hear the soft snores from his roommates. The midnight moon shone outside. A sizable rectangle of fabric laid on the fluffy bed. With a touch along with a whisper, the magic inside came to life. Multicolored inks came from within it and colored the fabric in its pre-decided design. Welcome to Recon. The text and the graphics on the fabric thrummed, spiked with activity as the welcome text in blue disappeared. A detailed floor schematic appeared on the cloth with colorful dots dotting on the map with name tags beside every dot. 3 blue dots. Quinn West, Eddie Carmichael, and Marcus Belby sat in the room, unmoving. Quinn looked to the right and saw Luna Lovegood in blue inside the girls' dorms. 2 green dots pranced around the common room below. Alastor Moody. The second the words escaped his mouth, the recon schematic moved. The map moved and switched to the 4th floor, near the faculty apartments. A red dot of an outsider with red text showed Alastor Moody in the corner of the room. I guess that because he still hasn't taught a class, he is still considered an outsider, noted Quinn. Recon showed outsiders in red while the teachers in purple. Quinn didn't have to say the other name because another dot walked into the room and moved closer to Alastor Moody. Bartemius Crouch Jr., said Quinn, and he watched as the 2 reds almost coincided. What should I do with you? The mind of the boy wonder began spinning as some thoughts and plans began to build themselves for the future. The storm had faded the following morning, though the ceiling in the Great Hall was still gloomy. Heavy clouds swirled over their heads as Eddie, Marcus, and Luna examined their new schedules at breakfast. Quinn, unlike them, was reading a book from his personal library. Ugh, I should have taken divination. This is getting ridiculous, said Eddie grimacing about his new weekly schedule. Maybe I could drop care this year. I don't want my O.W.ls scores to suffer. It's our O.W.ls year. It doesn't matter how many subjects you have. What matters is the subjects you prepare for, said Quinn. His hand held a goblet of chocolate-flavored milk. He continued to say with his eyes still roaming the pages, the O.W.ls will allow you to take N.E.W.T level subjects. If you think you can't handle all the subjects, then focus on the subjects you want to attend next year and drop the rest. The O.W.L scores don't matter after that, but the N.E.W.Ts will matter when you look for a job, so make sure to keep rethinking the decision about what you want to study. Consult with Professor Flitwick or me if you have any kind of doubts. Quinn was going to take the O.W.ls for all subjects this year just for the flex, but others weren't in his situation. They needed to think about their decisions. With the Triwizard Tournament upon them, many students would get swept in the excitement and lost focus. Quinn was going to make sure his friends wouldn't be those people. Today's not bad, at least we are inside, said Marcus, looking at the gloomy ceiling. Charms with the Hufflepuffs and with the Gryffindors we have. Defense against dark arts. He gulped. He was thinking about their new teacher. I think Mad Eye is wicked, said Eddie, his face showing that he was somehow impressed by Moody's ghastly appearance. I mean, that eye, the way it rotates in its socket is just, oh ho ho. If you ever lose your eye to a dark curse, I'll make a special one just for you, chuckled Quinn. He took a sip from the goblet. He then took a piece of fruit that Luna was holding in front of him. I think that it's wicked, never said anything about getting one for myself, shivered Eddie. There was a sudden rustling noise above them, and 100 owls came soaring through the open windows carrying the morning mail. Instinctively, Quinn looked up. The owls circled the tables, looking for the people to whom their letters and packages were addressed. His magi fax, for the most part, had been able to dominate the communication market, but owls were still employed for package delivery. Plus, owls weren't out of the letter business. His own grandfather still used owls to deliver enveloped letters for certain correspondences. A large tawny owl soared down to Luna and deposited a parcel into her lap. Looking at Luna opening her parcel, Quinn asked, "Are these this week's Quibbler?" Nodded Luna in confirmation as her dainty fingers ripped the wrapping. There were a dozen copies of the magazine, one each for Luna and Quinn while others for Luna to sell to the students. Daddy published the article you submitted in this issue. Really? That's great, said Quinn, taking his copy from Luna and flipped through. The magazine in his hand rotated at unusual angles because of the unconventional page orientations. Ah, here it is, smiled Quinn, 10 places to see when visiting Wizarding Denmark. Daddy liked the places you recommended and instantly decided to add it to this week's issue, said Luna, her patent dreamy smile gracing her lips. She had been the one who had asked Quinn to write an article for Quibbler. He says that if you have other things to write, you can send them in, and he will read them over. I will see what I can put together, said Quinn. He was reading his published article. He then discreetly glanced at Luna and smiled when he thought about the birthday surprise he had for her. Her birthday was in February, when Silver Moon Printing Magitech would open its doors and introduce Quinn's developing potion, inks, and printers to the world. The Quibbler will be the first magazine to gain color, smiled Quinn, thinking about how giddy Luna would be to see her family magazine in color. His happy mood lasted all the way across the corridors of Hogwarts until they arrived at a classroom on the 2nd floor, after attending the charms class. Then, he was put off by Barty Crouch Jr. posing as Alastor Moody. He entered the room which looked strange and frightening. Quinn could just see his clawed, wooden foot protruding from underneath his robes. Polyjuice sure is a handy potion, thought Quinn. He wondered how he would replicate Moody's unusual appearance with illusion magic. To make his disguise believable, he would have to add all the tiny details, like Moody's distinctive clunking footsteps. Something Barty Jr. didn't have to worry about, as he simply had to strap the wooden leg to his modified limb and be done with it. "MHM," growled Moody, stumping over to his desk and sitting down. "All books, you really like books, eh? But let me tell you, they will be useless in my class. Put them away, you won't be needing them." Quinn's eyes twitched when he heard books are useless. If he had been cautious of Barty Jr., now he straight up didn't like him. How dare he say books were useless? The students returned the books to their bags. The Gryffindors seemed excited. Moody took out a list, shook his long mane of grizzled gray hair out of his twisted and scarred face, and began to call out names, while his normal eye moved steadily down the list. In contrast, his magical eye swiveled around, fixing upon each student as they answered. "Right then," he said, when the last person had declared themselves present, "I've received a letter from Professor Lupin about this class. Seems you've had a pretty thorough grounding in tackling dark creatures." There was a general murmur of assent. "But you're behind, far behind on how to deal with curses," said Moody. "I'll have 1 year to teach you how to battle other wizards. Especially, dark." "You'll only teach for 1 year?" asked Eddie. Moody's magical eye spun around to stare at Eddie. Eddie looked highly delighted that the magical eye was focusing on him. After a moment, Moody smiled the first time anyone had seen him do so. His heavily scarred face looked more twisted and contorted than ever. "I'm retired, lad," said Moody. "Yeah, I'm staying for just 1 year. Special favor to Dumbledore. 1 year, and then I'll be back to my quiet home." He gave a harsh laugh and then clapped his gnarled hands together. "So, let's get into it. Curses. They have forms and uses. Now, according to the Ministry of Magic, I'm supposed to teach you counter curses and leave it at that. I'm not supposed to show you what illegal dark curses look like until you're in 6th year. You're supposedly not mature enough to deal with them till then. But Professor Dumbledore's got a higher opinion of your nerves, and he reckons you can cope." Really? It surprised Quinn that Dumbledore would give his approval to this. On a second thought, Hogwarts was Dumbledore's school, so it made sense that Moody would take permission from Dumbledore. "And I say, the sooner you know what you're up against, the better. How are you supposed to defend yourself against something you've never seen? A wizard who's about to put an illegal curse on you isn't going to tell you what he's about to do. He's not going to be friendly and polite about it. You need to be prepared. You need to be constantly alert and watchful." Quinn internally debated that. He could be friendly and polite and still curse someone with some colorful spells. Get into their personal space without making them suspicious and strike when they weren't expecting it. Ambush 101. "Mr. Belby, put that away when I'm talking," said Moody. Marcus jumped in his seat and blushed in fluster. He had been reading the book under his desk. "X-ray, huh," noted Quinn. "Your uncle did a great deed to wizard kind, so I'm going to let that go." "Make sure it doesn't happen again," said Moody, and Marcus shyly nodded, embarrassed. "So, do any of you know which curses are most heavily punished by wizarding law?" Every Ravenclaw raised their hand, and even several Gryffindors' hands rose tentatively into the air. Moody pointed at Katie Bell, but his magical eye was still fixed on Marcus. "The unforgivable curses, sir," answered Katie. "How many are there, Ms. Bell?" 3, sir." "Correct." "Mr. Carmichael, can you name the curses?" asked Moody. Eddie got up and answered, "The Imperious Curse, Cruciatus Curse, and the Killing Curse." He gulped nervously at the end. "Yes, be scared, lad. The 3 unforgivables aren't nothing to sneeze at." Moody's regular eye and magical eye moved in all directions to look at the entire class, who became uncomfortable under his gaze. "All of you should feel fear at those names. Fear will keep you sharp. Constant vigilance," he barked, and almost everybody jumped. "That's what you need to do to be safe." Moody then opened his desk drawer, and took out a glass jar. 3 large black spiders were scuttling around inside it. He reached into the jar, caught one of the spiders, and held it in the palm of his hand so that they could all see it. He then pointed his wand at it and muttered, "Imperio." The spider leaped from Moody's hand on a fine thread of silk and began to swing backward and forward as though on a trapeze. It stretched out its legs rigidly, then did a backflip, breaking the thread and landing on the desk, where it began to cartwheel in circles. Moody jerked his wand, and the spider rose onto two of its hind legs and went into what was unmistakably a tap dance. Everyone laughed except a few, like Moody, Quinn, and Marcus. Think it's funny, do you? Moody growled. Total control. I could make it jump out of the window, drown itself, throw itself down one of your throats. You'd like it then, if I did it to you. The laughter died away almost instantly. You are in your OWL year. Already big boys and girls, old enough to be responsible. Any volunteers who would come here and show the class what it feels like to be cursed with the Imperious, said Moody, and with his magical eye constantly turning, he loudly asked. The Imperious curse can be fought, and I'll be teaching you how, but it takes real strength of character, and not everyone can do it. The entire class looked uncomfortable, no one wanted to get an unforgivable cast on them. Moody turned towards where Gryffindors sat but suddenly stopped as his magical eye rolled over into the back of his head. Mr. West, do you have a question to ask? He said, turning towards the Ravenclaw to see Quinn raising his hand. No, Professor. I would like to volunteer, for the Imperious curse, that is, answered Quinn. Every person, including Moody, opened their eyes so much that it seemed they would almost pop out. They couldn't comprehend or believe what they were seeing and hearing. Him raising his hand and confirming his decision to volunteer was mind-boggling to them. Quinn, whispered Marcus harshly, something not usually seen from the gentle Ravenclaw. What are you doing? Put that hand down, have you gone mad? Marcus's words went ignored as Quinn and Moody stared at each other. All right, lad, come on then, nodded Moody and looked at the rest of the class. You don't know, but you're lucky that you are fortunate to have a classmate like this. You'll be able to witness one of the unforgivable curses in a classroom without any danger. Quinn stood up, patted an anxious Marcus's shoulder, and stepped outside to the front with several pairs of eyes following his every move. The disguised Death Eater and the volunteering student stood facing each other. One had a scarred and weathered face and the other was young and handsome. Are you sure, lad? Asked Moody. You might regret it. As you said, Professor. It's a golden opportunity for me to see how the Imperious works. Better experience it now rather than at an unfortunate time. No one in Quinn's life would willingly cast an Imperious curse on him. His family would shut it down before he could say the of the unforgivables. Quinn was sure that he would be harshly reprimanded on even bringing the topic up. The only person who would remotely be willing to cast an unforgivable on him would be his teacher, Alan D. Baddeley. If Quinn asked Alan to cast Imperious, not sure about Cruciatus curse, on him, the old man would do it without hesitation and quite happily. But Alan wasn't nearby, and Quinn couldn't ask Alan to drop by so that he could cast an Imperious on him. Moody was the perfect opportunity to get exposure to the Imperious curse. Remember, you asked for it, said Moody, and his wand went up pointing at Quinn. Imperio. It was a most wonderful feeling. Quinn felt as if he was floating, a sensation where all worries were wiped gently away, leaving nothing but a vague, untraceable happiness. He stood there feeling immensely relaxed, only dimly aware that everyone was watching him. And then he heard Mad-Eye Moody's voice, echoing in some distant chamber of his empty brain. Give me all the monies you have to me. Give all the money you have on you to me. Yeah, right. Like I would do that. Quinn enjoyed the floating sensation but scoffed at the part where the voice asked him to fork out his money. Give me all your monies to me. Hey, it's my money, I earned it. This relaxing feeling is nice. Besides, who says monies nowadays? Give them to me right now. This got old pretty quickly, thought Quinn, and his magic moved at his command. Like a glass dropping on the floor, all the fluffy goodness Quinn was feeling shattered. Quinn raised his hand and fixed his already in place necktie. Thank you for that, Professor. It was a unique experience, internally thinking, next time, I'll shatter the effects the second I start feeling good. Look at that. West fought the curse. He fought it, and he beat it, growled Moody in a happy voice. We'll try that again, West. The rest of you, pay attention, watch his eyes, that's where you see it, that's perfect, West, outstanding indeed. Anyone will have trouble controlling you. Quinn exited the class feeling happy, as Moody cast the Imperious 5 more times to him, making Quinn more familiar with the curse. His confidence was high, he had fought off Barty Jr.'s Imperious without any effort, which made Quinn feel like if someone more powerful than Barty Jr. cast Imperious on him, he would have high chances to escape its effects with some struggle and would have a chance to resist it, rather than to instantly lose control of himself. Quinn, how are you feeling, mate? Do you feel sick? Should I take you to the hospital wing? Asked Marcus, his face etched with deep worry. He wasn't comfortable with his best friend being subjected to the Imperious curse. I'm fine, Marcus, said Quinn, putting his arm over Marcus' shoulder. If you see me acting funny, just sock me in the face and take me to a faculty member, preferably Madame Pomfrey, then Professor Flitwick, followed by Professor McGonagall, and finally Professor Potter. I'll be happy to do that, grinned Eddie. You too. Marcus couldn't believe how lightly they were taking the matter. Marcus, this is just the start. Today he only showed the Imperious on a spider. He will show the other 2 in the next class. Be ready for it, said Quinn. But don't worry about it. I will be there, mate. You don't have to worry about anything. I'll take care of you if anything goes wrong. Quinn, thank you, that means a lot. Eddie gagged on the side and spoke. Get a room. Scene break. It was after curfew, and Quinn was sitting at his office's table. His hands held a pair of stainless steel micro-tweezers with tiny metal gears gripped at the end. In front of him was an open timepiece with gears and springs inside. It was Quinn's new timepiece, and he was currently building it from scratch. Knock knock. The knock on the office door startled Quinn, and he ended up jamming the tweezers inside the mechanism, screwing his progress, rendering it null and void. He pursed his lips, held back a groan, and finally licked his lips to hold back his frustration. He looked at the work-in-progress timepiece. He could assemble the mechanism in under 10 seconds with one call, and Quinn was tempted to use magic but held back. He wasn't one to give up. "Come in," he called, placing the tweezers down. "At novel bin at." To his surprise, Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, entered the office. And from the looks of it, she wasn't happy. "Professor, what can I do for you today?" "Mr. West, may I know why aren't you patrolling your assigned area for curfew-offending students?" she asked, feeling a little strange that she was saying this to the prime curfew offender in Hogwarts history. "But I'm patrolling, Professor. I'm patrolling my area," smiled Quinn. "I handle everything from my office, which is the entire west block of the 5th floor. I don't see you patrolling, Mr. West." "I don't need to patrol physically, Professor," grinned Quinn and pointed to his forehead. "I have layered my entire area with wards. If someone walks inside my area, they will trigger the wards." Quinn's office was on the edge of the west block, so Quinn would know if someone walked 5 meters west past his office. "Working hard is good, Professor, but that is if you work smart. If someone enters the area, I can simply get up and chase them down instead of aimlessly roaming a fixed route." "And what if you don't get this area again?" asked McGonagall. Quinn chuckled and interlinked his fingers over his table. "We prefects along with the head pair have already distributed the castle, and I got this area for the rest of the year. If they reassign me, I can ward the area again and set my base in another classroom. Though I doubt I'll be losing this area anytime soon. I can be very persuasive." "Of course, I know that, Mr. West," sighed McGonagall. She was surprised by the patrolling approach, but when she took Quinn West into consideration, it wasn't surprising at all. "Mr. West, I heard about you volunteering for defense against the dark arts. How are you feeling? I heard that you broke through the Imperius, but I don't think it would have felt good." "On the contrary, Professor, being under Imperius is quite relaxing. As long as you ignore the commands, it's quite nice, actually." McGonagall seemed relieved to hear that. If Quinn wasn't happy and he informed George West, Hogwarts, especially Moody and Dumbledore, would have a lot to answer. After conversing a little about the O.W.Ls and other things, McGonagall said farewell and took her leave. When the professor left, Quinn took out Recon and switched to Moody and Barty Jr.'s place. Now that's surprising, is it? Barty Jr.'s red label had turned to purple. Well, he did teach, so it kind of makes sense. "Anyway, let's get back to it," said Quinn and returned to building the timepiece for his new pocket watch. The night sky was aglow with the bright lights of the stars, shining upon even the most remote places. The pale crescent moon shone like a silvery claw among the blanket of stars that stretched to infinity. Quinn was standing on his favorite outdoor place in all Hogwarts, the astronomy tower. The tallest tower. The calm wind of the night stroked Quinn's face, making his skin tingle with a slight cold. He liked the astronomy tower because of the unique piece it had. "A couple more minutes," said Quinn while looking at his new pocket watch. "Just a little more to September 8th. In a couple of minutes, the day would turn to September 8th, that is, the day Quinn had arrived in this world. 11 years of living in the magical world of Harry Potter. He sighed. How long had it been since he had thought of this world as the world of Harry Potter? It had been a while since he had stopped looking at the world he lived in as a fantasy world of fiction and had come to recognize it as something real. He had lived in this world 7 years before coming into contact with the Potters. He had gained a new family, formed new relationships, and made a place for himself in this world. He had found something he loved from the bottom of his heart and had developed close connections with people he cared about. All those elements had made this world go from something he had read about in books and enjoyed as movies to something real and genuine. A thought that didn't seep through him until now that he was thinking about it. A part of him still couldn't believe that it had been so long. He had been living in a world of magic for over a decade. He moved to the side and started to remove his clothes till he was in a simple white tee and white shorts before returning to the center of the tower. He stood there waiting for it to happen. 4 years ago, he had experienced a late transition to the stage of magic development that children from 11 to 17 years old enjoyed. They would enter a state of magical flux and have a better focus ability and an increase in the quantity of magic in their core. Using magic would accelerate and boost their results. Quinn wasn't sure if it would happen again, but he hoped that it would, as he would gain lots of benefits. He had tried to research on this subject matter, but upon extensive reading in his personal library, the Room of Requirements, and the few days of access to the restricted section of the Hogwarts library that he had been able to get from multiple professors, stating that he needed research material on their subjects, hadn't given him anything conclusive. "I'm prepared. If it happens, then good. If it doesn't, I will go on with my life." Quinn would have no qualms about spending 11 years in this world even if they went unrewarded. After the day 4 years ago, Quinn had already mapped out how much magic he would have at his 18th birthday, which was the day the flux state would transition into maturation. He knew how much work he would have to put to get maximum gains from the 7 years and had planned short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals for achieving the best he could. The boost from the Sin Vault had been an unexpected blip in his plan, and he had had to redraw the development plan to assimilate the bizarre year and the changes it had brought. As long as I keep working hard, I will come out as the world's most magically powerful 18-year-old at the end of this. Better than Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Voldemort, or any other magical that has walked on this planet, thought Quinn. These were the gains he would naturally get in his life, thus, Quinn wanted to be the person who took the most advantage of it by the time his life ended. A sound resembling a tuning fork being hit broke the silence of the night and caused Quinn to look at a corner where his neatly folded outer garment with his new pocket watch sat. It's time. It was already September 8th. Quinn closed his eyes, seconds passed, and Quinn stood still with no movement, and all he noticed was the sound of crickets in the background. He opened one eye and looked left and right. What? Is it happening? No? Let's wait a bit more. He closed his eyes once again and waited for a while. But nothing happened. Eventually, an hour passed, and nothing happened. Was it wishful thinking? I seem like a fool. Yeah, an idiot, said Quinn, smacking his lips. He picked up his clothes, got dressed, and went back to the Ravenclaw common room after wasting 1 hour. That was stupid, complained Quinn in his bed as he pulled up the sheets. He went to sleep feeling irritated with himself. Sleep took over Quinn after half an hour of silent bitching and moaning. The second Quinn entered REM sleep, inside Quinn, his soul started to thrum and vibrate in a space outside of the physical plane. The foreign soul that chanced upon a different world and resided in a body, not of its world, started to go through a transformation. The soul that had nothing to do with magic was able to access it through the native body. Through the years of being in contact with the mystical energy known as magic, the soul had been slowly changing, transforming to gain access to magic. After 11 long years, the transformation was complete. The soul had normally ceased being in contact with magic. It now held the same properties as any other soul that could be found in a magical. And as Quinn slept, the soul finally went through a qualitative change. The body had always been from this world, had always been able to access magic. The mind, through its connection to the brain, which was a part of the body, also could access magic and, with ample training and daily use, had become enabled with magic. Now that the soul was going to get direct access to magic, Quinn would finally be one. The magic from the soul plane crossed over to the physical plane, and the dorm room that had 3 fifth-year boys lit up. The light was so bright that it passed right through the bed curtains. A window that shone with a bright light could be visible from Hogwarts, and anyone looking from the outside would wonder what the hell was happening. The common room down the stairs was getting light from up above, and even the other dorm rooms along the staircase had bright light coming through the doors. The owner of the soul slept through the entire process along with the whole Ravenclaw student body. Mind, body, soul. The ultimate trifecta was now complete, working in a symbiotic union to function as the magical human known as Quinn West. Scene break. Quinn lay on his back, looking at the ceiling. After waking up at 6 in the morning for years, his internal body clock made him wake up at 6 o'clock. He sat upon his bed, his hands stretching above his head. As always, his sheet slipped off his body and started to fold itself, and as he stood up, the bed cover would fix itself, and the pillows would become fluffy once again. He then walked to the bathroom. The three had to brush their teeth. With a sway of his hand, he made his toothbrush magically move. Quinn's eyes were staring down, still a little drowsy from the late last night. He breathed through his nose and stood up straight. He closed his eyes and stretched his body to shake off his lethargy. His eyes opened up with sleep out of them and peered at the mirror in front of him. For a second, the toothbrush kept brushing, but what Quinn saw surprised him so much that he lost control of the brush. The toothbrush with lathered paste fell down, but before it could touch the floor, it stopped, hovering a bit. Staring back, Quinn had his handsome face, with a mild case of bed hair. But instead of his usual stone-gray eyes, his two orbs were a vivid purple in color. What the hell, said Quinn with toothpaste in his mouth. He leaned closer to the mirror, left hand on the edge of the sink, while the right pulling down the lower eyelid to get a better look at his eyes. Why are they purple? But before Quinn could get an answer, he blinked, and his iris were back to their usual stone-gray. What? He spat out the paste into the sink, and twisted the tap to let out water for gargling. Quinn felt the usual control he had over water when he touched the tap, but then he found himself staring at the running water. The running water stream thrummed, disturbing the flow. As he stared at the water, Quinn's ears picked up the sound of his heartbeat. As that sound got louder, the thrum in the water started to match with the heartbeat, eventually coinciding with each other. Every beat of his heart matched a thrum in the water. His eyes went up from the tap to the mirror, but this time he wasn't looking at his image, but the water pipes behind that carried water to the faucet. Quinn slipped into the feeling and found that he could feel every water pipe in the bathroom. The sense of water inside the walls became stronger as he sunk deeper into the state. Quinn felt like he could squeeze the water out of the metal pipes, the bricked walls, painted surfaces, or simply force the water to burst out, ravaging everything in the way between the water and him. He didn't do any of that. Something happened last night. Quinn was sure of it. I didn't have this level of control last night. Quinn's control over water was top-notch, but this level of sense where he could sense it through layers of obstruction hadn't been in his skill set. The young magical dove deep into his body and snooped around his magic control, but there were no changes. With him just waking up, the magic core was full, and it was as full as yesterday. His mind immediately went to last night. Something definitely happened, repeated Quinn and flexed his magic to test out if something was different. Everything in the bathroom, from the mirror to the shuriad to the far right, rattled. But he wasn't expecting the sudden yell from outside, and Quinn knew exactly who yelled and why. He ran out to see Eddie on the floor beside his bed and Marcus standing up on his bed, looking alert in confusion and surprise at being woken because of the sudden sound and shake of his head. What? What? Was it an earthquake? Said Marcus. I don't know. Ugh, my elbow hurts, groaned Eddie as he held his elbow, which contacted the ground when he fell off the bed. I didn't feel anything, said Quinn, lying, as he was the reason behind everything. Inside his mind, the thoughts were running at the speed of light. Holy shit. It just came pouring out. Quinn had to pull out the magic from his core every time he wanted access to it. As his focus ability increased, the process got more accessible, faster, and he could pull out more and become more precise with the measurements. Right now, he had wanted to pull an amount to rattle everything in the bathroom, but the amount that had come out had been enough to shake everything in their dorm. Whatever, now that you guys are up, don't go to sleep. You are both coming with me to run, he said, ignoring the groans. He went back into the bathroom and threw up a silencing ward. For the love of magic. I am. Awesome. The rapturous laughter echoed inside the bathroom, staying inside the four walls, as the silencing ward did its job. Quinn then walked out and found that both of his friends had gone back to sleep. Marcus? All you can eat at the Three Broomsticks at the next Hogsmeade weekend, it's on me. Eddie, you too, I will buy you enough butterbeer so you can bathe with it if you want. The response he got was 2 pillows to his face. Scene break, at novel bin at. For an entire week, Quinn's mood had been at an all-time high. Experimenting with his new magical capabilities had been exhilarating. His control now was so smooth that Quinn felt he had been running with weights around his ankles. That entire week he busied himself with going over every piece he had ever learned and performing them one after another. He found that not only his control over them got better, but his magic regeneration was also faster. If before he could call upon 1 unit of magic out of his core, now it was more precise to say he could call a third of that amount as the minimum. An ability that helped him out immensely with delicate applications of magic like transmutation with great details and alchemic procedures that required a tight grip on magic flow. Right now, he was sitting in his workshop looking over a cauldron inside. In it there was a bubbling poison that turned the stomach acid into a corrosive liquid capable of burning through the stomach and other entrails. A bubblehead charm laid over his face for protection from the fumes. His concentration was interrupted when he heard a voice inside his workshops. Quinn. Looking up from the cauldron, Quinn saw a half-transparent, fat ghost dressed in monk robes sticking out of his glass wall. Friar, fancy seeing you here, said Quinn. At the same time, he thought about researching for some wards to keep ghosts out, which was difficult, as a ghost's existence was tied to the very magic of Hogwarts. You didn't visit me, so I decided to come to you, said the Ravenclaw ghost. Oh, sorry about that, Friar. I was going to visit you but got a bit distracted, said Quinn, as he continued to stir the cauldron. I wondered whether you want to challenge the next vault, said Friar, studying Quinn's reaction. I will challenge it, Friar. It's 1 per year for me, answered Quinn. Now that you're here to give me the next clue. Hey, with you here, I'm getting excited for the next vault, Friar. Come on, tell me about it. Last year, Quinn and Friar had a talk about the results, and Quinn's performance was all Friar needed to see to believe he had completed the vault. Friar thought that Quinn had found secrets to some ancient magics that had allowed him to perform feats not possible for a child of his age. If that's what the challenger desires, then that will be what he gets, nodded Friar. He came out of the wall and floated above the cauldron. His grayish body turned a slimy yellow. 3 days after Friar gave Quinn the riddle, he was walking across Hogwarts grounds. There was short green grass under his steps as he moved north, away from the castle. The sun was bright, although there were clouds skidding along the sky that provided a much-needed aid from the heat to the inhabitants of the land. Ahead, Quinn could see the Whomping Willow standing in all its glory. It swayed gently, as if performing a dance to the sound of nature. While it seemed gentle, it wasn't. If you stepped close without precautions, the big willow wouldn't show mercy, and branches as thick as pythons would assault whoever approached without mercy. However, a pinching hex from afar to the knot at the base of the tree would calm the woody guardian. He walked past the Whomping Willow and started walking on a narrow, winding earth track that disappeared into thick black trees. While Quinn was looking at the forest, a light breeze lifted his hair. Dark in the forest and deep, and overhead, hang stars like seeds of light, sang Quinn. He stepped into the forest that was dark as coal. The bright and sunny day rapidly shifted into darkness. Quinn lifted his chin to look up at the thick canopy that covered the sky from his view. Thin beams of light would occasionally sift through the spaces between the leaves like stars in the night sky. In vain, though not since they were sown, was bred anything more bright. His hands brushed against the dark bark of one of the trees. Quinn stopped near one of them and scouted the area ahead. He could see beech, oak, and yew filling the forest. Kneeling down, Quinn let his hand ruffle through the grass. He plucked a small herb that growed in the darkness of an encompassing canopy. Not grass, said Quinn in identification. Quinn twisted the grass-like herb with his fingers. Essential for polyjuice. I wonder if Barty has come to pick some up. Quinn got up and continued his walk. A place where more than a few students had disappeared over the centuries since the school's inception. That was the reason the forest had been named Forbidden Forest. As Quinn continued to walk deeper, the forest started getting denser, its trees started growing closer to each other, and not a peep of noise could be heard except his footsteps. And ever more mighty multitude ride about, nor enter in, of the other multitudes that dwell inside. He continued to sing the riddle. He didn't have to walk in silence for long, as Quinn heard knocking of hoovers and a gallop from his right, beyond a maze of trees, just outside of his vision. "Oh, they found me, huh," whispered Quinn. Precisely what he wanted. Quinn patted his chest, and the noir transformative suit, which had been in the green camouflage mode, changed to a black camouflage to suit the dim lighting and dark trees around him. He pulled up the hood over his head, and with a wave of his hand, a black mask covered his face. And into the view came. Was it a man or a horse? The figure had the waist of a man with red hair and beard, but below, he had a horse's gleaming chestnut body with a long, reddish tail. A centaur. Behind that centaur were 6 more of different shades and colors, bringing up the tally to an auspicious 7. The half-men galloped around Quinn with arrows drawn upon their bows pointing at Quinn. After seeing that the human wasn't making any movements, they stopped running around and surrounded him. Their arrows, though, were still pointed at the unknown figure. "Human. Why have you intruded into our home?" asked the red centaur. Quinn turned in his spot and observed the 7 centaurs. He had seen centaurs during his travels and talked to a few, but this was the first time he had met some with their weapons pointed at him. Seeing that the human in front of him wasn't replying, one of the more hot-hearted centaurs pulled the bowstring tauter. "Speak, human." "Centaurs, residents of the forest," started Quinn, his voice distorted. "I have no qualms with your kind. I want nothing from your kind. I solely desire to reach my goal." He turned towards the calmer leader and asked, "Lead me to the vault that is cursed, and I will be on my way, not to be seen ever again." The Forbidden Forest was too big and clustered for Quinn to spend his valuable time searching for the vault. He needed a guide. The mention of the vault that is cursed sent a wave of whispers among the centaurs. They were not prepared to hear those words, and a few of them rested their bowstrings and lowered their weapons. "Human, how do you know about the cursed mines?" asked a centaur, his horsetail swaying gently. He looked older than the rest of his companions. So the mine in the riddle is literal, thought Quinn back to the last paragraph of the riddle. "I am a challenger who aspires to test my mettle against the cursed vault that is here in the Forbidden Forest." "Impossible? There hasn't been a human challenger for the cursed mines," exclaimed the hot-hearted centaur. The hot-headed centaur hadn't been born back then, but he had grown up listening to stories about challengers from the elders. Stories about multiple centaurs that had ventured the vaults and paid it with the ultimate price, their lives. "Show me which way to go, centaur, and I will be off," said Quinn. He didn't need a guide. He could find the path on his own. "We won't do that." "Why?" asked Quinn with his magically distorted voice. "We don't trust you," answered the head of the small herd. He looked Quinn up and down. He wasn't impressed by his attire. "Shed that disguise of yours, and then we talk." "That isn't needed, centaur," said Quinn. "Show me the correct path, and I will leave your kind alone, just as your kind desires." Quinn's words caused their bows to be aimed at him again. This time, though, the threat didn't go unanswered. The centaurs heard a crackle and saw icy blue beneath the human's feet. The temperature dropped. Suddenly an unnatural cold enveloped them. "I don't wish to fight," said Quinn in warning. "This is our territory, human. You won't tell us what to do." Quinn turned to the centaur who had said that. "Be careful, centaur. I'm not of your kind, so think carefully before you decide to shoot at me." The tension between the two parties grew, as some of the centaurs felt the need to launch their arrows with cold growing increasingly chilly around them. And just when the dam was about to break, "Stop." A voice gave a pause to everything. 8 pairs of eyes turned to see another centaur. He had blonde human hair and the body of a palomino horse. He looked younger than the rest of the centaurs. "Forenza, what are you doing?" asked the leading centaur. "Mercury has left the House of Secrets and has entered the House of Ambitions," said Forenza. "The stars were clearer than ever last night. I believe they were showing me something." Quinn tilted his head in confusion. If there was one magic that Quinn didn't understand, that was divination/seer magic. He had no aptitude for it. Although he used the stars and planets' positions when he brewed some potions, when he performed alchemy, and when he needed to do some runic interpretations. "Have you gone senile, Forenza? Planetary movements don't trouble themselves with actions of worthless humans," yelled the oldest centaur of the group. Quinn ignored the rude jab. In a way, living beings had no worth at all, considering the size of the universe. He wants to challenge the cursed mines. "As far as I know, no human has ever challenged it. Even we ourselves haven't dared in decades. This is big enough for the stars to show me something," declared Forenza. Quinn stayed silent. This Forenza was making his job easier. He didn't mind letting him do the job for him. "Besides, we can't harm a child. It's against our honor." A clemency came faster than ever and clamped on Quinn's surprise. Donning his noir transformative suit hadn't been a fashion statement. He used it to stay hidden, to keep his identity confidential. And now that centaur just revealed his age. "Child? I don't see it," muttered the red-haired centaur and turned to look at Quinn. "He has the vitality of a child. Look closer, and you will see it. The sun illuminates him," instructed Forenza. His younger age didn't make him a lesser divinator. No, Forenza had a more potent seer blood running through his body, which gave him a stronger connection to his sight. 3 of the 7 centaurs found Forenza to be correct and put down their weapons. The rest who weren't well versed in divination followed the others. A centaur's honor didn't allow them to hurt a child. Forenza gazed at the figure dressed in pitch black, and even though he couldn't see the face, much less the eyes, he knew that the human child was looking back at him. I shall guide you to where you want to go. Follow me. Quinn stared at Forenza and at the rest of the centaurs for a while before finally stepping forward. The chill that enveloped the area subsided, though he didn't drop his vigilance as he exited the circle of centaurs. He moved to Forenza's side. The centaur and the human lead the way. The 7 other centaurs followed behind, keeping their distance from the human who had intruded in their home. Why do you desire to enter the cursed place, human? Asked Forenza. I never understood why even my kind wanted to go there. So many have lost their lives, saddening their families, just because they wanted to explore the unknown. Quinn didn't reply. He just walked through the forest, occasionally snapping the branches, tendrils, and roots that threatened to trip him. Tell me, child, how did you know about the cursed pits? We thought that the pits were the secret of our forest. I wonder how you, a human, know about them. The question was returned with silence. Quinn saved in his memory the path they were taking. He didn't want to interact with the centaur, but he couldn't concentrate on his task when he could feel Forenza's intense gaze looking at him from his side. What are you doing, centaur? Quinn gave Forenza a side look. It's strange, very strange, muttered Forenza. His eyes stared at Quinn as if looking through him. There seems to be a haze over your fate. I can't see through it. I haven't seen something like this before. Quinn's eyes widened a fraction, and his distorted voice warned, Stop it, centaur. Stop whatever you're doing. I don't want the sight to be used on me. Why? Asked Friar in surprise. Looking for signs of the future was a part of centaur culture. He couldn't understand why Quinn would refuse. I and Fate don't get along. I don't want to hear what she wishes for me. I stay outside of her interventions. The last thing I want is for her to take notice of me, explained Quinn. He didn't want anyone with the sight or power of a seer to tell his fate to him. Quinn feared that someday, a divinator would make a prophecy about him. That was the last thing Quinn would ever want. He preferred to have freedom instead of knowing something vague about an uncertain future where there was a high chance of him getting involved. We are here, noted Forenza. He pointed out the way with his hand. Quinn looked at the place the centaur's hand indicated. The place he stood in was dim by all standards. The canopies did a good job in blocking the majority of the light. It was almost impossible to see what lay ahead. It was too dark. The trees looked darker than ever, and the eerie chill didn't seem to welcome many living beings. It looked like the pitch-black darkness of the place seemed to suck in everything, not even letting the light escape. The ones who live inside aren't kind even to us residents, much less to an outsider like you. Have you made up your mind, young challenger? If you go inside, you might not come out. If I go inside, then the ones who live inside might not ever get a chance to get out, said Quinn. His distorted voice and dark attire made it seem like a demon issuing an ultimatum. He turned to Forenza. Don't bother to wait, centaur. I'll manage to find my way out. With that, Quinn stepped into the darkness until Forenza couldn't see him anymore. May the stars be with you, challenger, said Forenza, and he walked away. Scene break. Quinn stood still in the blackness. He was unable to see a single thing around him. But unlike in Tehum's Delight, he wasn't able to move unrestrictedly because of the branches, vines, trees in his path. Unlike in Tehum's Delight, orbs of light appeared around Quinn. I can light things up. The shimmering orbs of light floated away, cycling around Quinn, creating a circle of visibility, illuminating everything within. Much better. He stepped over a now visible over-the-ground route and began his journey to the unknown part of Forbidden Forest. Slowly making his way inside, he passed through a maze of beech, oak, pine, sycamore, and yew. Every tree had been tainted with a coal-like tinge, a tinge that matched its surroundings. Even with shimmering magical orbs shedding ethereal light, the surroundings remained bleak and morose. The dead plain through which Quinn passed quickly came alive as a rustling of leaves began to be heard. Suddenly, a horse-sized, eight-eyed, eight-legged, black, hairy, gigantic spider leaped toward him from a crouched position. Quinn turned his head back. A screech shattered the silence as an acromantula smashed against a magic blue crystal shield. The shield caused its skin to scorch, causing the spider to leave the place screaming. Knew that it would come in handy, thought Quinn. Not a shield spell he would regularly use as he would normally strike from the distance. Click, click, click. The spider wasn't alone. He had brought his companions along and they didn't seem to like Quinn, as acromantulas of various sizes threw themselves against his shield. What in the world? Quinn's eyes darted from side to side as his shield was continuously attacked by carelessly lunging acromantula bodies. Quinn began to worry as he began to say their bodies pierced the shields just before they walked away from the pain of the intense burns. I'm not that tasty, gulped Quinn. His mind was racing among the screams, screeches, and click-clack of pincers. All right, I've had enough. Time to go on the offensive. Ice started to form around Quinn. Tens of spikes started hovering around him, growing till they were the size of his arms. And then it began. The spikes shot out towards the spiders, nailing them and drawing their blood. Immediately after, another set of ice spikes would appear, and another wave of spears would hit out. I need to get out of here. I'm not equipped for this, sighed Quinn while keeping on shooting out spears towards the horde of spiders. He couldn't see anything outside his cycling lights, and Quinn couldn't have that. Right now, he didn't even have an idea about the number of foes that surrounded him. He started to run while firing ice spikes and pouring magic into the shield. The spiders in the meanwhile were trying to ram him from behind, right, left and above. If it hadn't been Quinn, they would have been in trouble from the strain of magic consumption. Having to deploy hundreds of ice spears while maintaining a shield would have been like an impossible feat for most wizards. "Ah, I can see light," said Quinn. "But I'm not going to make it out this way, need a little boom boom." There were just too many spiders in front of him to get out without an explosion, after all. Quinn melted the ice and clasped his hands together. Suddenly, an orange light started to build up between his palms. Quinn's eyes remained fixed on his hands, ignoring the fact that the acromantula's pincers were coming dangerously close to him, only being safe because the spiders couldn't stand the pain of being burned. The orange light began to get brighter as the seconds passed. 2, 6, 10, 15 seconds passed before Quinn looked straight ahead and opened his hands. An orange flash covered the entire area. The light was so bright that all the shadows seemed to disappear. Even though Quinn couldn't see, he believed in his magic, so he ran forward. He didn't meet a single spider in his path. He kept hearing clicks and squeaks in all directions, but his path ahead was clear. With his eyes on the ground, he jumped over a large root. He rolled in the darkness to a comparatively brighter part of the forbidden forest. He did not let go of his shield and immediately prepared himself. Curses with destructive capacity flared over his hands, but there was nothing. The spiders seemed to have disappeared as if they had never existed. Quinn's breathing became labored, his eyes alert. But nothing came out. He looked at the violet spell on his left and the maroon spell on his right. He shot them into the darkness. To no avail, not a sound could be heard. What the hell? He hadn't been injured, but that had been the most overwhelming experience Quinn had ever had. Who knew what creatures awaited inside for him? Quinn for sure didn't know what to expect. What he knew was that if he wanted to achieve his goal, he would have to go through their residence. Residents that lived in the dark, black, and gloom. Residents that lived in the underworld. Just as Quinn had predicted, Moody had announced that he would be putting the Imperious Curse on each of them in turn to demonstrate its power and to see whether they could resist its effects. But you said it was illegal, Professor, said Marcus, uncertain, as Moody cleared away the desks with a sweep of his wand, leaving ample clear space in the middle of the room. You said that to use it against another human was. Dumbledore wants you to know what it feels like, answered Moody, his magical eye swiveling on Marcus with an unblinking, eerie stare. And I've already performed it to West. I should go to Azkaban for all we know. It won't cost me anything to do it again on you. However, if you'd rather learn the hard way when someone's attacking you, fine. You're excused. Off you go. Marcus hung his head and walked back in defeat. Quinn rested his elbow on his shoulder. You're overthinking about it. Relax a little. It will be over before you know it. What if he asks me to do something horrible? Asked Marcus, his forehead sweating with anxiety he was feeling. You'll be fine, said Eddie chiming in. Unlike Marcus, he didn't seem worried. Whatever he does, it won't be worse than you almost fainting and wetting your pants in front of the Banshee Boggart. Like you're any better. Who was the one to clean his bed for a week after seeing a Boggart becoming his mum, quipped Marcus. Quinn couldn't help it. A short laugh escaped him despite trying to hold it in. He turned his head away, but Eddie could see Quinn shaking in laughter. Oh, shut up, spat Eddie, his cheeks pink. The Boggart becoming his mum had scared him enough to clean up for an entire week. The timid and gentle Ravenclaw seemed to have forgotten his anxiety and worries about being subjected to the Imperious Curse. His shoulders were no longer tense and the pallor of his skin was improving. I wonder if the Ministry knows about this, thought Quinn, wondering whether Dumbledore had informed the Ministry about this teaching method or not. Well, I hope the Ministry won't interfere. He is a good teacher, I guess. Moody began to beckon students forward in turn and put the Imperious Curse upon them. Quinn watched as, one by one, his classmates did the most extraordinary things under its influence. Eddie hopped 3 times around the room, yelling out the lyrics of his favorite song. Katie Brown imitated a grumpy cat. Marcus performed a series of quite astonishing dance moves he wouldn't have been capable of in his normal state. Not one of them seemed to be able to fight off the curse, and each of them recovered only when Moody removed it. West, called out Moody as students walked out at the end of the class. Stay back. I want to talk to you. Quinn gazed at the imposter before gesturing to Eddie and Marcus to go on without him. I will catch up to you, guys. Eddie and Marcus exchanged looks before nodding and exiting the classroom with the rest of the students, leaving Quinn and Moody alone in the classroom. The desks were pushed to the side and Moody was standing in the middle. Yes, Professor. What do you want to talk about? It's your 5th year, lad. Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? After Hogwarts, asked Moody, his natural eye fixed on Quinn, and surprisingly, the usually restless artificial eye, too. I want to travel the world, Professor. Learn magic and have new experiences, answered Quinn, his eyes trying to see where this was going. Have you thought about becoming an Auror after Hogwarts? Said Moody, as he took out a silver flask from his waist. He pushed it up against his scarred lips and took a swig. Auror, Professor. Yes, Auror. We haven't been doing well on recruitment lately. We need some new good blood within our ranks. You being able to shrug off the Imperious along with your grades would make you a perfect candidate, spoke Moody, his eyes darting up and down. Oh ho, he certainly is playing his role, thought Quinn. He found it absolutely hilarious that a disguised Death Eater was recruiting him to become an Auror. I haven't thought about being an Auror yet, Professor. From what I have heard, it's a rewarding job, but other than that, I haven't given much thought about becoming an Auror or a hit wizard. What subjects are you going to take next year? Asked Moody. The man seemed to have gotten used to his new professor occupation. All the subjects that I have now. I'm trying to keep my options open, replied Quinn. He was sure he wouldn't get something below an outstanding. Oh, good, good. Give it a thought. We need wizards like you in the force. You never know when the next Dark Lord will come along, nodded Moody, putting on a face of vigilance. If you ever have any problems, don't hesitate to come to me. I would love to see you grow to your full potential, West. I see a lot of promise in you. Thank you, Professor, nodded Quinn. Moody nodded and, without a word, briskly exited the classroom with his wooden leg making distinctive clunking footsteps going up the corridor. Trying to build connections, Barty, whispered Quinn, smiling. I'm Quinn West, all professors love me. I'll play along with you for now. Scene break. After finishing their classes, 24 students gathered inside a classroom in the Transfiguration wing of Hogwarts. They sat in different parts of the room and divided themselves into groups. The door opened, and Minerva McGonagall and 2 students entered the classroom. Good evening, prefects. I hope everyone is well, said McGonagall. Is everybody here? Let's see, 10, 18, 24. Excellent, everyone is present. She walked to the professor's podium and looked over the 4 groups and the 2 students that had come with her, the head boy and head girl. They were sitting down in the center of the room. As you all are aware, the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang shall be arriving in a week, and we will need to make them feel welcomed, said McGonagall, pausing for a second. As representatives of Hogwarts, you will need, as prefects, to be role models for the entire student body. As such, I expect all of you to be on your best behavior. Furthermore, make sure that every student follows your lead. It is crucial that we maintain a proper image in the eyes of the delegations. We mustn't show any unsightly behavior, especially in front of them. She gave the 26 students a no-nonsense look. Am I understood? The student representatives silently nodded. No one was willing to crack a joke in front of McGonagall when she was like this. Excellent, nodded the deputy headmistress. Moving on to the next topic of this meeting. I need volunteers to help out the foreign students during their stay at Hogwarts. Your responsibility will include, to be an intermediary between them and our students, to answer any questions they have, to guide them through Hogwarts until they are used to the castle, to cater to their needs, and to solve any problems that might arise between them and us. McGonagall, who was looking at the parchment on the podium, didn't notice that every prefect was giving a discreet glance to one person in the room. Any volunteers? Asked McGonagall, looking up from the podium. A few hands raised in response. All of them were curious about the foreign students, but only a few were confident enough to deal with the responsibilities. Good, nodded McGonagall, smiling at the number of raised hands. Before I assign you into 2 groups, I want to know if any of you speak either French or Russian or both. A 7th-year Slytherin girl prefect that was sitting with the Slytherin group raised her hand. Ms. Parlett, which language do you speak? Asked McGonagall. I have a question, Professor, said Parlett, lowering her hand. I understand that Beauxbatons is in France, but Durmstrang's location is unknown. As the students speak Russian, does that mean Durmstrang is in Russia? No, Ms. Parlett. The location of Durmstrang is still unknown. Russian is the language requirement if you want to attend Durmstrang. Students communicate and learn in Russian. It's their lingua franca, so to speak. Whether Durmstrang is in Russia or not, that we don't know. It's in Norway, came a voice from the Ravenclaw group of prefects. At novel bin at. Every pair of eyes in the room, without exception, turned to the voice. Mr. West, why do you say so? Asked McGonagall, sighing. She knew she wouldn't be able to move on without listening to the answer. The 5th-year boy prefect, Quinn West, sitting smack in the middle of the Ravenclaw group, spoke up. I believe we should start with the coat of arms in order to figure out the location of this school of magic. The tone of voice and pace of words grabbed the attention of everyone. There's a double-headed eagle in the Durmstrang coat of arms. And this eagle was the symbol of the Byzantine Empire. Afterwards, Albania, Austria, Germany, Greece, Russia, Serbia took it, too. Another thing we can see is an onion dome which is associated with the architecture of the Orthodox Church in Eastern Europe. Furthermore, the word Durmstrang is written in Latin and Cyrillic alphabet. Almost everyone in the room except Quinn blinked when he started to lay down some history. Some of them, who noticed Quinn's neutral expression, started to wonder whether this was considered common knowledge or not. It didn't seem so to them, at least. Even though we don't know the precise location of Durmstrang, a lot of people have tried to locate the school. From all that effort, we have found with 100% certainty that the school is in the north of Scandinavia. That much we already know, quoted Quinn, some knowledge he had gathered. Given that they will be arriving by ship, we can deduce dash. Mr. West, how do you know the Durmstrang delegation will be arriving by ship? Asked McGonagall, as she had yet to reveal that piece of information. I have my sources, Professor, answered Quinn offhandedly. Where was I? Yes. As they will be coming by ship and the fact that the Great Lake is connected to the ocean with waterways, we can assume that the school is near a water body like a sea or an ocean. The prefects and the head pair looked at each other with questions in their eyes. The Great Lake was connected to an ocean? They didn't know that. McGonagall, who noticed the looks, sighed inwardly. This information wasn't restricted so to speak, but it had been kept secret. This had gotten to the point that, aside from a few students, no one knew about that. If we put this information together, I can say with reasonable certainty that Durmstrang is in Svalbard, which is a Norwegian archipelago in the Arctic Ocean. Everything fits. The archipelago was discovered the same century the school was founded. Moreover, for centuries it had been part of the Russian Empire. That is, until the 1920s, when it became Norway's. The population is partially Norwegian and partially Russian, which explains the cultural hints in the symbols of school. And the lands there are mountains and lakes. Also, these lands are almost not populated by muggles, which makes it a great place to hide a school of magic. There were no words spoken after Quinn finished, and except a few short claps from the Hufflepuff group, the room was silent for a moment. Mr. West, do you know how to speak Russian? Asked McGonagall. No, Professor, I can't speak Russian, replied Quinn. He wasn't acquainted with Eastern Slavic languages. McGonagall held back a sigh and took a moment for herself. While the history and theory were fascinating, it wasn't the time for it. The deputy had a lot on her plate, and she needed to finish this meeting quickly so that she could move on. Let's get back to the topic. Is there anyone who can speak either French or Russian? One arm raised from the crowd, and McGonagall once again held back a sigh. Yes, Mr. West. What is it? I can speak French, Professor. You can? Asked McGonagall, taken aback. Yes, Professor. I'm half French from my mother's side, answered Quinn. I can speak French with near-native fluency. I can also speak Latin and Italian at a level where I can hold a conversation with a native without any problems. I'm getting Spanish to that level. Just need a little work on it. I need a speaking partner to get some practice. Finally, I added Portuguese to my repertoire last year, but I find speaking it hard. I will probably become fluent by next year. The Romance languages were the languages that had evolved from Vulgar Latin between the 3rd and 8th centuries. The 6 most spoken Romance languages were Spanish, Portuguese, French, Italian, Romanian, and Catalan. Quinn had learned French from his grandfather, Latin on his own because a lot of his books in his library were in Latin. In regards to Italian, he had practiced it together with Leah because their mother spoke it. Finally, he had picked up Spanish and Portuguese because all the Romance languages were quite easy to learn if you knew Latin. As he learned more and more Romance languages, it got progressively easier for Quinn to pick them up. That's great, said McGonagall, lethargy disappearing from her face in an instant. Mr. West, you will be a part of the French group. Please make sure that they don't have any problem. Quinn took out an AID card from his pocket, held it with his finger, and with a flick of his wrist, the black card went flying across the room, arching beautifully in midair before gracefully landing on the professor's podium. Way ahead of you, Professor. McGonagall picked up the card. It was the familiar black card with golden text, but her eyes widened a fraction when she noticed the language. It wasn't English. This is French, Professor, said Quinn. The Russian cards will arrive here by the end of the week. As I said, I'm not fluent in Russian, so I had to ask a Russian translator to translate the text. The Russians' cards will arrive here before the delegations, so we're good. I see, said McGonagall. She could almost see it. French and Russian students taking the modified cards and finding the AID office to solve their problems. Mr. West, you aren't going to charge them, right? Quinn smiled. If they ask me something that enters in the role of being a prefect, then no. If they ask the owner of the AID, I'm sure we can work something out. It's just a matter of the services they require, Professor. Please make sure to inform them, would you, Mr. West? I don't want complaints from their side, said McGonagall. Of course, Professor. Always absolute professionalism. The meeting ended after McGonagall divided the prefects into groups. The French delegation with Quinn in it would be led by the head girl from Hufflepuff. They had a small meet of their own, before the prefects would be free for the day, except their routine patrolling. Quinn was getting out of the Transfiguration wing making his way to his office when his name. He turned to see Cedric Diggory jogging his way towards him. Diggory, what can I do for you? Asked Quinn. He and Cedric were acquainted well enough for him to talk to Cedric twice or thrice a week. I was going to the 4th floor and wondered if you would walk with me, said Cedric, his patient calm, yet charming smile on his face. Of course. There is no need to ask, replied Quinn as Cedric fell into step with him. So I heard you're going to participate in the tournament. Cedric was in his 6th year, but since his birthday was after September, he joined a year later and was already of age, making the Hufflepuff Seeker eligible to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Wadash? How did you know? I haven't. Asked Cedric, genuinely feeling shocked that Quinn knew about his decision. I've my ways, Mr. Diggory, said Quinn with a hint of a smile on his face. Have you thought it through? From what I've found out, the tournament is going to be dangerous. Are you confident in your abilities? Cedric recovered from his shock and nodded with confidence. His body language was screaming that there was no doubt about his participation. Yay, I'm sure. Well, right now, all I can do is to wish you luck. The chances are strong though, said Quinn. He took out an AID card and held it in front of the Hufflepuff. Cedric was about to politely refuse as he already had a card with him, but then he saw that it had a new design, so he took it. If you ever need anything, anytime, contact me, and I will sort it out, said Quinn as he joined his hands behind his back. If you get selected as the champion, then you'll get a massive discount. I would help you out at dirt cheap prices. Practically free, I say. Cedric grinned at those words. He had been to AID a couple times, and not once he had been disappointed. I will probably come to practice my spells against you. Who knows, maybe I'll win? Quinn laughed at the statement. Cedric was talented and knew his magic, but his chances were infinitely low in front of him. Let's keep them private. I don't want my record to be tainted. Need to keep it at 69, can't have it go to 70, can I? The 69 streak had been paused because of his lust-infected brain, but Quinn was trying to get over it now. If Cedric knew the significance of it, then he didn't show it and simply nodded. They separated on the 4th floor, with Quinn climbing up to the 5th floor. I need to keep an eye on him, thought Quinn. The events had changed, and Quinn was sure that what happened in the books wouldn't happen. But there's no harm in keeping an eye out for all of them, thought Quinn. He was going to be very observant this year. He needed to be. There was only 1 week until all parties arrived at Hogwarts. The clock was ticking. Brilliant, said Eddie. I'll have care on Friday. I'm seriously thinking about dropping the subject. I like Hagrid, but the man just demands too much. Eddie sighed. He was thinking about how much time he had had to spend observing and handling magical creatures to write his reports. The 30th, that's less than a week away. I can't believe we'll be sharing classes with 2 other schools. Marcus spoke, his eyes still looking over the notice, memorizing the spellings of the school names. Aha, more customers, smiled Quinn. Luna, we have to be prepared for them. Today we'll be going through the changes we'll make to accommodate them. Okay, I'll bring pudding, nodded Luna. I hope they don't bring Nargles in. It would be a pity for the Nargles to return, they haven't done so since last year. The 3 boys exchanged glances, nodding in recognition. They knew what Luna meant when she said Nargles. Since last Christmas, they had been making sure no one made fun of Luna, but they hadn't been sure 100% because Luna never told them anything, so hearing that the Nargles had disappeared from her life was confirmation that she wasn't having any problems. They won't, Luna, said Marcus, smiling gently. Your Nargle repellent items must have finally worked. The appearance of the notices around the castle had a profound effect upon its inhabitants. The Triwizard Tournament seemed the only topic discussed in the following week. Lots of rumors started to spread from student to student as if they were a highly contagious virus, who was going to apply for the Hogwarts champion, what the tournament would ask for, how the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would differ from each other, etc. Quinn noticed, too, that the castle seemed to be undergoing an extra thorough cleaning. Several grimy portraits had been scrubbed, much to the displeasure of their subjects, who sat huddled in their frames muttering darkly and wincing as if they had raw pink faces. All armor started to gleam and move without needing to hear squeaking noises. Argus Filch, the caretaker, was so ferocious to any students who forgot to wipe their shoes that he terrified a pair of first-year girls into hysterics. Other members of the staff seemed oddly tense too. After a stressful and challenging class, McGonagall could be heard reprimanding Neville about his dismal magical skills. He had knitted cactuses on his ears and begging him not to show this to the delegations. Flitwick, who had used a stack of books to make himself taller so that he could see above the podium while teaching, would fall down multiple times a day. Sprout almost had a killie-shoot weed breakout in one of her greenhouses, which nearly reached the other greenhouses in a single night and came dangerously close to destroying other produce. Snape would be more snappy at the students, which, in consequence, would make their lives a little bit miserable every second both inside and outside his classroom. Scene break. However, Quinn wasn't worried about it. The tensions that grew between prefects and professors didn't affect him. He was used to dealing with multiple different people every day and knew the language of the people he was going to handle. There were cultural differences that he would need to look out for, but other than that, Quinn was all set up for the job. Quinn went on his day without change. He had a lot of work to do, and one day only had 24 hours in it. Currently, he stood in front of a raised table deck, his eyes focused on the task in front of him. On the table sat a wooden quad stand, and atop of that stand was fixed a triclod gripper. His hands were by the sides of the stand. From his fingertips, a pulsating red sphere with magical yellow threads moved into the gripper. Test #41, said Quinn, and a fountain pen scribbled Quinn's words. The yellow threads of magic glowed intensely as Quinn poured in the magic. The red sphere began to change, with veins appearing all over the sphere. Quinn's face brightened as he saw positive progress, but his joy was a bit too early as the red sphere began to squirm and wriggle before the sphere turned into a blob of goo and dripped on the stand. For the love of Dash, groaned Quinn and waved an irritated hand over the mess for it to vanish as if it was never there. With a face that seemed as if he had sucked on a sour lemon, Quinn said, "Result failure, compilation failed." Reverting the process back by 10 stages to test #31. Quinn had made a development decision on test number 31, which was supposed to come together on test number 41, but he had been wrong, as test number 41 had shown. Ugh, back to the drawing board. With another wave, potion vials, beakers, burners, herbs, preservation jars, among other things, flew across the room to their respective places. A paper slid across the table, and with a fountain pen that Quinn had grabbed out of the air, Quinn started to write out some notes. He did as such whenever he made some progress or to correct something. Ding, ding. Quinn heard the familiar charm his office had. A customer had arrived. He cleaned up and walked out to greet the student in need. He found Ms. Granger, he said, before turning to her companion, the red-haired, green-eyed girl. Ivy. The think tank of the Golden Squad was standing in his office, something he hadn't been expecting anytime soon. Not after the memories associated with this office in particular. How may I help you, ladies, he said as he sat down. He invited them to sit down as well. The duo wasted no time in doing so. Quinn expected them to start right off the bat, but they didn't. After a little while, he noticed their expressions and the general vibe that was between the two best friends. Did you two fight or something? Asked Quinn, noticing that the two faces were facing slightly away from each other and the light crease between their brows. She's being stubborn, said Ivy, giving Hermione a subtle side look. She's being archaic, said Hermione, full on glaring at Ivy. Huh, that is interesting, said Quinn, humming. A fight between the inseparable power duo? Not something you could see every day. What I don't understand is why are you two here? Don't get me wrong, I'll be happy to solve your conflict, but you know, we are here so that you can stamp some sense in her head, said Hermione with a tinge of viciousness. Not from where I'm sitting. You're the wrong one here, spat Ivy. She said that with such fury that it seemed Hermione was an offending stranger. Ho ho, I see, tell me, then. What's the issue here? I would love to help, said Quinn. The two girls were so busy glaring at each other that they didn't hear the laugh in Quinn's voice and the glitter in his eyes. House elves, exclaimed Hermione with some heat. There are house elves at Hogwarts and not some, but hundreds of them? Did you know about this? Quinn blinked his eyes, and he immediately understood what they were fighting about. He had never been so fast in deducing something. He was very familiar with what was going to follow. Yes, Ms. Granger, I'm aware of the presence of house elves in the castle, said Quinn. He regularly met them when he dropped by the kitchen. Then you must know that they don't get paid. Or get holidays? They have never heard about sick leaves or pensions? They are being treated as slaves? Besides, there is not a single mention of them in Hogwarts. A history? What is this? This was the first time Quinn had heard as much passion from the top scorer of her year, and, if he was honest, he was a little surprised by its intensity, even though he knew it was coming. See, scoffed Ivy, jutting her chin towards Hermione with her arms folded, a derisive smile on her face. Hear the nonsense she's spouting? This idiot has no idea what she's talking about. Damn, thought Quinn. He was enjoying this a bit too much. He turned to Hermione and asked her a question. Ms. Granger, may I ask why you came here? You know that I'm a pureblood who has been born and brought up in a magical household and community. I didn't think of that, replied Hermione. For a moment, it looked like she would be able to restrain her anger a bit. She glanced at Ivy and saw her smirking, and that brought the frustration and anger back. You could have simply gone to Professor Potter. She is a first-generation witch just like you, but, unlike you, she has been a part of the magical community for way longer, said Quinn. She's too busy with the tournament preparations. We decided not to disturb her, explained Ivy. I see. Let me ask you something, Ivy. Why do you think it's all right for the house elves to work under these conditions? Ivy shrugged in answer. They obviously like to do work. I haven't met a single house elf who doesn't like to work, so why take it away from them? To Ivy Potter or any person who had grown up in the magical community, the existence of house elves was common sense. Look what she's saying? As they like to work, let them work. They are obviously brainwashed for who knows how long, and now all of them feel like their current situation is something normal, said Hermione. Okay, I understand the crux of the matter and what seems to be the problem, said Quinn, nodding. I understand both of your positions. Your background and upbringing are the reason behind your thoughts. However, unfortunately, none of you are right, I'm afraid. Their arguments had no logical or solid reasoning behind them. I guess I'll have to explain to you why house elves behave as they do. I hope that by the end of my explanation, both of you will have a level of understanding behind house elf behavior, said Quinn. House elves are magical beings. In fact, on average, they use more magic than we humans do every single day. Unfortunately, they don't possess magic of their own. The expression of surprise and confusion was evident on both of their faces. Ivy, because she hadn't been taught that fact, and Hermione, well, she knew through books that house elves used magic to perform household tasks, so she didn't clearly understand what Quinn meant. They don't require a focus to perform magic because their internal focus is potent enough for them to perform a wide range of magic, but, in exchange for that versatility and magic conduction, they lose out on the internal source of magic. If we, humans, didn't have our intelligence, we wouldn't be the dominating magical race on the planet. We don't have that naturally potent internal focus that so many other races have. Like their non-magical counterparts, magical humans' intelligence was why they could be the top race capable of hunting more powerful races like dragons, Nundus, Thunderbirds, among many other powerful races. Unlike us, who have a magical core in our bodies, house elves lack that. They can perform magic, but they aren't able to garner it, but nature and evolution granted them a way to gain magic. They evolved with the ability to draw magic from an external source, smiled Quinn, thinking about the wonders of magic and magical creatures. The source? A few races were compatible with them, humans being one of those races. And because humans populated the earth more than any other compatible races, house elves gravitated towards humans. They have the ability to use magic in return to slave-like life. That doesn't sound like a fair deal to me, argued Hermione. To us humans? Yes, that isn't a fair deal, but house elves aren't humans. Magic shares a deeper connection to them than to us. They need to perform magic to feel free. Without it, they feel restricted, their existence bound. Their life without magic isn't great at all. In some cultures, house elf blood was used as focus cores because of their potent internal focus core. It wasn't used in any of the wand-using countries because of the image house elves had, but a few countries had no qualms using house elf blood. In some ways, you're both correct, said Quinn to both of the girls. House elves don't have to serve to use their magic, but after being under the rule of humans for generations, they have eventually understood that if they took care of their houses, then humans would give them magic. Repeat that for centuries, and you'll get a race that has servitude as a normal part of their lives. They have accepted it and crave for it because their instincts tell them that this will get them magic. I guess, brainwashing might not be the correct term, but it's close. They enjoy work because it allows them to use magic, and if they do their job correctly, humans will be happy and thus they'll keep getting magic. Polly, he called, and with a pop, there was a house elf standing on the table. Why, little master, call me. Ivy and Hermione watched with interest and surprise at the house elf that stood on the table. They had seen house elves, but this one was different from the others. She wasn't dressed from a dirty pillowcase or rags but in a clean toga. She had a simple crest of crossed wands, with a galleon on the intersection, and behind that was a peacock with its plume spread. Magic, money, and wisdom. This is Polly, the West family house elf. She's part of the family. I wouldn't be able to imagine a day where she isn't family, said Quinn. At novel bin at. Polly turned to see two girls sitting in the chairs, and then looked at the table. Little master had guesties and gave no tea. Missy Rosie no be happy. It's fine, Polly, they'll be leaving in a bit, smiled Quinn before turning to the girls. The problem isn't servitude. It's the way humans treat house elves. You don't need to free them because their lives would become miserable if you do that. What you need to do is change the way they are treated. He turned to Polly and asked, who are you bound to, Polly? Little master's fathers. And has grandfather ever mistreated you? No, the big master is good. Quinn turned back to the girls and continued, Polly is family. Yes, she does most of the housework, but that's because it's her life. We don't stop her from doing things essential to her life. She has her own interests. Polly likes to learn new recipes, new ways to clean the house, she likes to find paints that go well with each other, and myriads of other things. She is her own individual, and we respect that. Nothing special, just basic humane treatment. Little master need Polly? Asked Polly, looking impatient. No, Polly, I just wanted to prove a point. Okay, Polly, go now. Polly busy. And then she popped away without another word. I have a question, said Ivy, unfolding her hands. She leaned forward. Ask away. Are all house elves here connected to the headmaster? Oh, no, said Quinn, shaking his head with a small smile. 137 house elves would be too much of a load for one person. The house elves are connected to the castle, they are connected to Hogwarts. Hermione raised her hand in question, but you said. Hogwarts is a special place, Ms. Granger, said Quinn. It is filled with us students, and that has changed its nature to a mystical one. I haven't found the reason yet, but house elves are compatible with Hogwarts. Hermione and Ivy stayed silent for a moment. Quinn didn't disturb them but took out 2 half slips of paper and started writing on them. Thanks for explaining. I would have gone down a different path if I didn't know this, said Hermione. I know, chuckled Quinn. He slid 2 half slips across the table. They stopped when they were before the girls. This is for the both of you. The girls picked 1 slip each and looked at them with confusion. On the paper, they saw a charge of 3 galleons for a consultation session. Apologies if I assume wrong, but I split the bill, smiled Quinn and looked at them. Ivy looked up from her bill. She said with an expression of disbelief. You are rich. I know, nodded Quinn. Believe it or not, the rich care more about money than the poor. Now, pay up. Their meeting ended with Quinn smiling at the sound of galleons hitting his table. Happy to be of service. When the students came down for breakfast on the morning of the 30th of October, they found that the great dining hall had been decorated overnight. Huge silk banners hung on the walls, each representing a Hogwarts house, red with a gold lion for Gryffindor, blue with a bronze eagle for Ravenclaw, yellow with a black badger for Hufflepuff, and green with a silver snake for Slytherin. Behind the teacher's head table was the most prominent banner of all, the Hogwarts banner, a lion, eagle, badger, and snake joined together by a large letter H. There was a pleasant feeling of anticipation in the air. Nobody, professors included, was very attentive in lessons, being much more interested in the arrival of the people from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang that evening. Even the students who had potions found it more bearable than usual, as Snape was quieter than usual. The bell rang early, and the entire student body went to their dormitories, deposited their bags and books as they had been instructed, pulled on their cloaks, and rushed back downstairs to the Great Hall. Each head of house was ordering their students to sit. Sit down, children, shouted Flitwick with his squeaky voice. At that moment, it held a lot of power. Remain in your seats and don't move around. You can do whatever you want after, but right now I want discipline. Carmichael, get down from the table and sit on the bench. The squeaky yell almost made Eddie fall from the table. He stumbled around as he rushed to sit back on the bench. Ms. Lovegood, please remove that dragon hat from your head, sighed Flitwick. Yes, I know you want to represent the school. Right now, you need to sit down like a good student. Yes, thank you. You know what? Please, give me that hat. I will return it to you after the feast. He took the headwear that had the shape of a dragon from Luna, shrinking it down so he could pocket it. Mr. Belby, If I see your hands moving towards your mouth, if I see you chewing, swallowing, or eating anything in general, I'll deprive you of your sense of taste and smell for an entire week. Put that candy down and clean the table. Don't try your chances, it won't go well. The threat caused the table to be cleaned faster than what any house elf could ever accomplish. Within seconds, the candy pack disappeared, and the table was sparkling clean. Prefects, called out the half-goblin half-human professor. Follow me, please. It's time. See you guys in a bit, said Quinn smiling to his friends, who all had been reprimanded by Flitwick. The prefects, the head boy and girl, every head of house, and Dumbledore came down the steps and lined up in front of the castle. It was a cool, clear evening, twilight was peeking over the horizon, and a pale, translucent moon was already shining over the Forbidden Forest. Quinn stood with the Ravenclaw's prefects, and as prescribed, he took his place at the front with the fifth-year prefects, just behind the headmasters and the faculty. They were watching excitingly the darkening grounds, but nothing was moving yet, everything was still, silent, and quiet as usual. The students started to feel cold. They wished the delegation would hurry up. Maybe the foreign students were preparing a dramatic entrance. There was a tendency among the magical kind to show off when gathering in groups. Quinn, too, wanted them to hurry up. He was comfortable in the cold, but he wasn't okay with boredom. Standing there doing nothing wasn't his style. He couldn't take out a book to read because Flitwick would yell at him, and he couldn't mess with magic because Flitwick would yell at him. Suddenly, Dumbledore called out from the back row where he was standing with the other teachers. Aha! Unless I am mistaken, the delegation from Beauxbatons approaches. Where are they? Asked a sixth-year Hufflepuff prefect, looking eagerly in various directions. There, said the head boy, pointing over the forest. Something large, much larger than a broomstick or, perhaps, 100 broomsticks was hurtling across the deep blue sky toward the castle, growing larger. It's a dragon, shrieked one of the Gryffindors. Don't be stupid, it's a flying house, said a Slytherin. The Slytherin's guess was closer. As the gigantic black shape schemed over the treetops of the Forbidden Forest and the lights that shone from the castle windows lit the shape up, they saw a massive, powder blue, horse-drawn carriage, the size of a large house, soaring toward them. The carriage was flying thanks to a dozen Abraxan winged horses, each the size of an elephant. The Hogwarts professors drew backward, as the carriage hurtled ever lower, coming into land at a tremendous speed. Then, with an almighty crash that made Flitwick jump back onto Snape's foot, the horse's hooves, wider than dinner plates, hit the ground. A second later, the carriage landed too, bouncing upon its vast wheels, while the golden horses tossed their enormous heads and rolled large, fiery red eyes. Elephantine Palomino Abraxan winged horses, noted Quinn. He had just the time to see that the carriage door bore a coat of arms, 2 crossed, golden wands, each emitting 3 stars, before it opened. A boy in pale blue robes jumped down from the carriage, bent forward, fumbled for a moment with something on the carriage floor, and unfolded a set of golden steps. He sprang back respectfully. Then they saw a shining, high-heeled black shoe emerging from the inside of the carriage. A shoe the size of a child's sled followed, almost immediately, by the largest woman he had ever seen in his life. The enormous size of the carriage and the horses was immediately explained. A few people gasped. At novel bin at. Lots had only ever seen one person as large as this woman in his life, and that was the gamekeeper and care of magical creatures Hagrid, and they doubted whether there was an inch difference in their heights. Yet somehow, maybe simply because they were used to Hagrid, this woman, she was on the ground, now, seemed even more unnaturally large. As she stepped into the light coming from the entrance hall, she was revealed to have a handsome, olive-skinned face, large, black, liquid-looking eyes, and a rather beaky nose. Her hair was drawn back in a shining knob at the base of her neck. She was dressed from head to foot in black satin, and many magnificent opals gleamed at her throat and on her thick fingers. Quinn and Dumbledore started to clap, following their lead. The others broke into applause too, a few of them craning their necks to get a better look at this woman. Her face relaxed into a gracious smile. She walked towards Dumbledore, extending a glittering hand. Dumbledore, though tall himself, and barely bent to kiss it. "My dear Madame Maxime," said Dumbledore. "Welcome to Hogwarts." "Dumbledore," said Madame Maxime in a deep voice. "I hope you are well." "Excellent as always, thank you," he said. "My pupils," said Madame Maxime, waving one of her enormous hands carelessly behind her. Quinn, whose attention had been focused entirely upon Madame Maxime, now noticed there were about a dozen boys and girls in their late teens. They emerged from the carriage and were standing behind Madame Maxime. They were shivering, which was unsurprising, given that their robes seemed to be made of fine silk, and none of them were wearing cloaks. A few had wrapped scarves and shawls around their heads. From what Quinn could see, they were standing in Madame Maxime's enormous shadow. They were staring up at Hogwarts with apprehensive looks on their faces. "Has Karkaroff arrived yet?" Madame Maxime asked. "He should be here any moment," said Dumbledore. "Would you like to wait here and greet him, or would you prefer to step inside and warm up a bit?" "Warm up, I think," said Madame Maxime in accented English. "But the horses?" "I believe our care of magical creatures teacher will be delighted to take care of them," said Dumbledore. "He'll take care of the horses when he finishes dealing with a situation he has with other of his charges." "Scroots," supplied Sprout. "My steeds require forceful handling," said Madame Maxime, looking as though she doubted that any care of magical creatures teacher at Hogwarts could be up to the job. "They are very strong." I assure you that Hagrid will be well up to the job, said Dumbledore, smiling. Very well, said Madame Maxime, bowing slightly. Would you please inform Hagrid that the horses drink only single malt whiskey? I shall inform him, said Dumbledore, also bowing. One of our students will escort you inside. McGonagall turned towards the Ravenclaw group and spoke, Mr. West, please escort the Beauxbatons delegation into the castle. Yes, Professor, said Quinn and stepped out of the group towards the French delegation. Bonsoir, said Quinn with a smile. He continued to speak in French. Please follow me. I will lead you to the castle. The sudden fluent French from a Hogwarts student surprised the Beauxbatons group, but they didn't have time to react, as Quinn turned and started to walk. They could only exchange looks and follow him. Thank you for traveling all this way. I'm sure it wasn't an easy journey, said Quinn as he took out his fake wand and pointed it up while casting magic. The Beauxbatons students suddenly felt the cold leave as warmth enveloped them. Your French is excellent, said Maxine, looking at Quinn with interest. Thank you for the compliment, ma'am, smiled Quinn as the group climbed up the stairs to the entrance hall. My grandmother was French. I have been taught the language since I was young. The group entered the hall, and the surroundings were illuminated by the light in the hall. As he was requested, Quinn stopped in the middle of the hall and turned towards the Beauxbatons group. We will enter the hall when the Durmstrang delegation arrives, informed Quinn. Until then, please make yourselves comfortable, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me questions. I will try my best to answer all of your queries. What is your name, child? Asked Maxine, looking down from her towering height. There was a look in her eyes. Oh, my, how forgetful of me, he said and, with a smile, introduced himself. My name is Quinn. I'm a fifth-year student here at Hogwarts. Maxine continued to look at Quinn for a few seconds. You are a West, aren't you? Quinn held the twitch in his eye and a click in his tongue. While he never hid his name from anyone in Hogwarts, he never had wanted anyone to know his real background. It was convenient that not a lot of people knew about the Wests. Besides, he only bothered to interact with people whom he got along with, such as the Greengrass sisters, the Potter twins, or the faculty. He didn't try to get close to others who he didn't like, for instance, Draco Malfoy. To him, it would be tremendously annoying if people realized his family background. Bugs would start to wander around, trying to please him because of his family wealth. To his luck, his background had been able to remain mostly anonymous. He had, for a reason, not given his family name to Olympe Maxime. What gave it away? Asked Quinn. Your eyes, little one, answered Maxine. Your sister has the same eyes as you. And child, you remind me too much of George West. You know, I was disappointed when I got your rejection letter. I wish you had attended Beauxbatons instead of Hogwarts. I'm sure I would have loved it, spoke Quinn. The conversation ended there. Quinn looked over towards the students and saw them looking towards him. He smiled and initiated a conversation. Hello, how are you all? Are you excited about your being in Hogwarts? One of the Beauxbatons boys nodded with a friendly smile. Yes, it will be a unique experience, I'm sure. Are all of you going to enter your names for the tournament? Yes, we went through a selection process. The 15 of us have been selected as champion candidates, said the late teen proud of himself. The rest, too, held some level of proud expressions. Well, congratulations for being the best, said Quinn. As I said, if you have any questions, I'll always be there. If you have any problems that you need to solve, feel free to contact me. After saying that, Quinn took out a thin stack of French AID cards and handed them one card each. These cards have a map that will lead you to my office, he said, and the Beauxbatons students saw a small square with an arrow pointing towards a direction. If you follow the arrow, you'll arrive somewhere where you'll have solutions to all of your problems. Quinn got to the last student. He looked at the girl in front of him. Beautiful, was the first thing Quinn thought. She was tall and willowy, with an air of grace that made her seem like she was a princess in an ivory palace. Her very presence seemed to emanate a faint, silvery glow. She had long, silvery blonde hair that fell almost to her waist. She had shining, deep blue eyes, fair skin, and very white, even teeth. All about the girl in front of him was breathtakingly beautiful. Quinn immediately knew who she was, but as he handed her the card, he asked, "May I know your name?" The question brought smiles to a few Beauxbatons students, while others didn't look so happy. They knew what was happening, and to some it was amusing, but to others, it wasn't, because they didn't want to be in Quinn's place when everything ended. The girl grasped the card with her dainty gloved hand, and with a smile that screamed pride, self-confidence, haughtiness, and a sense of superiority, she introduced herself. Fleur Delacour. Quinn nodded, and with the card out of his hand, he walked away without any further words. The sudden leave stunned Fleur, and her eyes followed Quinn with a surprised expression. Beauxbatons students were also rendered stunned as they were expecting a completely opposite reaction. Maxime, too, looked at Quinn with interest in her eyes, although her expression betrayed nothing. So that's how it feels, huh, thought Quinn as he walked. Villas and their allure can be dangerous, yes they are. The second he laid his eyes on her, he realized what an absolute beauty Fleur Delacour was. She was at the level that she would be able to turn 100 out of 100 heads when passing by, but when he stood face to face, the French villa transcended all levels of beauty that Quinn had ever witnessed. Quinn had felt his heart quicken just a notch. His pupils dilated, as if he couldn't take his eyes off her. The allure washed over him, doing what it did best, enhancing her natural beauty to an enchanting level. But, then, his magic kicked in, it felt the foreign magic, recognized the effects, and finally, the will be had honed through cold, pain, suffering, and turbulent waters took care of it. Even without her Vila allure, Fleur was an absolute beauty, nevertheless, not on a level that Quinn would turn into a blubbering fool. It seems the Durmstrang delegation is here, said Quinn, turning the Beauxbatons delegation's eyes away from him towards the hall's entrance. They saw Dumbledore walk in with a tall and thin, white-haired man with a goatee, that finished in a slight curl. Behind them were the head of houses, Hogwarts students, and around a dozen Durmstrang students dressed in some shaggy, matted fur cloaks. Madame Maxime. It has been a long time since our last meeting, smiled the man who led the Durmstrang students, but his smile did not extend to his eyes, which remained cold and shrewd. Karkaroff, nodded Maxime. She didn't return the smile. She didn't like the Durmstrang headmaster and had no desire to hide that behind a fake, polite smile. We should hurry and move inside. I'm sure all students are starving and would like to enjoy a hot meal, said Dumbledore, but from the looks of it, he was only speaking to the Hogwarts group. McGonagall walked towards Quinn. She took him a step away from everyone else. Mr. West, please coordinate the delegation's entrance. Allow them entry only when you hear the headmaster introduce them. Yes, Professor, I will make sure that everything will be seamless. The Hogwarts professor and the Hogwarts students moved to the Great Hall from a side entrance, leaving behind the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegation alone in a tense silence. Maxime and Karkaroff ignored each other and talked to their students about how they had to enter. If I may get everybody's attention, called out Quinn clear and loud, breaking their talks and bringing all pairs of eyes on him. He retrieved what looked like a black earbud from his pocket and plugged it in his right ear. Inside, Headmaster Dumbledore will be introducing your entry to the students. The moment he'll utter your name will be the moment you will have to enter. He pointed at the massive gate. That massive gate to the Great Hall. I will be coordinating the operation, so when I give you the signal, please move in immediately and showcase the show of magic you have prepared, said Quinn. Both delegations wanted to make a strong impression on the Hogwarts students. Besides, magicals love to show off, so they had prepared coordinated magic performances to accomplish that. Beauxbatons will enter first, followed by Durmstrang, notified Quinn and then looked at Beauxbatons. He told them to get ready. After giving them instructions, Quinn tapped an earbud in his ear. Inside the Great Hall, Dumbledore was standing behind a podium as he addressed the students. If one looked closely on that podium's front side, one would see a small, square metallic chip that was stuck to the podium's front. After Quinn tapped his earbud, the chip shone in a short blue glow. Outside, the earbuds came to life, and the sound of Dumbledore's voice filled Quinn's ears. He had been inspired by the Weasleys' extendable ears to create his own listening device. The difference between his and Weasley's creation was that his design had been based on non-magical earbuds. His were wireless, meaning they weren't inhibited by the length of a string, and thus had a greater range. Quinn had designed a transmission system that could transfer Magifax documents across the globe, so creating a wireless sound receiver that could transfer voice across the Great Hall wasn't that much of a challenge. His only limit was the size, as it didn't allow him to etch many runes on a square chip and an earbud. The range was barely passable by Quinn's high standards. Excuse me? Quinn turned while keeping an ear on what Dumbledore was speaking. Yes, Ms. Delacour, how may I help you? Why does the headmistress know you? She asked, and while she was interested in her question, actually, she wanted to have another go against Quinn. Ah, she's amped it up, huh? Quinn could feel a wave of magic rush around him, but affected him as much as one did when pushing a mountain with their hands. That is, nothing at all. My sister studied at Beauxbatons, and she is also one of Beauxbatons' most prominent alumni recruiters. That's the reason why Headmistress Maxime knows of me. You might know of her, she gives an annual talk at your school. Her name is Leah West, he answered with a polite smile. Fleur, of course, recalled Leah West. All final year students who wanted to work or pursue an apprenticeship would have to know Leah West, as she was the most prominent recruiter/sponsor at Beauxbatons. Nonetheless, she wasn't satisfied after she noticed Quinn didn't show any reaction to her shooting allure. Why does she began, but Quinn cut her off. Ms. Delacour, I would be happy to talk more, but I'm afraid it will be after the introductions. Our headmaster is about to introduce Beauxbatons, please join your group. Fleur wanted to speak something, but Maxime called her back to the group. Quinn walked to the door as the Beauxbatons group moved closer. He looked at them and then counted down from 10 before opening the door. It was time for the Beauxbatons delegation to meet the rest of the school. What followed after was similar to the movie version. Beauxbatons delegation put on a magical performance. The only difference was that Beauxbatons was co-ed instead of an all-girls school. Durmstrang delegation, please be ready. The Beauxbatons delegation is almost over, notified Quinn to the gruff-looking boys and girls of Durmstrang and their posh-looking headmaster. Karkaroff raised his hand, and immediately the Durmstrang students got into two lines, both lines a mix of boys and girls, each of them separated by the other gender. I wonder if this is how all of Durmstrang students act, thought Quinn. He wondered whether Karkaroff could control a school whose students were only from pure-blood families, and where pure-blood dogma was a substantial part of their culture. Quinn's eyes, then, found a well-built late teen who was leading the left row. Victor Crumb was thin, had dark hair, and sallow-skinned, with a large curved nose and thick black eyebrows. He looked like an overgrown bird of prey. It was hard to believe he was only 18. The future champion looked surly, moody, and a bit grumpy. Krum didn't look very enthusiastic about the show of magic that was about to happen. It made Quinn think about Krum's personality from the original works, reserved and not fond of the attention he garnered due to his celebrity status. If Quinn was honest, he was quite interested in the Durmstrang students. Out of the 3 schools, Durmstrang students were the ones who shared closer affinity with him. They practiced the dark arts just like him, and the school didn't exclude those magics from their studies. To Quinn, in some way, Durmstrang was a more complete school of magic than either Hogwarts or Beauxbatons. His thoughts wandered to the most well-known fact about the school. Durmstrang, the school where Gellert Grindelwald studied. Beauxbatons' performance is over, notified Quinn. He placed his hand on the door while listening through his earbud. Dumbledore was praising Beauxbatons' performance. He then moved on to the introduction of Durmstrang. Quinn once again started the countdown. At 1, he pushed the door. Durmstrang's delegation entered the Great Hall, and immediately started the performance with a show of fire. He stood in front of the Great Hall door, and a peculiar thought about this entire ceremony entered his mind. 3 schools, 3 heads, technically 3 champions, 3 representatives, so 3 should continue, shouldn't it? A scenario morphed into his mind as he continued to hear the faint ohs from the Hogwarts students through his earbud. When Durmstrang's performance ended and Dumbledore took the podium again, Quinn finished his plan and took his fake wand into his hand. Scene break. Inside the Great Hall, Dumbledore watched the students of 2 schools sitting together with his own students, and it brought a smile to his face thinking about the new experience they would have. I would like to thank Beauxbatons and Durmstrang for those exhilarating performances. They have been an absolute delight to experience. With great pleasure we welcome you to Hogwarts. I hope and trust that your stay here will be both comfortable and enjoyable. The tournament will be officially opened at the end of the feast. Now, I'd like to invite you to Dash. Dumbledore was about to open the feast, but his words stopped when he himself and everybody in the Great Hall saw silk banners hanging from the walls, each of them representing a Hogwarts house, a gold lion, a bronze eagle, a black badger, and a silver serpent, shiver and shake. The animals started to shimmer with dazzling lights. The banners started to sway as if they were moved by a light wind. The sudden change in the banners caused everyone to quiet down. Just before the hustle-bustle returned in the form of whispers and talks, the green banner with the silver serpent glowed brighter before a shimmering green serpent silhouette burst out from the banner. The serpent silhouette didn't have any defined features and was wholly made from solid shades of green. It slithered around in the air above everyone's heads. After circling the hall, the serpentine form emitted a deep hiss and the silhouette moved over the Slytherin table, its lower body curling with its head standing tall. The Slytherin students exclaimed and cheered when the serpent that stood above them majestically. But their cheers subsided when the red banner with the gold lion similarly shimmered with a red lion silhouette walked out with its 4 legs stepping on air. The featureless lion face made up from solid reddish hues seemed to alert the green serpent. With its tail swinging gently, the lion stood above the Gryffindor table. Then the lion figure seemed to tense its body as a fierce roar shook the hall. The Gryffindor table exploded in cheers as their house animal roared against the green serpent. After the roar subsided, the lion stood tall with its head raised in pride. Just when it looked like the lion and serpent were going to fight, the yellow banner of the black Hufflepuff badger on the banners glowed harshly and a yellow badger form stepped out with clawed paws and a short tail behind its back. The low-pitched growl from the badger stopped the lion and serpent from jumping at each other. The Hufflepuff students, like the other 2 tables, also cheered for their mascot animal. The badger silhouette seemed to be pleased that the threat he posed had stopped the 2 other figures. The 3 figures now looked at each other in warning, and with slight movements, they stood equidistant to each other. By now, everyone knew what would happen, and they eyed the Ravenclaw banner. The Ravenclaw students were looking at their flag in heightened excitement. Even the 3 animal forms had their eyes on the blue banner. As everyone expected, the banner shimmered, and a blue eagle flew out of the bronze. Unlike the other 3 animals, the eagle was fast and, unlike them, small. The eagle flew high, above the charmed hovering candles of the Great Hall. As everyone watched, a shrill shriek pierced everyone to their core, and they noticed the eagle growing larger till it was the same size as the other 3. What had started as a normal-sized eagle was now a majestic creature of prey. It flapped its wings and glided above the Ravenclaw table. It then shrieked for the Ravenclaw table to be backed by loud cheers from the students of the wittiest house. The 4 creatures stood above their tables in a square formation, and just when everyone thought they were going to fight, the 4 animal figures started to shine brightly in green, red, yellow, and blue. At novel bin at. Their forms started to change. The green serpent turned into a bald man in a long robe holding a long staff. The man was standing straight, and even though it had no features, he struck a cunning figure. The red lion with a short roar morphed into a man with a bare belly and, as the human became complete, it took out a great sword, and with 2 hands on the hilt, the sword tip was slammed down to the ground with a loud ting. The badger stood up on its 2 hind feet and began the transformation into a figure of a homely woman with a round and plump figure dressed in a dress. She crossed her arms, and in one of her hands was a darker yellow outline of a wand. Then, with a fierce flap of its wings, the blue eagle turned into a tall woman dressed in flowing robes with wide sleeves. She had a book in her right hand, in the other, she twirled a dark blue wand. Whereas the students and teachers alike had been dazed by what was happening, the 4 house ghosts, including the Bloody Baron, had all come to the Great Hall for this event. Of the 4 house ghosts, except the Gryffindor ghost, Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, 3 had strong connections to the figures. Friar, the Hufflepuff ghost, looked at the yellow figure. His eyes started tearing up with the memories he suddenly remembered of his childhood. A throaty whisper escaped him, "Oh, Helga." He looked at the matronly lady, which couldn't be anyone other than his own teacher and mentor, Helga Hufflepuff. Helena Ravenclaw, the Ravenclaw ghost, stilled as she stared at the blue outline. Emotions from her mortal life flooded her ghostly mind. The feelings she had become numb to came back in full force, and the regret of not meeting her mother at her deathbed brought tears to her ghostly eyes. She wanted to go away, but her ethereal body didn't move. She could only continue to stare at the blue silhouette of Rowena Ravenclaw. The Bloody Baron, the recluse Slytherin ghost, stared at the familiar figure of the man who had taught him the magical arts. The man who had tried to teach him the importance of restraint and not to let his violent, uncontrolled anger take the best of him. Nevertheless, he had ignored the man's teachings. If he had just listened to his mentor, the Baron wouldn't have become bloody. The noble Baron, after a millennium, bowed to the figure of his mentor, Salazar Slytherin. The final red figure, the 4th founder, Godric Gryffindor, raised his wand to the sky while tapping his sword down. In his life, he had had a versatile mindset as he chose to wield a sword as well as a wand, making him a rather dynamic man who deferred the dueling style to his opponent, were they magicals or non-magicals. Following his lead, the other 3 founders raised their staff/wands. 4 beams of lights, green, red, yellow, and blue, zapped out into the center of the Great Hall. Then, everyone began to see a structure start to build itself, and before they knew it, a scaled-down Hogwarts castle was standing in the sky. The 4 figures turned into orbs of shining light and flew towards the castle for it to glow in a bright flash, almost blinding everyone, causing many to shield their eyes. When it subsided, they saw a burning coat of arms with the Gryffindor lion, the Slytherin serpent, the Ravenclaw eagle, and the Hufflepuff badger, all circling the letter H. And below the coat arms, it could be seen the motto, Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandas, in an scroll beneath the shield. "Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." A voice reached everyone in the hall, and with it, the entire student body of Hogwarts got up from their seats with loud cheers, claps filled with the hall, and fists were pumped up. The applause was so loud that one would have heard it from outside. The applause startled various creatures, such as owls, roosters, and pigs, among other animals that lived in Hogwarts grounds. Among all the commotion and cheering, the professors seated on the head table tried to find the one who had cast the magic, while the few who weren't trying to calm the students down had their eyes attracted towards the hall entrance. There they saw a familiar figure decked in Hogwarts robes with blue trims, pocketing a wand into his clothes. He seemed to notice their gaze as he looked up at them with his stone-grey eyes. A smile bloomed on his face as he bowed to them and, as if it was a performance ending, the burning coat of arms in the air above blew up with a sound and turned into golden glitter dust, raining down on everybody, but disappeared before anyone could touch them. Hogwarts had been appropriately represented, and it had been represented with style. Scene break. "I'm back," said Quinn. He sat down on the seat saved for him by his friends. "You're too late." Merlin's ball dash started Eddie but was cut off when Marcus gave him a tight kick to the shin with a glare. Eddie secretly glanced at Luna and changed his words, "Merlin's beard? That was bloody marvelous. I saw some of it, and you're right, that was sublime," chuckled Quinn. He didn't want to reveal the fact that it had been him behind the demonstration. "The golden dust was pretty. I think it was pixie dust," said Luna, her eyes shining in curiosity and excitement. Quinn smiled and looked around. He heard the praises from his demonstration and felt the excitement in the air. The talk about the Triwizard had been left out. The entire hall was filled with gossip about his work. He looked at the Slytherin table and the Durmstrang students, who were excitedly looking at each other, a stark contrast from their previous looks. Quinn leaned back to take a glance ahead at the Ravenclaw table. He saw Bosbaton's students excitedly talking with each other. Some of them were even interacting with other Ravenclaw students. "All right, international relations are secured," muttered Quinn before the feast started and with plates in front of them filled with food. The house elves in the kitchen seemed to have pulled out all the stops. There was a greater variety of dishes in front of them than Quinn had ever seen at Hogwarts, including several that were foreign. The Great Hall seemed somehow much more crowded than usual, even though there were barely 30 additional students there. Perhaps it had been because their differently colored uniforms stood out so clearly against the black of the Hogwarts robes. Now that they had removed their furs, the Durmstrang students were revealed to be wearing deep blood red robes while Bosbatons sported their blue robes. Hagrid sidled into the hall through a door behind the staff table 20 minutes after the start of the feast. His hands were covered with bandages. The horses must have been vicious, thought Quinn as Hagrid passed by. Once the golden plates had been wiped clean, Dumbledore stood up again. A pleasant sort of tension seemed to fill the hall now. Everyone felt a slight thrill of excitement, wondering what was coming. "The moment has come," said Dumbledore, smiling around at the sea of upturned faces. "The Triwizard Tournament is about to start. I would like to say a few words before we bring in the casket." "The what?" Eddie muttered. Marcus shrugged. "Just to clarify the procedure that we will be following this year. First, though, let me introduce, for those who do not know him, Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation." There was a smattering of polite applause. "And Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports." There was a much louder round of applause for Bagman than for Crouch. Perhaps because of his fame as a beater, or simply because he looked so much more likable. He acknowledged it with a cheery wave of his hand. Bartemius Crouch did not smile or wave when his name was announced. Quinn, on the other hand, clapped more actively for Bartemius Crouch Sr. The man was a wartime leader who had legalized, for Aurors, the use of unforgivable curses against the Death Eaters. Sure, he had helped his son escape Azkaban, but Quinn knew that positive things shouldn't be ignored in the face of the negative and vice versa. Speaking of the son, what's Junior doing? Thought Quinn. He looked at the polyjuiced Barty Crouch Jr. to see that Alastor Moody was looking at Dumbledore with his normal eye. His magical eye, though, was definitely locked on to his father. Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch have worked tirelessly over the last few months to arrange the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore continued. They will be joining Professor Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, and myself on the panel that will judge the champions' efforts. At the mention of the word champions, the attentiveness of the listening students seemed to sharpen. Perhaps Dumbledore had noticed their sudden stillness, for he smiled as he said, "The casket, then, if you please, Mr. Filch." Filch, who had been lurking unnoticed in a far corner of the hall, now approached Dumbledore while carrying a massive wooden chest encrusted with jewels. It looked ancient. A murmur of excited interest rose from the watching students. The instructions for the tasks the champions will face this year have already been examined by Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman, said Dumbledore. Filch placed the chest carefully on the table before him, and they have made the necessary arrangements for each challenge. There will be 3 tasks, spaced throughout the school year. Each task will test the champions in many different ways, their magical prowess, their daring, their powers of deduction and, of course, their ability to cope with danger. Quinn shook his head sideways. To the current him, the tasks didn't seem so dangerous. The hall was filled with absolute silence. Nobody seemed to be breathing. As you know, only 3 champions will compete in the tournament, Dumbledore went on calmly, 1 from each of the participating schools. They will be assessed on how well they perform each of the tournament tasks. The champion with the highest total after the 3rd task will win the Triwizard Cup. The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector. The Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore took out his wand and tapped it 3 times on the top of the casket. The lid creaked and it slowly opened. Dumbledore reached inside it and pulled out a large, roughly hewn wooden cup. It would have been entirely unremarkable had it not been full to the brim with dancing blue-white flames. Dumbledore closed the casket and placed the goblet carefully on top of it, where it would be clearly visible to everyone in the hall. Those who wish to submit themselves as champions must write their name and school clearly in a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet, said Dumbledore. All aspiring champions will have 24 hours to put their names forward. Tomorrow night, Halloween, the goblet shall select the names of the 3 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be freely accessible to all those who wish to compete. To ensure that no underage student yields to temptation, said Dumbledore, I will be drawing an age line around the Goblet of Fire once it has been placed in the entrance hall. Nobody under the age of 17 will be able to cross this line. Quinn barely, held back a scoff and laughter at the mention of the age line. The age line hadn't prevented anything in the original book. If it was me, I would have kept the goblet hidden and asked the headmasters to choose the candidates before taking the slips from them to put the names myself, thought Quinn. Of course, that was in hindsight. Quinn wasn't sure what he would have done if he hadn't been aware of the plan brewing up in the background. Finally, I wish to impress upon whomever wants to compete that this tournament is not to be treated lightly. Once a champion has been selected by the Goblet of Fire, they are obliged to end the tournament through to the end. The placing of your name in the goblet constitutes a binding, magical contract. You won't be able to withdraw once you have become a champion. Therefore, I implore you that you wholeheartedly prepare yourselves to the idea of competing before dropping your name into the goblet. In any case, I think it is time for bed. Good night and happy dreams. Quinn watched the wooden cup. I need to make some preparations, thought Quinn. He looked at the goblet once again with plans forming in his mind. The same night the Goblet of Fire was revealed to the students and the Triwizard Tournament was opened. A figure walked alone in the empty corridors of Hogwarts Castle. The figure, dressed in a dark brown hooded attire, silently moved on the castle's ground floor in the dead of the night. They appeared in front of a great closed door. The figure stepped towards the door but stopped before he could enter and the raised hands could push the door open. The figure stepped back and took something out from their pocket. After muttering a few words, the figure watched the object intently. Satisfied with their findings, the figure pocketed the article before raising both hands. A white light membrane spread outwards, soon covering the great door. Seeing that the magical membrane remained white, the figure pushed the great door open to enter the hall. He should really start using detection wards. He is the headmaster for magic's sake, sighed the figure. He pulled up the hood. It was Quinn. Standing in the great hall, Quinn looked ahead. He walked forward. A hewn wooden goblet stood with dancing blue-white flames in it. It had been placed in the hall's center on the stool that usually bore the sorting hat. Surrounding the goblet, a thin golden line had been traced on the floor. As Quinn stood just outside the boundary, he squatted down and nodded in appreciation. Well, I have to give it to Dumbledore. This certainly will keep the students out. The age line was strong, very strong. But that wasn't exactly surprising, as the one who cast the age line was an accomplished magical user that even had the death stick as a focus. Now, let's see if what is said is true or not, smiled Quinn and took out a blank slip of paper. The paper slip levitated and flew into the area past the age line, but the moment it did, the paper burned into ashes. All right, levitating a slip into the goblet is covered, nodded Quinn. Then, he continued to test out different things, like conjuring a bird and, with a slip in its beak to drop it in goblet, throwing a crumpled ball of paper without magic, and so on. But every time, the blank slip of paper would burn in a whitish blue flare, turning into dust. Is this Dumbledore's spell work or the goblet's innate magic? Pondered Quinn before coming to a circumstantial conclusion that as the paper burned in white blue just like the goblet's flames, the magic must be from the goblet. I should hurry. He took out a piece of light red chalk from his pockets and started to draw along the age line, circling the goblet till a dull red circle enclosed the age line. He knelt down and touched the chalk line with a finger. He closed his eyes and started to channel his magic into the chalk. Suddenly, the dull red chalk started to glow up in a neon red color. Then, the circle's line transformed into thrumming runic characters that sent out slight undulations of magic. And promptly, everything disappeared. Phew, this chalk sure is a powerful conduit, thought Quinn. The red chalk was one of the runic conduit materials that he had researched and developed in his free time. The chalk stick wasn't something Quinn regularly used to draw runes with, as he preferred to either etch runes into wood/metal or inscribe them in parchment, cloth, or leather. Let's see whether this works, said Quinn. He took out one of his personal royal blue WMFID cards. Then, he moved the card to see his signature in bronze ink. Below the signature written in bronze was Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. At novel bin at. He raised his right hand towards and the space near his hand distorted, and at the same time, the area surrounding the goblet distorted. With every second, the distortion became stronger. Come on. This shouldn't be hard. Barty Jr. could do it, I should be able to do the same, groaned Quinn. He hadn't considered that Barty Jr. had help from a master of magical arts, though. Even though he didn't know, when Quinn surpassed 80% of his total output, his eyes turned from stone gray to purple. Starting at 40% output, Quinn's magic had already reached a point that couldn't be seen from a minor. It was so potent that the distortion had grown to form a path between his hand and the goblet. The goblet of fire was now glowing so bright that Quinn was having trouble looking at it, and the entire hall was illuminated in a white-bluish light. The flames inside the goblet turned suddenly red again. Sparks began to fly from it. The next moment, a tongue of flame shot into the air for a while before the fire subsided to their usual calm state. What changed, however, was the color. The flames remained red. It worked, finally. That was one powerful confindus, sighed Quinn, and his purple eyes turned stone gray once again. The goblet was in its active state. Right now, it would accept every single name put out into it. The goblet of fire didn't have an age limit, which meant that if someone got past the age line, they would be able to put in their names, but Quinn didn't want to mess with the age line in case Dumbledore had done something special with it. So he targeted the goblet itself by disabling all the innate security measures. Now, I can enter my name, said Quinn and flicked his signed WMFID card towards the goblet, fully intending to enter his name for the tournament. From the bottom of his heart, Quinn wanted his name to enter the goblet so he could become a champion. The card flew in a curved path towards the goblet, but mid-flight, the royal blue card was attacked by a red zap of lightning, shredding and incinerating it simultaneously. Oh, it worked, said Quinn clapping his hand. Quinn West had nothing to gain by entering the Triwizard tournament. He had the money, and even if he wanted personal fame unrelated to his family, Quinn had plenty of ways to publicize him. The red chalk line was a warding charm bound to the chalk conduit, which was designed to eliminate any mention of his name and a few other names. While Quinn ensured that he carelessly didn't leave behind his signatures and name written by his own hand, a few things outside his secure personal collection contained them. So if someone got their hands on those select few samples and used them to enter his name, he needed to make sure they wouldn't work. Quinn could enter himself in the Triwizard, but no one else was allowed. Intent is paramount, whispered Quinn. The best way to check that his defense worked was if Quinn himself entered his name with the full intention to participate in a weakened/confused goblet of fire. Putting all those conditions together resulted in the optimal situation to enter a name. My work is done here, smiled Quinn, giving the goblet of fire a glance. Red flames flashed before turning back to their normal white-bluish state. He pulled up his hood, took out Recon, which he had checked before entering the Great Hall, and observed his vicinity. The map showed no one was near him, but Quinn did see the Death Eater out in the corridors outside of the professor's apartments when he said Barty Jr.'s name. Everybody is working hard, even the bad guys, chuckled Quinn before pulling on his hood and disappearing out of sight. Scene break. As the next day was Saturday, most students would generally have breakfast late. However, many students rose much earlier than they usually did on weekends. Quinn and the gang were always comparatively early to get because of Quinn and Eddie's early morning workouts. As such, Marcus and Luna had gained a habit to get up early so they could go have breakfast early. When they went down into the Great Hall, they saw about 20 people milling around it, some of them eating toast, all examining the Goblet of Fire. It was in the same place Quinn had seen it at night, and they stood outside of the Golden Age line. Anyone put their name in yet? Eddie asked a third-year girl eagerly. All the Durmstrang lot, she replied. But I haven't seen anyone from Hogwarts yet. Bet some of them put it in last night after we'd all gone to bed, said Marcus. I would've if it had been me, wouldn't have wanted everyone watching. What if the goblet just gobbled you right back out again? Someone laughed behind them. Turning, all saw Fred and George Weasley, along with Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, entering the hall, looking extremely excited. Quinn watched, semi-interestingly, as Fred pulled a slip of parchment out of his pocket bearing the words Fred Weasley, Hogwarts. Fred Weasley walked right up to the edge of the line and stood there, rocking on his toes like a diver preparing for a 50-foot drop. Then, with the eyes of every person in the entrance hall upon him, he took a great breath and stepped over the line. For a split second, everyone thought it had worked. George, Harry, and Ron certainly thought so, for they let out a yell of triumph and leaped after Fred. But next moment, there was a loud sizzling sound, and all four were hurled out of the golden circle as though they had been thrown by an invisible shot putter. They landed painfully, 10 feet away on the cold stone floor, and to add insult to injury, there was a loud popping noise, and both of them sprouted identical long white beards. Quinn looked at Harry lying on the ground and thought in amusement, "You don't need to try so hard, buddy. Someone already did your work for you." The great hall rang with laughter. Even Fred and George joined in once they had gotten to their feet and taken a good look at each other's beards. "I did warn you," said a deep, amused voice, and everyone turned to see Professor Dumbledore coming into the great hall. He surveyed Fred and George, his eyes twinkling. "I suggest you both go up to Madame Pomfrey. She is already tending to Ms. Fawcett, of Ravenclaw, and Mr. Summers, of Hufflepuff, both of whom decided to age themselves up a little too, though I must say, neither of their beards is anything like as fine as yours." Quinn glanced at the headmaster and thought, he appeared out of nowhere. Does he have a detection imbibed into the age line? Maybe something that would trigger with the age line. He looked at the golden line and then shrugged in indifference. As long as his or his close friends' names weren't put in, he couldn't care less. The four set off for the hospital wing, accompanied by Lee, who was howling with laughter. The decorations in the Great Hall had changed this morning. As it was Halloween, a cloud of live bats fluttered around the enchanted ceiling while hundreds of carved pumpkins leered from every corner. Quinn, of course, for the occasion, had put on his point hat with a few Halloween-themed lapel pins just like he did every year. Luna had copied him and worn her hat a few self-made Halloween accessories. Marcus celebrated by eating pumpkin pie for breakfast, and Eddie enjoyed the occasion by scaring some first and second years with homebrewed horror stories. "There's a rumor going around that Warrington got up early and put his name in," said Marcus. "That big bloke from Slytherin who looks like a sloth." Eddie, who had played Quidditch with the Ravenclaw team and heard about Warrington, looked away from the little ones and shook his head in disgust. "We can't have him as a champion. And all the Hufflepuffs are talking about Diggory," continued Eddie mockingly. "But I wouldn't have thought he'd have wanted to risk his good looks." "Oh, he will enter his name. There is no doubt about that, he told me himself, and I think he already did it," said Quinn informing. People suddenly cheered in the Great Hall. They all swiveled around in their seats and saw Angelina Johnson coming into the hall, grinning in an embarrassed sort of way. She walked over to Goblet and entered her name. She turned 17 last week, didn't she?" thought Quinn, a finger on his temple as he pulled out information from his mindscape. The students from Beauxbatons came through the front doors from the entrance hall, among them, the Vila, Fleur Delacour. Those gathered around the Goblet of Fire stood back to let them pass, watching eagerly. Madame Maxime entered the hall behind her students and organized them into a line. One by one, the Beauxbatons students stepped across the age line and dropped their slips of parchment into the blue-white flames. As each name entered the fire, it turned briefly red and emitted sparks. "What do you reckon will happen to the ones who aren't chosen?" Marcus muttered to Quinn as the Fleur dropped her parchment into the Goblet of Fire. "Reckon they'll go back to school or hang around to watch the tournament." "They will stay and study with 6th and 7th year students," answered Quinn. "Can't have them wasting time here and not have them study." When all the Beauxbatons students had submitted their names, Madame Maxime led them back out of the hall and out onto the grounds again. Quinn closed his eyes for a second and thought as the Beauxbatons students exited. That completes the entry of all 4 champions. The preparations are clear, the stage is set. Time to open the game. Scene break. "I finally have some free time, Mr. West," said McGonagall, turning to Quinn, who was sitting in front of her inside her office. "We have something to talk about, and you have a lot to answer about." "Answers to all of your questions, Professor," replied Quinn with a smile. "Let's talk about what you did in the Great Hall yesterday," started McGonagall. "I'm sure that wasn't included in your duties." "Indeed it wasn't, ma'am," said Quinn as he continued to smile. "But, if Beauxbatons and Durmstrang can show off their magic, Hogwarts should be able to get a chance to represent itself. And you took that responsibility on yourself." "That I did. 4 mascots, 4 founders, 4 houses all coming together to create one school binding everyone under one banner. With the time I was given, I came up with a performance that represented Hogwarts as a whole. I think it was nice, don't you?" spoke Quinn, confident and pleased with his work. "You could have talked with us before you put on that. We were trying to be welcoming, but then you spurred on something much larger than what Beauxbatons and Durmstrang had prepared," sighed McGonagall. Olympe Maxime and Igor Karkaroff weren't happy with the sudden situation. "You have to understand that the Triwizard Tournament has been set up to improve international relations." I can see that happening," nodded Quinn, understanding her point. "But those two don't matter. What matters are the students. If we have a positive outlook towards each other, then two people won't matter in the long run. Durmstrang and Slytherin bonded together because of their similar ideology, and Ravenclaw students were able to interact with Beauxbatons students with my performance as the topic. It was the fact that our students didn't know about my performance that they felt a true surprise and were able to relate with the foreign students. He shrugged and summarized his actions in simple words. All I did was provide an icebreaker of sorts. One simple step to set off a domino of positivity. McGonagall seemed to be at a loss for words. She could see sense in Quinn's words. The students were the future, and if they were happy and positively reacting to each other, then the older generation indeed didn't matter in the long run. But I see what you're worried about, Professor, said Quinn, gaining her attention. Professors can have a big impact on the students. I guess we can do something to improve their impression of us. McGonagall felt relieved about Quinn's willingness to work with her. But then she saw a wide smile bloom on Quinn's face, which plunged her heart into sudden caution and suspicion. Mr. West, I will be honest with you. I don't like that smile of yours. Quinn laughed happily at her reaction. No need to worry about it, Professor. Actually, you will be the happiest about the reason behind my smile. He took out a folded sheet of paper from his clothes. After unfolding it and eliminating creases with magic, he slid the paper across the tables towards McGonagall. He sat back as the premier Quidditch nut picked the sheet and started to read it. As McGonagall read it, her eyes widened in surprise. Mr. West, this. Are you sure? Are you sure we can do this? Please tell me you have given it thought. It won't be easy, not in our school. McGonagall was surprised, hopeful, and suspicious because of doubt about Quinn's plans. It didn't look like it would succeed, but if it did, then it would be huge. I have thought it through, Professor. I can make it happen, smirked Quinn. All I require is complete control over the operation. The power and authority to do it my own way and don't have to answer to anyone. I will approach them on my own with no supervision. That. McGonagall hesitated for a good while before nodding. If you can get results, then I will grant you the permission, but if it fails then. It won't fail, Professor, smiled Quinn, and a deal was set. He was going to put up a show. With this, step 1 is complete, thought Quinn, grinning inside. The Halloween feast seemed to take much longer than usual. Perhaps because it was their second feast in 2 days, people didn't seem to fancy the extravagantly prepared food as much as they would typically have. Like everyone else in the hall, judging by the constantly craning necks, the impatient expressions on every face, the fidgeting, and then standing up to see whether Dumbledore had finished eating yet, Quinn too wanted the plates to clear, and to hear who had been selected as champions. His reason wasn't the same as others. Quinn 99% knew who would get chosen. He simply wanted to enjoy the commotion that would follow. At long last, the golden plates returned to their original spotless state. There was a sharp upswing in the level of noise within the hall, which died away almost instantly as Dumbledore got to his feet. On either side of him, Professor Karkaroff and Madame Maxime looked as tense and expectant as anyone. Ludo Bagman was beaming and winking at various students. Mr. Crouch, however, seemed entirely uninterested, almost bored. Well, the goblet is almost ready to make its decision, said Dumbledore. I estimate that it requires 1 more minute. Now, when the champions' names are called, I would ask them to please come up to the top of the hall, walk along with the staff table, and go through into the next chamber. He indicated the door behind the staff table where they will be receiving their first instructions. He took out his wand and gave a great sweeping wave with it. At once, all the candles except those inside the carved pumpkins were extinguished, plunging them into a state of semi-darkness. Show off, muttered Quinn, but with a smile on his face as he enjoyed the dramatics. The goblet of fire now shone more brightly than anything in the whole hall, the sparkling bright, bluey whiteness of the flames almost painful on the eyes. Everyone watched, waiting. A few people kept checking their watches. Any second, Eddie whispered, a seat away from Quinn. The flames inside the goblet turned suddenly red again, turning to its activation state. Sparks began to fly from it. The next moment, a tongue of flame shot into the air, a charred piece of parchment fluttered out of it. The whole room gasped. Dumbledore caught the piece of parchment and held it at arm's length so that he could read it by the light of the flames, which had turned back to blue-white. The champion for Durmstrang, he read, in a strong, clear voice, will be Victor Krum. As a storm of applause and cheering swept the hall, Quinn saw Victor Krum rise from the Slytherin table and slouch up toward Dumbledore. He turned right, walked along with the staff table, and disappeared through the door into the next chamber. Bravo, Victor, boomed Karkaroff, so loudly that everyone could hear him, even over all the applause. Knew you had it in you. The clapping and chatting died down. Now everyone's attention was focused again on the goblet, which, seconds later, turned red once more. A second piece of parchment shot out of it, propelled by the flames. The champion for Beauxbatons, said Dumbledore, is Fleur Delacour. Quinn leaned back to see the Vila get up gracefully to her feet, shook back her sheet of silvery blonde hair, and swept up between the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. She passed by him confidently towards Dumbledore. Oh look, they're all disappointed, Luna said over the noise, nodding toward the remainder of the Beauxbatons party. Disappointed was a bit of an understatement, Quinn thought. 2 of the girls who had not been selected had dissolved into tears and were sobbing with their heads in their arms. When Fleur Delacour too had vanished into the side chamber, silence fell again, but this time it was a silence so stiff with excitement you could almost taste it. The Hogwarts champion next. and the goblet of fire turned red once more. Sparks showered out of it, the tongue of flame shot high into the air, and from its tip, Dumbledore pulled the third piece of parchment. "The Hogwarts champion," he called, "is Cedric Diggory." Every single Hufflepuff had jumped to their feet, screaming and stamping, as Cedric made his way past them, grinning broadly, and headed off toward the chamber behind the teacher's table. Indeed, the applause for Cedric went on so long that it was some time before Dumbledore could make himself heard again. "Excellent," Dumbledore called happily as, at last, the tumult died down. "Well, we now have our 3 champions. I am sure I can count upon all of you, including the remaining students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, to give your champions every ounce of support you can muster. By cheering your champion on, you will contribute in a very real." But Dumbledore suddenly stopped speaking, and it was apparent to everybody what had distracted him. The fire in the goblet had just turned red again. Sparks were flying out of it. A long flame shot suddenly into the air, and borne upon it was another piece of parchment. Quinn's heartbeat quickened as automatically, it seemed, Dumbledore reached out with an extended hand and seized the parchment. He held it out and stared at the name written upon it. "Come on, old man, spit it out," thought Quinn, staring intently at Dumbledore. There was a long pause, during which Dumbledore stared at the slip in his hands. Everyone in the room stared at Dumbledore. And then Dumbledore cleared his throat and read out Harry Potter. Quinn clenched his fist, and inside his head, he did an imaginary fist pump of celebration. "Hell yeah, not me sucka." The paranoia of Quinn West finally calmed down. After Quinn's short celebration, he turned his attention back to his surroundings. There was no applause. As though of angry bees, a buzzing was starting to fill the hall. Some students were standing up to get a better look at Harry Potter as he sat, frozen, in his seat. While Harry had tried to put his name into the goblet with the Weasley twins and Ron, he had failed. Even if he had succeeded in getting his name, Harry had never thought he would get selected. But now, Dumbledore was calling out his name. To see this took him by shock was an understatement. Quinn removed his 4th champion and turned his sight to more interesting people in the hall. Up at the head table, Professor McGonagall had got to her feet and swept past Ludo Bagman and Professor Karkaroff to whisper urgently to Professor Dumbledore, who bent his ear toward her, frowning slightly. Still watching from his table, Quinn raised an eyebrow as he observed them before another professor caught his eye. Lily Potter sat on her chair, but the mother of 2 looked shell-shocked, her face portraying her current emotions clear and transparently. "At novel bin at. Now I feel bad for her," thought Quinn, and seeing that his eyes were on a Potter, he decided to shift his sight to the 3rd Potter and watched the girl twin with her hand on her twin's shoulder. Ivy Potter looked as if she was rapidly asking questions to Harry. Her twin, though, sat still on his seat, not answering her question. Finally, Quinn looked at the initiator of this situation and watched the figure of Barty Crouch Jr. in the form of Alastor Moody with a hidden gaze. For once, Moody's eyes were still, and if one could ignore the strap holding the magical artificial eye, Moody's eye pair looked like they were normal. At the top table, Dumbledore had straightened up, nodding to Professor McGonagall. "Harry Potter," he called again. "Harry, up here, if you please." Harry got to his feet, trod on the hem of his robes, and stumbled slightly. He set off up the gap between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables. The boy who lived, with hundreds of eyes on him, took a long walk towards the head table. The buzzing grew louder and louder as he reached the head table before following Dumbledore's instruction to exit the Great Hall to the antechamber. "Now that's an eventful Halloween," nodded Quinn, but his voice drowned way in the voice of the entire Great Hall's chatter and talk. Quinn took out a chocolate cube from his pocket. The dice-sized cube cooled down with a faint gush of ice magic, and as he popped the cold chocolate into his mouth, Quinn only had one thought. Halloween sure isn't good for Potters. Scene break. The next day, while the castle was still fresh with the last day's events, Quinn could be found near the Forbidden Forest dressed in noir transformative gear. He wasn't interested in listening to everyone talk about the 4th champion and wanted to get some work done. Forenza had guided him on his first visit, but now Quinn had navigated his own way to the darkness within the Forbidden Forest. Standing at the edge of darkness, Quinn looked into the darkness with his hood still up. "This is going to be tough," his voice distorted, "there are too many of them inside." The last time Quinn had gone in, he was attacked by a clutter of Acromantula. They had tried to tear him apart and feast on him with ferocious intensity as Quinn had to fend off Archimantulas trying to get to him even if it meant they would get burned. "A few minutes and I nearly burned through 50% of my capacity," spat Quinn. The shield spell, which burned when touched, the spikes from Quinn's patent ice magic, and the orange spell which had cleared a path in front of him. The 3 spells had burned through a lot of magic. "Well, most of it was used by the shield," said Quinn, clicking his tongue. "I can't blow the place up. If he did that, the residents, living inside the darkness or not, wouldn't appreciate their home being torn apart by explosions. I can't be on defense, putting up the shield isn't doing me any favors." If he wanted to get past the Acromantulas, Quinn needed to preserve the magic and not spend his entire capacity on them, leaving him vulnerable to other danger. "For that, I need my sight back." Unlike inside water, Quinn didn't know how to use a magical ripple sonar radar to navigate without sight. So, Quinn needed to find another way to see, and in the time between this visit and the first, Quinn had found a way to get his sight back inside the darkness. He placed his palms over his hands, and magic entered his eyes through his palms. The human eye lets light in through a hole called the pupil. A lens inside the eye focused on the image, and the retina detected that image. The retina contained two structures called rods and cones that detected light and sent the image to the brain. Rods were great at capturing very dim light and movement. However, they do not detect colors. Humans could see colors so vividly because of cones, which can only function with plenty of light. They had 4 times the number of rods than we have cones. This ratio meant that humans could see pretty well during the day, and though they have more rods than cones overall, humans had more cones than many animals. They could see many kinds of colors during the day, and we still see reasonably well in the dark. However, other animals with more rods and fewer cones than humans could see even better in the dark, even if their color vision wasn't as good during the day. Right now, Quinn's magic was altering the structure of his eyes. Inside his eyes, rods increased in quantity while cones sinking in numbers. Cats, owls, raccoons, red foxes, bullfrogs. Quinn had ordered eyes of various nocturnal animals with a ratio of rods and cones, which allowed night vision. Going through them, he created an eye structure that would let him see in the dark. "Ugh, I don't like doing this one," said Quinn, and when he removed his hands, Quinn's iris had widened, and inside, the pupils were so large that the stone gray was nothing but a thin ring on the outside. As he looked around, Quinn found that the dim forest was brighter, as if he was standing under clear sunlight. He looked ahead, and the darkness had turned into a late evening light. "Yeah, I can work with that," he smiled, but it wasn't at his success. The smile was at the shining dots he could see inside. Numerous 8-eyed sets stared at him from just within the darkness, observing if Quinn would enter their territory. "Let's get started." With the hood on, he stepped inside the darkness, and pandemonium ensued. The second the black-clad Quinn entered the darkness, 2 comparatively small acromantula dove down from the tree canopy and jumped on Quinn, their pincers clacking in excitement. Quinn's transfigured eyes briefly glanced up and grinned. "I can see you." The 2 spiders that had jumped on their target felt a force against their bodies. Like taking a giant sledgehammer straight to the body, they were blown away before the 2 could touch the ground. With a serviceable sight providing him with visuals, Quinn could finally focus on individual targets, something he couldn't previously as his vision was short and limited. Plus, acromantula held venom in their pincers, a single cut, and Quinn would be in deep trouble. Not even a second had passed since Quinn had launched 2 banishing charms. He twitched when he felt something at his back. A transparent shield formed behind his back just before an acromantula slammed against it, sending silvery waves along with the shield. With a turn on his neck, Quinn gave a brief glance for the offending acromantula to feel a heavy force from above and found himself being slammed into the dirt. "You need to do better if you want to eat me," said Quinn as his eyes moved left to the right, looking at the acromantulas creeping towards him on their clacking pincers. The provocation seemed to work as one of the biggest, baddest acromantula jumped Quinn with a loud shriek. Quinn raised his arm for a shield to appear, and the acromantula slammed against the shield. He used the shield to push the massive, hairy spider down, thrusting the spider into the ground before casting a point-blank explosion charm to rip 3 out of 8 legs apart. A painful screech filled the darkness, and for a split second, the spiders backed away, but the agony from their kind made their blood boil and simultaneously jumped out on Quinn. From above, one could see a black figure standing in the center with gigantic spiders throwing themselves at him. Shields would appear to stop the spiders who go too close while Quinn rammed their siblings away with magic. With every second, the scene started to get violent. What had begun as harmless, yet a little tough, spell push from banishing spell was now a bloody scene as Quinn was breaking their pincers to make sure they won't return anytime soon. Not so proactive after losing 3 legs, aren't you? Thought Quinn. He could see that the clatter was lightening up, bringing a smile to his face. But then there was sudden reversal as Quinn saw something white from the corner of his eyes. He had no time to react as something thick and gooey attached itself on Quinn's elbow. His eyes widened when he saw what it was, spider web. The exclamation was met with a pull as Quinn's body was pulled to the right towards an acromantula shrieking in glee, but before Quinn's feet could leave the ground, another spider web stuck to his body and pulled him to the left. The acromantulas weren't coordinating and mainly moving on their own, which helped Quinn as he felt the 2 opposite forces pull him in opposite directions. The force lifted him up from the ground, but he stayed in a single spot, giving Quinn enough time to release a sharp cold wave into the thick, sticky, yet steel-like webs and froze them till they were rigid. He cast blasting curses on the frozen bindings for them to shatter into ice shards. Yes, he celebrated, but then his pupils shrunk as he felt a stinky smell waft across his nose. He moved his eyes up to see an open mouth with fangs inside about to bite his head off. A shiver went through his body as he found himself in a life-death moment. Time seemed to slow down as Quinn continued to stare at the acromantula's hairy feature, and strangely, he could see joy inside the leader. His magic moved on instinct, and a deep, murky dark maroon orb formed in front of Quinn before it stretched out and zapped straight into the mouth. The magic entered the body through the body, and the acromantula started to feel quizzy as its body heat raised. It went from comfortable warmth to burning heat in a matter of seconds. It began to shriek and dropped right in front of Quinn, writhing in pain. Quinn shot 2 spells, each on the 2 different sides towards his almost captures. There were blasts, and shrieks were intense and short-billed as a second spell hit them. He hadn't removed his eyes from the acromantul who was writhing on the floor. The spell was a dark curse, one that would corrode the target user. Right now, the spider was feeling everything burn as the curse worked its charm. Seeing the acromantula so close, Quinn raised his hand, and a murky yellow spell light appeared over his hand. He was about to take out all of the acromantula's legs in one clean sweep, essentially destroying the spider's life. A yell filled the surroundings. Halt! Wait! Stop! A clutter of acromantulas surrounding Quinn were attacking him with the sole desire to feast on his flesh. They were trying hard to get a taste of human flesh and blood, but stopped when they heard a word from a voice. With piercing cackles and shrieks, they protested against getting held back, but a louder, more piercing, mighty shrill screech made them cower and bend their 8 legs in submission. The human, on the other hand, exhaled a deep breath, releasing a small puff of icy mist into the air, and with it, dozens of ice spears manifested into the dark surrounding, gleaming in the spider's 8 set eyes. That was, ugh, thought Quinn, refraining his hands to go to his ears, so damn harsh. He moved towards the source of the shrill to see a bigger, meaner, bulkier acromantula slowly creeping towards him as the crowd of regular acromantula parted way for the 8-legged elephant-sized monstrosity. Wait, thought Quinn with a mental chuckle of disbelief, isn't this one too big? The ice spikes around him rotated to face the new arrival, but in the face of the arachnid, they were akin to thin ice picks. Human. There was gray in the black of his body and legs, and each of the eyes on his ugly, pincered head were milky white. It was blind. You must be the one who is called Aragog, said Quinn, raising his chin to peer at the leader of the acromantula colony composed of all of his sons and daughters. That I am, he said, clicking his pincers rapidly. Why have you entered my home, human? He looked around, and with his 8 white eyes, he made a sidelong glance around his children. Not only that, but you dare to harm my children. Give me a reason why I shouldn't kill you on the spot. Aragog could sense that some of his children were gravely injured, a few of those not in any condition to live much longer, but he showed no grief for them. This was the forbidden forest, the strong lived, and the weak perished. I want to venture inside to get to the cursed vault, said Quinn, his voice amplified and distorted, ringing inside a silent forest. So, why should I care about it? Do I look like I care about what you think? I don't give a shit about what you and your children think or want. At novel bin at. The entire cluster of spiders stepped closer to Quinn, their pincers clicking rapidly and continuously, filling the forest with a sickening noise capable of bringing shivers down the spine of most people. Don't test your luck, human. I can make your death, not so swift, spoke Aragog, the fangs inside his mouth gleaming as he calmly snarled. Oh, yeah, scoffed Quinn, taking the provocation as a chance to pump magic into his spikes, enlarging them as ice creaked and cracked while manifesting. Bring it on, let's see who comes out alive. I like that hide of yours, maybe I will strip it off your carcass. The colossal arachnid didn't make any moves or spoke anything in reply. The 8 blind eyes focused on the vague figure of Quinn. His pincers were slowly opening and closing. Before long, Aragog clicked his pincers once for a fast and crisp noise to shatter the pregnant silence. Humph, cursed vault you say? Aragog scoffed with derision. Humans have always been dull-brained. Go. I am looking forward to the day you die and rot inside. Aragog screeched and clicked his pincers, and it seemed to be an order to his children because the acromantula retreated away from Quinn, shooting webs above to the trees, climbing up to disappear in the dark forage of forest, leaving Aragog and Quinn on the ground as they kept watch upon the two. Beware, human, if you come out injured. Neither me nor my children like you. Should we get a scent of your blood wafting around, we will drag you to our nest. There was a gleeful tenor in his voice as he too made webs up to climb up the forage. I look forward to the day when I get to taste your flesh and blood. I hope the day comes soon. Aragog, the acromantula, disappeared and left before Quinn could say anything. Yeah, run, you better run, big freak, grumbled Quinn. He waved his hand and the ice spikes puffed in a cold mist. He moved his gaze towards the fallen acromantulas, which had gotten too injured in the fight for them to move. They were heavily wounded and, as such, were now thrown out of the colony. The law of the jungle, muttered Quinn moving towards the fallen. Noticing Quinn approaching, the acromantula's 8 eyes shifted towards him. Human, said the spider with 4 twisted legs. Quinn stared down at the spider, which he had ended up injuring. He matched eyes with the arachnid and nodded. Yeah, I understand. Thank you. Quinn extended his hand towards the spider as he looked up above at the leaves, ignoring the acromantula eyes peering down at him. He looked past them and breathed out. Crack. Closing his eyes, Quinn heard the silence of the forest before looking down. Laid near his feet was the lifeless body of the spider. The 8 set of dull, holy black eyes with no whites were looking as if staring at him. He turned his head to the left to see the inner depth of the place he had come to call the underworld. He realized there were more and more blackened trees, grayish ground, and dull grass. And perhaps it was because of his transfigured eyes, but Quinn felt that the underworld was more lifeless than the last time. To his right was the path that led him to the outside. He could see the brightness inviting him to move towards it in the distance. The trail led back to the brighter portion of the Forbidden Four with plenty of lights to light up the surroundings. He sighed. The mood to go left deeper into the underworld had disappeared. Right now, he wanted to go back to the castle and relax. But before that, he had work to do. He turned away from the spider body and walked a few steps before. Crack, crack, crack. Scene break. Inside a classroom in the Transfiguration wing of the castle stood 4 people, looking at each other apprehensively. From the looks of it, they weren't happy to be in the same room. The 4 were dressed in similar black robes and gray uniforms beneath. The only difference was the color of the trims present on the robes and the personalization in the uniform, red and gold, blue and bronze, yellow and black, green and silver. Why in the world are we called here? Asked the person dressed in green and silver. He was known to the students for his ever-present mocking smirk, but currently, his face was locked in an uncomfortable expression as he stared at the other three. I have no idea, said the girl dressed in red and gold, shaking her head. She had been nervous coming here, but when the girl saw her company, she calmed down. I have no idea, but we can pretty much assume what this is about, shrugged the boy in blue and bronze. Slight intelligence flashed in his eyes as he observed the pattern he saw in the people with him. Well, he is the one who called us. I'm sure he has something important to say, spoke the boy dressed in yellow and black. If he had been in another group, his lovely smile would have charmed others, but the other three just wanted to bash his face in just so that they wouldn't need to see it. Before it opened, there was a knock on the door for another person dressed in blue and bronze to enter the room. He gazed at them, and a smile bloomed on his face as if joyous to see them all. Pusey, Johnson, Davies, and Diggory, said the black-haired boy in a pleased tone, I'm glad you've accepted my invitation. I was worried that you might be busy. The four watched as their inviter, Quinn West, 5th year Ravenclaw, stood by the door, looking at them. He turned his head outside the room and said, everyone is here, you can enter. The four watched with confusion and curiosity, wondering who Quinn was talking to. Two people entered the room, one blonde posh-looking boy and a flamboyant brunette girl. Quinn took out his fake wand and waved it once, for 7 chairs to be pulled out from the room's corner. The 7 chairs circularly arranged themselves in the center of the room. He nonchalantly pulled a chair and sat down, making himself comfortable. Sit down. We have a lot to discuss, he said, causing others to look at him as he acted like this classroom was his home. West, why did you call me here? I'm busy, grumbled Adrian Pusey, 6th year Slytherin. He looked at the other Hogwarts student and sneered, and you invited these plebs to come here. Who do you think you're calling a pleb, Snake? Sneered Roger Davies, 6th year Ravenclaw, looking defiantly at Pusey as if ready to fight. You both should calm down, sighed Quinn, pointing to the two who came with him. We have guests. Angelina Johnson looked at the two unfamiliar people and asked, you are from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, right? Yes, said the flamboyant girl in heavily accented English, dressed casually with her legs crossed as she leaned into the back of her chair, Carrie Haugen, from Durmstrang. I'm 17 years old. The posh-looking blonde boy, seeing Carrie introducing herself, also decided to introduce himself. Good evening, my name is Albert AC, 7th year, Beauxbatons, at your service. I'm guessing that all of you are interested in the reason why you were called here, said Quinn, addressing their primary source of curiosity about this gathering. Given that all of us here are the captains for the house Quidditch teams, I can safely assume that it's about Quidditch, offered Cedric as he looked at the people present in the room. Nothing less expected from the champion, said Quinn, lightly clapping. Yes, you're correct. It's related to Quidditch. He pointed at the two foreign students and continued, these two are also Quidditch players from their respective schools. They are both captains. They will be my contact with their schools. Not Crumb? Asked Roger Davies as he glanced at Carrie. Carrie narrowed her eyes in response. Yes, me and not Crumb. Crumb went pro. He has nothing to do with Durmstrang Quidditch anymore. Neither the school nor his pro club team wants him to play at Durmstrang. Davies had the decency to look embarrassed after being indirectly berated. You've heard her, said Quinn. The reason I have called you here is that I've been handed to manage the Quidditch season at Hogwarts this year. West, you do know that Quidditch was cancelled this year for the tournament, right? Said Angelina. She glanced towards Cedric at the mention of the tournament. Why are you all looking at me? It's not my fault, protested Cedric when everyone, not just Angelina, gave him the same look. Quinn chuckled at the scene before answering, Ms. Johnson, the Quidditch house tournament might have been cancelled, but that doesn't mean that we can't enjoy Quidditch this year. I've decided to continue with the theme of improving international relations and start a Quidditch tournament involving students from all 3 schools. What do you mean? Asked Adrian, confused. It will be a Quidditch tournament with the same rules, no difference there. Unlike our house tournaments that have only 4 teams, I have decided that there will be 10 teams competing for the top spot. Sounds good, explained Quinn while observing how the others were taking it. After everyone nodded, Quinn continued, while this tournament is open to everyone, the teams will be decided by the 10 team captains. They will be in charge of who they want to take in their teams. As there are 10 teams, that means that 70 students will be participating in the Quidditch tournament. The 4 Hogwarts captains, along with Carrie and Albert, looked interested and excited about the idea. They had thought that they would be missing Quidditch this year, but from what Quinn was saying, it was looking like they would not only be playing Quidditch, but it would be a unique experience from their usual annual tournaments. Out of the 10 team captains, 6 of them will be from Hogwarts, 2 of them will be from Beauxbatons, and the last 2 will be from Durmstrang, said Quinn and cut off Albert before he could speak. Given the number of students at Hogwarts, this is fair. Also, I'm not finished. There are some conditions to build a team. What conditions? First, let's talk about the Hogwarts teams. Let's say the captain is from Ravenclaw. Excluding them, there will be 6 more members. Out of those 6 members, only 2 members can be from Ravenclaw. As such, only 3 students can be from the same house as the captain. What? Exclaimed Adrian. You can't do that. Even the other Hogwarts house team captains looked uncomfortable with Quinn's conditions. I can do that and all other kinds of things. I have complete control over this tournament. To be blunt, I don't answer to any of the faculty members. If I wanted the snitch to be 10 points instead of 150, then that would be the official rules, said Quinn, leaving the others stunned. Let's continue, he said. Out of the remaining 4 members, 1 each needs to be from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. That means 2 of the members from every team won't be from Hogwarts, allowing Beauxbatons and Durmstrang to have plenty of representation. Finally, the last 2 members can be chosen from other Hogwarts houses or from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. It's up to the team who they want. Quinn turned to Carrie and Albert and gave them their team-building conditions. Let's say if the captain is Carrie, then other than her, she can only recruit 1 other Durmstrang member in her team. 1 of the team members must be from Beauxbatons, while the remaining 4 will be from Hogwarts. The condition on Hogwarts members is that out of those 4 members, only 2 can be from the same house. His eyes glanced at every member of the team. He enjoyed their stunned expression. I know the first thing that popped in all your minds when I spoke about teams. All of you thought about entering your usual squads, said Quinn. 4 out of 10 teams would have ended up being our house teams while at least 2 more would have been solely from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. I'm willing to bet a lot of money that the rest of the 4 would have gone the same way. But where's the fun in that? Let's try out something different while we have the chance. I have a few questions, spoke Cedric, a slight crease between his brows. Of course. I am assuming that we all are going to be captains, asked Cedric, pointing to the 6 Quidditch captains. Yes, all of you will get a team, answered Quinn, and seeing that it was Cedric who asked the question, Quinn notified him, if you don't wish to participate, given that you're a champion, you can hand over your spot to another Hufflepuff. Cedric nodded. The tasks hadn't been revealed, as such, Cedric didn't know if he would need to back out of the Quidditch tournament. My question is about the other 2 Hogwarts teams. With us 4, said Cedric point at the house team captains, every house gets 1 team each, but what about the other 2? Which 2 houses get 2 teams? The house loyalty was strong in Hogwarts, so Quinn had expected the question, it will be a lucky draw. I will have someone neutral pull the houses out. What about us? Asked Albert. Who gets the 2nd team from our schools? Durmstrang's 2nd team will go to Crumb. Of course, he can opt out. He then turned to Albert and asked, does Ms. Delacour play Quidditch? Albert shook his head in reply. I see. Please give me a recommendation, asked Quinn. He then looked at the captains and smiled. Start recruiting people, captains. This is going to be different from your usual seasons. There's no continuity. You will be building everything from scratch. Quinn stood inside the room of requirements dressed in shorts and a t-shirt. The room had transformed according to his wishes and was now a simple, spacious room with no furniture. The only thing that was present was a heavy bag that hung from a stand. He looked down on the floor. He lightly skipped on his feet. The floor had a little spring. He had given it a rubber surface. Softening charm check, said Quinn, continuing to jump on his feet. The trifecta, said Quinn to himself. The mind, the physical entity that deals with thinking, reasoning, our ability to make choices, and partially deals with emotions, beliefs, and attitude. While continuing to jump, he closed his eyes and dove into his mindscape. He then saw Hogwarts on one side and the West Manor on the other side. He looked up in his mental image, at the simulated blue sky, and looked beyond to see a faint hexagonal layer barely visible. Quinn raised his hand and waved it in front of him to feel the invisible radioactive matter omnipresent inside his mindscape. Soul, the immaterial part of a being, the part considered to be its essence, deeply connected to the magical core, along with emotions, self, consciousness, and connectedness. Quinn placed his hand on his chest. He couldn't feel his soul. It was out of his reach, with no way to gain access to it. His brow twitched when his memories sent him back to his 3rd year, the year in which he had been under the influence of the sin curse. The curse had affected his soul and then it had gained control over his emotions, affecting his personality and attitude. To this day, Quinn hadn't touched anything related to the soul. Body, the physical entity which houses both the mind and the soul. It comprises 11 systems that come together to form one complete system. A complex machine that is designed to support life by aligning the mind and soul to create a balance. It's the most fragile one of the 3, one snap and the body can become useless, and lead to its death. He stopped jumping and took a standard Muay Thai fighting stance, exhaling a heavy breath, and started shadow boxing, punches, kicks, elbow strikes, knee blows. He went through a continuous series that felt comfortable to him. A minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes and then some more time passed. The continuous movements had Quinn sweating all over. His breathing was labored, but Quinn didn't stop, he kept going. When he felt that he couldn't keep up, he would switch to an easier series, but he didn't stop. An average person can only access 40 to 50% of their muscular mass when performing any physical task or exertion, he said. He chuckled. What terrible efficiency, it makes one wonder about the limitations. But when doing continuous exercise with an increasing load, the body starts to warm up, muscles begin to open up, and a normal person can climb up to access 60% of their physical capabilities. Quinn took in a deep breath and suddenly stepped forward to get in reach of the brown, heavy bag. He upped his speed and power and started to attack the bag with rigor combined with practiced skill. Top professional athletes with merciless, relentless, and continuous training can gain access to 80% of their muscular mass. Combining that 80% with the fact that their bodies have transcended the average by several degrees, they reach a level of not being superhuman, but they can definitely be called superhumans. But not all professional athletes can reach that level. Genetics with excellent physical properties is what allows the select few to reach that level. Quinn's body began shaking as the continuous exertion was affecting his body, but he continued to push himself despite that. The body doesn't allow us to go beyond the limit in the fear that the person would hurt himself, but some conditions allow us to break those limits. Extreme emotions can cause a person to access the ending 20% by pumping excessively, potentially dangerous amounts of adrenaline into their bodies. He smiled as his elbow smashed into the leather of the bag. But that is for normal people. People without access to the supernatural force that reside in rare individuals. Quinn pulled his fist back and regained the standard stance. With a swift movement, Quinn twisted his body to generate force that would travel from his legs and would be exerted through his fist via punch into the heavy bed. Once again, Quinn regained a standard stance, but now, he had a grin on his face. His body moved as if to punch just like the last time, but this time, Quinn used his feet to generate force, which added more physical power to his punch. Quinn's grin widened when he felt force travel up his body. He snapped his arm forward to punch the heavy bag. Whip. With the speed of a whip, Quinn's arm punched forward. Quinn watched as his fist got buried into the leather with a force that even surprised him, as the stand holding the bag got knocked over. With heavy, labored breathing, a rising and lowering chest, Quinn stared at the fallen bag. Slowly, a smile replaced his surprised face. Quinn raised his hand to look at his fists. Magic, physical, body magic, he mutters. Quinn flexed his hands and observed his first use of the new body magic. I was able to get up to 70% of my best while being dead tired. I guess that is to be expected. Quinn had always been active since his preteen days, but after his third year, Quinn had been working out twice a day. An outdoor workout in the morning and an entire Muay Thai session inside the room of requirements in the evening. That had not only made him fit but also had built up some skill when he boxed. Reaching 70% at an activity that he was familiar with was a satisfactory result. Next is 80%, the regular limit of the human limit, smiled Quinn, aiming to accomplish something that would take years of constant training within a short time. After that, I will go beyond. The magic of the body was just getting started. Scene break. Tick, tick, tick. The wall clock in the AID office ticked away, as Quinn sat at his desk, writing away on a sheet of paper. From the year Quinn had gotten his first set of magic-related books from Leah, he had compiled his own collection of records on every branch and topic of magic he ever learned. Throughout the years, his ever-growing library continued to get more books. In fact, he mainly joined Hogwarts to gain access to the school library along with the collections of books inside Room of Requirements. With those resources at his fingertips, Quinn's magic records grew both in quantity and quality. Compiling improved potion recipes, examining myriads of materials for transfiguration, researching thousands of herbs for their magical properties, extensively studying the essence and theory behind every spell or charm, observing planets and luminaries' movements over the years, and so on. Quinn had tried to study everything in detail and genuinely understand why magic performed as it did. There was a section filled with Quinn's research material in his personal library, a treasure trove that even the most learned magicals would salivate at because of its cross-cultured nature. No one except Quinn knew the extent of the knowledge he had amassed. Though not all of it was unknown to the outside world. Over the years, some of it had been released to the outside world. The AID notes which optimized the Hogwarts material to the limit were available to every student of the magical school. His AID personal collection, which stood a level above the notes, was primarily used by Luna Lovegood for her guided and accelerated studies. Quinn West's compendium of herbs and magical creatures in the hands of Elliot was updated every year when he returned home, which allowed the potion enthusiast to continue learning whenever he had the time. His book of charms and spells for daily use had become one of Ms. Rosie's favorite reads because of the sheer brutal practical nature of the included charms. While his personal tips on occlumency were nowhere near Alan D. Baddeley's masterpiece of guides, George still cherished the writings that Quinn sent him from time to time. Leah's little diary, which updated itself with tidbits from various branches of magic, allowed her to hold conversations with people from many walks of magic, earning her the reputation of being a well-versed, knowledgeable person all over the globe. Currently, he was jotting down one of the many theories of arithmancy that Quinn had recently researched upon. As he penned the last sentence of the document, Quinn heard a familiar chime. Quinn looked up to see a face that surprised him. The person in front of him wasn't one he expected to visit his office. "Mr. Malfoy," he said, identifying his guest, "what a surprise for you to visit my office. How may I help you?" Draco Malfoy was a slender boy with sleek white blonde hair, cold gray eyes, a pale complexion, and rather sharp, pointed, aristocratic features. The fourth-year Slytherin, like many others, gazed at his office in wonderment and curiosity. It was only after the Malfoy heir was satisfied with his observations that he looked at Quinn. Stone gray eyes met cold gray ones, as Quinn smiled at his junior. "Please, sit, Mr. Malfoy. I must say I wasn't expecting you to visit me anytime soon. Seeing you here makes me as curious as it makes me happy." Draco sat down on the chair and stared at Quinn for a while. The Malfoy heir had been educated about the West family. As such, before talking, Draco was cautious about his words. I have something I want to commission, started Draco, getting to the point. Draco reckoned that if he got down to brass tacks, the chances of offending Quinn would be the lowest. A commission, you say, said Quinn. He set aside his documents as someone like Draco deserved his full attention. Go ahead. What do you want me to make for you? From time to time, Quinn would take in some jobs of creating trivial things for students. Draco took out a parchment from his robes and handed them to Quinn, who opened it to look at neat and blocky handwriting. Ah, sighed Quinn internally as he read the contents. On the parchment, Draco had written 2 simple quotes. The first, support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion. The second, Potter stinks. Below those quotes was a surprisingly neat drawing of the upper part of a Hogwarts robe, and a badge on the lapel area was a badge that read Potter stinks. A badge that switches between these 2 quotes, sighed Quinn as he placed the parchment on the desk. Yeah, replied Draco, surprised that Quinn had understood without the need of an explanation. I'm sorry, Mr. Malfoy, but I have to refuse this job. Why, said Draco, exclaiming at the direct refusal. Is it because of Potter? You don't want to offend the golden boy, are you afraid of his mudblood mother? Draco looked at Quinn with a look of disgust. Quinn stared at his client and didn't take any offense on comment or the derogatory term. Instead, he looked at Draco as if he was a child throwing a tantrum. He waited for a moment before speaking. It isn't that I don't want to offend Harry Potter or Professor Potter. Well, I would prefer it if I don't offend anyone, but that's not the reason I'm refusing the job. Then why? Asked Draco, feeling suspicious. Mr. Malfoy, the aim behind the Triwizard Tournament is to promote international relations and unfortunately, Mr. Potter is a Hogwarts champion. He leaned forward. What do you think would happen when the foreign delegation sees around half of the school sporting these badges? The reputation of our school would be dragged through the mud in front of the outsiders. Draco wanted to retort with a snippy comment, but Quinn cut him off as he wasn't finished. I have a few very good friends in Slytherin, Mr. Malfoy. The sudden statement made Draco confused as he couldn't see how it was relevant. From them, I know how Slytherin operates. No matter what happens between the members of the house, it doesn't get out. Outside of the walls of the house, no matter what the relation, the house remains united. Strength through unity. Draco blinked in astonishment at Quinn's sudden knowledge of his house. He, of course, knew about the rules inside Slytherin. It didn't matter if 2 Slytherin students hated each other from the bottom of their hearts, they would have each other's back outside the walls of the common room. The rule was one of the rules that no Slytherin broke, and on some level, it was more prevalent than the pure-blood dogma. It's because of that practice that the Slytherin house doesn't get overwhelmed by the 3 other houses, who think you're slimy snakes. Right now, Hogwarts needs that. To Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, we aren't Ravenclaw, Slytherin, Gryffindor, or Hufflepuff. To them, we're just Hogwarts. Any negative action from one house will reflect on all of us. Any positive action from one house will benefit us all. Right now, we need to see ourselves as Hogwarts students, not house students, and that's why I'm not going to accept this request of yours. Draco, who sat in front of him, stared at the parchment he had brought. He hadn't thought the conversation would go this way. He expected Quinn to either accept his request or outright reject it because of their strained relationship. He wasn't expecting Quinn to spring out Slytherin house ideology to refuse the request, and even though his request had been denied, Draco felt proud because of how Quinn described Slytherin's house standing against the other 3 houses. I won't stop you from pursuing your plan if you take it to someone else. It's your prerogative to do whatever you want, but I'll not be taking any part in it. So you're saying that I need to be all chummy to Potter? Asked Draco, not enthusiastic about it. Of course not. Just like in Slytherin, you just need to act like you have no problems with Mr. Potter. Forget that, you 2 don't run in the same circles, so you simply need to move on with your life. Since Quinn had ever met Draco, he had never disliked him. Quinn saw him as the child he was, a child raised by parents who looked down on anyone but purebloods, and grew up in a circle that held the same beliefs. Hogwarts should have been where Draco got acquainted with different ideologies, but the system put him into Slytherin, and thus the cycle continued. The system that should have promoted growth is now hindering it. A system flawed to its core, thought Quinn. Draco didn't know how to reply. He felt embarrassed because of his motives. If I may suggest something, Mr. Malfoy, said Quinn, a plan forming in his head. Uttered Draco in confusion, but that only made Quinn smile more. Scene break. 2 days later, Harry, Ivy, and Hermione walked into the Great Hall for breakfast. Since Harry had become the 4th champion, the Golden Squad hadn't been having a good time. Ron had left them. The Hufflepuffs gave Harry glaring looks whenever he passed them by. Slytherin snickered at them. Ravenclaw also looked at Harry with judgmental eyes. They thought that today would be no different, and outside Gryffindor, Harry, and through association, Ivy and Hermione would have to face the pointed looks and whispers for another day. Harry clicked his tongue when he saw someone walk towards him with a big smirk on his face. I'm not in the mood, Malfoy, growled Harry. Draco, along with a couple of Slytherins, were walking towards them. When Draco and others were close enough, they noticed something, each and every one of them wearing a large badge on the front of their robes. They saw that they all bore the same message, in luminous yellow letters that burnt brightly on a black background. Support Cedric Diggory, Hogwarts champion. The message vanished to be replaced by another one, which glowed white on a light blue background. Support Fleur Delacour, Beaux Batons champion. Once again, the message turned, now it glowed gold on a brown background. At novel bin at. Support Victor Crumb, Durmstrang champion. Harry felt irritated as he knew that given Draco, he wasn't going to be on the badge, or if he was, then it was going to be something insulting, and his eyes twitched when the badge once again changed. Support Harry Potter, Hogwarts champion. Ivy, Hermione, and Harry's eyes widened when they saw the latest red on gold. They waited to see if something would happen, but nothing did, as the badge continued to cycle between 4. Draco stepped close to Harry and smirked. Potter, you have to realize that I'm better than you. I'm up here, he said, putting his right hand near their head level, and you are here down below. His left hand went as down as it could go. We're on entirely different levels. It's a pity that we have to tolerate you as our representative. He patted Harry's shoulder before scoffing. You better not embarrass us, Potter. With that, Draco placed 3 badges in Harry's hand, which the boy who lived grabbed because of the suddenness of all of this. Harry could only watch in stunned silence as Draco and his Slytherin buddies walked away, leaving him very confused. What the hell? I know I'm productive and all, but they can't just foist all of this stuff on me. I'm a busy man for magic's sake, grumbled Quinn, making his way to the dungeons. He had just exited Charms class when McGonagall cornered him out of the classroom and handed him a task. It's my only free break. I'm bloody booked for the rest of the day, he said, taking a turn. He could finally see his destination. At novel bin at. However, when he had been within an earshot of the room, he heard a voice yelling out in a tone that was as unpleasant as nails scratching against a chalkboard. Antidotes? You should all have prepared your recipes by now. I want you to brew them carefully, and then, we will choose someone that will try one. Quinn peeked inside from the classroom's door. Snape was looking over his class. His students looked visibly uncomfortable. Aha, so that's how everyone looks in Snape's class, huh, thought Quinn, feeling the vibe oozing out of the room. Quinn never felt it while in class as he was busy brewing potions and doing his homework. He stood there and enjoyed everyone looking super uncomfortable for a few more seconds before knocking on the dungeon door, shattering the painful silence. He entered the classroom and made his way to Snape's desk. Yes, Mr. West, said Snape curtly. Good afternoon, Professor. I'm supposed to take Mr. Potter upstairs, said Quinn, smiling, as he turned his face towards the class. Harry was looking at him, with his sister Ivy and Hermione sitting behind him. He turned back to look up at Snape, who stared down at him. There was no joy on his face or any delight in his eyes. The man looked like he had just come out of Azkaban. Potter has another hour of potions to complete, said Snape coldly. He will accompany you when this class is finished. I am aware of that, sir, but he is needed upstairs, replied Quinn, matching eyes with Potion Master. All the champions are being summoned up to take photographs for the press release. From what I have been made aware of, Mr. Bagman and Mr. Couch along with the Daily Prophet team, have already arrived, so I think it's of priority that Mr. Potter gets up there. Harry, on his seat, looked both glad and uncomfortable. He was more than happy to exit the potion class, but he wished Quinn wouldn't have told them details. He glanced to his right to look at Ron, who was sitting with Dean Thomas. Very well, Snape snapped. Potter, leave your things here. I want you back down here later to test your antidote. Actually, Mr. Potter, bring your things along, interjected Quinn, directly addressing Harry. They want to see you in your school attire, book bag, and everything. Very well, said Snape. Potter, take your bag and get out of my sight. Quinn ignored Snape's tone and words and moved back to the door. He saw Harry swung his bag over his shoulder, got up, and headed for the door. Now that wasn't pleasant, was it, Harry? Chuckled Quinn when they were out of earshot of the classroom. His mood was worse than usual. Did something happen? I don't know, replied Harry, looking down at the floor as he walked. That git is always in a bad mood. Ugh, why does he have to be so nasty to everyone? I have no idea, answered Quinn. No way Quinn was going to explain to him that Snape pinned after his mother. Harry looked up from the ground and turned to glance at Quinn. Out of all the students he had seen interact with Snape, Quinn was the only one who looked comfortable doing so. Other than him, no one wanted to have a prolonged conversation with Snape. His eyes caught the badge on Quinn's robe as it turned from Crumb's name to his. You made those. Quinn glanced at Harry and then followed his eyes to the badge on his lapel. That I did. You like them? Yeah, I saw the AID mark on the back, said Harry, putting his hand into his pocket, feeling his own badge. He looked up and then asked what he wanted to know, but Malfoy has been distributing these. Why? Mr. Malfoy was the one who came up with the idea, answered Quinn. I suggested some changes and produced them. I offered to take on the distribution, but he wanted to do it on his own. I guess he is doing fine, given that almost all students have a badge. Did Malfoy really come up with this? Quinn chuckled in reply. I won't lie, Harry. Mr. Malfoy had come in with different motivations, but he had this badge in hand when he left, so we can say that all's well that ends well. If you say so, said Harry heavily as they climbed up the stairs to the ground floor. What do they want photos for again? The information about the Triwizard Tournament is going to be published in the papers and magazines. You and the other champions are going to be interviewed and photographed for the articles. Great, said Harry dully. Exactly what I need. More publicity. Harry, you're already in the tournament. Lamenting your luck and feeling down about it isn't going to do you any good. You're already chosen as a champion, so I would personally suggest that you own it. I'm sure someone must have already told you about this, but you're now representing Hogwarts. To see one of our champions looking down and unenthusiastic all the damn time isn't something you want to show to outsiders. They will look down on you and take advantage of you. I'm assuming you don't want that. If I was in your place, I wouldn't want that. Do you? Would you want to be in my place? Asked Harry, staring at the guy who scored the highest in the entire school, who was undefeated in dueling, who was a prefect, who owned his own unique thing inside Hogwarts and had saved him from getting kidnapped. He thought about the question before answering. If the circumstances were different, I probably would have entered my name. I don't care much about the rewards, but I would love to have the range of freedom that a champion gets during the year. Exemption from sitting in the classes is something beneficial to someone like me. They reached their destination, so Quinn turned to Harry and gave him one last free piece of advice: move on, Harry. You might not like it, but you're the boy who lived, you will be expected to act and perform a certain way. So, pull yourself together because you have a long year in front of you. Harry heard what Quinn was talking about, and even though he couldn't wrap his head around it immediately, he nodded. Good, let's go in, said Quinn, opening the door and nudging the boy champion into the room. They entered a reasonably small classroom. Most of the desks had been pushed away to the room's back, leaving the rooms half empty. 3 of the desks, however, had been placed end-to-end in front of the blackboard and were covered in velvet fabric. 5 chairs had been set behind the velvet-covered desks. Ludo Bagman was sitting in one of them, talking to a lady they had never seen before in Hogwarts, who was wearing magenta robes. Victor Crumb was standing moodily in a corner as usual. He wasn't talking to anyone. Cedric and Fleur were having a conversation. Fleur looked much happier than Quinn had seen her so far. She sometimes moved her head back to let her long silver hair catch the light. A paunchy man, holding a large black camera that was smoking slightly, was watching Fleur out of the corner of his eye. Bagman suddenly spotted Harry, got up quickly, approaching him. Ah, here he is? The 4th champion? Come in, Harry, come in. There's nothing to worry about. It's just a wand-weighing ceremony. The rest of the judges will arrive here in a moment. Wand-weighing, Harry repeated nervously, but he seemed much better than before they entered. We have to check that your wands are fully functional, you know, as they're your most important tools in the tasks ahead, said Bagman. The expert's upstairs now with Dumbledore. And then, there's going to be a little photo shoot. This is Rita Skeeter, he added, gesturing toward the witch in magenta robes. She's going to write a little article about the tournament for the Daily Prophet. Maybe not that little, Ludo, said Rita Skeeter, her eyes on Harry. Her hair was set in elaborate and curiously rigid curls that contrasted oddly with her light-jawed face. She wore jeweled spectacles. The thick fingers clutching her crocodile skin handbag ended in 2-inch nails, painted crimson. I wonder if I could have a little word with Harry before we start, she said to Bagman but still staring at Harry. He is the youngest champion, you know, to add a bit of color. Certainly, cried Bagman. That is if Harry has no objection. said Harry. Lovely, said Rita Skeeter, and in a second, her scarlet-taloned fingers grabbed Harry's upper arm in a surprisingly firm grip, and she was about to steer him out of the room, but stopped when she glanced upon the student beside Harry. Quinn West, she gasped. Her hand released Harry's arm, and like a hawk seeing her prey, she swapped near Quinn, staring at him with a starry-eyed look. Yes. Quinn looked at the woman in front of him. Miss Skeeter, was it? What can I do for you? Outside, Quinn was his usual calm self, but inside, he felt like publicly clicking his tongue and making a face. He held it inside, though. She has recognized me? Was I photographed somewhere? Or she just remembers my face, thought Quinn. The one who represented the West family outside was Leah, while George and Quinn remained out of the limelight. But there were times when he and George would go to official events, which were sometimes photographed. In those events, Quinn would try his best to not get photographed, but it seemed Rita knew his face enough to recognize at first glance. It's so rare to see a West. I must take this chance, she harped as if others weren't there at all. I would like to interview you before we start. Bagman and Harry looked at Rita. They couldn't believe the woman's thick skin. She had just asked Harry for a short interview, but now she had jumped ships and targeted Quinn. Quinn's eyes flashed for a second as he thought about his answer. After a few seconds, he answered, I don't mind. Marvelous, exclaimed Rita. She grabbed Quinn's arm and pulled him out of the room, opening another that was nearby. We don't want to be in there with all that noise, she said. Let's see, yes, this is nice and cozy. It was a broom cupboard. Quinn stared at her. Or we can go inside that classroom, said Quinn, pointing towards a door opposite to the broom cupboard. He didn't wait for Rita to object or reply and walked to the door, put his hand on the knob, silently unlocked it, and entered the room. Inside, he pulled out a desk and set 2 chairs, one on each side. He sat down and looked at Rita, who stood near the door. Miss Skeeter, please, do sit. I'm sure you will want to hurry with the tournament press release starting soon, said Quinn gesturing to Rita to sit down. The journalist didn't waste a single moment and sat down in front of Quinn with a swift speed that would put the nimblest of people to shame. She unsnapped her crocodile skin handbag and pulled out a handful of candles, which she lit with a wave of her wand and magicked into midair so that they could see what they were doing. You won't mind, Quinn, if I use a quick quotes quill? It leaves me free to talk to you normally. Rita Skeeter's smile widened. Quinn counted 3 gold teeth. She reached again into her crocodile bag and drew out a long acid green quill and a roll of parchment, which she stretched out between them on a crate of Mrs. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover. She put the tip of the green quill into her mouth, sucked it for a moment with apparent relish, then placed it upright on the parchment, where it stood balanced on its point, quivering slightly. Quinn smiled in return, leaned forward, and gently snatched the long acid green quill out of Rita's hand. "Wadash," said Rita, about to ask what Quinn was doing, but her words died in her mouth when Quinn snapped the quill in half. "I will be straight with you, Miss Skeeter," said Quinn, raising his eyes to look at Quinn. The smile on his face had changed. Now, the corners of his lips were barely raised to form a very faint smile. "You will not be writing anything about me. Not a single word about Quinn West or the Wests, in general, will be published in the Daily Prophet or any other newspaper that you write for under aliases." Rita giggled and took out another quick quotes quill of her bag. She performed the same ritual as before she began speaking. Testing. "My name is Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet reporter." Quinn looked down quickly at the quill. The moment Rita Skeeter had spoken, the green quill had started to scribble, skidding across the parchment. Attractive blonde Rita Skeeter, 43, whose savage quill has punctured many inflated reputations. "Lovely," said Rita Skeeter, yet again, and she ripped the top piece of parchment off, crumpled it up, and stuffed it into her handbag. Now she leaned toward Quinn and said, "So, Quinn, what do you have to say about the life of a child of the West family?" Quinn's eyes remained on the quill, and even though he wasn't speaking, it was dashing across the parchment, and in its wake, he could make out a new sentence. "A charming face, arrogant expression of a spoiled upbringing, a look that stares down on people as if regarding them as mere insignificant fleas." Quinn ignored the quill and the writing. He reached into his pockets and took out a playing card with a black and gold back and set it down on the desk. "Miss Skeeter, I don't care what you write about anyone. It could be as fake as your golden teeth, and I wouldn't bat an eye. As long as it isn't about my family or me, I honestly don't care. However, if you write about me, you won't enjoy what comes afterward." He gently flipped the card, and instead of it being a number or a face card, what emerged was an image of a water beetle. Seeing the picture of the water beetle on the card made Rita freeze. Her wide, closed mouth smile cramped immediately. "You're at the top of your game. Probably one of the most celebrated names in the business," said Quinn, tapping his finger near the card. "You, at some level, have become a household name. It would be an absolute shame if all that hard work." The card was turned over, and instead of the black and gold back, there was a squashed water beetle with red blood in the background. "Was crushed in an instant, turned to dust, forgotten with time as you are isolated in a dark cell with some not-so-colorful jailers. You wouldn't want that, right?" Rita had gone stark white and very still. She, with a slight tremble in her eyes, stared at Quinn with fear evident all over. Her quill had gone limp, noiseless, with the tip just hovering over the parchment. "What do you want?" she asked, her fingertips white from clutching her crocodile skin bag. If her identity as an illegal animagus was released to the ministry, she would be hunted by the Aurors quicker than she could write her own name. "I don't like repeating myself, Miss Skeeter," he said, his face expressionless. "This will be the last time, so listen carefully. I don't want to see any article related to me or anyone I am connected to. If you do that, your naughty little secret will remain hidden, and if we're lucky, you and I will never see each other again. Understood?" Rita wordlessly nodded, and Quinn waved his hand over the card for it to change back to a standard playing card. "Let's return, shall we? I don't want to miss the ceremony." Quinn stood up, pocketed the card, and walked towards the door, but before he exited, he turned and warned, "Miss Skeeter, if I see you fluttering around, getting your career ruined will be the last thing you will have to worry about, so be careful if you do visit Hogwarts." Not giving her another look, Quinn exited the room towards the previous room to witness the weighing of the wands ceremony. Glad to have put Rita Skeeter in her place, Quinn walked back into the room. He glanced to his right to see the champions sitting in chairs near the door. Turning his eyes to the front, Quinn saw the 5 judges, Igor Karkaroff, Olymp Maxime, Bartemius Crouch Sr., Ludo Bagman, and Albus Dumbledore sitting on a velvet-covered table. Glancing to his left, he noticed Rita Skeeter settle herself down in a corner. He saw her slip the parchment out of her bag again, spread it on her knee, suck the end of the quick quotes quill, and place it once more on the parchment. Her professionalism fascinated Quinn. It was impressive how quickly Skeeter bounced back and was back to normal. Just as he promised, Quinn didn't stop her from writing as it wasn't about him or his close ones. He silently walked to another wall and stood close to it, choosing not to lean against it. "May I introduce Mr. Ollivander," said Dumbledore, from his place at the judges' table and talking to the champions. "He will be checking your wands to ensure that they are in good condition before the tournament." Quinn looked around, and with mild surprise, saw an old wizard with large, pale eyes standing quietly by the window. Quinn had met Ollivander once before. He was the wand maker from whom Quinn had bought his own wand all those years ago in Diagon Alley. His presence sure is feeble, thought Quinn. He overlooked the wand maker when he entered the room. "Mademoiselle Delacour, could we have you first, please?" said Ollivander, stepping into the empty space in the middle of the room. "At novel bin at." Fleur Delacour swept over to Mr. Ollivander and handed him her wand. He said. He twirled the wand between his long fingers like a baton, and it emitted a number of pink and gold sparks. Then he held it close to his eyes and scrutinized it. Yes, he said quietly, 9.5 inches, inflexible, rosewood, containing. Dear me. A lock of hair from the head of a villa, provided Fleur. One of my grandmothers. Part villa. Bullshit, thought Quinn. There were no male villas in existence, and as such a daughter born from a villa was a villa and not a part villa like in the original works. Like her mother and grandmother, Fleur Delacour was a full villa and not some illogical quarter villa as had been written by the Duchess of Magic. Yes, said Ollivander, yes, I've never used villa hair myself, of course. I find it makes for rather temperamental wands, however, to each his own, and if this suits you. Quinn turned his gaze to Fleur's silver hair, and the fact that her hair when she grew up could be used as a component of a magical focus fascinated him much. House Elf Blood, Vila hair, Goblin heart, Dwarf bone, listed Quinn in his mind, so many intelligent and humanoid races with a part of their body that can be used as a magical focus. He looked down at his hand and clenched it briefly before opening it to see the blood which had been pushed back return to his palm. Human blood had some magical properties but not enough to use as a magical focus. No part of the human body had enough magical characteristics. It made him wonder how his magic would have been if he was from a different race. If I was a Vila, could my hair be used as an internal focus? If I was from a race connected deeper to magic than a human, how would my magic have turned out? He thought. He shook his head. He liked himself as a human, and there was no use in thinking about his race. Ollivander ran his fingers along with the wand, apparently checking for scratches or bumps, then he muttered, Orchideus, and a bunch of flowers burst from the wand tip. Very well, it's in fine working order, said Ollivander, scooping up the flowers and handing them to Fleur with her wand. Mr. Diggory, you are next. Fleur sat back to her seat, smiling at Cedric as he passed her. Ah, now, this is one of mine, isn't it? Said Ollivander, with much more enthusiasm. Cedric handed over his wand. Yes, I remember it well. Containing a single hair from the tail of a magnificent male unicorn, must have been 17 hands, nearly gored me with his horn after I plucked his tail. 12.25 inches, ash, pleasantly springy. It's in fine condition. Do you take care of it regularly? Polished it last night, said Cedric, grinning. Harry, who was among the champions, looked down at his own wand. He could see finger marks all over it. He gathered a fistful of the robe from his knee and tried to rub it clean surreptitiously. Several gold sparks shot out of the end of it. Fleur Delacour gave him a very patronizing look, and he desisted. Ollivander sent a stream of silver smoke rings across the room from the tip of Cedric's wand, pronounced himself satisfied, and then said, Mr. Crumb if you please. Victor Crumb got up and slouched, round-shouldered and duck-footed, toward Ollivander. He thrust out his wand and stood scowling, with his hands in the pockets of his robes. Said Ollivander, this is a Gregorovitch creation unless I'm mistaken? A fine wand maker, though the styling is never quite what however. He lifted the wand and examined it minutely, turning it over and over before his eyes. Yes, hornbeam and dragon heartstring, he shot at Crumb, who nodded. Rather thicker than one usually sees, quite rigid, 10.25 inches. Avis. The hornbeam wand let off a blast like a gun, and several small, twittering birds flew out of the end and through the open window into the watery sunlight. Good, said Ollivander, handing Crumb back his wand. Which leaves us. Mr. Potter. Harry got to his feet, and from the corner of his eyes, he could see Quinn. He recalled the words the Ravenclaw had said to him. The fourth champion squared his shoulders, lifted his chin straight before confidently walking past Crumb to Ollivander. He handed over his wand. Ah, yes, said Ollivander, his pale eyes suddenly gleaming. Yes. I remember it well. Harry could remember it, too. He could remember it as though it had happened yesterday. 4 summers ago, on his 11th birthday, he had entered Ollivander's shop with his parents and Ivy to buy a wand. Ollivander had taken his measurements and then started handing him wands to try. Harry had waved what felt like every wand in the shop until, at last, he had found the one that suited him, one that was made of holly, measured 11 inches long, and contained a single feather from the tail of a phoenix. Ollivander had been very surprised that Harry had been so compatible with this wand. Curious, he had said, curious, and not until Harry asked what was curious had Mr. Ollivander explained that the phoenix feather in Harry's wand had come from the same bird that had supplied the core of Voldemort's. His parents hadn't been happy to hear that particular piece of information. They had made Ollivander show Harry some more wands, but in the end, Harry had come out of the shop with the holly, phoenix feather wand. Harry had been forbidden to share this piece of information with anybody, and he was okay with that order, as he was very fond of his wand, and as far as Harry was concerned, its relation to Voldemort's wand was something it couldn't be helped. However, Harry really hoped that Ollivander wasn't about to tell the room about it. Harry had a funny feeling that Rita Skeeter might just explode with excitement if he did. Ollivander spent much longer examining Harry's wand than anyone else's. Eventually, however, he made a fountain of wine and handed it back to Harry, announcing that it was still in perfect condition. Thank you, said Dumbledore, standing up at the judge's table. You may. Now, Albus, interrupted Ollivander, we have another student among us. How about I examine his wand first before you dismiss all of us? Ollivander turned to his right, and with a smile in his pale eyes, he said, Mr. West, please bring your wand to me. I will check it before I leave. Everybody in the room looked at the lone non-champion student in the room. The eyes of Bartemius Crouch Sr. and Ludo Bagman widened when they heard how Ollivander addressed the boy. They almost snapped their necks from the speed they turned their heads to look at the boy who was suddenly revealed to be from the West family. Quinn acted as if he didn't notice the looks of the others. He shook his head towards the wandmaker with a smile. As much as I would like my wand to get examined by you, Mr. Ollivander, unfortunately, I don't have my wand with me. Dumbledore, who had gotten up from his chair, looked at Quinn in shock and surprise. Mr. West, you don't have your wand with you. The headmaster couldn't believe that Quinn West in particular didn't have his wand with him. Quinn shifted his robes to reveal the left side of his trousers to show that the wand holster he usually magically merged with his clothes there was missing. Yes, headmaster, chuckled Quinn at Dumbledore's surprise. As strange it might seem, today, Professor McGonagall went to me just enough that I forgot my wand holster in my book bag. I removed it for our potions class, as, according to Professor Snape, it isn't a place for wand waving. He turned to Ollivander and performed a short head bow. I will visit you in the summer, Mr. Ollivander. We can go over my wand then. Quinn, of course, had thought of the possibility of his wand being asked for a friendly inspection, so he had purposely left his fake wand and holster in his book bag behind in his office. I see, said Dumbledore slowly. You may go back to your lessons now, or perhaps it would be quicker just to go down to dinner, as classes are about to end. Feeling that he had diverted his wand situation well, Quinn took one step forward, but the man with the black camera jumped up and cleared his throat. Photos, Dumbledore, photos, cried Bagman excitedly. All the judges and champions, what do you think, Rita? Yes, let's do those first, said Rita Skeeter, whose eyes were upon Harry again. And then perhaps some individual shots. Quinn stayed put and decided to stay still and wait for the event to end, but it turned out that was a mistake. The photographs took a long time. Madame Maxime cast everyone else into shadow wherever she stood, and the photographer couldn't stand far enough back to get her into the frame. Eventually, she had to sit while everyone else stood around her. Karkaroff kept twirling his goatee around his finger to give it an extra curl. Crumb, whom Quinn would have thought would have been used to this sort of thing, skulked, half hidden, at the back of the group. The photographer seemed keenest to get Fleur at the front, but Rita Skeeter kept hurrying forward and dragging Harry into greater prominence. Then she insisted on separate shots of all the champions. At last, they were free to go. Quinn stepped outside of the room, stretching his slightly tired legs from standing still for too long. He wanted to go to his office and resume his work, but there was one thing he wanted to accomplish, the reason he had not left after delivering Harry for the press release. He eyed the blue-eyed, blonde man with rosy skin whose once athletic build had gone to seed. It was akin to a sack of potatoes now. Mr. Bagman, he called out, stepping near the ex-Quidditch athlete. Ludo Bagman turned, and his eyes widened in surprise when he came across Quinn standing behind him. The now ministry employee knew what the child represented, so even though he was tired from the lengthy session, he greeted him with a smile. Quinn, was it? What can I do for you? Walk with me, said Quinn and, without waiting for a reply, he started walking. Ludo blinked a couple times but fell into step with Quinn, already under the influence of Quinn's momentum and rhythm. Mr. Bagman, if I'm correct, you'll be part of the judging panel for the tournament, correct? Yes. Along with the headmasters and Mr. Crouch. And you will also be hosting said tasks, correct? Yes. Be honest with me, Mr. Bagman, asked Quinn, are you truly interested in hosting the tasks? I don't understand, replied Bagman. The head of Department of Magical Games and Sports shouldn't be here for the Triwizard Tournament, said Quinn. Bagman expected a no offense from him, but it didn't come. The tournament might sound like it comes under the jurisdiction of your department, but it doesn't. That made me wonder, what were you actually doing here? So I did some light investigation and found that you volunteered for the judging committee. He glanced at Bagman as he said, I found that very peculiar. Bagman, who saw the look in Quinn's eyes, gulped. Why, do you think so? I mean, wouldn't it make anyone wonder why a head of a department that hasn't had a single big initiative other than the World Cup is suddenly becoming wildly interested in the Triwizard Tournament? Quinn spoke as if telling a story. But then everything cleared up when I found that you are in debt, crushing debt from the goblins. It became so apparent why you were here. Bagman almost tripped on his own feet when he heard Quinn. His debt had been a well-kept secret. Despite the goblins looking for him everywhere, he had been able to keep things under a hush. You definitely put in some effort in getting this job, didn't you? If Mr. Crouch had been the one in charge, I presume things wouldn't have been easy for you. A fact that not many people knew about Ludo Bagman was that he had given information about the ministry to Death Eaters during the First Wizarding War. He had given information to the Death Eater Unspeakable Augustus Roquad, and after the Death Eaters fell, he had been put on trial for treason. The one who spearheaded the trial was none other than the then head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Bartemius Crouch Sr. He had tried hard to put Bagman in Azkaban, but Ludo was cleared of all charges to Crouch's extreme annoyance. This was partly due to him being a famous Quidditch player, one which within the jury stood up and congratulated Bagman for his rather impressive play in the previous Quidditch match, with the others cheering him. Ludo was never accused of his allegiance with Death Eaters again. I don't know what you're talking about, said Ludo, pulling a smile on his face, but couldn't hide the fact of how uncomfortable he was feeling right now. Of course, I'm sure I'm just misinformed, said Quinn, nodding. But the fact remains that you're in soul-crushing debt and you need a way to pay it back. To do so, you need money which you are going to get by illegally betting on the tournament and stacking the odds in your favor. You'll manipulate the outcome to the best of your ability. Quinn suddenly stopped and fixed his eyes on Ludo Bagman, causing the man to stare into the stone-grey orbs. The thought that he was talking to a kid had exited his head ever since the start of the conversation. Mr. Bagman, I'm sure you realize what my family represents. Right here and now, within a few minutes can. He snapped his fingers for a galleon to appear between his thumb and index finger. Snap your debt out of existence like it was never there. It won't take me any effort to do so, and by the time you wake up tomorrow, you could have a letter from Gringotts reading that your debt has been cleared. Bagman's heart was beating loudly in his chest. The debt had been weighing on his head and chest ever since the goblins had cornered after the World Cup finals. They had stunned him and stripped him down until he was completely nude to get their money back. He had been so shocked to find himself naked and in between a Death Eater raid after he got up that he decided to solve the problem by joining the judging panel and helping the Hogwarts champion win the tournament. When he found that Harry Potter had been chosen as the 4th champion, he thought his luck couldn't be better. Despite his reputation as the boy who lived, the 14-year-old champion didn't inspire much confidence in the underground betting scene. So he decided that he would help Harry Potter win the tournament and pocket the huge returns from his bettings. I can solve your problems, said Quinn with a depthless smile. All you have to do is to step inside after me. He gracefully raised his hand and pointed it to his side. Bagman's eyes followed Quinn's hand, and he saw a door. It was just like any other classroom doors in Hogwarts but with just one difference. What do I have to do? Asked Bagman. Quinn smiled and opened the door, inviting Bagman, and stepping inside after him. The portrait door to the Gryffindor common room flung open on its hinges, and from the opening entered Harry Potter, the boy who lived, 4th champion. The 14-year-old boy was stark pale, white like a ghost as if he had seen the most horrifying scene of his life. With a bead of sweat trailing down his forehead, he sat himself down in a corner, slumping in his seat, tapping his feet while looking at the floor with unblinking eyes. Ever since he had become champion, he had been attracting a lot of eyes no matter where he went, and it was something that he didn't enjoy because people at Hogwarts had just gotten used to his reputation as the boy who lived. Currently, though, he didn't care about the looks of others. He couldn't care less if someone glared or smiled at him. He didn't know how long he sat in his seat, but Hermione and Ivy had returned from their daily library visit. The two girls saw him sitting in the corner, his eyes haunted. What happened to you? Asked Hermione upon reaching Harry's seat. Upon not getting an answer, Ivy pushed Harry's shoulder to get his attention, and it seemed to work when Harry trembled as he looked up with a surprised look on his face. What? We asked what happened to you, said Ivy. Wait, why are you looking like that? The two girls finally noticed the pale pallor of Harry's skin when he looked up at them, causing them to get worried. He only had one word in reply: dragons. He recalled his trip with Hagrid. 4 fully grown, enormous, vicious-looking dragons were rearing onto their hind legs inside an enclosure fenced with thick planks of wood. Roaring and snorting torrents of fire shot into the dark sky from their open, fanged mouths, 50 feet above the ground on their outstretched necks. There was a silvery blue one with long, pointed horns, snapping and snarling at the wizards on the ground. A smooth-scaled green one, who was writhing and stamping with all its might. A red one with an odd fringe of refined gold spikes around its face, which was shooting mushroom-shaped fire clouds into the air. And finally, a gigantic black one, more lizard-like than the others, nearest to them. At least 30 wizards, 7 or 8 to each dragon, attempted to control them, pulling on the chains connected to heavy leather straps around their necks and legs. Mesmerized, Harry looked up, high above him, and saw the eyes of the black dragon, with vertical pupils like a cat's, bulging with either fear or rage, he couldn't tell which. It was making a horrible noise, a yowling, screeching shriek. It's no good, yelled another wizard. Stunning spells, on the count of 3. Harry had seen each of the dragon keepers pull out their wand. Stupefied, they shouted in unison, and the stunning spells shot into the darkness like fiery rockets, bursting in showers of stars on the dragon's scaly hides. Harry watched the dragon nearest to them teeter dangerously on its back legs, its jaws stretched wide in a silent howl. Its nostrils were suddenly devoid of flame, though still smoking. Then, very slowly, the dragon fell. Several tons of sinewy, scaly black dragons hit the ground with a thud that Harry could have sworn made the trees behind him quake. The dragon keepers lowered their wands and walked forward to their fallen charges, each of which was the size of a small hill. They hurried to tighten the chains and fasten them securely to iron pegs, which they forced deep into the ground with their wands. A common Welsh, a Swedish short snout, a Chinese fireball, and the Hungarian horntail. 4 lethal, pissed-off dragons, breathing fire in anger of captivity. He didn't know whether he was glad he'd seen what was coming or not. Perhaps this way was better. The first shock was over now. Maybe if he'd seen the dragons for the first time on the task day, he would have passed out cold in front of the whole school, but maybe he would, anyway. Harry was going to be armed with his wand which, just now, felt like nothing more than a narrow strip of wood against a 50-foot-high, scaly, spike-ridden, fire-breathing dragon. And he had to get past it, with everyone watching. How? The girls looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The thought of a dragon was terrifying to them, and that was when they weren't going to face them in a battle that might end in maiming, severe mutilation, or death. Harry started Ivy, but Harry cut him off. He stood up from his seat, and suddenly he had a look of determination in his eyes. I'm going to him for help, he said. He was already enrolled as a champion, there was no going back. So the least he could do was take some steps to increase his survival. Him? Who do you mean? Asked Hermione. Harry gave a brief side glance to Ivy, and the girl twin tilted her head in confusion, but the very next second, her eyes widened to the size of saucers. You mean him? Harry nodded. He is the best choice, isn't he? Well, he is skilled, said Ivy. She could suddenly feel the phantom sensation of walls clutching around her. But are you sure? This is big, he is going to ask for a lot. Mum can't help in the open. Dad isn't here, nor is Sirius here. Out of everybody, I think he is one good choice, isn't he? Said Harry, listing. Or we can just practice among ourselves, Hermione chimed in, catching up to the conversation. Harry turned to the brunette and asked, do you know how to deal with a dragon? Well, not really, replied the smartest of the group. He will be able to help. Didn't you say that he's undefeated? Pointed out Harry to his sister. Also, if I remember correctly, he defeated Cedric. Doesn't that make him the best person to go to? A person who defeated a champion could certainly help. If you say it like that. The points made sense to her, but the thought of Harry incurring a heavy debt worried Ivy. I would like to survive this instead of worrying what he would ask of me. Ivy still hesitated but conceded in the end. All right, you can go to him for help. Good, nodded Harry while stepping forward. Where are you going? Asked Ivy. To him. Now, said Hermione, looking at her watch, there wasn't much time for dinner. I would like to meet him as soon as possible, was Harry's reply as he made his way to the exit, prompting the two girls to follow after him. Scene break. Quinn sat behind his desk, gazing at the people sitting in front of him. What do you two think? He asked with a smile, a fun and productive proposal to spend your time at Hogwarts. You're going to be here for a while, so why not make it unique, something to remember and tell in the future as a story. Across him stood two people, one dressed in Durmstrang and the other in Bows-batons. Quinn turned to the Durmstrang student and smiled. Mr. Crumb, your time here will definitely be something we will remember. What do you think? Some Quidditch, while you're stuck here, doesn't sound bad, does it? The grumpy and taciturn champion, who had been grouchy the entire time he had been in Hogwarts, who had been extra irritable when Carrie, his classmate, had escorted him to this office to meet some kid. He thought that it was going to be another person asking him for his signature. But now, as he sat here in the seat listening to the kid Quinn West talking about a Quidditch tournament, Crumb felt the happiest he had been ever since coming here. I will participate, he nodded. He was more excited to participate in this than he was to take part in the Triwizard tournament. Quinn then turned to the other person, a boy, blonde, blue eyes, and asked the same question. What about you, Mr. Dupont? Would you like to lead a Bows-batons team? Gale Dupont was the first guy from Bows-batons that Quinn had talked to. He was a friendly and affable 7th-year student. I would be honored to, Quinn, smiled the French wizard. Excellent, smiled Quinn pushing a thin stack of papers each towards the two people. This would be an elaborate thing, and he needed ample paperwork to keep track of things. Please sign these at the crossed lines. This is some boilerplate stuff, you can read them if you want, notified Quinn, and it was true, he hadn't messed with any of the wording. Mr. Crumb, any other professional contract I should be aware of? Something that wouldn't allow you to play Quidditch on your own, he asked, knowing that, as Crumb was a professional athlete, perhaps he could have some restrictions normal people didn't have. No, replied the Bulgarian, I was contracted to the national team. The negotiations with the clubs are still ongoing. I'm still free to play anywhere I want to. Good, that saves me legal trouble. The two new captains signed the contract for the interschool Quidditch tournament. Now, you don't have to worry about setting up teams right now, said Quinn, slipping the form into envelopes. I will announce the tournament after the first task, which is on November 24th. Thus, we are going to announce it on November 25th. That day I will introduce the captains along with the rules. The official tournament will start on January 1st, so you will have an entire month to set things up and get in some training. He stood up from his seat, prompting the other two to do the same. It was nice meeting you too, he said, shaking their hands. I will keep in touch. Please look forward to this tournament, it's going to be something special. The two future captains exited the office feeling satisfied and excited about their future. Even Quinn was happy with how things were going. Things were running smoothly. Nevertheless, the tough part is yet to come, he said, groaning and stretching. He sighed. Setting up teams was easy, he just needed to choose captains and let them do all the work, so much of the logistics is left. As he walked to the red door in the glass wall, ready to get some magical work done, he heard a knock on his door. He turned back just in time to listen to the door chime ring in a clear, soothing melody. Oh, my, he said in surprise and curiosity, I wasn't expecting you three to come here today. In front of him were the Potter twins and the smartest witch of her age. They were standing at his doorstep, one determined, one hesitant, and the last curiously looking around his office. Harry, Ivy, Ms. Granger. How may I help you out today? Quinn asked as he moved away from the red door back to the bar stool behind his desk. Please, come in and have a seat. He sat on his own seat and waited for the three to settle down. He judged them from their current looks and body language and saw that all of them were pretty nervous. Something he found interesting, as the girls hadn't been anxious during their last visit. Do you know about the first task? Asked Harry, deciding to be straight to the point. Yes, answered Quinn. Why? I just saw them near the forest, continued Harry, as Ivy and Hermione exchanged a look, as they were expecting. Quinn was aware of the first task, and from the looks of it, he knew about it before today. Ah, nodded Quinn with a smile. Magnificent creatures, aren't they? They are wonders of magic. In my opinion, their connection to magic is something to behold. So what do you want from me? I want to live, said the boy who lived. I don't want to die from getting burned to ashes by a dragon. And Harry glanced at Ivy and Hermione before turning back to Quinn. I want you to teach me how to survive the dragon. Quinn stared at Harry for a second, a very long second, before replying. Sure, I can do that. The three clients blinked. They stared at Quinn, who looked like what he had said was no big deal. You will? Asked Ivy, honestly expecting something more or just something. Yeah, it's all right. I don't consider myself a good teacher, but I think you will handle it just fine. What will you charge? Asked the redhead. She had experience. The usual charges apply. In exchange for my services, you owe me a favor of equal importance, answered Quinn, interlinking his fingers over the desk. I accept, declared Harry without hesitation. When do we start? Tomorrow, answered Quinn. I will have a schedule sent over to you. Build your day around that. I'm not going to adjust to yours, you're going to adapt to mine. Though I warn you, it is going to be tough. I'm not a great teacher because I don't have any patience for those who don't work hard. If the problem is me, I will change, but if you aren't going to put in the work, then you're not going to like me much for the next 2 weeks. Quinn had 2 students, if he could call them that, Eddie and Luna. Eddie worked quite well with Quinn because his best friend worked hard and hated to lose. Eddie's personality made sure that he kept on working hard, and thus, under Quinn's training, he had been able to get fit quite quickly. On the other hand, Luna wasn't as hardworking as Eddie, but because Quinn had tailor-made the learning method just for her, Luna was able to maintain consistent progress. As long as he was able to keep Luna interested, she would work and show good progress. However, unlike Luna, Quinn didn't have the time to tailor a regime to Harry. He didn't know how Harry learned or how quickly he learned, and with only a fortnight to the first task, Quinn didn't have time to build Harry an optimal learning path. Can we learn too? Asked Hermione. The opportunity to learn from Quinn interested her a lot. At novel been at. Quinn gave it a thought before nodding. As long as you don't cause a delay in Harry's progress, you and Ivy, if she desires, can watch. But no one else. After setting up more terms, the 3 left, leaving Quinn behind in his office. Another year, another request, he said. Ever since the first time Ivy Potter had entered his office along with Hermione Granger, he had provided the members of the Golden Squad the best help and solution he could provide. No matter what request they put in front of him, he offered a great solution to them. Sure, he asked them for something in return, but it was always just a token to make it seem that he wouldn't give them help for free. The only favor he had cashed in was from their break-in. He wasn't dense or ignorant. Every time Ivy Potter had entered this office, she exited with some form of information. He knew what he was doing when he provided them with the knowledge and how it helped them. As long as anyone from Golden Squad came to the AID office and him, Quinn was going to help them out. With their identity and fate, Quinn didn't mind helping them out. As long as it helped them along with Voldemort's death as the goal, or simply the progression of the plot, Quinn was more than happy to be of help. If Ron Weasley came into his office and read a request from a slip of parchment one day, Quinn would help him out as long as it didn't put him at a disadvantage. It's good they're cautious of me, muttered Quinn. It will keep their requests in check. He smiled, stood up, and walked to his workshop, ready to start his magical research. Quinn West was a busy wizard, after all. The darkness of the Forbidden Forest's underworld looked quite different in Quinn's night vision. Everything was colored in shades of gray, the objects lacked details, yet his eyes were highly susceptible to movements. His other senses worked harder to compensate for the fact that his vision was incomplete. From his peripheral vision, Quinn noticed a mid-size acromantula crawl out of the bushes between the blackened trees, making soft clicking sounds from the faint rustle of leaves. Another attack, he wondered, ice crackling with a faint mist below his palm. He raised his arm up, a jagged ice spike floating along with it. The acromantula didn't seem to feel any fear in the face of the ice. Seeing the lack of reaction, Quinn's eye twitched, and he sighed. He raised his arm straight above his head and shot the ice spike straight up into the air with loaded force. Instantly, a screeching scream sounded as a small-sized acromantula fell down just ahead of his feet. A thick rope of spider web attached from its spinneret was hanging above. If force isn't working, they're using brains, huh? I can respect that. The mid-size acromantula that was working as a distraction saw another spike manifest into existence, and this time it felt fear. The spider leaped into the bushes and scurried away before Quinn could send a spike its way. He knelt on the floor, and with a pair of protective gloves adorning his hands, Quinn extracted some venom from the pincers and the already produced web silk from its spinneret. He didn't doubt obtaining one of the more unusual materials on the market. If this keeps going, I will soon have a hefty stock of this stuff. It had been a couple of weeks since he had started to explore the forest, and in all of his visits, Quinn had met acromantulas every single time. Argog didn't have control over his children, at least not much as he liked to think. The flesh-eating magical spiders were hungry for human flesh, and Quinn's regular visits were simply too much of a temptation. After collecting the venom and silk, Quinn walked ahead, deeper into the forest. Within a minute of walking, treading between the trees, vines, and knee-length bushes, Quinn finally arrived at another region of the woods. His enlarged, dilated pupils and modified eyes reverted to their original state as he saw a stream of light illuminate a circular clearing. He knelt down just away from the edge and peered into the only area he had reached, which had natural sunlight hitting the ground. He looked at the reason behind the reason. Within the clearing were broken stumps, uprooted trees, grassless ground, skid marks ravaging the land, and within all of it, he saw the residents of the Great Clearing. Among all of that, ferocious roars and grunts resounded as Quinn watched forest trolls, pale green skin, and straggly hair, armed with clubs crafted from uprooted trees. The 12-foot-tall, muscular monstrosities savagely fought each other. They bashed their clubs against each other, earnestly trying to defeat their opponent. One of the trolls finally seemed to gain an advantage as he struck the other troll's clubs aside and raised his own club above his head before bringing down the sturdy club straight down on the head of the other troll. A loud crack filled with an area with a painful roar, causing Quinn to flinch. But the sound was just the start, as a wave of more deafening roars pervaded the area. A horde of trolls sitting around the clearing, some of the tree logs, others on the ground, cheered at the fight's brutal conclusion. Damn, do they do this every day? 2 times, he had watched the same scene 2 times. He had seen the forest trolls duking it out, and both times he had left after observing them, not daring to enter the light. One troll took a barrage of spells from the 12-year-old me, thought Quinn, I can incapacitate them quicker now, but a dozen of them? That doesn't. The danger was just too great. With no free water source near Quinn, he didn't have a magic that could use to wipe the trolls in one fell swoop. At novel bin at. Fire could work, but the collateral damage would be too great. The area and power of magic weren't a problem. He could use some other elements with a lot of firepower, but the problem was control. He was good with the other elements, but the level of control that Quinn needed to eliminate the trolls without the risk of setting the forest on fire wasn't a level that he currently had. Fortunately, I have something I can use. He smiled and his body covered in black camouflage turned invisible. He stood up, walked forward into the clearing. The reason he had returned 2 times was because of scouting. He had found the density of trolls inside the darkness was much denser than outside. If he wanted to get past this part of the forest, he had to go through the clearing. Even with his invisibility magic, the terrain of the forest was rough enough for Quinn to hide all the noise. The grassless ground was his safest choice. Step by step, he moved towards smack dab in the middle of the clearing. This reminds me of the chessboard, he thought, smiling. The risks are around the same, aren't they? Roar. His smile broke when he heard a roar from behind. Quinn turned to see a forest troll, larger than other of his kin, entering the clearing. His club seemed grander than others, ornate with various leathers and spiked with carved bones all around its surface. The new forest troll had spotted Quinn. How in hell, he thought, but the answer struck him like a bolt of lightning as he saw the troll's eyes. The green troll's eyes were an off-white color, a shade barely different from the white of the eyes. Quinn knew in his heart that it wasn't just abnormal eye color but something magical. Trolls, like hags, possess rudimentary magic that in rare cases manifests in additional physical features. A tidbit of information about trolls popped up in his mind. It had been so rare, that information had been stuck in the corner of a page. It seemed it was something that was so rarely seen that it was barely notable enough to get printed in one freaking book. He can see me. Something in his eyes can see me. What is it? Magic sight? Heat vision? Or something entirely different? He tried to think of the reason, but almost as soon as the thought entered, it was forcibly squashed as right now Quinn's priorities were different. He had to get out of here as quickly as possible. His magic-aided mind worked overtime, and while he thought, the regular forest trolls stood up in confusion. They couldn't see Quinn, but their leader alerted them that there was an intruder here and not just any intruder, they had a human among them. Trolls, just like their neighbors, acromantulas, also loved human flesh, and they liked to eat the meat raw. Quinn finally thought of a solution, spurring a line in his mind. It was one line that he recalled from the original works. Anyone can speak, troll. All you have to do is point and grunt. So that's what he was going to do. If this doesn't work, I am going to go on a rampage and run in the chaos. The magic started to leak out of Quinn. Invisible streams of magic rose up, populating the area around him. He closed his eyes and concentrated. The image, sound, scent, and feel were unmistakable in his mind. Quinn already had everything, and the magic was within him. Let's go. The forest trolls had all armed themselves with their clubs and bones. The White-Eye leader pointed at the spot Quinn was standing, telling his kind who couldn't see Quinn's position. But before they could take a step closer, abruptly, a dominant roar shook the area. They saw a 15-feet-tall figure come running out of the woods. It was the same size as their leader, but it looked much wilder and more muscular than their leader. Instead of a club, it had a dull, rusted sword in his hand, which he dragged across the ground, gashing the earth as he stumped forward. All trolls stepped back with their weapons clutched in their hands. They were scared of the newcomer's roar and size. The weapon, too, intimidated them. The dumb trolls had enough intelligence to gauge this one's intentions before charging in. The thought of the so-called invisible human. The leader troll, unlike his lesser kind, could see what was going on. He could see that the new troll was just some magic done by the human, as he was standing behind the new troll. It grunted to tell them the truth, but the new troll roared louder and raised his sword towards him, challenging him to a fight. The forest trolls grunted in joy, excited to see a fight. They were confused about who to follow, and a war would solve that problem. They sat down, slamming their clubs against the floor repeatedly as in the tradition of forest trolls. Quinn behind the new troll smiled. His plan was working. Illusions sure are handy, he thought. Thankfully, these guys are dumb, so dumb. He had copied the leader troll, altering some features, making his creation more intimidating. The sword interacting with the ground leaving gashes? That was simply earth magic emulating metal being dragged across the soil. The roars were sound magic, like the ones during his Triwizard performance, something he had mastered. He roared and grunted, challenging the big bad troll to a brawl. If I win, I can walk out of here without arousing suspicion, he thought and looked at the leader, who looked pissed. He had walked to the middle, with his bone spike club ready for attack. Oh, you big dummy, you're unlucky, sighed Quinn with a smile. You might be big and a little special, but in the end, you're still a troll. The current me can wipe the floor of the 12-year-old me. I could probably make him cry if I wanted, though that son of a bitch would probably try to pull something off. Quinn shook his head to stop himself from thinking off topic. So you're going down hard. Quinn decided to take on the role of the aggressive alpha troll and decided to make the first move. His illusion troll raised his blunt sword and ran forward to strike. On the other hand, he prepared a flesh-shredding curse in his hand, ready to shoot it when the metal made contact. With his special sight, the leader troll knew that the troll in front of him was a fake, so his troll brain decided to take the attack head-on. No defense was needed. Idiot. The rusted sword descended on the defenseless leader, and the moment the illusion met his corporeal body, the troll's shoulder was shredded. It wasn't deep, but neither was it a shallow cut due to the tough troll skin. It was enough to send the leader into panic and shock. He grabbed his shoulder and raised his club for defense, but Quinn had already anticipated the actions. Can't let him rest, need to keep attacking, thought Quinn and prepared a strong depil so it wasn't a duo or Maxima. Quinn never used those versions, they used language to gain the extra power, and he never used any words while casting magic. His spells resulted from his pure understanding of the magic and transcended the limit of chant-triggered magic. Even though he called it depilso, it was at its essence a push spell whose upper power limit was decided upon Quinn's understanding and the amount of magic he put in. The illusion raised his foot and kicked the troll, and simultaneously the depilso replication made contact, sending the leader to the floor. Wooarg, grunted the leader in pain and surprise. Warg, roared the illusion and raised his sword in a reverse grip, moving in for a stab. The leader was a tough and brawling adept troll as he rolled aside to avoid the sword, causing the ground where he was just before to be ravaged by Quinn's magic. TCH, he dodged, thought Quinn clicking his tongue, but, your opponent isn't a real troll, he is an illusion. A savage smile appeared on Quinn's face as he finished his thoughts, he can move faster. The illusion pulled out the heavy sword, which probably would have weighed a lot if real, out of the ground with an unnaturally swift speed and brought it up slashed down again. The experienced leader, with a mind only for brawling, sent out a kick, tried to sweep the illusion's legs. Quinn scrunched up his face and made his illusion jump to avoid the sweep. He couldn't have the leader land even a single hit, which would take away the illusion. He could control his movement, but not the leader's. The illusion kicked the leader once in the shoulder, worsening the injury, getting a howl from the leader. Quinn's troll took the chance and placed his foot on the leader's chest, holding him down. I won't kill you, but I can't have you interfering with me, thought Quinn. I'm sorry, really, really sorry. The sword was raised and slashed across the leader's eyes, spurting blood, causing howls, effectively blinding the leader, taking away his only gift. Raw RGH, screamed the leader, clutching his eyes. Quinn's troll stepped back and grunted and roared at the smallest of the trolls among the troll horde. In a show of compassion and apology, Quinn ordered them to take care of the leader. 3 smaller trolls lifted the leader up and took him away from the clearing into the darkness. The mournful screams eventually subsided, leaving Quinn alone with the remaining troll. The illusion walked away without saying a word to the others, stepping out of the clearing. And in darkness, Quinn erased the illusion and decided to end the day with this. Next time, I will move on, he decided, walking away from the forest troll inhabitants living in the Forbidden Forest. Scene break. Barty Crouch Sr. returned to his home after a busy day at the ministry. He removed his coat and hat and hung them on the hangers, his eyes looking slightly confused and uncomfortable as he placed his hat on the hook. The man wasn't used to this particular action. Is work getting me? He sighed. Is my age getting to me? To think I would be tired just with this. This much was nothing in the old days. He chuckled in derision at his current situation. From the prestigious position of DMLE head to the head of international relations, how far he had fallen. All because my son decided that it was fine to join a Dark Lord, he sighed, and for a brief painful moment, the thought of his late wife flashed through his mind. I should check on how that idiot son of mine is doing. With his wand in hand, Crouch Sr. walked towards his son's room. He didn't know that Barty Jr. needed a new layer of Imperius cast on him. But as he reached the staircase that led to his son's room, the father noticed that a room not used in the house had light coming from inside. Confused with this sight, Barty Sr. removed his foot from the stairstep and walked towards the door with light across the edges. The owner's hand reached the doorknob, but before he could grab it, Barty Sr.'s eyes glazed over. He withdrew his hand and stood still in his spot with a blank look. Within seconds, clarity returned to Barty Sr.'s eyes as he turned away from the room and the section of the house. He will be fine. No need to worry, he said, sighing. I need to fix myself a drink. But as he walked away, Barty Sr. turned his head back to look at the door, his eyes shaking as if struggling against something, before he glazed over once again and became calm as if the tremor had been a lie. Inside the room left behind, still with light leaking through the gaps, sat two people, one thin and short with rat-like features while the other a wrinkled and hideous baby. Wormtail, any news from Barty? Asked the ugly baby. Yes, master, answered the calm man, matching eye with the ugly baby he called master. Barty says that the boy has been made aware of the dragons awaiting him for the first task. Rubius Hagrid took the boy and showed him the dragons. I see, what do you think of the boy, Wormtail? I wouldn't know, master. The last time I saw Harry was when he was a year old. After that, I haven't had much contact with the Potter family, said Peter Pettigrew, but from what I've heard, he's like James. If that's true, then Harry Potter is brash, reckless, and popular, but I'm sure Lily must have given something of hers to the boy. Baby Mort stared at the follower who had brought him back with a cold gaze. His followers in his presence showed various behaviors, worship, fear, happiness, nervousness, servitude, and all other kinds of emotions, but he never had seen calm indifference as he saw now. Tell me, Wormtail, why did you seek me in Albania? Peter glanced up from the internal ministry memos provided by the Imperius Ed Barty Sr. The ruin of the Potters and their compatriots, master. That's the reason I returned instead of leaving my previous life behind. Meaning that you didn't find me for my sake. That's something dangerous to admit, don't you think, Wormtail? No reason to lie now, master. You already went through my mind after we got you this body. Neither you nor I gain anything from me lying about my motives. Not that it matters, the destruction of Potters is my main goal, and for you, it's a crucial step for your return to the crown of the wizarding world. What after that, Wormtail? What after I do kill the boy and with him Dumbledore's little annoying group? What are you going to do then? Sometimes to achieve something, we have to lose something else, answered Peter looking at the burning fireplace. As much as I would like to finally rest at the end of the Potters, I doubt you would allow that. So, servitude in return for my revenge, that is the current plan. What makes you think I won't kill you when I'm done with you, Wormtail? Wormtail chuckled, an absolutely fake and dull chuckle as if the man had forgotten what it was like to laugh, causing Baymert's eyes to narrow a fraction. I don't know what the future holds or what are your plans for me, master. Currently, I simply yearn to see the lifeless eyes of James, Sirius, and Remus. Ask me the same question on that day, maybe I will have an answer then. You're playing a dangerous game, said Baby Mort in his squeaky voice. The moment I turned up at your doorstep all those years ago, I was already part of the game, master. It's just now I'm finally playing to my fullest, responded Peter, removing his eyes from the fireplace. I don't trust you, Wormtail. A wise decision, master. The conversation between master and servant ended. The room regained its previous silence. Neither cared about each other, and both knew that fact well, and maybe it was because of that they worked so well together. As long as their goals aligned, the threat of betrayal was not present, making the two each other's greatest allies.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.